Crash! Ling Yu collapsed on the ground, his final gaze before closing his eyes still filled with disbelief. Qin Mingyu not only became stronger, but also secretly injected him with an anesthetic. Ling Yu, please forgive me. No matter what, I want to help you return to the peak. Qin Mingyu's eyes were teary as she smiled, her smile breaking hearts. This is the only way I can help you, and the only way we can escape from here. If we lose the bet or if something goes wrong, I have no regrets. Ling Yu, I love you. Qin Mingyu continued to speak affectionately, regardless of whether Ling Yu could still hear her. Oh, what a loving couple. Did we miss a touching scene of life and death separation? Suddenly, the laboratory door opened, and Qin Yushuan's sneering voice came from behind. Qin Mingyu turned around, but her sister didn't engage in a fight. Instead, she sincerely said, Yushuan, thank you sincerely this time. Humph, who cares about your thanks? Qin Yushuan turned her face away, coldly saying, besides, I'm not helping you. Qin Mingyu smiled faintly, feeling that her sister was cold on the outside but warm on the inside. However, time was running out, so she didn't continue talking to Qin Yushuan but turned to Heizaki, saying, Dr. Heizaki, I entrust this to you. Please make every effort. Don't worry, Lady Saint, I will do my best. Heizaki respectfully replied. At this point, Qin Mingyu had to trust this skilled doctor from Daojo country and willingly lay down on another bed. After Heizaki injected her, she quickly fell asleep. Seeing the two spouses lying on the bed, Qin Yushuan finally revealed a sinister smile. Dr. Heizaki also looked at Ling Yu, feeling amazed. I never expected that the husband of Lady Saint turned out to be the renowned Werewolf King of the northern border of Longuo. He is the super war god revered by everyone in Daojo country. Back then, Longuo had a military conflict with Daojo country. The Werewolf squad from the northern border destroyed Daojo country's military base, and the Werewolf King infiltrated the enemy's military fortress alone, taking their secrets and even helping their commander-in-chief on a pilgrimage to the west. This incident dealt a heavy blow to the War Department of Daojo country, making them lose their will to fight and ultimately end the conflict with compensatory apologies. Ever since then, the Werewolf King of the northern border had been hailed as a war god in Daojo country, with the Daojo people who admired the strong, even seeing this enemy as an idol. Hehe, do you think of taking the opportunity to kill him and avenge your Daojo country? Qin Yushuan asked with a half-smile. Lady Saint, you underestimated me and our Daojo country's spirit of Bushido. Heizaki immediately declared with conviction, our Daojo warriors must defeat your Longuo war god fair and square, and furthermore, in his peak state. However, Qin Yushuan still joked, that's a nice contrast you son. If that's really what you want, how about swallowing this pill? This. Heizaki was puzzled, looking at the pill in Qin Yushuan's hand. This is a poison concocted by my brother-in-law. Only he can provide the antidote. If you take it and my brother-in-law doesn't survive, you'll die as well. Qin Yushuan coldly stated. In reality, this was just regular poison, not given by Ling Yu, and she was just adding an extra layer of insurance. Heizaki was puzzled. Lady Saint, why go to such lengths? Watching over my operation, if it fails, you could simply kill me. Although Heizaki was a dark physician, his combat skills were far inferior to Lady Saint's predecessor. Lady Qin Yushuan could easily kill him. Suddenly, Qin Yushuan smiled mysteriously. I can't watch over you anymore, as my meridians must be dedicated to the man I favor. This. Heizaki was once again shocked, looking incredulously at Qin Yushuan. What? You look down on me? Qin Yushuan suddenly became proud. My bloodline is quite special, otherwise why would I be chosen to be Lady Saint's successor? And this is the real world, not a fantasy cultivation realm. How could there be dragon tendons? That's just a hoax. It's nothing but a routine surgical procedure. Moreover, being a martial arts practitioner myself, my meridians are stronger and tougher than ordinary people's. They are undoubtedly superior to Lady Qin Mingyu, who only halfway embarked on this path. It was a logical argument, and Heizaki couldn't argue against it. Despite having doubts about dragon tendons, he didn't believe in them, but his dark medical skills indeed facilitate meridian transplants. However, the meridians of ordinary people would be unsuitable for Ling Yu, unable to withstand the release of immense internal force, causing the meridians to burst immediately. Thus, Qin Yushuang's meridians were indeed the best choice. Nevertheless, Heizaki felt compelled to warn, Lady Saint, do you understand the consequences of this action? Enough nonsense. Qin Yushuang coldly glared at him. I look like this already. So what do those consequences matter? Take the pill quickly, then perform the operation on me. If you try anything funny, Lanhua will kill you for me. Heizaki, without hesitation, picked up the pill and swallowed it. Almost no poison could kill him due to his medical skills, and it would be difficult for Lanhua to kill him anyway. However, he was meticulous and proceeded with the meridian transplant surgery for Qin Yushuang and Lingyu. There were 3 reasons. Firstly, as a Daojo country person who admired the strong, he wanted to witness the grace of the peak northern border war god. Secondly, he had long wanted to perform such dark surgeries himself, and being able to operate on the war god of the north was an honor for him. Lastly, and most importantly, since Qin Yushuang had replaced Qin Mingyu, and Lady Saint was at peace and unharmed, if there were any mishaps during the surgery and Lady Saint wanted him dead, then it would be a piece of cake. However, an unexpected occurrence took place. As the surgery was nearing completion, someone suddenly opened the door of the laboratory with a loud crash. The sound of the iron gate hitting the wall startled Heizaki, causing beads of cold sweat to form on his forehead. Mo. Advisor Mo. Heizaki looked at Moya's cold and stern expression, feeling a bit anxious and forced a smile. Dr. Heizaki, you have a lot of nerve. Do you know what you're doing? You are betraying the organization. This is a dead end. Moya directly accused him and gestured to the people behind her. Seize Dr. Heizaki. Send Lady Saint back. Lock up Lingyu in the dungeon, and let everything await the judgment of the Queen of the Night herself. Yes. Her followers immediately took action. Heizaki looked at the critically wounded Lady Saint on the operation table and the just completed meridian transplant on Lingyu inside. He couldn't even remove his gloves stained with blood before being taken away. Moya gazed at the bloody Lady Saint lying on the operating table, shook her head, and a hint of sorrow flashed in her eyes. This woman's life had been a tragedy from birth to end. But why did she seem to be smiling? Outside the ivory tower, Moshu waited in the cold night for a long time but still hadn't seen Lingyu being punished, making her a bit uneasy. Could it be that he had died inside? Subconsciously, he knew that something significant must have happened in the tower tonight. Otherwise, the sixth sister wouldn't have kicked him out early or didn't want him involved. Nevertheless, with his nature, he would definitely seek to intervene. Finally, the gate on the first floor of the tower opened, and a man was pushed out on a medical cart, his life hanging by a thread. Whoa, is he really dead? Moshu peered through the dim light and saw the man lying in the car, and it turned out to be Lingyu. Lingyu was covered in blood, his eyes tightly closed, looking as if he was really dead. However, Moshu, who had been following the Chanwu guards, realized that they were heading towards the dungeon, and immediately understood what was going on. Lingyu wasn't really dead. If he was dead, they would bury him directly, so why would they take him to the dungeon? Thinking about it, the Chanwu organization wanted to groom him as their top assassin, so how could they easily kill him? But if he was being taken to the dungeon, this guy must have done something significant. Hey, it's my turn to act. The protagonist always turns the tide at crucial moments. Moshu proudly muttered to himself, feeling like the contemporary Wei Xiaobao. As for Lingyu, in his story, he was at best a Chen Jinan. Wait, that doesn't seem right. Chen Jinan didn't have such a beautiful wife, did he? The leader of the God Dragon sect. Well, forget it. Let's focus on saving him. Meanwhile, back at the Nightvolve tribe's headquarters, all the members had not slept all night. The Blood Clan was indeed too powerful, and too terrifying. Bai Zueshan effortlessly caught Lingyu's kick, clearly displaying even more formidable strength than the previous year. Even if Ji faced him, it would be hard to say who would win. Lingyu was already covered in injuries, and if he faced additional punishment, he wouldn't be able to make it to the quarterfinals. Without their leader, what did the Nightvolve tribe have to compete against the Blood Clan? The situation was extremely dire. Everyone understood the circumstances very clearly, so while they didn't say it out loud, they all tossed and turned in sleeplessness. Seeing this, Shui tightly pursed her lips, clenched her fists, but unlike before, she didn't encourage everyone as usual, her eyes showing more complexity than anyone else's. Everyone. The leader has returned. It wasn't until the next morning that Tuanyao hurried in from outside. Upon hearing his message, everyone quickly got up, with Jubai and Senshiku leading the way out. Surprisingly, Shui, who had the best relationship with Lingyu, followed at the end. The other men were all focused on caring for Lingyu, while Fun Chen was the only one who felt something was amiss and turned to look at Shui. It was then that she ran forward in urgency. "Leader, what happened to our leader? Who are you? What happened to our leader?" Seeing Lingyu unconscious and covered in blood, everyone immediately surrounded Moshu. "What are you all staring at? This time I'm the hero." Moshu quickly shouted, "Your leader cannot die. He was probably drugged by someone, so let him rest properly, and he should wake up within half a day." Everyone finally relaxed. "Quick, take the leader back to rest." Fun Chen, now taking on Shui's usual role, ordered Tuonia and Taito, "Hey, after Lingyu wakes up, don't forget to tell him it was me who saved him. Otherwise, he would have been locked up in the dungeon waiting to die." After boasting, Moshu laughed and then left. Fun Chen and Shui continued to carefully look after Lingyu, and by the afternoon, the leader finally woke up. "Leader, the leader is awake." The two women were excited, even shedding tears of relief. Outside, the other members also entered with excitement. Seeing everyone's expressions, Lingyu felt warm inside and apologized. "Sorry for worrying you all. Leader, why are you saying this? You have said before that our destinies are connected." Taito patted his chest, emotionally speaking. This was a slogan Lingyu had shouted when uniting the major forces that evening, and it seemed Taito took it to heart. Not just him, Rushan, Tuoniao, and Feng Chen, too. Shui nodded tightly, holding his hand. "Leader, are you okay? I see many cuts and stitches on your body. What did they do to you?" "I'm fine. Don't worry." Lingyu smiled at Shui, then sat up. Though the wounds on his body still throbbed faintly, he felt an unprecedented surge of strength. However, a moment later, a wave of sadness spread throughout his body, as if his heart were being dragged by a devil. His meridians had inexplicably recovered. Could it be true that his wife had transplanted her meridians into his body? How was she and their child in her belly? Lingyu didn't feel the joy of meridian recovery. Instead, he felt a sense of resentment and frustration. Ignoring the pain, he stood up suddenly, and then stopped due to the pain. Even if his wife did give him her meridians, what could he do with his injured body now? Rushing to John down now would be a waste and disappointment to his wife's efforts. He had to endure for a few more days until his body recovered. "Leader, what's wrong?" Fun Chen noticed Lingyu's internal turmoil and asked as she held his hand. "Nothing. I'm fine." Lingyu tightly gritted his teeth. "I solemnly swear as the Night Wolf leader that I will lead the Night Wolf tribe to the top, unite everyone, and achieve an epic victory in the battle." Everyone felt his anger and determination, and they fell into silence. Only Ji felt that this man seemed entirely different now, a flash of light passing through his eyes as he coldly smiled. "Well, let's wait and see. Don't let us down." Everyone was surprised, as Ji had never spoken in such a way before. Lingyu also clenched his fist, his expression solemn. "I hereby swear in the name of the Night Wolf leader that I will lead the Night Wolf to the top, unite everyone, and win a legendary battle together." After exchanging fist bumps, everyone continued to surround and care for Lingyu. However, Shui walked to the door, bit her lip, and then suddenly smiled. "Everyone, I will go prepare dinner now. Let's eat, then go watch tonight's showdown between the Sun Clan and the Demon Clan." Lingyu was also looking forward to this match. Lin Qinglan had had an adventure, and his strength had greatly increased over the past 6 months, so he might force the Demon Clan to reveal their full strength. For Lingyu, the Demon Clan was both a potential formidable opponent and a possible future formidable ally, so he wanted to understand their capabilities. "All right, Shui, hurry up, we can't wait." Taito shouted enthusiastically. Everyone was eager to watch the duel. It wasn't until Shui left that Feng Chen quietly said to Lingyu, "Leader, I feel like something's off with Shui these past couple of days. Could there be a problem?" Upon hearing this, everyone seemed to have the same feeling. Tuoniao even joined in. "Yeah, Shui used to only bring us back food, but yesterday I saw her helping with the cooking, which is usually a lower class task. Don't overthink it." Lingyu knew there might be an issue with the food, but he chose to suppress it for Shui's sake, and said with a smile, Shui just wants to take better care of us. Let's focus on the match. By the way, when we come back tonight, I will perform acupuncture to relieve your fatigue and adjust your condition for tomorrow's match against the Blood Clan. After dinner, the Nightwolf clan headed to Jeondao Island. Staring at the towering tower that was so close, Lingyu once again forcibly suppressed the urge to barge in. He really wanted to figure out how his wife was doing at the moment, but still maintained his composure. He understood clearly that while his meridians had just been repaired and his strength had greatly increased, he had not fully recovered to his peak due to his injuries. He needed some time to rest and replenish his strength. As long as he regained his peak strength, he was confident that he could break through the tower and rescue his wife with dignity. What's going on? Moyo, who was still on the third floor of the tower, saw Lingyu appearing in the arena through the monitoring screen, and was astonished, setting down the teacup in her hand. Then, she looked at her weird younger brother like a sort. Moshu turned his face away and whistled, pretending nothing had happened. Is this your doing? Moya stared at him and asked. Oh, Sister Six, you're not acting with integrity. Moshu knew he couldn't hide anything from his perceptive sister, so he admitted openly, even turning it around. Lingyu has challenged you openly, even united with the forces of Dark Knight Island, and is planning to challenge the Chanwu organization. If you dare to fight, deploy in advance, sneakily take out the leader of the opponent. How heroic is that? Humph. All is fair in war. What integrity is there to talk about? Moya said coldly, even regretting a bit that she didn't just kill Lingyu directly last night. She now knew that He-che had transplanted Qin Yuxuan's meridians to Lingyu, possibly fixing his meridian issues. If the Werewolf King regained his peak strength, it wouldn't be a joke. Hey, sis, it's not as simple as you make it out to be. Moshu smiled broadly. Have you read Romance of the Three Kingdoms? In battles, even generals duel fairly. Lying, ambushing, that's what lacks integrity. Furthermore, wasn't the Chanwu organization planning to make Lingyu the top assassin? How could you bear to kill him, Sister Six? Get him. Moya couldn't be bothered with her senseless younger brother and directly order, lock him up for me. No one is allowed to release him without my orders. Hey, sis, are you serious? Moshu was frightened, as several experts bound him, and he shouted, can't I at least admit my mistake? If I don't save him, I don't want to end up in prison for him. No matter how much he shouted, Moya didn't change her mind. She knew very well that capturing Lingyu again and trying to kill him wouldn't be that easy. Even if the Chanwu organization wanted to kill any clan's leader, they had to do it legitimately. Especially in this delicate period, if they were found using despicable methods, it would definitely provoke the Dark Knight Island forces' disgust, increasing the likelihood of them uniting. The competition scene that evening was still lively. Influenced by the Nightwolf clan, the Demon Tribe and the Sun Tribe did not touch their defeated subordinates, so they still had freedom, and many representatives arrived at Jeondao Island to watch the competition. However, these clans did not cheer for the Demon Tribe and Sun Tribe like the Vegetarian Dog clan did. For them, they were just here to watch the excitement tonight. What's going on? Rule change. Seeing that the Demon Tribe and Sun Tribe only sent one representative each to the stage, Taito exclaimed in surprise. Fool, there's no rule change. It's an unspoken agreement between the two clans. If you think about it for 3 seconds, you wouldn't say such a silly thing. Sensuai immediately scolded. Lingyu also agreed with Sensuai's speculation and couldn't help but glance at Lu Wudao, who was also present tonight. The Demon Tribe leader doesn't dare to be absent. It seems they value the Sun Tribe greatly. Rushang suddenly spoke up. I haven't seen Lu Wudao take action this year yet. I heard his strength has greatly increased compared to last year, surpassing Brother Z. There are also rumors that when he was breaking through last year, at his weakest, Brother Z was able to defeat him. Don't listen to rumors. The cold and aloof Ji immediately interrupted him. Considering Lu Wudao's age, it's not that easy for him to make a breakthrough. Brother Zhao's defeat of him was honorable. Lingyu was also curious. Lu Wudao did indeed appear to be of considerable age, but how old was he really? From Ji's tone, it seemed he was quite familiar with Lu Wudao. However, it wasn't the time to inquire about Lu Wudao's background now because the competition on the stage had already begun. The Demon Tribe was truly the strongest overall force on the island. The first expert they sent out had S-level strength according to the standards of the Southern Peak competition, not much different from the Yin Soul Lempler. However, what surprised Lingyu was that the Sun Tribe's expert who took the stage first also had S-level strength. The two exchanged blows, with the Sun Tribe expert taking the lead. The audience gasped in amazement, but the demon tribe expert remained indifferent, showing no sign of worrying about losing. As expected, the next demon tribe expert to take the stage quickly turned the tables. The first four experts from both clans were all top-notch, with strengths on par with each other. In the end, the yin soul of the demon tribe had the last laugh, winning the first half of the contest. However, the Sun tribe was not disappointed, as one of their three giants then appeared, astonishingly possessing S-level strength, and quickly defeating the yin soul. Ling Yu watched from the audience, amazed. Even in terms of martial arts techniques, the Sun tribe's giant surpassed Mo Shu. In terms of overall strength, although not as strong as Mo Shu, once outside, he was definitely a master-level figure, striding through a city like nobody's business. No wonder Mo Shu was so strong. He was only a discard of the Chuanwu group, someone who couldn't even catch the attention of the management. It turned out there were people more powerful than him. If these people from Dark Knight Island joined forces and went out together, they would be a terrifying force to the outside world. The exciting match continued, with the three giants from both clans taking the stage one by one, delivering a spectacular showdown. Ling Yu applauded enthusiastically, as the strength displayed by the two clans in their battles was no longer beneath that of the Southern Peak competition. The strength of Peach Lam could already rival Murong, but in a fierce battle, she still lost to Sun Zi. At this point in the battle, both sides only had two representatives left. The audience below cheered with excitement. To push the demon tribe into such a tight spot was quite rare. It should be noted that the demon tribe's master, Din, had yet to make an appearance. Ling Yu was both excited and worried about this match. Previously, the representatives of the two clans didn't fight for their lives because they knew their leader was the last resort, but even so, the casualties on both sides were severe. The decision to determine the victory or defeat between the two clans would surely involve the big shots on both sides fighting with all their might. Everyone, please consider the bigger picture. Ling Yu knew that saying this would definitely draw jeers, but he had to stand up to remind both sides. Sure enough, Sun Zi ignored his words, and Din didn't even look at him. Many people thought Ling Yu was ridiculous. Even Lu Wudao didn't spare him a glance. The demon tribe had always aimed to dominate Dark Knight Island, and they hadn't given up until now. Leader, they are now hot-headed and won't listen to advice. Only Feng Chen, who was understanding, spoke to Ling Yu. Ling Yu sighed and quietly sat down again. He couldn't let either clan suffer casualties, especially the big shots on both sides, as losing any one of them would be a huge blow to the future alliance forces. No matter how much Ling Yu called out, the battle between Sun Zi and Zhu still proceeded as scheduled. Sun Ji's boxing technique, similar to his personality, was called fierce boxing, a traditional boxing style of the Dragon Kingdom. It was strong and fierce. With each punch thrown, a gust of wind could be heard in the arena, and when his fist struck the hard marble, it seemed to explode like foam. Although Shu's internal strength cultivation was comparable to Ling Yu's, he still couldn't match Sun Zi in a face-to-face battle. Hey, do you think the Qian Mo clan will be defeated this time? Sun Ji's progress in strength is rapid. I heard the Sun clan still has a hidden expert. If Xu loses, the situation for the Qian Mo clan will be very unfavorable. Yeah, this is not a one-on-one match. If someone loses this round, they will have to face a 2-on-1 in the next round. The people around were discussing fervently. Representatives from the Night Wolf clan were silent, especially Ji and Jubai. For the first time in many years, they saw the Qiamo clan in such a difficult situation. Even last year, they were not outnumbered, and if it wasn't for Shu's last-minute efforts, the Night Wolves would not have been victorious. Especially everyone assumed that the Qiamo clan was a shoo-in for the championship this year. Yet now, only in the quarterfinals, they found themselves struggling. Ling Yu also didn't know who would emerge victorious in this battle. His heart was hanging in suspense because it seemed like the two on stage were holding nothing back. Unless someone fought to the death, they probably wouldn't concede. Just then, the situation suddenly changed. Sun Ji's surefire punch unexpectedly missed. Shu's figure suddenly disappeared. What is going on? Ling Yu couldn't help but be surprised. He had fought Zhu before but never seen this move from him. However, this scene seemed somewhat familiar to him. Didn't the assassins he encountered when falling into the valley with Lin Qingshuan have a similar trick up their sleeves? Boss, I heard that Zhu used to be a shadow-level expert from a ninja village in Daojo country, specializing in assassination activities. Shui quickly informed Ling Yu, I heard that he came to Dark Knight Island for a mission, but also seeking the pinnacle of martial arts. What exactly drove him here? Outsiders have no clue. The only thing certain is that he only resigned himself to this island after losing to Lu Wuda. Ling Yu nodded. He never expected to encounter a shadow-level expert on Dark Knight Island. What's more, the next moments you used the shadow clone technique, and there were 3 Zayas on the stage. It was the first time Ling Yu had seen this kind of ninjutsu, expanding his horizons. Although he had encountered top-tier ninjas on missions in Daojo country, he had never seen this kind of ninja technique. If he could successfully rescue his wife An Lin Qingshuan on this trip to Dark Knight Island, it would not have been in vain. On stage, Sun Zi instantly found himself in a situation facing 3 opponents. Despite being in a difficult situation, he remained calm and deduced that only one of the 3 shadow clones was the real Zhu. The other 2 were just decoys. However, just as he was thinking about how to dispel the shadow clones, Zhu unexpectedly used the shadow shuriken technique, launching a torrent of hidden weapons towards Sun Zi. Damn, isn't this too treacherous? Down below, Lin Qinglong couldn't bear to watch and jumped onto the stage in a hurry. Despite dodging the fatal hidden weapon, Sun Zi was still injured. It was evident that although his strength was not inferior to Shu's, he was ill-equipped for combat against ninjas. Continuing this way will undoubtedly lead to his defeat. Come up, Lu Wudao. Ling Qinglong didn't try to take advantage of the situation for the TMO clan. Instead of instantly teaming up with Sun Zi to take down Zhu, he provocatively pointed towards Lu Wudao. Howd? You still have that silly personality from before. Ling Yu found himself both amused and respected by Lin Qinglong's actions. This guy truly was a man of honor. HMPH, you're not worthy of my boss to take action against you. Shu's gaze was full of disdain. On Dark Knight Island, the only 2 people he respected were Zi and especially Lu Wudao. He was well aware that Lu Wudao had an innate kingly aura, a natural-born king. Members of the TMO clan also believed that their boss would not need to take action. In last year's championship battle, Zhu and Lu Wudao were still on stage. If they had teamed up back then, even with Xiao's extraordinary strength, they would have surely lost. But he chose to have a fair duel with Zi. He willingly let Zhu leave the stage, opting for a one-on-one showdown with Zi. Even Ji knew that had Lu Wudao not been so overconfident last year, even if he had exhausted Zhu, the outcome might have been different. However, tonight, what came as a complete surprise to the audience was Lu Wudao actually stepping onto the stage. The audience was shocked. No one expected that the boss of TMO would rise to challenge the Sun Clan in this way. Ha ha. Lu Wudao, you also know that I am the protagonist. Is this big showdown with the Demon King starting now? Lin Qinglong was still as adolescent as before. Ling Yu couldn't help but shake his head. This guy's mind was always occupied with fantasies. Once he was the knight rescuing the princess, now he was the protagonist fighting the Demon King. Despite his age, he still acted like a teenage boy. Boss, there's no need for you to take action, Zhu exclaimed in surprise. However, Lu Wudao merely raised his hand, and with his back to Zhu, said, since they wish to challenge me, Zhu, you step down first. What? Lu Wudao's decision surprised many, Ling Yu included. This was a fight that determined the fate of a clan. However, Ling Yu understood it was Lu Wudao's confidence. What caught him off guard was that the aloof Zhu actually left the stage without a word. According to the rules, contestants could step onto the stage together or separately, but once they left the stage after entering, they would lose their qualifications. This scene was incredibly bewildering to others. Even if Lu Wudao wanted to face off with 2 people alone, there was no need for Zhu to step down. He could have stayed on the stage and assisted when necessary. Only Zhu understood that the boss of TMO would never team up with anyone against others. That was the demeanor of a king. Ling Yu perceived this but was unsure if it was a good or bad thing, especially since Lu Wudao had spoken to him earlier, believing he could unite everyone on the island and fight alongside him. At that time, he thought Lu Wudao genuinely wanted to join forces, but now he realized Lu Wudao intended for him to lead Dark Knight Island, issuing a challenge to the Chuan organization and deal a fatal blow, ultimately ending the history of Dark Knight Island. Come on, you lot of lackeys. After Zhu left, Lu Wudao still stood with his hands down, taunting Lin Qinglong and Sun Zi. Such a scene made others sigh over the oppressive presence of the TMO boss. Ling Yu was no exception. Were he in their shoes, he wouldn't dare be so confident. Lin Qinglong and Sun Zi could undoubtedly be considered S+ level experts, If the two of them joined forces, who knew how powerful they would be? Blue Dragon, come out. Sun Zi is not a single-minded person like Lin Qinglan, and a 2 versus 1 fight is within the rules. This is a battle wagering the fate of their people. He will not miss the chance for victory because of silly arrogance. However, Lin Qinglan stubbornly said, I don't want to. After speaking, he even crossed his hands like Lu Wudao. Below, the Sun Tribe and many others were stunned. Everyone recognized the Sky Demon Tribe as the hot favorite to reach the top of Dark Knight Island. They all dreamt of defeating them and becoming the ultimate ruler of the Dark Knight. Yet, faced with such a rare opportunity, the Sun Tribe's representative was acting immaturely. Ling Yu also smiled. This was the Lin Qinglan he knew. When he visited the Lin family, Lin Qinglan had a chance to defeat him, pretended to lose and let him leave the Lin family. This big guy with a bit of innocence actually had a sense of justice in his heart. Sun Zi, of course, also understood Lin Qinglan's personality. The guy just wanted to have a 1v1 showdown with Lu Wudao, and no one could change his mind. However, as the leader of the Sun Tribe, he had to do his best to fight for victory for his tribe. So, he attacked Lu Wudao with all his strength. Ling Yu also focused intently on the battle, wanting to understand Lu Wudao's strength and fighting style in advance. The next moment, a surprising scene unfolded. Faced with Sun Ji's fierce fist techniques, Lu Wudao remained with his hands down, casually dodging, but due to the limited space of the arena, he couldn't avoid all the attacks. Dang! Sun Ji's fist, which could have landed cleanly, seemed to be repelled by an invisible wall before hitting Lu Wudao. What's going on? Ling Yu's eyes widened slightly. Leader, is Lu Wudao really that amazing? He really seems as terrifying as a demon. Fan Chen said, immediately next to Ling Yu. Even she was unsure of what ability Lu Wudao possessed. Ling Yu smiled faintly because he had already understood. Lu Wudao was using internal strength to create a defensive wall, deflecting Sun Ji's fist. For martial artists above S level, it was not that difficult to utilize externalized internal strength, but to deflect the opponent's physical attacks which required internal strength at least to levels higher than the opponent's. However, Sun Zi was already a high-level master at S+ entry level. How formidable was Lu Wudao's strength? At this moment, Moya, who was watching the match on the 3rd floor of the tower, couldn't help but marvel. If Lu Wudao were to lead a rebellion, it would definitely be a major headache for the Chanwu organization. Luckily, I was prepared early and followed your plans. Lu Wudao, oh Lu Wudao, your character is just not suited to be the top assassin. Moya muttered to herself with a smile. It wasn't that Lu Wudao wasn't strong enough, but his style and abilities were not suitable to be an assassin. He was more suited to be a tank. And given Lu Wudao's unique background, he would never be chosen to be the top assassin. Hence, such individuals had to be eliminated to prevent future trouble. At this moment, on the arena, Lu Wudao remained expressionless, overlooking the world like a deity, exuding immense pressure with his gaze. The Sky Demon Tribe members looked pleased. In their eyes, their leader was unbeatable. However, at this moment, Lu Wudao's eyes suddenly twitched slightly, feeling a sharp pain in his danshan. Good opportunity. Sun Zi didn't think too much. Noticing Lu Wudao's abnormality, he immediately took the opportunity to attack. Lu Wudao kept retreating, trying to dodge, edging closer to the edge of the arena. This scene shocked and frightened everyone below. What's happening? The Nightwolf tribe members were also surprised and stood up. Ling Yu clenched his fists, amazed that the members of the Sky Demon tribe were also affected. Who could have done this? Good opportunity. Sun Zi attacked Lu Wudao's chest with all his might. He didn't care about whatever was happening with Lu Wudao. All he wanted was victory. Leader. Several representatives of the Sky Demon tribe exclaimed below. Only the red-dressed girl, who was the earliest to be defeated, lowered her head without showing any expression. Shui also clenched her fists, secretly glancing at the red-dressed girl, worried about how she would feel seeing the Nightwolf tribe's defeat. Damn! Can a mantis challenge a tree? In a crucial moment, Lu Wudao shouted angrily, using his powerful che to send Sun Zi flying. Sout! Sun Zi spat out blood as he fell on the arena. You're too strong. Sun Zi lamented in blood, feeling that Lu Wudao was an invincible demon before them. Ling Yu also trembled slightly. Lu Wudao's power made him excited but also slightly terrified. He was looking forward to a full fight with such a skilled fighter. The ability to restore meridians at this time was invaluable. Some leader, Are you okay? Lin Qinglong walked over to help Sunzi up. Brother Qinglong, I'm done here. It's up to you now. Sunzi patted Lin Qinglong's shoulder and willingly stepped down. Hey. Alright. The main character is here. Activate the protagonist's halo. Lin Qinglong clenched his fist excitedly, even more thrilled than Ling Yu. He came to Dark Knight Island to seek power, save his sister, and return to the Cloud City to eliminate his enemies, restoring honor to the Lin family. Come on, Sky Demon. Lin Qinglong roared and punched towards Lu Wudao. His fist technique was not intricate, but it carried immense power. The strong internal strength and friction of the air even generated flames. The audience was stunned, especially the 3 seconds and blaze. They couldn't believe that Lin Qinglong could also produce flames, and without any tricks. Lu Wudao was also surprised and wary, putting his hands down naturally to dodge the opponent's fist. Ling Yu stood up excitedly, unable to hide his joy. He knew that Lin Qinglong's ability to produce flames from his fists was a gift from the heart of the Sun Tower. If he could find a way to absorb the power of the heart of the sun, his strength might further improve in the future. Doom. Lin Qinglong took the lead on the stage, gaining the upper hand for a while. Lu Wudao, who usually had an effective defense against anyone, suddenly couldn't use it due to bodily reasons and Lin Qinglong's overwhelming strength, putting him in a passive situation. Come on, lose. The grand finale will be dominated by the protagonist. Lin Qinglong was extremely excited, swinging his fist more forcefully. Just as everyone was worried that Lu Wudao might lose, Lin Qinglong suddenly whitened his eyes, lowering his head to find that Lu Wudao had punched him in the abdomen. You think you can defeat me with your mediocre kung fu? You're 100 years too early for that. Lu Wudao also roared, his right arm suddenly bulging veins, and he exerted force to send Lin Qinglong flying. The whole audience was already on their feet. Even Moya, who was watching the spectacle from the tower, was a bit incredulous. Lu Wudao's performance had shaken her beliefs. This man's strength definitely qualified him to be the top assassin. The whole audience took a breath of cool air. Just when everyone was amazed by Lu Wudao's strength, Lin Qinglong casually stood up and excitedly shouted, Ha! Interesting. Come on. Only this way can you qualify as the ultimate demon king. Once again, everyone was amazed. This newcomer from the Sun Clan, Lin Qinglong, was actually so powerful. Ling Yu also didn't expect that after absorbing the power of the Sun Heart, Lin Qinglong's strength level had increased by several levels. Hey, indeed interesting. Lin Qinglong's performance also sparked Lu Wudao's fighting spirit. This is the only thing that can stir his fighting spirit after ruling over Dark Knight Island for many years. Except for Nighthawks, he could still be provoked. The next moment, he threw off the cloak, and the terrifying devilish aura exuded a palpable oppression. Boss, who do you think will win? Fenkin couldn't help but ask excitedly. The showdown tonight was really gripping. Ling Yu smiled slightly, already having an answer in his heart. But before he could answer, the usually aloof Ji chimed in first. The chief of the demons is not someone that ordinary people can defeat. Fenkin immediately looked at him in surprise. Ling Yu also smiled knowingly, indicating his agreement with Ji's answer. Even though Lin Qinglong had encountered a stroke of luck and his strength had greatly increased, and even if Lu Wudao had been poisoned, causing damage to his strength, they still couldn't be defeated. Come on, fight. Lin Qinglong treated this battle as entertainment, swinging his fists more and more vigorously. On the other hand, Lu Wudao focused on dodging mainly, then finding openings to counterattack Lin Qinglong. It was clear to everyone that there was a huge gap in martial arts skills between Lin Qinglong and Lu Wudao. If it wasn't for Lin Qinglong's violent strength and resilience, he would have already been defeated. Lin Qinglong's only chance of winning was to endure the blows and drain Lu Wudao's stamina gradually until he was worn out, but that was almost impossible. Even though Ling Yu knew Lu Wudao had been poisoned, a king possessed extraordinary willpower that couldn't easily be defeated. Sun Clan fellow, listen up. After driving Lin Qinglong back once again, Lu Wudao pointed at him and threatened, I spared your life as per Ling Yu's plea earlier. If you don't surrender now, my next move will be fatal. Lu Wudao's forehead was covered in cold sweat, as each time he used his power, his body would react negatively. If he continued like this, he was worried he wouldn't be able to hold on much longer. Ji and the giant bear also sensed his abnormality. Wasn't the chief of demons supposed to be stronger than last year? He didn't seem to be demonstrating the same level of power today. Ha, you think I'm just from Xia University? I graduated from the military academy. Come on. Lin Qinglan didn't listen to advice. If he gave in just because of a few words from the opponent, he wouldn't be the stubborn fool he was known to be. Lin Qinglan, stop fighting. Your enemy is not Chief Wu Dao. At this critical moment, Lin Yu shouted once more, but Lin Qinglan had already charged forward, his fists already in motion. Lu Wudao's body faintly exuded a murderous aura. With clenched teeth and bulging muscles, he aimed his fist at Lin Qinglan's vital points. It's over. Ling Yu wanted to rush forward to stop him at all costs, but his freshly operated body couldn't tolerate such reckless actions, rendering him unable to act. Everyone in the room didn't blink, knowing that the next move would determine the outcome of the battle. Moya smiled triumphantly, never expecting that with a little trickery, she could severely injure the demon chief and even take away a top expert from the Sun Clan. She was well aware of the relationship between Lin Qinglan and Ling Yu. This battle had the potential to sever Ling Yu's right arm and break his spirit. As long as Ling Yu had no help, he would inevitably fall into despair and willingly accept the transformation of the Chuanwu organization. However, her smile froze the next moment. This was because Lin Qinglan didn't attack. Lu Wudao's fist stopped in front of him. Ha, I admit defeat. Lin Qinglan looked seemingly foolish but wasn't really dumb. When Lu Wudao's fist arrived near his vital point, he knew that if their opposition truly came to a head, he would be the one facing death. A king is indeed a king. Well done. Although Lin Qinglan admitted defeat, he didn't forget to vindicate himself. Even a protagonist can face setbacks. You, the main antagonist, do have considerable abilities. Lu Wudao gave a proud snort, plucking the cloak from the ground with a grab of his hand, casually putting it on before leaving the stage. Boss, are you okay? Zhu Antaobai hesitated to ask. Li Wudao ignored the three giants but instead sneakily glanced at the woman in the red dress within the clan, said nothing, and left the scene. Who is the woman in the red dress from the demon clan? Ling Yu casually asked Shui. Ha, boss. Shui seemed distracted, or rather, uncertain, only reacting after a moment, hastily responding, She's Maple Leaf, a foreign woman of dragon heritage who has been with Chief Wu Dao for many years. As for her exact background, I'm not quite sure. Ling Yu nodded. Fenken, on the other hand, sensitively questioned, Shui, aren't you the self-proclaimed know-it-all on Dark Knight Island? I've seen you chatting with her before, and yet you don't know her origins. And no, I don't know. Shui shook her head repeatedly. Shui, you're acting strange. Fenken continued. Shui's heart sank, her face turning pale. Fenken further remarked, are you ill? I've noticed you've been distracted these past few days. No. Maybe. I'm just not feeling well. My cultivation is too low, not as strong as you guys physically. Shui quickly explained. Everyone felt something was off about her. Let's go. It was Ling Yu who came to Shui's defense. Go back and rest well. Prepare for the battle tomorrow. Thinking about the battle with the Blood Clan tomorrow, everyone's focus shifted away from Shui. Upon returning to the building, Ling Yu found Ji and the giant bear, intending to offer them massages and acupuncture, but they declined. Their reason was that Ling Yu was still heavily injured and they didn't want him to strain himself. Ling Yu thought it over and acceded, realizing he had more important matters to attend to. Late at night, he went alone to the ruin of the Sun Clan and was surprised to find Lin Qinglan there. Hey, brother-in-law. Lin Qinglan was equally surprised to see him. Why are you here? Doesn't cultivation here have no effect on you? Or did you come to chat with your number one rival? Brother-in-law and number one rival? Ling Yu was baffled by this guy's thought process, but laughed casually. It's warm here, more comfortable than elsewhere. He then crossed his legs and started circulating his internal energy. A miraculous scene unfolded. He felt a faint warmth surging around him. The previously injured area suddenly felt comfortable. Ling Yu was elated, sensing a distinct response in his wounds. With his medical expertise, he immediately deduced that it was the acceleration of cell decomposition, healing at a rate 10 times faster. He never expected that he might possess a special physique similar to Lin Qinglan's. Lin Qinglan also noticed the abnormality in his body, staring at him in astonishment. Hey, not bad for my number one rival. Truly amazing. How did you change so much between now and before? After a night of cultivation, Ling Yu felt refreshed and energized. Although he couldn't feel the improvement in his strength, His wounds had mostly healed. The power of the Sun Heart was truly amazing. Ling Yu clenched his fists and felt a wonderful sensation. This time, he was determined to forcefully enter the high tower and rescue his wife and Lin Qingshuan. Soon, in front of the Nakashima Tower, another intruder's figure appeared. The guards of the tower immediately recognized him. Ha! Isn't this the Night Wolf leader who almost die on the tower every time? Still unwise to command forcefully enter again. This despicable person. I have never. Swish. Before the word scene could be completed, Ling Yu suddenly appeared in front of him in a flash. Everyone couldn't even see his movement clearly, and the guard seemed to fly out like a kite with a broken string. Dang. Colliding with the sturdy stone wall, he spat out blood, his eyes dazed as he slowly slid down. This. The other guards watching this scene were frightened out of their wits, unable to utter a word. What level of power was this? They also realized that the Night Wolf leader had completely transformed. He was like a demon god returned from hell now. Kill. Take him down. Out of loyalty to the organization, a group of warrior guards still rushed forward. However, Ling Yu just walked straight ahead, not even looking sideways. He threw a punch, and a powerful warrior guard was sent flying, crashing into a group of people as if an iceberg cracked open. A monster. No. This was a god descending. Guarding with weapons wanted to aim their shots at Ling Yu, but by the time their eyes followed him, Ling Yu had already disappeared. Quick, inform the higher-ups. Chaos ensued in front of the tower. Soon, Moya received an alert. Her eyes narrowed. She knew Ling Yu would come and forcefully enter the tower again, and it would be extremely difficult to resist him when that happened, but she didn't expect him to arrive even faster than she imagined. What to do? The Dark Knight Queen was not here at the moment. Activate the mechanism. Not even a fly should enter the third floor. Yes. Advisor Mo. The guards on the third floor immediately mobilized. However, the next moment, a report came in. Report. Advisor Mo. Ling Yu has already reached the fourth floor. What? Moya's face turned pale, her lips trembling. How was this possible? His breakthrough was too fast, wasn't it? Was this man human or a ghost? At this moment, on the sixth floor of the tower, Ning Yu had already woken up. Someone, hurry, someone, she called out while holding her still groggy head. Soon, Qiao brought people to her, asking respectfully, Holy Lady, what are your orders? How long have I been unconscious? Mingyu inquired. Holy Lady, you've been unconscious for a day and 2 nights. Qiao responded with a smile that was not a smile. A day and 2 nights. Mingyu sat weakly, looking surprised and puzzled. She had clearly asked Teizaki to transfer her meridians to Ling Yu. Then why was she unharmed now? Seeing her expression, Qiao couldn't help but ask with a smile, Holy Lady, are you wondering why you're still fine? Though Mingyu didn't answer, she stared intently at Qiao, clearly wanting to know the answer. Holy Lady, unfortunately, even someone as clever as you has been played. Qiao said with a smile. Played? Mingyu looked even more confused, thinking it was Teizaki who played her. She knew she couldn't rely on that Japanese doctor. He must be killed. But at that moment, there was a sudden commotion outside the door. Report to the chief guard. Ling Yu is forcing his way in again. The subordinates reported urgently. What? Chia and Mingyu were shocked at the same time. Mingyu's expression would be even more surprised. Since Ling Yu hadn't transferred her meridians, where did he get the confidence to forcefully enter? Moreover, looking at the guards' expressions, they were clearly filled with extreme panic. HMPH. Seek death. This time, I will definitely kill him. Qiao hurriedly went out. At this moment, on the 5th floor, Idiot Dao stood with experts blocking Ling Yu's path, disdainfully saying, Ling Yu, are you stupid? Last time, you were sent back in per health. If it weren't for Lady Qiao's mercy, you would already be a corpse. How dare you force your way in today? Ling Yu didn't bother to waste words with him, directly stating, Today, I will definitely take Lin Qingshuan and my wife away. Whoever blocks me will die. His words made the group of experts in front of him tremble slightly. Those who could guard above the 5th floor were undoubtedly experts of the Changwu group, at least with strength above S level. Idiot Dao was definitely S+ level, no worse than Yuangxi who fell into evil. Yet, at this moment, they were completely suppressed by Ling Yu's momentum. Unbelievable. Although Idiot Dao was also a martial genius, he could naturally sense that Ling Yu seemed to have undergone a drastic change in the past few days. Arrogant. Attack together. Guard the tower. As the chief guard of the 5th floor, Idiot Dao immediately gave the order, and he and the experts surrounded Ling Yu, even though they no longer underestimated him. When several experts joined forces against him, Ling Yu still managed to knock them down. Doom. Ling Yu sent Idiot Dao flying with another palm strike. His expressionless face seemed like a god descending among ordinary mortals in the eyes of the onlookers. How is this possible? Idiot Dao laid in a corner, bleeding from the corner of his mouth, looking at Ling Yu with eyes of admiration akin to worshipping a deity. Just a few days ago, he was just like them, an ordinary person. How did he transform into a high-end mighty god in just 3 days of separation? I will ask you again, where is Lin Qingshuan? Ling Yu's killing intent was palpable. If you don't speak, I'll send you all to the afterlife. With the return of the war god, it wasn't just about power but also the killing intent from the battlefield of the past. He was extremely worried about his wife and Lin Qingshuan, burning with impatience and not willing to waste even a second. She is. Idiot Dao knew Ling Yu wasn't joking around, so he hesitated whether to speak. However, at this moment, there was a commotion downstairs again. Moya brought long and armed soldiers up, and seeing the scene before her, she couldn't believe her eyes. Ling Yu, is it you? Moya knew the strength of Idiot Dao and the guards on the 5th floor. The fact that Ling Yu alone could overwhelm them all, and so quickly. How was this possible? You've arrived just in time. Ling Yu stepped towards her, raising his head slightly, his eyes filled with disdain. Quickly tell me, where is Qingshuan? Moya kept stepping back, feeling embarrassed and angry. Damn it! Kill him. Nobody had ever looked at her with such eyes. Nobody had ever defied the authority of the Chanwu organization. This man needed to die. However, as gunshots rang out for a moment, Ling Yu's figure had already disappeared. Everyone searched for his whereabouts. The next moment, a soldier holding a gun exclaimed in terror, "Ah, monster!" With a single punch, Ling Yu sent the soldier flying, grabbing his gun in the process. Empowered with the gun, like a fish to water, Ling Yu fired several shots, and the ground was littered with fallen soldiers. Moya also broke out in a cold sweat, stepping back anxiously, watching this man who seemed to be shining with thunder and lightning. Had the former war god of the north returned? If you don't speak, I'll find out myself. Ling Yu had entered a state of super divinity, and anyone who wanted to kill him now was just wishful thinking. Under tremendous pressure, Moya was about to make a decision when there was a commotion at the doorway of the 6th floor, relieving her of the burden. Qingshuan. Ling Yu called out again. Lin Qingshuan stood behind Qian, her expressionless face once again piercing Ling Yu's heart. Oh, the Wolf King of the past, are you finally back at full strength? Not bad. Really good. Qian saw the situation on the 5th floor and a hint of excitement flashed in her eyes. Everyone knew that she had always pursued the perfect opponent, and it was because of this goal that she managed the Dark Knight Island. She had battled Lu Wudao and Zizong before, but because no one was there to witness, no one knew the outcome. However, she still felt that she had not found an opponent worthy of her ultimate move, the Lulan dance whip. This time, I will take away Mingyu and Qingshuan, Ling Yu said firmly, looking at Qian. Despite scaring the opponent into continuous retreat in the previous big battle, he knew deep down that if a real fight broke out, he would be the one to die. So, he was the loser. But today, he would not lose. That depends on your skills. If you can withstand my 3 strikes, I will let you take her. How about that? Qian tugged at the Lulan whip in her hand, a fiery smile on her face. Lady Qian, you can't do this, Moya immediately coldly reminded. Shut up. Qian immediately struck out with the whip. Moya was not weak in strength, yet she could not dodge this strike and her arm was instantly torn open. But she dared not show her anger. Then you better not regret it, Ling Yu coldly responded, his eyes brimming with confidence. Let's see who regrets it later. Qian was also brimming with confidence. The warriors around them were filled with excitement and anticipation. In their impression, no one had ever survived 2 strikes from Qian, even among the S+ rank experts. As for the 3rd strike, none of them had ever seen it. The reason Moya did not speak was also because she knew the power of the Lulan dance whip. It was said to have 4 strokes in total, and each strike would send someone through 18 layers of hellish reincarnation. Even a peak Wolf King would not necessarily survive the red flame hell. Taste the flavor of the flames. Qian shouted loudly as she swung her Lulan whip. The first move of the Lulan dance whip, the sacred entry. Each whip strike carried a unique sense of beauty. The long whip in her hands was unpredictable, sometimes soft like flowing water, and other times sharp like a dart. Her Lulan whip not only possessed tremendous attacking power, but also had an implicit artistic conception that left people feeling relaxed and intoxicated, falling into the most dangerous state, unable to escape. Everyone was amazed. If they were in Ling Yu's position, apart from accepting the fact that their life was over, they had no other choice. Ling Yu, however, did not give up. He found a way to survive in a brilliant manner, even when all seemed lost. How? How is this possible? After a move, the high tower made of stone and aloe showed various whip marks. Even following these marks, no one could find a reason for someone to survive, but Ling Yu seemed to have found a way out as if he had eyes in the back of his head, perfectly dodging Qian's sacred entry whip. Interesting. You are the 10th person to survive my sacred entry whip. I hope you can make me even more excited. Qian's voice trembled, indicating how excited she was at that moment, even leading to a shivering sensation of battle readiness. The second strike, the flame hell, followed shortly after. If the first strike created a heavenly environment on earth, the second strike was like a scene from hell. This time, Qian was not standing still. Her figure moved like lightning, her steps swift as the wind, as the whip shadows in her hand drew beautiful arcs in the air, rolling like giant pythons. Each whip strike was accompanied by a sharp whistle, instilling fear in the hearts of onlookers. She concentrated terrifying power in the whip, each swing carrying a storm-like force that seemed capable of tearing through the void. Neither stone nor aloe could withstand the power of her whip, deforming and even cracking. Under the Lulan whip, there was no inch of space where survival was possible. Even though Ling Yu had found a way to survive, he knew very well that even with his versatile skills, he could not find a flaw in this move. It was unprecedented. The woman in front of him was so powerful that even in his peak years, she would have been extremely rare to come across. In any country's war zone, she would definitely be a top war god, several times more formidable than Moreau and those martial masters. But Ling Yu did not just sit back and wait for his fate. Taking advantage of the terrain, he hit against the wall. Dang! The long whip shattered the wall in front of him, but Ling Yu found an opening to dodge. Everyone gasped in astonishment. Only Ling Yu could have managed such a feat. For the others, there would have been no chance to dodge. They would be corpses by now. The long whip continued to swing. Ling Yu continued to dodge behind obstacles until the opponent's whip gradually weakened in momentum. If it truly came to a life and death struggle, Ling Yu would seize the opportunity to counterattack, but he did not. Qian also realized that her second strike had been broken and suddenly retracted her whip. The place was now a mess of destruction. Everyone felt a bit numb, their eyes widening in amazement, witnessing a battle of gods. Even the composed Moya was trembling slightly. Qian was undoubtedly one of the most powerful individuals she had ever seen. Yet despite using all her might in the first two strikes, she could not defeat Ling Yu in the slightest. The peak Volve King was truly invincible. If it hadn't been predetermined, and if it had been a real fight, Qian would probably be at least injured by now. She even had a strong premonition that her third strike would not be able to take down Ling Yu, as this man was truly unbeatable. Interesting. So interesting. Qian retracted her long whip, as the immense strength and terrifying friction had turned the whip into a crimson blaze in her hand. Her eyes were burning, like the Lulan enchantress devoured by flames. Hehe, even the Dark Knight Queen might not be able to withstand my third strike. If I unleash it, this place will likely be destroyed. I haven't used this move in 3 years. Qian tugged at the long whip in her hand, her expression becoming more and more excited, even licking the whip hand saying, "But, you are definitely worth me using this whip on. I am just too happy right now." Ha ha ha. Her entire life had been spent searching for someone worthy of facing her Lulan dance whip. Today, she had finally found that opponent. Her blood was boiling, and she seemed to be consumed by flames. Everyone present felt her burning fighting spirit and scrambled to the edges, fearing they might become souls under her whip. Moya also had a foreboding feeling. Only Ling Yu walked fearlessly towards her, calmly saying, "Come on, today. No one can stop me from taking Mingyu and King Xuan. Is that so? Unless you can survive the Lulan blood sacrifice." Yao. Qian suddenly roared, her body bursting with power, like a hurricane sweeping through the scene. The Lulan blood sacrifice. Moya suddenly remembered a dreadful legend and quickly shouted in panic, "Quick, everyone, get out of here. Escape the 5th floor." She knew Qi Yan's temperament well. Once she got excited in battle, she would lose her rationality. The appearance of the Peak Volve King had slowly driven her mad. Everyone immediately looked at Moya, their expressions becoming more and more terrifying, mixed with deep suspicion. Mo Da, who had always been calm and composed, was showing a panic-stricken expression for the first time. "Quick!" Moya shouted again, but it was already too late. The Lulan blood sacrifice had begun. Swish! The crimson whip lashed out with great speed, like a flash of lightning. It struck one of the guards next to Moya, opening up a gash on his skin, blood spattering, with a pain scream delayed by half a second before erupting. Although the guard was already dead, he could still scream in agony. The lightning continued. The screams echoed one after another. In an instant, the scene was filled with blood and gore. The blood was instantly evaporated by the internal and chef force of the Lulan whip, proteins and organic materials burning rapidly. The scene turned into a hell of thunder, fire, blood, and charred flesh. Moya no longer cared about the others. She hurriedly ran down the corridor. The others quickly realized and began to flee as well. Those with lower status and strength could only become the lost souls of the Lulan blood sacrifice. Ling Yu also focused on Qi Yan, confirming that this woman had clearly entered a state of madness. While extracting blood by whipping others, she also blocked his escape route. Ling Yu never thought of escaping. Lin Qingshuan was still on the 5th floor, still expressionless, unaware of the danger. He had to save this poor woman today. Under the Lulan dance of blood whip, the 5th floor gradually turned into ruins. Where the whip landed, flames roared and gradually formed a sea of fire. The experts who had hidden on the 4th floor were trembling. They had long known that Lulan was a cursed kingdom, always plagued by ominous events and heading towards destruction. However, they never expected the Lulan dance of blood whip to be so terrifying and devoid of humanity. Mo Da, what exactly is the Lulan blood sacrifice? White Idiot couldn't help but asking panic and curiosity. She had long known that Qi Yan was a mysterious descendant of Lulan, with a sinister aura, but she never expected her to be so terrifying and indiscriminately violent in battle. Moya also witnessed Qi Yan using the Lulan dance of blood whip for the first time, thinking that it was only the forbidden 4th whip that would be problematic, but she never imagined the 3rd whip to be so terrifying. Seeing the curiosity of her colleagues around her, she sighed slightly before asking, "You probably don't know the true history of Lulan, do you?" White Idiot immediately responded. Lulan was an ancient kingdom in the western regions, but it mysteriously disappeared many years ago. Currently, there is very little recorded information about Lulan, and I have no knowledge of the origin of the Lulan dance of blood whip. Moya's expression also changed slightly. "Well, let me tell you this. Lulan was a cursed ancient kingdom, and the tribe where Qi Yan came from is even a cursed tribe. Despite possessing the strongest martial arts talent, because their ancestors were defeated in a battle, they were born as slaves, and their people have been constantly used as sacrifices, burning fresh blood and dying a tragic death. One year, the leader of this tribe saw his daughter being sacrificed, and before him, she was tortured alive by pulling her tendons and skin. He finally lost his sanity and rebelliously killed the slave owners and used their hair to make a whip, wildly lashing out at his enemies. However, his power surged uncontrollably. Emotions spiraled out of control, leading to a lack of distinction between friend and foe, and he killed everyone present, causing a scene of fire and flames, turning it into a flaming hell. Later, the leader of this tribe created the Lulan dance of blood whip to protect his own people. When she practiced this move, she killed countless people, and even after mastering it, she listed the 4th whip as forbidden, prohibiting anyone from using it due to its terrifying lethality. After hearing this story, White Idiot and the others finally understood the origin of this move. But this was only the 3rd whip. White Idiot suddenly exclaimed. Moya also smiled faintly, unable to explain because she hadn't even seen the 4th whip. She didn't know if Qi Yan was too eager to kill Ling Yu, so she skipped the 3rd whip and went straight to the 4th, or if it was truly just the 3rd whip. No one knew. The surveillance of the tower could only monitor the lower floors. They couldn't even see what was happening on the 5th floor. They were afraid that if this commotion continued, the tower would eventually be destroyed. After a while, when there were no more disturbances upstairs, Moya ordered, "Go up and check." White Idiot and the others nodded and cautiously walked back up to the 5th floor. The scene was horrifying. The 5th floor looked like a terrifying painting of destruction. After the flames burned out, smoke filled the air, debris scattered on the ground, making it hard to imagine how grand and majestic it had been just moments before. The bodies had turned to charred black. Ling Yu's upper garment was gone, revealing a body with scars all over, instilling awe in those who beheld it. Behind him, Lin Qingshuan stood motionless, eye sockets devoid of the tears from before. Chief Guard, White Idiot called out. Qi Yan, who stood face to face with Ling Yu, was gasping for air, disheveled, looking as if she had been drained of all energy, as if a light breeze could knock her over. No one knew what had just happened. They only knew that the Northern War God remained standing tall. Can I take her away now? Ling Yu raised his head slightly, his gaze disdainful of everything. No longer feeling the helplessness and anger of his last forced entry into the tower, Moya couldn't help but be amazed. At this moment, the Werewolf King had truly returned as a king. Ha ha ha. Qian suddenly burst into laughter like a man. I keep my word. You can do as you please. Her 3 whips couldn't defeat this man, but she was more satisfied than anyone else. The powerful opponent she had pursued all her life had finally appeared. This man might be even stronger than the Dark Knight Queen. Perhaps one day she would pass the 4th whip to him. Qingshuan, let's go. Ling Yu pulled the expressionless Lin Qingshuan and prepared to leave the 5th floor and head to the 6th, but the next moment, he seemed to remember something and suddenly turned back. Behind Moya, the Western Mountain Taoist was still plotting something behind her. Sensing Ling Yu's gaze, he shivered suddenly. You! Damn you! Ling Yu suddenly struck out with a palm. The powerful palm force, like a cannonball, slammed towards the Western Mountain Taoist. The Northern Dragon Palm. Twin dragons into the sea. Moya was frightened and dared not move, knowing that the strike wasn't directed at her. If she moved recklessly, she could end up dead. The Western Mountain Taoist was taken aback, quickly dodging to the side, grateful that he was far away from Ling Yu. Otherwise, he would not have escaped the force of that fierce palm strike. Little did he know that Ling Yu struck out again, pushing the backhand with the front hand, rear dragon pushing the front dragon. The violent palm force struck the Western Mountain Taoist, instantly taking his life. The whole scene was shocked. For a moment, no one dared to make any move, not even breathing too heavily, fearing being targeted by Ling Yu, the killer god. Although the Western Mountain Taoist was skilled in hypnosis, his martial arts cultivation was undoubtedly at S-rank level. Such a character could not be underestimated. No one expected him to be killed in one move. It just showed the insurmountable gap between man and god. Qingshuan, now no one can command you to do anything. Let's go. Ling Yu finally took Lin Qingshuan's hand and proceeded to the 6th floor, his heart filled with tension. Mingyu, are you still patiently waiting for me? Up to the 6th floor, everyone here seems to know what just happened downstairs. When they saw the Werewolf King, bare-chested and revealing his demonic body, each person retreated, none daring to approach and intervene. Mingyu. Ling Yu's heart became more and more restless. He didn't know how his wife was doing now. Did she transfer her meridians to him and then become paralyzed? He was really afraid, fearing that he would see his wife lying in bed, unable to move. Doom. Ling Yu pushed open the main room on the 6th floor, and a light shone on his face. Seeing the woman standing inside waiting for him, his suspended heart suddenly dropped. His eyes were full of disbelief and he was so excited that he couldn't speak for a long time. Mingyu, is it really you? Mingyu, Ling Yu murmured, emotions swirling within him, his eyes even showing a trace of alertness. Until the next moment, Qin Mingyu walked quickly towards him and directly threw herself into his arms. The scent, the familiar body, the bulging belly, this feeling. It was really his wife Qin Mingyu. Ling Yu, I finally waited for you to come. Qin Mingyu's eyes were filled with tears, trembling all over. At this moment, she had lost the demeanor of the former cold female president. She was just like an ordinary woman waiting for her husband, almost becoming a stone waiting for her husband. Over the past half-month, she had lived each day with trepidation, imagining this scene many times. Today, it finally came true, but she was very clear that although Ling Yu had come up, the battle was not yet over, or rather, the real battle was just beginning. Mingyu, what exactly happened? That day, didn't you attack me and try to transfer your meridians to me? How ... Ling Yu really couldn't understand. His meridians had indeed been repaired now, and he hadn't felt any discomfort temporarily. The internal strength he couldn't tap into before, he could use it now. But Chen Mingyu seemed unaffected at all. The only change was that her belly seemed to have grown bigger again. It was Yuxuan. Chen Mingyu suddenly looked full of sorrow. She plotted against me. I was also knocked unconscious by her at the time, and only woke up 2 days later. She had Hades transplant her meridians to you. What? Ling Yu was incredulous. First, he couldn't believe that such a surgery could be done. Secondly, that his meridians turned out to be Yuxuan's. How is Yuxuan now? Where is she? Ling Yu suddenly felt guilty. Although he had said he would bring Yuxuan back and restore her appearance, he had never placed her at the same level as Lin Qingshuan, let alone at the level of Chen Mingyu. Before going up the tower, he hadn't even thought about her. She should be on the 4th floor. Lan 13 is taking care of her, but I heard that she still hasn't woken up. Maybe. Chen Mingyu also dared not say anything further. Although her relationship with Yuxuan had never been good, the two sisters had grown up together. Now Yuxuan's life or death was unknown. And it was not just for her husband's sake but for the sake of letting him save them and leave. Yuxuan had sacrificed herself for all of them. Let's go down quickly to see her. Chen Mingyu took Chen Mingyu's hand and walked out of the room. Chen Mingyu's mood was complex and uneasy. Only when she reached the door did she realize that Lin Qingshuan had been standing expressionless all this time. Ling Yu. This. Chen Mingyu was a little surprised, but also somewhat expected it. Regardless, today I will also take you out of here. No one can stop us. I say so. Ling Yu said confidently and boldly. Chen Mingyu smiled, tears in her eyes. She did not say anything for the time being, and she and Ling Yu walked down the stairs step by step. Along the way, no one dared to stop them. Advisor Mo, can we just let this man come and go as he pleases? This is a shame for our Chanwu organization. The idiot looked at Ling Yu and the two women leaving, quite infuriated. This tower not only had masters, but also armed forces and even the most advanced technological systems, yet they were being run amok by one man with two women. Wouldn't it make the Chanwu organization laughingstock? Just bear with it. Wait a couple more days, and the Night Queen will be back. Mo Yasha had no choice. That was the Werewolf King and the Saintess, possessing strength and status, both military and civilian, a dual sword combination. What could they do? Soon, Ling Yu and Chen Mingyu arrived on the 4th floor and entered a room. Inside, Lan 13 was keeping guard over the unconscious Yuxuan. When she heard movement behind her, she stood up immediately with arms outstretched, as if protecting her calf like a mother would. No one is allowed to disturb the Saintess. Before she finished speaking, she was surprised to see it was the couple Ling Yu. Why are you here? How is Yuxuan doing? Ling Yu did not answer her. Instead, he turned the question back to her. Lan 13 stared at him, couldn't help but clench her fists and bite her lip. She couldn't understand Yuxuan's sacrifice. She clearly loved the man in front of her, yet she sacrificed herself to let him be with another woman forever. Was that fair to her? 13. Has Yuxuan woken up? Chen Mingyu, sensing her unstable emotions, gently held her hand and asked with concern. Lan 13 finally snorted. No, she probably won't survive. She won't trouble you anymore, and she won't harm you again. Are you satisfied now? Lan 13 was Yuxuan's only true friend and understood her the most. She knew very well Yuxuan's feelings towards Chen Mingyu and Ling Yu. One was the woman she hated the most. The other was the man she loved the most. She and Chen Mingyu had fought for a lifetime, fought for everything, even things that were useless to her. And in the end, she handed over the man she loved most. Step aside. Ling Yu lost patience, wasn't in the mood to be sentimental, and went around Lan 13 to stand in front of Yuxuan. The former Saintess, the enchanting fairy who mesmerized the audience at the Heavenly Hall, was now covered in scars, her lips chapped, pale and colorless. Ling Yu's heart twisted with pain, and he quickly checked her condition. Ling Yu, can she still live? Chen Mingyu asked cautiously, holding Ling Yu's hand tightly. Ling Yu sighed, and said, after a while through gritted teeth, she must receive the most meticulous medical treatment immediately, otherwise she will die from trauma and infection. Even if she is saved, she may be paralyzed for the rest of her life. His medical skills were superb, but he had a specialization. He didn't know black surgery like Heizaki, and he didn't have any medical equipment. Moreover, Yu Xuan's meridians were not just damaged like his, they were completely severed and missing. Even if Heizaki operated on her again and transplanted someone else's meridians, it might not work. Ling Yu, let's not be sad for now. Qin Mingyu held Ling Yu's hand tightly, encouraging him. I will cooperate with you and do everything I can to save Yu Xuan, step by step. If she really ends up being paralyzed for life, I will arrange for her care. Soothed by his wife, Ling Yu nodded with determination. 13. Please push Yu Xuan with us to the 5th floor. I need to negotiate with the management of the Chanwu organization. Qin Mingyu gritted her teeth lightly, her eyes firm. I will make sure they agree to save Yu Xuan. Qin Mingyu and Ling Yu arrived at a room on the 5th floor. Mo Fei was not present, and the Saintess and Ling Yu requested to negotiate. Her proxy, Moya, was in urgent contact with her, so for the time being, nobody was rushing to disturb Ling Yu and his wife. The Peak War Wolf King and the Saintess were both formidable opponents. Although the surroundings of the 5th floor had been turned into ruins by the spectacular dance whip with Lulan, the various laboratories were still well preserved inside. Ling Yu walked around this medical room and discovered many advanced medical equipment that widened his horizons. Just with a cursory observation, he was certain that the black technology of the Chanwu organization far surpassed that of many cities outside. Ling Yu, can you operate this equipment? Qin Mingyu was also anxious. She did not want Qin Yu Xuan to die because of this. If that were to happen, she would never find peace in her heart. Probably, but I haven't fully understood some functions yet. Ling Yu instructed Lan Shizhen. Quickly bring Yu Xuan here, use the respirator, and I will help her with emergency wound treatment. After saying that, a sense of sadness and anger arose in his heart, and he couldn't help but grit his teeth. The Chanwu organization is truly despicable. Yu Xuan used to serve as the Saintess and sacrificed for them. Now she has become a castaway, yet they watch her on the brink of death without offering any assistance. Qin Mingyu also clenched her fists tightly. Even though she didn't understand medicine well, she knew for sure that if Qin Yu Xuan had received timely and effective treatment after the meridian transplant, she wouldn't be in her current state. Lan Shizhen held back tears and assisted Ling Yu in saving Qin Yu Xuan, understanding more clearly and the couple that the Chanwu organization had zero tolerance for traitors. Qin Yu Xuan risked her life to help Ling Yu secretly, which undoubtedly amounted to betraying the organization. If she hadn't previously achieved a lot for the Chanwu organization and had a somewhat special status, Moya would have certainly executed her directly. Allowing her to live or die on her own now can be considered the final act of mercy. Of course, if Lan Shizhen hadn't employed various methods to sustain her life over the past 2 days, she wouldn't have made it through Ling Yu's daring raid on the tower. Now, all she hoped for was that heaven would favor Qin Yu Xuan and allow her to live again. Dang. Just as Ling Yu was still focusing on saving Qin Yu Xuan, the door of the medical laboratory was rudely pushed open. Moya entered with a group of experts. Ling Yu glanced at them, but did not react much, continuing to focus on his task. These S-class experts in front of him were like dust. Saintess, what do you want? Moya directly addressed Qin Mingyu. Let all of us leave. Qin Mingyu and Ling Yu were now basically connected mentally, so there was no need for much communication between them. Qin Mingyu expressed Ling Yu's thoughts. Besides, Ling Yu trusted his wife. She was undoubtedly a more skilled negotiator than himself. That's impossible. Moya flatly refused. After going through so much trouble to retrieve the Saintess for the Chanwu organization, and needing to transform her into the world's top assassin within the year, the 3 major organizations and external forces would have significant moves in the next year, and any deviation from their plans was unacceptable. Ling Yu and Qin Mingyu wanted to leave, ruining the Chanwu organization's long-planned scheme in an instant, a condition that Moya could never agree to. If we must leave, Qin Mingyu coldly sneered. Ling Yu has reached his peak now. Who can stop him? Moreover, I am the Saintess. If you harm me in the slightest, how will you explain to the great Saint King? How will you explain to the hundreds of thousands of members of the Holy Fire organization? It would be another internal storm. Negotiating with the cleverest Saintess, even Moya, recognized by the Chanwu organization as a wise person, felt immense pressure, a hint of sweat appearing on her forehead. Nevertheless, she smirked and said, no matter how powerful Ling Yu becomes, he cannot take you away. Saintess, you may not know the strict conditions for leaving Dark Knight Island, right? Ling Yu and Qin Mingyu couldn't bear the thought of anything happening to their child. Not only them but also Qin Chang'an and Chen Ailan in the South Continent, who were anxiously waiting. If they found out that something had happened to their child, they would probably be devastated. They turned to Lan Shizhen, trying to figure out how they could leave the island. There is an airport and a dock on Dark Knight Island. Lan Shizhen said candidly. The airport is small, only capable of carrying a small number of people with a helicopter. To take everyone, you would need the large ship at the dock. Where are the airport and the dock located? Ling Yu finally couldn't hold back his anxiety and asked nervously. This was crucial in saving people. Without a way out, even if he was strong, he couldn't fly. The airport is on the central island, right behind the tower's open space. As for the dock, it's in the territory of the Southern Island Demon Clan. What? Lan Shizhen's words surprised Ling Yu secretly, giving him a bad premonition. If the dock was on the Southern Island, and it was easy to access it, with the power of the Southern Island Demon Clan, leaving the island would probably be easy, right? While others might not dare, with Lu Wudao's power, forcefully boarding a ship, even if the Qianwu organization could resist momentarily, they wouldn't be able to withstand it after so many years. Qin Mingyu looked at Mo Yu's smug expression and knew that the conditions for entering the dock must be extremely stringent. Observing their expressions, then Shizhen continued. Whether you want to open the airport gate or the dock gate, you will need to simultaneously press the buttons at the 5 military bases the Qianwu organization has built on the island. Even if there were missile strikes, they wouldn't be able to blast through those 2 allo gates. Indeed, Ling Yu and Qin Mingyu didn't show any surprise at Lan Shizhen's last words. Now, do you understand? Mo Yu smirked. The Peak War Volve King is truly like a god coming down. Not even the red flame Lulan whip can take you down. I admire that, but if you want to save anyone, including yourself, it will be like dancing on the head of a pin. Ling Yu remained silent. According to Lan Shizhen, to open the dock and the airport for departure, they would need to simultaneously capture the 5 military bases the Qianwu organization had constructed on the island. Considering the difficulty of the central tower alone, breaking through that was already immensely challenging, not to mention knowing the exact location of the buttons. To press them simultaneously, they would need to initiate a large-scale attack on the 5 bases, occupy them, and have no other options remaining. After all, Ling Yu didn't possess the ability to divide his focus. Ling Yu, are you trying to figure something out? Mo Yu looked at Ling Yu's serious expression and mockingly smiled. Don't rush to think. Let me tell you another bad piece of news. We all have emergency distress buttons at all 5 of our bases. If things really go south, after we press the button, the 3 Saints organization will immediately dispatch troops to rescue us. Mo Yu's expression became increasingly provocative. At that time, how will you, the Volve King, face a fully armed army? Heh. Ling Yu remained silent, showing no signs of anger. The more difficult the situation, the more one must remain calm and think rationally. Qin Mingyu also realized that Ling Yu was no longer the fool she had first met. He had truly returned as the real Volve King. Time might turn the Volve King into an ordinary person, but as long as he completes rebirth, an ordinary person can once again become a war god. Swish! Just when Mo Yu was at her most arrogant moment, Ling Yu suddenly moved in a flash, appearing in front of her in an instant and grabbing her neck with one hand. Advisor Mo. Let go of Advisor Mo now, or none of you will be able to leave this tower. A group of experts reacted late, solely due to Ling Yu's lightning-fast speed, leaving them no time to respond. Mo Yu's triumphant expression vanished, turning her snow-white face red in an instant. With just a little more force, Ling Yu could easily send her to meet her maker. Advisor Mo, perhaps it's best not to be arrogant in front of me. Ling Yu regarded the group of aggressive martial artists and guards as nothing more than pests, his expression extremely stern. My power is now too uncontrollable. I could kill someone in a moment of loss of control. What can you do if I kill you? A single word kill might not frighten Mo Yu, but it made many people behind her jump back in fear. Mo Yu couldn't speak, only able to stare at Ling Yu fiercely, with bloodshot eyes. I could easily kill any of you right now with a snap of my fingers. So based on that, shall we have a nice chat? Only then did Ling Yu gently push Mo Yu away. Some guards tried to catch Mo Yu, but were nearly sent tumbling by Ling Yu's powerful force. Advisor Mo, are you alright? Doubt. The fool hurried to support her, using his gossip-style technique to disperse the energy on Mo Yu's body. Mo Yu found herself speechless for a moment. I've said it. Today, The mission is to bring back Mingyu and King Xuan to the tower. And now we add another condition, which is to awaken Yu Xuan with Heiqi's help. Ling Yu asserted forcefully. Strong force was his leverage. After coughing for a long time, Moya finally spoke tearfully, her eyes red. That's impossible. Then you are forcing me to unleash a massacre and break the net. Ling Yu suddenly emanated a murderous aura, like a devil. Qin Mingyu was actually a little frightened, but she stood firmly behind him, united with her husband. Advisor Mo, if the tower is destroyed, we won't be able to bear the consequences either. Dao whispered in Moyu's ear, we must stabilize this Wolf King for now and wait for the Night Queen to arrive for further strategies. Both sides had their concerns. The tower had been the culmination of the Heavenly Martial Organization's efforts for many years, and its destruction would also impact the Three Saints organization's plans. Moya seemed to understand the principles and tactics of negotiation, displaying an uncompromising attitude at first, then continuously probing the opponent's bottom line before the net was broken. At this moment, she smirked and said, Ling Yu, if you want to take them away, you must provide corresponding chips, right? Do you think you can scare us with just talking about a massacre? You are underestimating us too much. Ling Yu could see that Moya was no ordinary person, understanding that intimidating her with force alone was unlikely to work. In a cold tone, he asked, so what chips do you want? Very simple. You agree to join the Heavenly Martial Organization to help us. Not only will I allow you to take the Saintess away, but I will also let you come into contact with the hypnosis on Lin Qingshuan to revive Qin Yu Xuan. Moya's condition seemed very accommodating. However, Ling Yu coldly rejected without hesitation. That's impossible. Then go ahead and do it. The one who breaks the net loses. Moya also coldly retorted. The martial artists and guards behind her stood on alert. Ling Yu alone was not afraid of them, but with his wife behind him, Lin Qingshuan still under hypnosis, and the fate of Qin Yu Xuan uncertain, he had much at stake. Wait. At a critical moment, Qin Mingyu finally spoke up. Rational people would not allow negotiations to lead to a double loss situation. Advisor Mo, how about we compromise? When Qin Mingyu spoke, both Ling Yu and Moya would listen. Oh. What are the Saintess's thoughts? Moya sighed, in relief inwardly since she had been worried Mingyu would not interfere. You let Ling Yu take King Xuan away from the tower. I stay behind. And you must allow He Che to treat Yu Xuan. Qin Mingyu spelled out the conditions and stakes. Mingyu, this won't work. Ling Yu immediately opposed. Mingyu was the most important woman to him. How could he let her stay in the enemy camp? Moya also coldly smiled, not agreeing. Ling Yu, listen to me. Mingyu tightly held Ling Yu's hand, as they couldn't communicate much with enemies around. Seeing Mingyu's eyes, Ling Yu understood her intentions. Even if he took all the women away now, he couldn't open the dock to leave Night Island, which would be meaningless. Taking Lin Qingshuan away now and safely returning to continue organizing the Night Brigade to resist the Heavenly Martial Organization would be the best choice. If the Saintess says so, I will naturally comply. But I also want to make a gentleman's agreement with the Wolf King. Only then did Moya smile at Ling Yu. Speak. Ling Yu still looked cold and stern. Let the competition continue. Everyone must follow the rules. Whoever breaks the rules first loses. The losing party must unconditionally accept the conditions of the other party. Moya gazed challengingly. Ling Yu thought for a moment and then coldly smiled. That suits me. Both their smiles held complex meanings. Then, Ling Yu, I'll wait for you. Qin Mingyu once again held Ling Yu's hands. Ling Yu gritted his teeth and nodded. Saving Qin Yu Xuan, taking Lin Qingshuan away, and figuring out how to leave Night Island this time could be considered quite a harvest. That the most crucial was his wife and child. Ling Yu understood that to truly free everyone, they must overthrow the Heavenly Martial Organization. Even if he had awoken as the Wolf King, he still needed the support of all the wolves to achieve this. Boss. The boss is back. Boss, what's wrong with you? What happened? Why did you bring back a strange woman? In the Night Wolf main camp, everyone was eagerly awaiting Ling Yu because tonight was the day they would confront the Blood Clan. Seeing him return shirtless, covered in sweat, everyone's hearts tightened. I'm fine. Ling Yu gave everyone a reassuring smile, then suddenly raised his fist with a fierce fighting spirit. I promise you all here, I will lead everyone to the top of Night Island and restore everyone's freedom. Boss. Everyone felt that Ling Yu was different today from usual. Fun Chen's eyes were shining brightly, only because she felt that the boss was more confident than before. This man was like a mystery, deeply attracting her. The bear snorted coldly and raised his fist first. Ironhead and Ostrich followed suit. Surprisingly, this time the aloof G also raised his fist and leaned in. This. 3 seconds widened his eyes, stunned for 3 seconds. G. You actually. Stop talking nonsense. G stared at him directly, and 3 seconds quickly raised his fist. This time, in the end, only Shui was left. Shui, what's wrong with you? You've been acting really strangely lately. Ironhead and Ostrich immediately exclaimed, I'm here. Shui quickly raised her fist as well. Everyone didn't pay much attention to her. Anyway, whether she was acting strangely or not, it didn't affect the Night Wolf team's combat power at all. Only Feng Chen noticed that after Shui raised her fist, she quietly turned around as if wiping tears. Ling Yu also noticed and deliberately diverted Feng Chen's attention, patting Shui's shoulder and said, Don't worry, we will definitely defeat the Blood Clan. Yes, I believe in Boss Yu and everyone else. Shui nodded and her expression became even more despondent. Come, help me change clothes, and then we'll head to the central island. After instructing Shui, Ling Yu took the unconscious Ling Qingshuan back to his room. No one paid much attention. After all, on the Dark Night Island, it was not strange for the boss to bring a woman back, and the boss couldn't go without clothes. As for food and living arrangements, that was the task of Shui, the combat grunt. Boss, I found you a new set of clothes. Come, let me help you put them on. Soon, Shui arrived at Ling Yu's room, forcing a smile. Thank you. Ling Yu treated her as usual and asked, Shui, where's my dinner? Darn it. How could I forget? Shui patted her head and was about to leave the room when Ostrich and Ironhead walked in, both looking distressed. Boss, I suddenly have a stomachache. Me too. Boss, you know medical skills. Please help us quick. The two came to Ling Yu, their faces turning pale. All right, sit down. Ling Yu knew very well what was happening. Everyone was poisoned, and the two with the shallowest cultivation were showing symptoms the fastest. As for Feng Chen, because she was a woman and more cautious, she probably wasn't poisoned. But Ling Yu was protecting Shui, and she never revealed anything. When Ling Yu came to Dark Night Island, he was prepared with silver needles. Acupuncture happened to be the best method to detoxify. While he was detoxifying the 3 seconds and Bear also arrived, with indications of being poisoned although not as severe as Ironhead and Ostrich. Shui, what's going on? She also came, and the others knew about the relationship between Shui and Ling Yu, so they didn't directly blame her, but she didn't buy it and questioned Shui directly. Shui, I don't know what you're talking about. Shui trembled all over, yet she denied it outright. Stop denying. You can't wash your hands off this. Ji pushed her down directly, pointing at her. You're in charge of our meals. Now we all have issues. If not you, then who? No one defended Shui as they immediately surrounded her. Fine. Shui, you traitor. Why did you do this? Are you a spy sent by the Blood Clan or the Demon Tribe? Despicable. Shameless. We'll kill you. 3 seconds was Ji's most loyal lackey, so if Ji believed Shui harmed them, he wouldn't hesitate to act. Ling Yu was one step ahead, grabbing 3 seconds' wrist to prevent him from moving. Feeling the transformative strength in Ling Yu, 3 seconds was shocked. The others were also momentarily intimidated by Ling Yu's authoritative presence, falling silent. Don't act rashly until we get to the bottom of this. Ling Yu gently pushed 3 seconds away. TCH. Are you interested in this woman too? Isn't it obvious? A normal person wouldn't take 3 seconds to figure everything out. 3 seconds shouted. Unexpectedly, Ji also stepped in to silence 3 seconds. The next moment, she coldly addressed Ling Yu. I'm not helping you. We're about to face the Blood Clan. How are we going to fight in this state? Are you going to protect such a woman even if we're like this? Don't worry, as the boss, I will definitely bear the brunt. Ling Yu confidently assured. Everyone could tell from his words that he was planning to take on all 8 opponents by himself. Boss, the Blood Clan isn't like those rookies from the Demon Tribe. Let me join you. Bear immediately offered. Damn it, I can fight too. Ironhead also shouted, but the next moment, he clutched his stomach, breaking out in a cold sweat. Seeing this scene, Shui's heart ached, tears streaming down her face. Everyone was fighting for glory and freedom, while she was the one causing trouble behind their backs, feeling utterly inferior. You guys can join, but only if I get defeated. Ling Yu didn't refuse them, but just smiled indifferently. Everyone could tell that Ling Yu was full of confidence, believing that he could take on all of them even if they outnumbered him. They glanced at each other, their eyes filled with anticipation. Ji was no exception, seeing the aura of a destined king in Ling Yu's eyes finally. But everything would still depend on the outcome. She was very curious whether this man was truly so extraordinary that he could rival Big Knight. Fan Chen, please stay and take care of King Xuan. Ling Yu was still thoughtful. He trusted Shui, but King Xuan was too important to leave in anyone else's care. At Fan Chen's, who was more reliable. Yes, I will take good care of her. Fan Chen also understood Ling Yu's concern, knowing that this woman was undoubtedly significant to the boss. Let's go. After the match, I'll take care of all of you. Ling Yu waved his hand, leading the way with the others. None of them were critically poisoned, and it wasn't life-threatening. They'd only feel weak and have stomach pain. For him now, dealing with the Blood Clan wouldn't take much time, and coming back to treat them wouldn't be late. Let's go. Bear threw his hands up, the first to follow Ling Yu. At this moment, the boss's figure in their eyes was as tall and radiant as Big Knight, even more so. Here they come. The Nightwolf clan has finally arrived. Ha ha. I thought they dared not come and would forfeit directly. Because the Nightwolf members were feeling unwell, Ling Yu's group advanced slowly. By the time they reached the arena for the showdown, the match time had already arrived. Members of the Blood Clan were already standing on the platform, arrogant and smug. In their minds, they thought the Nightwolf clan was afraid, which was why they had arrived late. Nightwolf boss, if you're scared, just admit defeat directly. In the end, the result and fate will be the same. Eventually, all of you will be sucked dry of blood and perish. No need to suffer our beating. Ha ha. The Blood Clan boss Baizuchia stared at Ling Yu, laughing mockingly. Ha ha. The representative of the Blood Clan stared at the representative of the Nightwolf clan, each one looking like hungry beasts eyeing their prey. They had long wanted to taste the blood of the royal clan of the Dark Knight Island. This year, the Nightwolves have no chance. You're done for. The Blood Clan members boasted one after another. In the audience, the representatives of the Nightwolf clan grew angrier by the minute. Damn it, I'll take 3 seconds to go up and kill them. Can 3 seconds be tolerated? Immediately taking the lead, ready to take them out. Stop. Ji suddenly spoke up, cold and resolute, saying, listen to the boss today, he goes first. But everyone was stunned. Ji was usually the least likely to listen to the boss. So what was happening today? Was she respecting Ling Yu, following his lead, or was she sending him to his death? Then you all sit down first and take a break. Ling Yu smiled slightly and was about to go up alone. You boss. Shui couldn't help but cry out, full of sadness, struggling to speak. What's wrong? Ling Yu turned around, his eyes still warm. You must do your best. Shui bit her lip. Ling Yu nodded again and turned to jump onto the stage. Seeing him go up alone, the whole crowd was astounded. Is he serious? Does the leader of the Nightwolf pack really want to pick a fight? Even the Demon Clan members couldn't help but stare in shock. Ha ha, so arrogant. We'll see how regretful he looks later. It'll be quite a show. Teach Goat laughed non-stop. Only Zhu and Le remained silent. Zhu even asked, boss, I'm sure you've noticed, that man seems to be. Le nodded, staring at the stage and responding, just watch. Zhu shuddered slightly, unable to believe such a miraculous turn of events. In just 2 days, the man on stage seemed to have transformed into a different person. Shui, tell me honestly, did you poison the boss's food? She turned around, her gaze sharp, as everyone's eyes turned on Shui like sharp blades. Shui was on the verge of tears, clenching her fists tightly, refusing to answer. For her mother's sake, she had no choice. She really had no choice. HMPH. If something happens to the boss, we'll kill you. Ironhead spat angrily. At that moment, the match on stage began. With a confident stance, Baizuchia was full of arrogance, facing 8 opponents alone, unable to imagine a reason he might lose. As long as he dealt with the leader of the Nightwolves, the Nightwolf's other soldiers and braves would be no match. He never dared to dream yesterday that the Nightwolves would be so foolish, sending out a single soldier. Was it because of Lu Dao's influence, trying to show off needlessly? The members of the Demon Clan also had similar thoughts. After all, the Night Wolves and the Demon Clan were both ruling clans of the Dark Night Island, preferring to lose the battle than lose their dignity. Not only them, but other clans also thought the same way, including the Black Magic Clan, the Vegetable Dog Clan, and the Ice Fire Alliance, all presumed to understand the depth of the Night Wolf leader. But not only was he injured, even at his best, he couldn't possibly face 8 opponents alone. After all, the Blood Clan was much stronger than the Black Magic Clan. Smack! A loud slap interrupted everyone's thoughts. Ling Yu had effortlessly sent the Blood Clan's 3rd player flying off the stage with a single strike. Some top experts even noticed that the Night Wolf leader had shown mercy. If Ling Yu wished, he could have easily killed the 3rd player from the Blood Clan with a single slap. How is this possible? Bai Zuqian's arrogant demeanor disappeared instantly. The terrifying power, how could it exist in this world? The rest of the Blood Clan members recoiled, stepping back one after another. Even the Night Wolf Clan's top experts, who were usually with Ling Yu, were at a loss, not knowing how their leader had undergone such a miraculous change. Charge! Everyone, charge! Bai Zuqia was no longer composed, shouting angrily. Facing Ling Yu alone, he lacked the courage, but with numbers on their side, it gave him some hope. However, as he shouted loudly, no one from the Blood Clan dared to take the lead. Everyone knew that the first person to charge forward would be unlucky. Who would be so stupid? If you won't go, then I will. Ling Yu's eyes narrowed, lightning fast, effortlessly knocking down all the expert fighters except Bai Zuqia. Strictly speaking, it took an average of 0.75 strikes to deal with each person. Hiss! The whole venue gasped in shock. Even Lu Dao was moved by what he saw. He finally saw another shadow of the night. Just like him, there was Ji. She gazed up at the snowy sky, murmuring softly, "Brother Z, where are you? The destined king has truly arrived." Thump! On the stage, a kneeling figure made a chilling sound. The mighty leader of the Blood Clan, a top 10 expert from last year, was actually kneeling publicly, begging for mercy. "I surrender. I admit defeat. We of the Blood Clan are willing to pledge allegiance to the Night Wolf Clan and become your slaves." Like a humble dog, Bai Zuqia smiled flatteringly at Ling Yu. Now everyone knew, it was most comfortable to be a slave of the Night Wolf Clan. Being slaves of other clans would subject men and women to all kinds of torture, but being slaves of the Night Wolf Clan meant being treated like equals, as if they were victors. However, seeing him act this way, the representatives of the Night Wolf Clan felt uncomfortable. They were happy to call Ice Fire Alliance and similar clans their brethren. Even the lowly Vegetable Dog Clan would not be looked down upon, but the Blood Clan left them with a sense of disdain. If the leader was too soft-hearted, accepting their surrender easily, even though they wouldn't protest, they would harbor resentment. Doom! Ling Yu suddenly kicked Bai Zuqia, sending him flying. Bai Zuqia fell on the stage, coughing up blood, clearly suffering from serious internal injuries. Ling Yu stepped on his head. With just a bit more pressure, he could have sent him to his demise. "I can see the deception in your eyes," Ling Yu said coldly. "You don't seem genuinely loyal, so you're useless to us." The entire Blood Clan below turned pale. They couldn't understand why the Night Wolves welcomed other clans who surrendered, but when it came to them, they were to be killed. "However, I'll give you a chance." Ling Yu suddenly changed his tone, giving them a moment of relief. "But from now on, you are not allowed to feed on human blood. If you do, I will kill you like chickens. Understand?" Bai Zuqia frantically nodded, unable to speak normally due to his mouth pressed against the ground. Ling Yu then lifted his foot, looking stern as he stepped down from the stage. In the eyes of the crowd, his kingly aura was fully displayed. Even the Demon Clan members had to admit that the new leader of the Night Wolves now exuded the same kingly presence as their own leader. Perhaps even stronger. Damn! Why didn't the boss kill the Blood Clan members? Waiting for a special occasion? Let me go up. I'll send them to the afterlife in 3 seconds. 3 seconds was somewhat to satisfy. The Blood Clan was truly different, unlike the Ice Fire Alliance and other clans. "Shut up!" Ji stopped him again, surprising everyone by speaking up for Ling Yu. The boss must have a deeper reason for doing this. If someone surrenders and gets killed, who would ever surrender to the Night Wolves in the future? 3 seconds instantly understood. Giant Bear's admiration for the new leader grew even stronger. as such a king could truly change the history of the Dark Knight Island. Surrender. We surrender to the Night Wolves. To everyone's surprise, although Ling Yuming had defeated the Blood Clan, the two remaining clans that hadn't decided the top for directly surrendered to the Night Wolves. The Night Wolves are so powerful, we can't defeat them. We only ask for their mercy. The leader of the bravest Battle Beast clan, showing cowardice before even fighting, surrendered to Ling Yuming. Welcome to join the Night Wolves family. Unlike how he treated the Blood Clan, Ling Yuming showed goodwill to the Battle Beast clan because he knew that they were only naturally aggressive, not as evil as the Blood Clan. It was great that they could join the Night Wolves. Surrender. We also surrender. The two clans from another area surrendered to the Demon Clan. They had no chance of winning and didn't want to waste time and get beaten up. Tonight, Moya, Idiot Dao, and other figures from the Celestial Martial Organizations came to watch the battle, and this scene was truly unexpected to them. In previous tournaments, rarely would a clan surrender without a fight, let alone with the recent rule changes where the losing clan had to become slaves to the opposing clan or be thrown into the dungeons. Losing meant the downfall of a power on the Dark Knight Island. However, as the tournament progressed, they found out that losing to the Night Wolves didn't mean complete destruction, as they had imagined, and it could even be seen as joining a bigger family. Driven by this idea, coupled with the absolute suppression of power, they chose to surrender without a fight. Of course, smart individuals like Moya saw more than just the surface scene. She was well aware of the drastic changes that had recently occurred on the Dark Knight Island. That change was in people's hearts. Ling Yuming's arrival brought a glimmer of freedom to these people, awakening their inner desire for freedom, making a group of initially combative individuals gradually realize it. Freedom, in fact, held more significance than attaining the summit. At this moment, Moya couldn't help but stare at Ling Yuming, regretting underestimating the man's power initially. She had thought of molding him into a lone Volf for the Celestial Martial Organization, but he had turned into the Volf King, capable of biting down on the Celestial Martial Organization's abilities. In the next moment, Moya made her way to the center of the martial platform and announced loudly, "Fine. Since other clans have surrendered to the Demon Clan and the Night Wolves, I declare the cancellation of the remaining matches. The finals will be held here in 2 days." What? The finals in 2 days? The expressions of the crowd underwent various changes once again. The finals were moved up. This development was also unexpected for Ling Yuming. This way, he might be able to unify the Dark Knight Island ahead of schedule and have less time to persuade everyone to resist the Celestial Martial Organization. There were pros and cons to this situation, but as per the gentleman's agreement with Moya, they had to adhere to the rules until the end of the tournament. Given the surrender of other clans, an early final made sense according to the competition rules. Moya glanced meaningfully at Ling Yuming before leaving the scene. Lu Wuda also gave Ling Yuming a complicated look before leaving the island. Ling Yuming knew that it wasn't the right occasion to have a conversation with Lu Wudao. With new forces joining today, he needed to engage in ideological work to persuade them to join the unified resistance against the Celestial Martial Organization. Let's go back. Ling Yuming waved his large hand, leading a massive group back to the Night Wolves' territory. The Night Wolves' territory became increasingly lively. The unified army's strength also grew stronger. Compared to the bustle of the Night Wolves' territory, the high tower of the central island, the power center of the Dark Knight Island, became increasingly desolate and cold. Bring her up. Moya returned to the high tower and immediately commanded her subordinates coldly. Yes. Not long after her subordinate descended, a frail woman was brought in. There she was, desolate. Tears streaked her face, fear evident in her eyes. Tell me what happened. Why is your eldest brother such a powerhouse, like a god descending upon us? With one look from Moya, the woman knelt down on the ground in fear. Advisor Mo, I indeed put the powder you gave me into the food of all the Night Wolves. I don't know anything else. Shu Shui persisted in her explanation, speaking the truth. Of course, Moya could see through it all. She stood up with a cold smile, walked over to lift the woman's chin, her smile so beautiful, yet it made Shu Shui shudder. Your mother has already been brought here by us. Do you want to see her? Please don't harm my mother. She's innocent. Shu Shui cried out in fear. Smack. Moya delivered a harsh slap to her face, her fierce gaze starkly different from her usual elegant and decisive demeanor. As a member of the Celestial Martial Organization, she should dedicate herself to the organization's cause. Since you failed in your duty, we can only put her to death. Moya threatened through gritted teeth. No. Please don't. Shu Shui crawled on the ground, desperately pleading, kill me instead. My mother has nothing to do with this. Moya carefully observed her, ensuring that fear had penetrated her to the core before gently lifting her chin. Actually, I don't want to kill anyone. You are someone we've carefully nurtured. It'd be a waste for you to die. Considering the contributions you've made before, I will give you another chance. The Shu Shui shook her head vigorously, knowing well what Moya's offer of a chance entailed. You silly girl, didn't I warn you last time? Why do you entertain emotions for people unrelated to you? Moya lifted her chin again, sighing, as long as you complete the mission, we can ensure you and your mother live a luxurious life. Didn't your disabled mother move into a mansion after your last mission was accomplished? The Celestial Martial Organization has always been true to its promises. No. I don't want it. Shu Shui continued shaking her head. Big brother, you had always been so good to her, protecting her time and time again. How could she go on harming him? She would rather die than make such a choice. Take this. Moya forcibly placed a small bottle of pills into her palm, coldly threatening, whether your mother lives or dies depends on your performance in the next 2 days. If Ling Yuming is alive during the final match, then your mother won't survive. You decide your fate. Shu Shui held the vial with a look of utter despair. Either big brother you dies, or her dear mother dies. Either choice was unbearable. On the other side, Ling Yuming was continuing to brainwash the representatives of the major factions further. Tai To came to his side and softly reported, "Boss, that woman Shu Shui has disappeared again. She must have done something fishy." Ling Yuming actually knew that Shu Shui was problematic but still smiled in response to Tai To. "I just assigned her a task. Don't be too suspicious." Seeing the boss still protecting that woman, Tai To could only look helplessly and angrily. Tuo Nians and Miao both believed that Ling Yuming was defenseless against women, showing favoritism to any woman. Could such a man really achieve great things? With Ling Yu's current power, he could also forcibly open the curfew stone gate like Lu Wudao. After the representatives of the other tribes left, Ling Yu began to investigate the situation of Lin Qingshuan. "Boss, who is she to you?" With Shui Shui absent, Fun Chen became Ling Yu's capable assistant, always helping by his side. Seeing the gentle and complex look in boss's eyes when looking at Lin Qingshuan, she couldn't help but ask, "Ah." Ling Yu sighed and smiled bitterly, saying, "I also don't know how to define my relationship with her, but she is a very, very important woman to me." Oh. Fun Chen, who had experience as someone's mistress, immediately asked with a laugh, "So, is she your mistress?" Ling Yu smiled again and shook his head. "No." Fun Chen didn't dare to continue on this topic and changed the subject after a while, asking, "What's the matter with her?" "She has been forced into amnesia, and is currently in a deep hypnotic state, very difficult to wake up from." Ling Yu directly answered her question. In the God Valley medical records, there is a method to undo hypnosis, but because he didn't remember it at the time, Ling Yu now couldn't undo it. If he went back to get that book, Ling Yu believed he could undo the hypnosis on Lin Qingshuan. As for whether her memory could be restored, that was another tough problem. According to modern science, memories cannot be completely erased, and there is still a probability to stimulate memory recall to some extent, but who knows what level of black technology the Chuanwu organization has mastered. "Qingshuan, wait for me. After I go back, I will try my best to help you recover." After confirming that Lin Qingshuan had no major health issues, Ling Yu gently held her hand and said, "I will definitely restore your former innocent and cheerful smile." Watching boss's gentle eyes, Fun Chen couldn't help but envy this amnesiac woman. Isn't this what women seek? Sincere emotions. "Boss, Shui Shui is back." Suddenly, Tai To and Tuo Nia came to report. The two of them were filled with anger and suspicion. Ling Yu also knew their current feelings, and knew this matter had to be resolved. He couldn't protect Shui Shui using his boss identity anymore. "Then bring her in." "Yes, boss." In no time, Shui Shui was brought in. "Boss, did you call for me?" Shui Shui tried to appear normal, but when making eye contact with Ling Yu, she still awkwardly avoided his gaze. "You guys go out first, I will talk to Shui Shui alone." Ling Yu ordered Fun Chen and the others. Fun Chen was obedient, but Tai To and Tuo Nia refused to leave. "Boss, we've been poisoned. It must have been Shui Shui. No use protecting her with your status." "That's right. If it weren't for your medical skills, giving us acupuncture last night, we might have already died." The two were quite emotional. Get out! The next moment, without waiting for Ling Yu to intervene, Juxian grabbed the two underlings and dragged them out of the room. Tai To and Tuonia still looked furious, but when they saw Sansi and Ji standing outside the door, they both instinctively quieted down. Fun Chen closed the door and stood outside. Inside, Ling Yu knew they hadn't left yet, but he still spoke to Shui Shui. Where did you go alone last night? Boss, I went to visit other tribes. Many people wanted to learn about our Nightwolf tribe, so I went to promote our ideals and freedom. Shui Shui hesitantly smiled. Is that so? Ling Yu suddenly sighed and asked more directly, do you have any grievances that compelled you to poison us? This. Shui Shui shook her head persistently, panic-stricken. Boss, what are you saying? I don't understand. Ling Yu directly reached under her sleeve and took out a bottle of pills. Words were not necessary. The next moment, Shui Shui knelt before him with a thud, tears streaming down her face. Boss, I'm sorry. Just kill me. Seeing her earnest plea for death, Ling Yu sighed helplessly. Why did you do this? He was the one who brought Shui Shui into the Nightwolf tribe, proving that she didn't have ill intentions from the start. Furthermore, her poisoning was targeted at the entire Nightwolf tribe, indicating that someone must have instructed her to destroy the entire tribe. I had no choice. If I didn't do it, my mother would die. As she tearfully spoke, Shui Shui explained the whole situation. Her mother had worked for the Chanwu organization in logistics for over 20 years and was about to retire. However, when she was about to leave the organization, she fell ill strangely and needed expensive medical treatment. As long as Shui Shui continued to work for the organization, they would cover the medical bills and treat her mother. Shui Shui reluctantly agreed, but due to her frail and pitiable appearance, she was noticed and cultivated by Moya as a traitor, and coincidentally infiltrated the Nightwolf tribe because of Z. So, Xiao's disappearance was related to you. Ling Yu was curious upon hearing this. Outside the door, a group of Nightwolf members wanted to storming and forcefully interrogate Shui Shui, but unexpectedly, Ji stopped them. Everyone was surprised, but when they saw Ji's cold eyes, they all held back. I had no choice. Advisor Mo asked me to deliver food to Z. I didn't know it was poisoned. As a result, after Z left Nightwolf territory that night, he never returned. She also threatened me that if I didn't follow her orders, she would reveal that it was me who harmed Z. As she confessed, Shui Shui's eyes were filled with guilt. So, you know the dungeon well, since you are working with the Chanwu organization. Shui Shui nodded. I indeed went there. I know more than others. All right, tonight, take me there and let's see if we can rescue your mother. Ling Yu's words shocked Shui Shui. The members outside were also astonished. Tan looked at each other. Boss actually dared to break into the Chanwu dungeon. Boss, you don't have to take this risk for Shui Shui. Shui Shui cried. The Chanwu dungeon is heavily guarded. Unless the organization shows mercy, no one can come out. Just kill Shui Shui. No need to worrying about her. Ling Yu gently patted her head and smiled slightly. I'm not just doing this for you, but for everyone. For the entire Dark Night Island. The power that is currently visible may not be enough to oppose the Chanwu organization alone. Open the dock. Ling Yu still needs more power, and the people in the dungeon are also his allies. Shui Shui watched the man in front of her, as if there was a brilliance around him. He seemed like he was there to save her and her mother. No, to save the deities of the entire Dark Night Island. Okay, boss, I'll go with you. Shui Shui choked out in agreement. Ling Yu nodded. At the next moment, the door to the room was opened by someone. Tuonia also excitedly offered. Boss, count me in too. Don't look down on my combat ability. When it comes to finding people and escaping, I'm definitely better than anyone. Ling Yu also knew Tuonia's abilities, as he had relied on his sense of smell to find dust last time, so he nodded. And me. I want to go too. Take me along for a big job. Jubai and Tai To and others also actively offered to join. This year's tournament has taken on a different flavor, and with things developing to this point, they also wanted to stand shoulder to shoulder with Ling Yu in battle against the Chanwu organization. The Chanwu organization dares to use such despicable means against us. We must eliminate them. She also uncommonly spoke up. Everyone. Shui Shui looked at her companions of many years, her eyes shining, tears streaming down. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Shui Shui knelt down to bow in thanks to everyone. Humph. For the sake of the boss, I'll spare you. But after your mother is rescued, You have to break ties with the Chuanwu organization and work with us to take them down, Taito said with folded arms. Yes, I will. Xu Shui also harbored deep resentment towards the Chuanwu organization. She now fully understood that once a member enters the Chuanwu organization, it is almost impossible to leave the organization unless through death. Isn't this no different from an evil organization? Xu Shui and Tuaniao will act with me. The rest of you stay at the base camp. Lingyu didn't plan on bringing everyone along. After all, breaking into the dungeon was not like clearing a dungeon. The more people there are, the easier it is to be discovered. Chu Bai. Gee, I need your strength. Lingyu suddenly looked seriously at the two giants. After figuring out how to open the dock, he needed to plan the simultaneous actions of the 5 coalition forces, and having high-level combatants was particularly important. Boss, anything you command, I will definitely accomplish it for you, even if it means braving all dangers. Ju Bai said boldly, but Ji just snorted. We're all on the same boat. Just tell us what needs to be done. Lingyu smiled slightly. You have 2 days to organize a force. We will need you to attack and destroy one of the Chuanwu organization's bases when the time comes. What? The surprise was immediate. Although they knew this day would come sooner or later, hearing Lingyu give such orders still shocked them for a good 3 seconds without saying a word. To open the dock and allow everyone to board and depart, we must simultaneously capture the 5 major bases of the Chuanwu organization. If we are late, reinforcements may come to suppress us. Lingyu relayed the information received from the tower to everyone. Interesting. Ji raised his hand with excitement. This is what real battle is about. Ju Bai was also extremely excited. Boss, leave it to us. Yes, I trust you. Lingyu nodded, and with things settled here, he immediately left the Nightwolf territory. He had many important tasks to complete, and he needed to hurry now, as he still had to go to several places before entering the dungeon. Before long, the demon clan's territory was infiltrated by an unexpected guest once again. Unstoppable, the territory of the proud rulers, where this person could come and go as they pleased, directly made their way to the doorstep of the demon clan's main camp. A great humiliation indeed. It's you again. The next moment, De Yang and other demon clan experts blocked Lingyu's path, but looking at Lingyu's expression, there was no arrogance like last time, let alone provocation towards Lingyu. The weaker ones didn't even dare to make a sound. What are you here for? Ultimately, Zhu appeared, asking coldly. I'm here to see your boss. Lingyu said, just like last time. But this time, Lu Wudao did not come out. Our boss is currently in seclusion. You should leave. Zhu coldly dismissed him. No. I must see him today. Lingyu walked firmly towards him. With little time left, Lu Wudao was crucial to his plan, an irreplaceable figure. Courting death, Liana saw that he was about to charge into the demon clan's main camp room and directly attacked him. De Yang and other demon clan experts also followed suit. For anyone, the experts of the demon clan were their nightmare, but Lingyu didn't flinch, dodging their attacks and continuing forward. At the next moment, Shu's shadow clone also appeared. Lingyu finally experienced the power of the shadow grade ninja firsthand, but found it not as powerful as he had imagined. With his art of transformation, he easily identified the real body. It wasn't as exaggerated as in anime, with physical clones being an unscientific superpower, but rather a speed technique combined with light distortion. Swish! Even the shadow grade ninja couldn't stop Lingyu, and he managed to enter the room of the demon clan's main camp under Shu's attacks. The atmosphere in the room was even more oppressive than that of the Nightwolf clan. Lu Wudao sat alone. His seat was made of stone for meditation, with beast skins on top, looking like a king of beasts. But the king of beasts' complexion was not looking good at the moment. What are you here for? Lu Wudao asked in a deep voice. I'm here to discuss something with you. Lingyu said directly. There's nothing left for us to discuss between us. 2 days from now, we will be in a subordinate relationship. It's either I listen to you, or you listen to me. Lu Wudao spoke with a full sense of pride and dominance. I don't think so. Lingyu walked step by step towards him. I believe we can be friends. Because we are people of the same level. Damn it, don't get close to our boss. The voices of the demon clan experts behind him were heard once again. Lu Wudao was the only king in their hearts, and no one could disrespect or offend his dignity. Stop this. Lu Wudao stopped his teammates at the door that threatened Lingyu. One more step forward, and the outcome will be death. You can't kill me. Ling Yu remained undeterred, continuing without hesitation. Lu Wudao posed no threat to him now, not because Ling Yu was arrogant, but because he knew Lu Wudao's condition very well. Doom. As Lu Wudao's eyes changed suddenly, a surge of energy swept toward Ling Yu. Ling Yu dodged to the side, trying to grab Lu Wudao's wrist directly. After a brief struggle, Ling Yu ultimately used the manhwaedit technique to press Lu Wudao's wrist. Boss. The Demon Clan's experts were shocked beyond belief. Their invincible boss had once again been defeated by the boss of the Nightwolf clan. This blow was truly massive. You're poisoned. Ling Yu stated the answer for them. Right now, you are not a match for me unless you accept my treatment and restore your health. What? The demons were shocked and visibly unaware that their leader had been poisoned. Ling Yu, however, was not surprised by their reaction because the situation of the demon clan was different from that of the Nightwolves. Only Lu Wudao was poisoned among them. Why would you do this? Lu Wudao's expression was somewhat dark. Do you look down on me? Do you think I'm not worthy to be your opponent in my current state? No. Ling Yu emphasized again. I've said it before. You are my best opponent and also my friend. Lu Wudao looked into his eyes and fell into a brief silence. In the next moment, Liana ran over nervously and asked, Boss, are you really poisoned? Who did it? I will find out and kill her for you. Everyone's gaze, intentionally or not, turned to a woman in a red dress in the corner. The woman in the red dress remained silent, and her expression did not show the guilt and pain like water. Shut up. Lu Wudao instead stopped Liana and suddenly stood up, walking out. Ling Yu followed suit. The two great kings of the Dark Night Island walked side by side, and no one dared to follow, all watching them leave. They arrived at a familiar place, with broken walls and remnants, and the northwest wind, making the two leaders look a bit desolate. Why are you detoxifying from me? Lu Wudao said with his back to Ling Yu. Do you have so much confidence to defeat me in my prime? Not really. Ling Yu honestly admitted. Having witnessed Lu Wudao's battle with Lin Qinglan, he truly admired Lu Wudao's strength. If the opponent was in his prime, Ling Yu didn't have the certainty of defeating him. It could be a strict 50-50 chance. I want to be friends with you. I want to gain your strength and your help. Ling Yu reiterated the words he had said to the Nightwolf tribe with Lu Wudao concisely. I see. Lu Wudao's response indicated that he long knew how to leave the Dark Night Island. He even slowly said, "Z mentioned this to me before, but neither he nor I had the determination and power to overthrow the rule of the Qianwu organization, so he chose to lay low and wait for the arrival of the true destined king." Ling Yu became curious. Do you know how powerful the forces guarding the 5 bases are? Lu Wudao nodded. Not only do I know, I have also participated in it. Ling Yu was shocked, staring at him with widened eyes, clearly eager to know his identity. Ling Yu, what is your relationship with the current saintess? Lu Wudao preemptively asked. She is my wife. What? Lu Wudao's reaction to Ling Yu's response was immense, showing he truly knew nothing about the situation between Ling Yu and Qin Mingyu. Are you surprised? Ling Yu asked. What is your relationship with the Qianwu organization? What is your background? Lu Wudao suddenly burst into laughter. No wonder. It makes sense. It seems that Z was indeed very clever. Perhaps he had already foreseen what would happen on the island. Ling Yu frowned, waiting for his answer. Ling Yu, I am actually similar to you, but also different. Lu Wudao suddenly reminisced, with a tone that seemed to draw them closer. Oh, how so? Ling Yu tried to play along, opening this guy's heart. Indeed, Lu Wudao sighed deeply again. We are all people who guard the saintess, but it is a pity that I failed to guard her in the past. Ling Yu's eyes narrowed slightly. Despite having some anticipation, he was still shocked. I am the sacred guardian of the Three Saints organization, responsible for protecting the saintess, but it was because I failed to protect the saintess that she left the organization, fell in love with an ordinary person, and gave birth to the new saintess. Lu Wudao chuckled and cried. Otherwise, her life and experiences might have been completely different. I see. Ling Yu was very interested in hearing the story of the previous saintess and Lu Wudao, but time was pressing, and there was no way to delve into such matters. The saintess should belong to the Three Saints organization. Therefore, I am not very willing to let you take her away. This statement from Lu Wudao truly surprised Ling Yu. Firstly, he did not know that Lu Wudao's identity was also part of the Three Saints organization. Secondly, despite the current situation, he still cared about the Three Saints organization. As a sacred guardian, My mission is to protect the Saintess and help her reach the pinnacle of the world. Lu Wudao continued, if I hadn't been derelict in my duty back then, the tragedy of the Saintess would not have happened. Perhaps the new Saintess would have stayed within the Three Saints organization, and that would have been her best belonging. I disagree. Ling Yu's emotions finally became stirred. I strongly disagree. Not to mention Ming Yu didn't grow up in the Three Saints organization since childhood, without feelings for the Three Saints. A person's belonging should not be forced upon them. Why should the Three Saints organization compel her to become a puppet of their power? Even though he spoke passionately, Lu Wudao seemed indifferent. However, he wasn't entirely in sync with the Three Saints organization either. Looking at Ling Yu, he said, our identities are different, our positions are different, our beliefs are naturally different. Only the will of the strong deserves respect in this world. No one cares about the ideologies of the weak. As long as you can defeat me in the competition, I will obey you. Otherwise, you will obey me. Ling Yu also looked at him, suddenly smiling. Okay, but let me detoxify you first. Why do you still want to do this? Lu Wudao couldn't help but frown, his eyes filled with confusion. By deliberately saying these words, he believed Ling Yu would give up treating him, a subtle way of supporting Ling Yu. Because you respect me, I also respect you. Ling Yu firmly stated, if you can accept that our ideologies differ, then so can I. Defeating a non-prime demon king is not a true victory, and I do not need such a victory. After staring at him for a long time, Lu Wudao discovered the seriousness in his eyes and burst into laughter. For a long time, neither of them spoke. Both remained somewhat ignorant of each other's stories, but strong fighters understand each other through their fists. There was no time for further deep understanding. Lu Wudao eventually nodded, accepting Ling Yu's help to detoxify him. I am curious, why did you protect that woman in the red dress? Ling Yu asked curiously as he applied acupuncture for detoxification. Since you can protect water without any relationship, why can't I protect her? Lu Wudao's words once again surprised Ling Yu. It seemed that the demon boss knew very well about the actions of the Nightwolf tribe. Or did he guess after seeing Water's continued activity? By implication, does she have any relation to you? Ling Yu wasn't foolish and understood the deeper meaning behind Lu Wudao's words. Yes, her name is Lu Balian. Lu Wudao only told Ling Yu her name, not divulging any further details. He continued, you and she should be able to become good friends. She supports the freedom of the Saintess and has long wanted me dead. Ling Yin trembled slightly and continued to ask, supporting the freedom of the Saintess, does it mean you want me dead too? Aren't you her biological brother? We share the same blood. Lu Wudao's mouth curved slightly with bitterness. She was the servant girl of the Saintess back then, and the Saintess was very good to her. That's why she deeply resents me for not protecting the Saintess and letting her leave the Three Saints organization. After the Saintess left, she and I were both sent to the Dark Knight Island for punishment. Later on, she was even trained to be a spy. I know all of this. Ling Yu was still surprised. Just because of this, she wants you dead. Aren't you her only family? Lu Wudao laughed again. In the eyes of others, I am the king of the Dark Knight Island. But in her eyes, I am the most failed man. She probably wishes for my death as an apology, to find release, right? But she hasn't spoken to me for many years. I don't know what's in her heart. When it came to his sister, the king of the Dark Knight Island sounded like an ordinary big brother. Ling Yu also hoped to have the opportunity to chat with the woman in the red dress, but apparently, there was no time in these 2 days. Ling Yu, if you really defeat me, I can lead a group of people to help you occupy a base. You will definitely be the main attack at the central tower, but there are still 3 other bases. It might be difficult. Lu Wudao suddenly brought this up. Ling Yu frowned and asked, why would it be difficult? Because that base was founded based on my ideas, built to withstand the strongest. Lu Wudao even said with some pride, the button to open the hangar is located in a special secret room, controlled strictly by technology. Only 2 people can enter. If more are detected, the door will lock completely. It cannot be blasted open with the level of the Dark Knight Island. Ling Yu nodded, understanding this. No wonder for so many years, no one on the Dark Knight Island thought about leaving. Even the legendary figure, Z, could only wait for the Destiny King he predicted. The people guarding the base room are all former kings of the Dark Knight Island, bribed by the Qianwu organization. Lu Wudao continued, except for me and Z, they are the only ones capable of fighting them. Even with your strength, it would be difficult to defeat them. Chichuan and the giant bear, I don't think you can rely on them. Ling Yu couldn't help but smile bitterly. Before meeting Lu Wudao, he did consider having Chichuan and the giant bear lead a group, but now it seemed he had underestimated the Qianwu organization. Maybe there will be a miracle. Ling Yu finally put the needle down, his eyes still full of hope. If we can't defeat the experts inside, maybe there's a way to press the button. Lu Wudao didn't respond, finding the idea too naive. All right, I'm leaving. Tomorrow night, I hope to see you in full form. Ling Yu said. Ling Yu, I won't go easy on you. Be prepared. Lu Wudao also said, arrogantly. Ling Yu smiled and raised his fist towards him. Humph. Lu Wudao snorted proudly, but his massive fist still collided with Ling Yu's. With just one punch, both sides knew their strengths were evenly matched. Saying goodbye to Lu Wudao, Ling Yu returned to the Night Wolf territory and then made his way to the Sun Clan. Upon learning about his plan, Sun Zi couldn't help but sigh. The difficulty is indeed too high. The emperors of the Dark Night Island throughout history are not easy opponents. Lu Wudao is indeed at the same level as them. Besides Yu and Lu Wudao, it's hard for anyone else to have a chance in a one-on-one fight with them. Before Ling Yu could smile bitterly again, Lin Qinglan shouted, Hey, big brother Sun, did you forget about someone? He patted his chest vigorously. Sun Zi deliberately pondered for a moment and shook his head. There probably isn't anyone else. Zhu may try, but it's still difficult. What about me? Lin Qinglan shouted loudly, I'm at the same level as Lu Wudao too. After a battle with him, I won't lose to him. Sun Zi suddenly made eye contact with Ling Yu. Ling Yu knew he was deliberately provoking to help him, so he said to Lin Qinglan, if you train hard for 2 days and stay in full form, maybe I'll let you lead a group to try. All right. Lin Qinglan laughed heartily. It seems my brother-in-law has good judgment, knowing that you're also a king. As for some others, their judgment is just average. With a sly smile, he glanced at Sun Zi. Sun Zi just chuckled casually. Even though Lin Qinglan could select a group of kings, they were still lacking to king-level generals for their Dark Night Island coalition. In any case, not a single one can be missing. Ling Yu held out his fist to them, his eyes full of trust. As long as we stand united, we will find a way to break through, leave this place, and regain our freedom. Freedom? Upon hearing this word, Sun Zi couldn't help but look up at the sky. The members of the Sun Clan, too, looked at the sky with longing. Since entering this place, they had never thought about leaving here, going back to the outside world. But with Ling Yu's arrival, they seemed to see a glimmer of hope. Yes, freedom. Ling Yu nodded, continuing to inspire them. Outside, no one can confine others in such a narrow place. No one can dictate life and death. No one can strip others of their freedom. Outside, you can do what you want. You have more choices. You don't have to worry about dying a sudden death. As he described the outside world, the members of the Sun Clan raised their arms and cheered enthusiastically. Freedom. We will fight for freedom. I must escape from this ghostly place. Seeing the determined spirit of the Sun Clan, Ling Yu left quietly, unaware that his words had already ignited their fighting spirit. Haha, my brother-in-law has unexpectedly become a master of motivation. Can't believe it. Lin Qinglan laughed triumphantly. Arriving in this place of despair, he could finally join forces with Ling Yu and fight to the death for Qin Mingyu. Upon returning, he would have to challenge him to a fair duel. Ling Yu, of course, was unaware of Lin Qinglan's thoughts. When he returned to the Night Wolf area, Shu Shui and the ostrich were all prepared. What's with these outfits? Ling Yu couldn't help but chuckle at their serious expressions and odd equipment. Hey, boss you don't know. The ostrich used to be a professional thief outside. He's very skilled at picking locks and keeping watch. Shu Shui wiped her nose, proud to inform him. Seeing her back to her old self, Ling Yu smiled inwardly. It was clear that she had made up her mind to rescue her mother and stand by his side in battle. You both need to follow my lead and not act recklessly. Understand? Ling Yu reminded them as they seemed excited. For now, with everyone standing against the Qianwu organization, not a single member could be missing. Boss, we understand. All right. Let's go. Under the cover of night, the three of them headed towards the direction of the dungeon. The location of the dungeon is on the west island of the Dark Night Island, which is a distance away from the central island. Taking advantage of the night, under Ling Yu's leadership, The three of them successfully reached the entrance with few guards from the Chanwu organization along the way. However, as they neared the dungeon, the guards became more vigilant, forming a circle around the perimeter of the dungeon. It was only after sneaking past the outer guards and reaching the entrance of the dungeon that they realized there were patrolling guards, at least four in each team, with one team guarding the entrance and two teams patrolling the sides, all armed with guns. Dealing with them head-on would be risky as it could alert others easily. However, Lingyu could see that due to the stable order on Dark Knight Island, incidents at the dungeon were relatively rare, and many of the guards appeared lax in their vigilance. Moreover, they were wearing strange hats that covered their faces on both sides, making it difficult to distinguish who was who, which provided an opportunity for infiltration. "What should we do now, boss?" the ostrich asked impatiently as Lingyu observed the situation without giving any instructions for a while. "You guys stay here and wait patiently. I'll go find some guard uniforms to make it easier for us to infiltrate," Lingyu said. And then he disappeared into the night. The next moment, a swift black shadow appeared in front of the guards patrolling at the corner. With a swift move, Lingyu took down the two leading guards with a couple of strikes. The remaining two guards reacted differently. One raised his gun to shoot Lingyu, while the other tried to shout a warning, "Ambush." Before he could finish his words, he suffered a heavy blow to the back of the head and fell unconscious. As for the other guard, before he could even use his gun, Lingyu took him out too. In terms of speed, he was a cut above the rest, even faster than the War-Wolf King. However, the next trouble was about to come. "Seems like there's some movement over there. Should we go check it out?" Another team of patrolling guards heard the commotion and seemed to be heading in their direction. "What do we do? The boss should be over there," the ostrich whispered to Waters quietly, who, being a professional thief with excellent hearing, also heard the faint calls of the guards and guessed something was happening over there. Waters, being quick-witted, immediately threw a stone in the opposite direction, hitting a metal sign with a loud clang. "There's some commotion over there. Let's check it out." The other team of guards were lured away. Lingyu understood what was happening on the other side, and discreetly gave a thumbs up to Waters and the ostrich, as infiltrating the dungeon required clever and observant accomplices, which is why he specifically chose the two loyal members of Night Wolf. "Boss." Soon, Waters and the ostrich appeared before Lingyu. "Quick, help me take off the guards' uniforms and then drag them to a secluded corner," Lingyu quickly ordered. He regretted not bringing an additional person along. With only three of them now, infiltrating while impersonating a team of guards would be challenging with one less person. Unexpectedly, just as he was thinking about this, the nearby manhole cover was suddenly lifted, and a scruffy-looking guy emerged. Startled, Lingyu and the others thought they had been discovered, but to their surprise, the figure seemed familiar. Lingyu quickly stopped his companions from acting impulsively. "Mo Shu." At that moment, a familiar voice called out near the scruffy man. Mo Shu hesitated for a moment and then recognized Lingyu in front of him. "Hey, you." Mo Shu suddenly seemed excited to rush over, but Lingyu quickly backed away, gesturing for silence. Besides, the scruffy guy was covered in sewage and filth. Who would want to get close to him? "Perfect. There are new clothes here. Take a set to change before we talk." Lingyu handed Mo Shu a set of guard uniforms promptly, thinking how timely Mo Shu's arrival was, just when he needed an extra hand. Waters also held his nose and quickly pointed in a direction, reminding Mo Shu that there was a man-made river at the boundary where he could clean himself up. Mo Shu, appearing to have a short temper, took the clothes to change. Lingyu instructed the ostrich and Waters to put on the guard uniforms, and he changed into a new outfit as well. After they discreetly disposed of the guards in a hidden corner, Mo Shu returned after cleaning out. "All right, let me tell you why I had to suffer like this." Lingyu didn't let him finish and reminded him seriously, "Time is of the essence. We need to rescue the person in the dungeon, and you're here to help." "What?" Mo Shu was taken aback. Having just crawled out, he was now being asked to go back involuntarily. "You better not have mistaken me for someone else." Before Mo Shu could refuse, Lingyu pulled him along. Unfortunately, as they walked, a team of guards approached them, leaving Mo Shu no choice but to swallow his anger. "So you're getting lazy now? Where do you think you're sneaking off to when it's your turn to guard the dungeon?" The approaching guard asked Lingyu. "Hey, caught red-handed by you. I just came back, didn't I?" Lingyu responded, attempting to avoid eye contact with the guard as he tried to enter the dungeon. However, Just as they thought everything was going smoothly, it seemed like they were becoming suspicious. The guard was about to grab Ling Yu's shoulder when he swiftly punched him, knocking him down. Since the external guards were all incapacitated, they couldn't alert the guards at the perimeter of the dungeon. Damn it! Mo Shu cursed as he saw Ling Yu committing another unlawful act, feeling a little anxious. If Sister Liu found out about this, he would end up in prison again. But now, they had to deal with the situation at hand. By teaming up with Ling Yu, they quickly took down the guards. In the next moment, they headed straight for the guards stationed at the entrance. With all the guards outside the dungeon taken down, no one on the central island knew about the infiltration into the dungeon. If they were discovered afterward, they would deal with it then. Mo Shu, can you stand guard at the entrance, just in case someone comes in? Ling Yu ordered. Why should I listen to you? I'm not your ally. Don't you get it? Mo Shu grumbled, but Ling Yu patted his shoulder, looking serious. I trust you. You're now my most reliable partner. Mo Shu was stunned, realizing that Ling Yu considered him a part of the team without his consent. Without wasting any more time, Ling Yu led Waters and the ostrich into the dungeon. Mo Shu, feeling frustrated, wanted to leave these three guys in the lurch, but he couldn't easily escape now that he was on Ling Yu's thief ship. After taking a few steps, he sighed and returned, picking up his hat and putting it back on. Darn it, I've ended up on his thief ship. It's not easy to get off now. Mo Shu was angry but also wanted to leave the place. Besides aiding Ling Yu, he had no other options. After Ling Yu and the other two entered the dungeon, they could hardly see their own hands in front of their faces. A nauseating moldy smell suddenly rushed into their nostrils, making their stomachs churn. Ling Yu was fine. After all, he was a disciple of the ghost doctor of Shen Valley and had learned the turtle breath technique and breathing adjustments, quickly adapting. But Shui and Ostrich couldn't help but feel like vomiting at any moment. Pull yourselves together. Ling Yu massaged their acupoints. After Ostrich vomited, he also slowly adjusted to the smell. Boss, in this environment, my sense of smell might malfunction, Ostrich whispered. It was their first time entering the dungeon, and they didn't expect the environment to be even worse than they imagined. Due to the lack of sunlight all year round and poor ventilation, various foul smells mixed together, making it feel like hell on earth. It was no wonder that many people would rather die and be thrown into the dungeon. Let's first investigate the situation deep in enemy territory. Ling Yu insisted on leading them in. After passing through the entrance tunnel, they entered a spacious maze-like space where the environment slightly improved, but the stench of corpses was still strong. Even without looking, they knew that many people had died there. How come you didn't bring any food in again? Suddenly, the guards stationed at the dungeon walked towards the three people, questioning in a cold tone. Ling Yu reacted quickly upon hearing the word again, and impatiently responded, "Why bring food? What's the point of keeping these useless things?" The guard continued, "Speaking of that, recently, due to the rules set by Lady Saint, the number of people in the dungeon has increased rapidly. However, there are still some important people locked up here. We can't let them starve." "Important people? Who are you talking about?" Ling Yu instinctively inquired. But the guard was not foolish and immediately sensed something amiss, asking, "Who are you? Why do I feel like I haven't seen you before? What are your identification numbers?" "We are newcomers. We don't have identification numbers yet," Ling Yu calmly replied, trying to deceive their way out. Unfortunately, the guard was ready to draw his weapon. "Damn it, you lot snuck in. Only those with identification numbers are allowed in here." Seeing the situation deteriorate, Ling Yu had no choice but to take action and defeat the guards in front of him. Phew. That was close. Shui and Ostrich breathed a sigh of relief. Sneaking into the dungeon was indeed too risky, and they didn't know when they couldn't continue blending in. Shui, do you know where your mother is locked up?" Ling Yu asked while taking the keys from the guards lying on the ground, inquiring Shui. "Boss, I have no idea." Shui shook her head. "Then wait for me here." Ling Yu decided to observe the surroundings alone and check for other guards. Walking along the corridor of the cells, he found that there were no more guards around. To his surprise, the alarm for the prisoners suddenly sounded. Ling Yu had no idea how he triggered the alarm. Could there be surveillance or hidden guards that could sound the alarm? At that moment, on Nakashima Tower, upon hearing the alarm, Moria, who was in deep sleep, quickly donned her coat to cover her well-proportioned body. Stepping out of the room, she immediately received a report from her subordinates, Grand Council Moria, Someone has infiltrated the dungeon. Send my orders quickly. Let the armed guards outside the dungeon suppress them, and any resistance must be ruthlessly eliminated. Moria's eyes were cold, her killing intent palpable. She already had a general idea of what was happening. She had made a gentleman's agreement with Lin Yu, so since he broke the rules first, she had no qualms of being unkind. Shui, Ostrich, listen. Lin Yu quickly ran back to the entrance and ordered Shui and Ostrich, we split up to find people. Open any cell doors along the way. Tell them that the demons and night wolves will be competing for the final seat of victory. Those willing to submit to the two tribes should leave immediately and report to the territories of both tribes. Yes, boss. Shui and Ostrich immediately followed his orders. While releasing the prisoners and searching for her mother, Shui, Lin Yu took a different path. He didn't know why he chose that path, but he felt that something awaited him there. With the versatility of mastering the third layer of the ever-changing mantra, he sensed a terrifying aura lurking at the end of this winding path. Still, along the way, he used the keys to open the cells and shouted to the still living people inside, "Get out, we can still fight for freedom." Who are you? Most of the prisoners locked away without seeing daylight were ordinary people, many of whom had never seen the new boss of the Night Wolves, but some recognized him. "Ah, he's the new boss of the Night Wolves. He's here to save us." The new boss of the Night Wolves? Why is he saving us? Does he have the power to do that? The expressions on the prisoners' faces were varied. Many of them looked confused, but the will to survive was the most fundamental human desire, and a dim light still shone in their eyes. "I do." Lin Yu shouted. "According to the rules of this year's competition, the winner can determine the fate of the losers. Now, only the Night Wolf tribe and the Demon tribe are left. We can dictate your fate. We can give you freedom. Leave this place." The shine on the prisoners' faces instantly bloomed. Someone tried to lead the way out, and when they found no resistance, more people followed suit, running madly to escape. In the dim dungeon, the escaping crowds gradually converged into a dark stream, flowing towards the dungeon exit. Watching them leave, Lin Yu's emotions were mixed. He took a deep breath and continued towards the cell at the end of the passage. "Hey, boss of the Night Wolves, don't go there," a kind-hearted prisoner hurriedly advised. "Yes, I heard that right at the back. There is a very frightening monster in the cell." A group of prisoners panicked upon revealing this information, but seeing Lin Yu persisting, they didn't care anymore and fled. After everyone left the passageway, Lin Yu still held the torch, continuing forward. Gradually, he finally saw the cell at the end. The material here was indeed different from the other ordinary cells. The walls were made of thick stone at least a meter thick, making it difficult to bombard even with artillery. As for the sturdy alloy gate, the material was even more robust. In the dim firelight, peering through the alloy gate, Lin Yu saw a person seated inside, their long hair covering their face on both sides, leaving only their bright eyes gleaming, like stars in the darkness. "You finally made it here." Seeing Lin Yu cautiously approaching, the man suddenly smiled. Lin Yu was slightly surprised and curiously asked, "Who are you? Do you know me?" Instead of answering directly, the man smiled coldly. "You are the new boss of the Night Wolves. You came here to save your beloved woman, the Lady Saint, right?" Lin Yu was immediately shocked. "Who are you, really?" Lin Yu's expression became extremely vigilant. He had only told Shui to come here to save someone, but he never revealed Qin Mingyu's identity to anyone. The only person who knew he came here to save his beloved woman, and that she was a saint, was Lin Qinglong. Not even Sun Zi might know. The people of the Night Wolf clan and the Sun clan had never entered the dungeon, let alone come to this eerie place. So, how did he know? Could it be that Mo Shu told him? "Do you want to know who I am?" The man saw his puzzled expression and smiled. "Then use your fists to find the answer. That's the rule of the Dark Night Island." Lin Yu frowned, staring at him firmly. Unfortunately, no matter how he scrutinized the other person, he couldn't possibly recognize who he was, let alone know his identity. This was a very unfamiliar face, looking gentle on the surface, yet exuding a powerful and terrifying aura. He was the only king in the darkness. "Come on, use your angry fists to kill me with all your might." The man suddenly provocatively taunted, "If you don't kill me, I'll go to the tower to kill your woman, throw her from the tower, and end her pitiful life." Lin Yu finally clenched his fist, full of killing intent. No matter who the other person was or what their motives were, he would never allow them to humiliate Qin Mingyu. That's right, that killing intent. Come on. The man became more excited. Use your full strength to strike me down. Otherwise, your woman will die. Yeah. Ling Yu suddenly burst into momentum, roaring in anger. Then you shall die first. Doom. Ling Yu also mastered the same secret technique as Lin Qinglong, internal energy bursting out combined with intense friction with the air, producing the flaming fist. The man, seeing this fist, had a glint of surprise in his eyes. Smack. Behind the aloe door, the two great warriors exchanged a blow. Both were shocked. Ling Yu never expected that the man could easily withstand his burning fist. The man also didn't expect Ling Yu's terrifying strength. He didn't dare to directly oppose it but held Ling Yu's wrist, neutralizing his power. Ha ha ha, the man with long hair suddenly burst into excited laughter. His laughter and demeanor were completely different from before. All the killing intent had dissipated. Ling Yu couldn't sense any hostility from him and didn't make any further moves. What a hot fist! With unimaginable power, the man gradually returned to normal. Even in the dim light, one could tell he was a stunningly handsome man. No wonder you can do what I can't. I believe you will be the hero to end the dark and tragic history of the evil demon island. The man said, then apologized. I was just being intentional earlier. Please don't take offense. You are Z? Ling Yu couldn't help but ask. The man released his fist and nodded. So you didn't die. Were you imprisoned here by the Celestial Martial Organization? Ling Yu's expression turned to Zhou. Perhaps he could be his strongest ally. No wonder even such a proud woman, would show such reverence to him. This man's strength was really beyond measure, and his eyes were like vast stars, making it impossible to see the limits of his power. You could say that, but not entirely. Z sat back down, looking quite relaxed. I was waiting for you to arrive. Ling Yu, if this guy wasn't just showing off and lying, then his deductive abilities were even beyond Zhao Wuji's. Z seemed to guess what he was thinking and continued to smile. Actually, I knew about the Celestial Martial Organization's plan. They are in charge of training the weapons to destroy countries and also protecting the saint. Retrieving the saint is their mission. Ling Yu nodded, listening quietly. He felt that this man before him was truly unfathomable. If they could be partners, their chances of escaping the Dark Knight Island would double. They must retrieve the saint this year and also create the world's #1 assassin to carry out their plan for world domination, which is why I predicted that a true destined king would appear. Z continued. How can you believe that I have such abilities? Ling Yu asked curiously. Z looked at him again, his mouth quirking with confidence. This is actually a gamble, because without you, our powers wouldn't be sufficient. But now that I see you've truly arrived, I know I might have won the bet. Ling Yu felt a shiver down his spine. His fist clenched. Xiao's predictions and trust gave him an unexplainable mental strength. A man who can protect the saint by her side is no ordinary person. Not Lu Wudao, not you. You have an energy that he doesn't. Z referred to energy, not strength. I know you came to this island to take the saint with you. If you want to take her, you must unite the power of the entire Dark Knight Island. Z continued. Although I had planned this before, my energy alone was not enough, so I had to rely on the next Night Wolf leader. Upon hearing this, Ling Yu became curious. How can you be sure that I will join the Night Wolves? Z laughed. I asked Moya for it. Ling Yu, he never thought that everything was planned by this man. For the Celestial Martial Organization, this is actually not much of a loss. Z continued. And Moya and I have an agreement. After this year, if the Celestial Martial Organization can still dominate this island, I will voluntarily accept their transformation. Ling Yu nodded, finally understanding many things. Z, I'll let you out now. Together, we can definitely overthrow the Celestial Martial Organization. Ling Yu exclaimed excitedly, starting to search for the keys in the cell. But Z reached out and stopped him. Ling Yu looked at him in surprise. It's not the right time now, Z said seriously. The Wolf King can only have one. And the Dark Knight Island can only have one destined king. Ling Yu understood what he was saying but also didn't quite grasp it. Go now, and when you truly need me, I will fight alongside you. Xiao's smile seemed to contain infinite strength. Ling Yu looked into his eyes, clenched his fist. He understood that letting Z out now wouldn't actually help much practically. Only when launching a full-scale attack on the Celestial Martial Organization's 5 bases would he be of use. Moreover, if Z went out now, would the people outside listen to him or to Z? This was a huge problem. Even the Night Wolf group would likely split because of this. You are the king of destiny. Everyone needs you to give orders. I believe in you. Z firmly grasped Ling Yu's fist, feeling the power contained within it. At that moment, there was a stir from outside the dungeon, indicating that the armed forces of the Celestial Martial Organization were arriving to suppress them. Ling Yu had no time to persuade Z further. He just nodded. All right, we'll all wait for you. And with that, he turned and rushed towards the door. Above the dungeon, the sound of screams kept echoing, leaving Ling Yu extremely unsettled. You old boss, you've returned just in time. What should we do? The entrance of the dungeon is blocked, and the rest of the people can't escape. Someone standing at the dungeon passage saw Ling Yu and exclaimed in shock. Lit by the fire, Ling Yu glanced around. At least 100 people were still inside the dungeon, looking at him with pleading eyes. At this moment, this man was their savior in their hearts. You Laodai. At this moment, Shu Shui also ran to the corridor with an old woman on her back. Shu Shui, is she your mother? Ling Yu felt a pang of heartache, seeing the old woman barely clinging to life, with only half a breath left. Yes. Shu Shui nodded, tears welling up as she pleaded. Laodai, please think of a way to help my mother leave. She's not going to make it. Ling Yu clenched his fists, nodded gravely. Follow behind me, and when I say so, you can all rush out. Okay. Shu Shui bit her lip and agreed. The ostrich and others also shouted along. With no time to lose, Ling Yu led the way, once again passing through the foul-smelling corridor. However, before reaching the gate, guards from the Qianwu organization rushed in. Not only that, a strong smell of blood surged in, stimulating Ling Yu's nerves. Kill. No prisoners. The guards had no idea who was coming towards them and immediately shouted out loud. Ling Yu's anger erupted from within. The members of the Qianwu organization had started slaughtering the residents of Dark Knight Island. A roar. With a dragon's cry, Ling Yu's Northern Territory Dragon Claw struck out, and several Qianwu organization guards flew up as if they were made of paper. Doom. Mo Chu, hiding outside the dungeon with his lifelong guards, managed to hide safely in a corner. Seeing someone flying out, he knew for sure that it was Ling Yu finally making his move. He knew it. Following Ling Yu meant trouble. Every time he encountered Ling Yu, it was either getting hit by a missile or thrown into a dungeon. Ling Yu was his jinx. Mo Chu hated himself for his stupid sense of loyalty. Why did he act all noble and then leave in a hurry? The next moment, Ling Yu indeed burst out powerfully, gun in hand, sweeping through the area. Seeing bodies scattered around the dungeon, he found it hard to contain his inner rage. It felt like going back years ago, when he was fighting in the Northern Territory, witnessing the bone-deep fury at seeing civilians slaughtered. He understood Mo Yu's intentions to eliminate the living forces of Dark Knight Army. As long as the people were gone, no matter how strong the remaining warriors were, they couldn't compare. In the eyes of those who started the war, the lives of the weak mattered little. Like ants, kill. Don't let anyone from the dungeons escape. In the darkness, Mo Yu's voice rang out, and more guards joined in the fight. Though Ling Yu, like a dragon, could easily break through the Qianwu warriors' encirclement, he couldn't leave behind Shu Shui and the others still in the dungeons. Stop. Ling Yu finally shouted in anger, his powerful aura spreading like waves, the fierce wind blowing. The guards of the Qianwu organization were afraid of such a murderous presence, and for a moment, no one dared to approach. Mo Yu raised her hand, halting the skirmish. Mo Yu, who gave you the right to randomly kill people? Ling Yu jumped to a higher position, glaring down at Mo Yu. How ridiculous. Mo Yu coldly responded, you let the dungeon captives go at will, breaking the rules first. Now you have the face to question me, but they are slaves of the Night Wolves and the demons. We have the right to deal with them, Ling Yu said sternly. You just said they are from the Night Wolves and the demon clans. Can you represent both clans? Are you the leader of Dark Knight Island? Who gave you the authority to free them? Ling Yu exuded dominance, while Mo Yu was sharp-tongued. The two couldn't persuade each other at that moment. They both realized that continuing to argue would lead to many casualties, with no one benefiting in the end. Just when both were contemplating how to compromise, members of the Qianwu organization hurriedly came to report to Mo Yu. Bad news. The two clans on the North Island suddenly revolted, attacking our base, and clashes erupted between us. Hearing this, Ling Yu was shocked. He hadn't expected things to escalate this way, but soon he realized that Dark Knight Island was always a demon's lair, with everyone having bold personalities, each acting on their own. Unlike the soldiers in the North Territory, they wouldn't act without orders. The riot in the dungeons might have reached their ears, leading them to believe the war had started and prompting them to attack the Chuanwu organization. Especially someone like Lin Qinglong, always itching for a fight, always stirring up trouble. HMPH. Ling Yu, you think this ragtag group can win? Hey. After her anger subsided, Moya burst into laughter. She wasn't afraid of the rebellion on Dark Knight Island. She feared a united rebellion. The strength of a few clans now couldn't shape the situation. The situation spiraling out of control wasn't good for Ling Yu. He was worried that the clans initiating conflicts now might be wiped out, especially the Night Wolves and the Sun clans. The worst part was that there was no network on the island, and he wasn't sure of the situation elsewhere. He even doubted the accuracy of the Chuanwu guards' reports. Ling Yu, what will you do now? Moya taunted. Will you continue fighting us? The War Wolf King is invincible. We admire that, but except for you, everyone else will die. She emphasized the word die deliberately, aiming to break through Ling Yu's emotional defenses. Then I'll start by killing you. Ling Yu threatened again. Personal strength was his only card now. It looks like you're determined to fight till the end tonight. Bring it on. Moya wasn't easily intimidated. The terrain was open here, making it hard for Ling Yu to kill her quickly. Hey. Wait. Hold on. At a critical moment, the ugly man ran out and stood between the two. Ling Yu and Moya were both slightly stunned. You again? Did Ling Yu save you? Moya coldly stared at her younger brother. Haha. That's right. Ling Yu busted out of the prison and got me out. We are good buddies. Mo Chu smirked. You are my sister, he's my buddy. We should be family, right? Stop all this fighting. Ling Yu was speechless. Was he being held responsible for it all? It was clear that Mo Chu was the one who crawled out on his own. Nevertheless, Mo Chu didn't care. He had helped Ling Yu so many times, and now it was his turn to bail out. So you're trying to plead for him? Moya sneered. No way. I've long disowned you, the traitor. You disowned me as a brother, but I've always seen you as a sister. Mo Chu appeared a bit agitated. I'm not pleading for Ling Yu. I'm pleading for my dear sister. Moya frowned. Did she need him to plead for her? Sixth sister. Ling Yu now is nothing like before. He decapitates generals like picking flowers. Mo Chu went all out, trying to praise Ling Yu as invincible, getting carried away. You're in a dilemma now. He'll surely kill you first. I don't want to lose a dear sister. Moya twitched her lips, a cold hum escaping her. Mo Chu quickly turned to Ling Yu, faux sympathizing. Ling Yu, for my sake, can you spare my sister? Without needing a prompt, Ling Yu replied, as long as Mistress Mo spares all those in the dungeons, I won't harm her. Ling Yu, I advise you not to be so arrogant. Do you really think you can kill me? Moya said, indignantly. Do you want to try it then? Ling Yu's demeanor was resolute, with a fierce aura. Hey, for my sake, can you both hold back a bit? Mo Shu hurriedly called out in the middle. Liu Ya, what's the use of killing so many people? Sacrificing your own life is not worth it. Besides, causing chaos on Dark Knight Island. When the second sister returns to the island, she will surely punish you. Don't assume things. Moya coldly snorted, but did not use force to stop Mo Shu. Liu Ya, how about this? For my sake, both of you take a step back, Mo Shu said, making Ling Yu secretly amused. He knew very well that Moya definitely did not take him seriously, which was why she had thrown him into the dungeon. How could she now consider his sake? However, unexpectedly, Moya then said, fine, for your sake, I can stop killing people, and I can also release the others in the dungeon, but Ling Yu must agree to two conditions. Ling Yu was taken aback, never expecting Moya to agree. He then said, tell me. The first condition is to stop the rebellious tribe members. Moya said firmly. The second condition is that the Chuanwu organization must lock up all these tribesmen. Anyone who dares to resist will be killed. What? Tu Nao and Shui risked their lives to come to the exit, hiding inside and overhearing Moya's conditions. Both of them were shocked. If the boss agreed, it would be difficult for these people to resist the Chuanwu organization in the future. How about it? You can take your time to consider, but the longer you consider, the greater your losses will be. It's up to you to decide, Moya said triumphantly. The reason she agreed to Mo Shu's mediation was not to save face for her brother but for 3 reasons. 2 of these reasons had just been mentioned by Mo Shu. She also feared death and feared that Dark Knight Island would become uncontrollable. If the losses were too great, the Dark Knight Queen would definitely be furious when she returned. Now, letting Ling Yu try to stop the rebellious tribe members, how could those people listen to him in the future? If he mentioned resistance again, those people might not risk their lives for him. Alright, I agree. Ling Yu finally gritted his teeth and agreed. This incident was completely beyond his expectations. Only a few tribes acted rebelliously against the Chiao organization, which was like eggs hitting a rock. He had already realized that the situation in the northern island was chaotic with flames and cries rising, while the southern island remained calm, indicating that the power of the southern island was not united in attacking. In front of the Chiao organization, the power of the Dark Knight Island was still like scattered sand. How could they form combat power to resist them? The longer the conflict lasted, the more blood would be shed, and the greater the losses Dark Knight Island would suffer. As the initiator and commander of this battle, Ling Yu had to stop these meaningless sacrifices. Retreat. Mo Ye also withdrew, leading the Chiao organization away. Shui, Tu now, hurry and send the others in the dungeon back to their own territories. Then return to Night Wolf, and tell the other Night Wolf members not to act rashly anymore. After giving the orders, Ling Yu left the scene. He could see the current situation of Dark Knight Island from a high place. There were indeed two conflict areas, with flames rising, but not in the northernmost area. The people of the Night Wolf tribe would probably not act rashly without his orders. The impatient ones were mostly from the Sun tribe and the Flame Wing of the Ice Fire Alliance. Soon, Ling Yu arrived at the first conflict area. Indeed, it was Lin Qinglong leading the Sun tribe, attacking the Chiao organization's eastern coastal base. Even ordinary people were participating in the attack. Stop quickly. Seeing that the Sun tribe was about to charge at the base gate risking their lives, Ling Yu arrived in time, spreading his arms to block them. Stop. Sun Zi quickly shouted. On their way attacking, they had not engaged in direct combat with the Chiao organization. The guards with guns all retracted into the base. They knew the reason was that they heard the Chiao organization's main force was suppressing the dungeon, so they probably didn't want to engage in direct combat here. The more the other side retreated, the more they pursued. At this moment, seeing Ling Yu, Lin Qinglong also came out laughing. Ha ha ha, brother-in-law, why did you come here now? Perfect timing. Let's take down the eastern base first. Ling Yu sighed but did not speak. I know what you're thinking. Lin Qinglong patted his chest. Looking wise, you think that all 5 bases need to be captured simultaneously to open the dock. That we can take over one base first, occupy that so-called secret room first, and then we won't need 5 SS rank experts to act at the same time. It was a reasonable suggestion. Sun Zi also thought it was the best way. They only heard movement from the dungeon tonight and immediately launched a counterattack. They were closest to the eastern base, making it a natural choice. Ling Yu, Qinglong is right this time. What are you hesitating about? Sorry. This operation must be stopped. Ling Yu said this very reluctantly. What? The leaders of the Sun tribe were shocked and highly agitated. Brother-in-law, are you crazy? We've already started. Can we stop now? Lin Qinglong grabbed Ling Yu's shoulder, shaking him vigorously. If you dare not go in and fight that SS-level expert, then I will. No. Ling Yu stopped his shaking and gritted his teeth. Don't you understand yet? To resist the Chiao organization, only when the entire Dark Knight Island participates do we have a chance of success. Acting alone now will only lead to being besieged. As soon as he finished speaking, armed members of the Chiao organization emerged from all directions, surrounding their small group of a few hundred people. Darn it! Let's fight them. Lin Qinglong was red-faced, unafraid. With his strength, he wasn't even afraid of bullets and guns. Useless idiots. However, Ling Yu held him back firmly, saying loudly, once we start fighting, all of us will definitely be wiped out. Not everyone has your skills. Hearing this, Lin Qinglong quickly scanned the area, realizing that the ordinary people who had joined them in the rebellion were now trembling in fear. They were not warriors, and in the face of gunfire, they had no way out. Now what do we do? Just wait here to die. Lin Qinglong's temper flared. Enraged. If you believe my words, then surrender first, Ling Yu said through clenched teeth. Lin Qinglong erupted in anger, accusing. Ling Yu, have you gone mad? We trust you, that's why we risk our lives to fight against the Chiao organization, And now you're telling us to surrender. The other Sun Tribe warriors also erupted, each more agitated than the last, the situation becoming difficult to control. They even began to suspect that Ling Yu was working for the Qian organization and deliberately trying to harm them. Ling Yu found it difficult to explain for a moment. Thankfully, Sun Zi understood his intentions from his eyes and shouted, "King Lan, stop arguing. Since we trust Ling Yu, we should trust his judgment. Being here sacrificing for no reason is utterly pointless." Ling Yu nodded in agreement, saying, "Right. Even if we manage to take the eastern base, what then? The Qian organization can immediately counterattack, and if they can't handle it, they can even contact external forces. We're facing a dead end. We can't sustain a prolonged battle. We can only achieve victory by smashing the Qian organization in one go. Do you all understand?" Sun Zi is indeed the most understanding person in the situation. He immediately said, "That's right. Everyone should not act impulsively. War cannot be won by brute force alone." And his words were followed by the people of the Sun Clan. At this moment, Ling Yu deliberately lowered his voice and said, "Don't worry. In a short while, the real battle will begin. By then, there will definitely be someone to help you break out of the dungeon." All right. We won't fight anymore. We won't fight anymore." Lin Qinglan acted like a child throwing a tantrum. "We won't fight now." Seeing the people of the Sun Clan surrender, Ling Yu also felt uneasy, sighing slightly. "Ha. A bunch of disorganized people. You think you can resist the Qianwu organization with just yourselves? What a joke." The East Guard commander stationed at the eastern base of the East bluntly mocked the Sun Clan. He had received Mo Yu's notice not to kill the rebels, but he still wanted to provoke them, incite them to rebel so he could wipe them out easily. He was also afraid that if the entire Dark Knight Island united, it wouldn't be as easy to deal with as tonight. For now, he will kill the rebellious elements on the North Island first, and if the rebels on the South Island plan to rise up next, he would be in a tough situation. But Lin Qinglan seemed a bit naive, not as dumb as he imagined. Since he believed in Ling Yu, no matter how provocative the Qianwu organization's words were, he did not move. "Heh. People from the Qianwu organization, I will spare your lives for now. I will destroy you later." Even though he didn't act, Lin Qinglan's mouth was not weak. In fact, the East Guard commander wanted to secretly shoot and kill someone, forcing them to rebel. But suddenly feeling Ling Yu's fierce gaze, he eventually stopped. First, he didn't want to die. Secondly, if he were to do something like that privately and incite a riot, he couldn't bear the consequences if things got out of control. In the end, the people of the Sun Clan were still taken to the dungeon. Ling Yu quickly rushed to another location and found that Yan Yan was leading half of the Ice and Fire Alliance in a rebellion. The situation here wasn't as big, and the Ice and Fire Alliance were slaves of the Night Wolves. When Ling Yu asked them to surrender, they were also excited and complained but eventually accepted it. "Yan Yan, bear with it for a while. Prepare yourselves. I promise you, the day of a real bloody battle will come soon." Ling Yu knew that Yan Yan had a hot temper, so he had to appease her with his words. "Heh. Boss, we'll wait." Yan Yan suddenly gritted her teeth and said, "Remember, we must fight. We can only die in battle. We must not die on our knees like those weaklings on the southern island." It was clear that she loathed the powers on the southern island for not taking action. Ling Yu could only nod and assure her. He also understood why there was no movement on the southern island. The root cause was that the outcome between the Nightwolves and the demons had not been decided. As long as the dragons remained leaderless, Dark Knight Island would still be a disorganized group. The transient rebellion and unrest did not last until the next morning. It had already subsided. Even though no one on the southern islands participated in the rebellion, many couldn't sleep that night. In the Devil Tribe, a person came to Lu Wudao's room and whispered, "Boss, there's no movement. The rebellion should have been quelled." Lu Wudao opened his eyes, let out a sigh, his eyes deep, and didn't say anything. It wasn't yet established who held sway on the Dark Knight Island, so those people dared to act rashly, which was truly foolish. As the night turned into dawn, although there was no one with malicious intent on the Dark Knight Island, the sun still rose as usual. A helicopter slowly landed at the Central Island's airstrip. The Dark Knight Queen, Moafei, had finally returned. "Meet the Queen." A group of loyal members of the Qianwu organization respectfully bowed. Although they didn't kneel, their devout demeanor was similar to subordinate bowing before a queen in ancient times. Second sister. After bowing, Moya immediately lowered her head and followed behind Moafii. Moafii listened to her report while heading towards the tall tower. When she saw the 5-story tower in a mess, she viciously slapped Moya across the face. "Trash. You're all a bunch of trash," Moafii reprimanded coldly, a terrifying aura akin to a hurricane, making Moya and other senior members lose their composure, too afraid to make a sound. "Just one Lingyu managed to destroy the 5 levels guarded by our many experts like this. You're all a bunch of trash." After scolding them again, Moafii asked, "And where is Qian?" Reporting to the Dark Knight Queen, Qian was defeated by Lingyu and her whereabouts are currently unknown. Moya appeared timid before Moafii. Mofei's brows furrowed slightly, remaining silent for a moment. "It's our fault, Dark Knight Queen. Lingyu has restored his meridians ahead of time. Now the War Wolf King is like a tiger unleashed. We can't do anything about him," Moya explained tentatively. "Behind the Wolf King is a pack of wolves. The situation on the Dark Knight Island is really not optimistic right now. We had no choice but to ask you to come back and take charge." Moafii suddenly sneered. "If he's restored, then so be it. Our plan was to restore the former Wolf King. As long as we can tame him, get him to agree to be the first assassin, our plan will be complete." Hearing her sister's confidence, Moya felt a bit uneasy. She knew her sister had made significant breakthroughs in recent years, relying on absorbing energy to increase her power, but that didn't make her invincible. "And the Saintess?" Moafii suddenly asked. "Is the Lady Saintess still on the 6th floor? Do you want to go see her?" Moya quickly reported with her head lowered. "It's not necessary," Moafii said, waving her sleeve and coldly laughing. "As long as Lu Wuda defeats Lingyu, everything will be over." With that said, she turned to descend the tower. Moya's heart trembled, wondering if her sister had other plans that weren't working out. However, she also knew that Lu Wuda was the former guardian god of the previous Saintess and hadn't shown his true strength in many years. Even when he lost to Z the previous year, he hadn't revealed his full power. Moya worried that he might lack the fight against Lingyu, making the outcome uncertain if they were to really clash. Not long after the tranquility, the Devil Tribe's stronghold became restless again as a peculiar vehicle arrived. Dark Knight Queen. The Dark Knight Queen is here. With the first person shouting, a commotion erupted. Some ran for their lives, while others knelt on the spot in fear. As the graceful and luxurious woman stepped off the car, everyone left in the vicinity prostrated on the ground because of her imposing aura. The Dark Knight Queen walked forward alone. As she entered the Devil Tribe's building, elite members like Liana, Peach Sheep, and others quickly followed suit. "What are you doing here?" Liana coldly questioned. That the Dark Knight Queen paid no heed, her eyes not acknowledging them, continuing to stride forward. "So arrogant." Peach Sheep suddenly licked his lips, his eyes flashing with a hint of malice and greed. "What a great day it is today. Such a precious prey has actually walked into the trap and come into our lair. Since you've come, don't even think about leaving." With Peach Sheep's cold shout, Liana, Dark Soul, and Grin Ghost also lunged towards their adversary together. This unified action proved that deep down, they saw the people from the Chanwu organization as enemies, standing on the opposite side. Surprising things happened. The Dark Queen just walked straight ahead, and all of their attacks missed. Not only that, but where the Dark Queen passed, flames suddenly surged, almost roasting a few people. What kind of move is this? Peach Goat was more agile and narrowly escaped harm. Even Liana, accidentally burned by the flames, quickly rolled on the ground to put out the fire. For a moment, they dared not rashly attack the Dark Queen again. This woman seems even more terrifying than Lingyu, making them feel the gap between humans and demigods. Swish, swish, swish. In the next moment, countless hidden weapons flew towards the Dark Queen. The Dark Queen just showed a slight smile, not dodging or avoiding, and those hidden weapons seemed to have eyes, flying away from her on their own. Is this the Shadow Ninja of Daojo? Has her power regressed? The Dark Queen sneered. The other members of the demonic clan also gathered around Peach Goat, astonished, and asked, "What kind of sorcery does this woman know? Why are our attacks completely ineffective?" Peach Goat gritted his teeth and said, "She bounced off the attacks using internal energy, just like our leader's technique." And the latter part of his sentence, Peach Goat did not want to say and dared not say, because he clearly felt that the Dark Queen was even more powerful than Lu Wuda. Furthermore, her power was different from the traditional martial artist's internal energy. "Dark Queen, what are you here for?" Respecting the strong, knowing that they couldn't deal with the woman in front of them, Sho stood in front of her and asked honestly, "You just guard the door for me. Don't let anyone disturb me and your leader's conversation." The Dark Queen commanded Sho in an irresistible tone. Then, she walked straight into the headquarters room from the side of Sho. "Sho, you let her in like that?" Liana and others immediately rushed over. Sho raised his hand to stop them from entering but did not offer any explanation. In a world where the strong are respected, whoever is the strongest is the king, and there's nothing more to be said. Long time no see. In the room, Lu Wudao had already stood up early waiting for the Dark Queen to come in. When she entered, he turned to her and called her name in a deep voice. "Mo-Fi, junior sister, senior brother, long time no see." Mo-Fi smiled ambiguously as she looked at him. "What are you here for? We should chat now, shouldn't we? There's nothing for us to talk about." Lu Wudao turned his back on the Dark Queen and hesitatingly, "Senior brother, now is the best time for you to return to the Heavenly Martial Organization." The Dark Queen's words pierced Lu Wudao's heart directly, causing the true king of Dark Island to tremble slightly, and he could not even clench his fist for a moment. "Aren't you the #1 follower of DeSaintis? DeSaintis has already returned to the Heavenly Martial Organization, and you should come back to." The Dark Queen continued to persuade him. "Guard her well to make up for your mistakes and regrets from the past." "No, she is not the Saintess I should protect." Lu Wudao gritted his teeth, pretending to be very firm. "But she is the unique Saintess, isn't she?" The Dark Queen sneered. "Isn't it the duty of the Saint Guards to protect the Saintess? Have you forgotten the oath you made in front of your master? Your master believed in you, which is why he chose you to inherit the role of the Saint Guard." Lu Wudao fell silent, and his once resolute expression became uncertain. "You stayed on Dark Island all this time waiting for the return of the Saintess, didn't you? Now, it is your best chance for redemption." The Dark Queen struck his heart again, her expression cold and stern. "Defeat Ling Yu. Shatter his illusions of taking the Saintess again. The Saintess will always be the light of the Tri-Saint organization." Lu Wudao closed his eyes, clenched his fists, and was still struggling in his heart. "Senior brother, you were born a king. Only a king can protect the Saintess. You should prove it to Dark Island and the world. Overcome shame with strength, and welcome the glory that belongs to you." The Dark Queen continued. After a while, Lu Wudao finally loosened his fist, opened his eyes again, and sighed deeply. "I understand, junior sister." "Good." The Dark Queen smiled. "When you have redeemed yourself, I will request the Tri-Saints to reinstate you, and by then, you will receive the power of the Heart of the Sun like me. You will be invincible in the world." Lu Wudao just smiled faintly without saying a word. The true kings of martial arts do not need technological assistance. Meanwhile, Ling Yu had returned to the Night Wolf clan's territory. Although the Night Wolves hadn't participated in the rebellion last night, the atmosphere in the headquarters was solemn with representatives' faces showing concern. You're back. The leader is back." Seeing Ling Yu walk in, with one shout from Ironhead, everyone's gaze followed. Each person's look was complicated, containing different thoughts. Ling Yu, however, remained calm, smiling faintly, and asked, Shui, how is your mother doing?" "Leader." Shui's tears gushed out instantly, crying, "My mother is still alive and resting in my room now. I'll go see her in a moment and treat her." Ling Yu seemed to be unaware of the situation on Dark Island, remaining composed. The 3 seconds couldn't help but ask, "You leader, the riots were suppressed last night, and the Sun Clan and the Fire Ice Alliance have been sent to the dungeon. Don't you even intend to take 3 seconds to give us an explanation?" Ling Yu nodded. "Yes, the action last night indeed failed." Several representatives of the Night Wolf clan looked at each other. "You seem quite calm." Ji couldn't help but speak up. "Are you planning to give up on the plan?" Everyone's eyes turned to Ling Yu as well. The Sun Clan and the Fire Ice Alliance, who had always supported his plans, had been wiped out by the Triad. This resistance plan against the Heavenly Martial Organization seemed to have failed. In everyone's eyes, the Allied forces were in dire straits. "No, I am not." Ling Yu responded confidently, his gaze showing his self-assurance. "Please believe in me. The Allied forces will definitely regroup and will be even stronger than before." Everyone fell into silence. Their gazes met each other. Ling Yu continued with fervor. "In all the revolutions throughout history, success does not come in one go. It's a cyclical process. If everyone desires freedom, they must resist from within. Turn it into a belief. Trust me, I will lead everyone to ultimate victory. Although the War-Wolf King was slow in emotions, having served as a general in the Northern Territory for many years, he was quite skilled at boosting morale. The giant bear immediately stood up, responding fervently, "Leader, I have always believed in you." The 500 ordinary personnel of the Nightwolf team are ready to go at a moment's notice. No matter the situation, no matter the time, as long as the leader commands, I will lead them into action. Good. Ling Yu was very satisfied. Although Giant Bear didn't say much, he was indeed reliable. Gee. What about you? Ling Yu looked at this cold and high-strung female subordinate, who he hadn't mentioned Xiao to throughout. My 500-person squad is also ready. After Ji's response to Ling Yu, she turned the tables and pressured Ling Yu back. Now, how can we unleash our strength? Don't let me be useless, ending up like the Sun Clan. Although Ji's words were harsh, Ling Yu knew that this was what many people in the Nightwolf tribe and other factions were thinking. You will surely shine. Ling Yu smiled and then took out the detailed map of the Dark Night Isle and that he had prepared. When Ji and the others saw it, their eyes brightened. Wow, the boss had a battle plan early on. Look how detailed this map is. I can't wait. Ironhead and the others were eager, as they were not afraid of dying in battle now, but of being taken out by the Chuanwu organization before even resisting. Ji. Bear. Thank you for not being impulsive last night and saving your strength. Now, please listen to my orders. Ling Yu pointed to the map and analyzed. The Chuanwu organization has 5 military bases, which are the foundation of their rule over Dark Night Island. In terms of numbers, they are actually at a significant disadvantage compared to the entire Dark Night Island. But their advantage lies in using technology for real-time communication and concentrating their forces to break through one by one. Everyone listened carefully to his analysis. The Dust and Ironhead even sighed with admiration. Wine and Dust also worshipped Ling Yu, thinking that he was much cooler than Zia Irma. In their eyes, if he were in the Coffee Three Kingdoms, he would definitely be a great marshal. First, you, Bear, lead Ironhead and the others and the 500-person team to ambush in this place half an hour later, Ling Yu said, pointing to the middle of South Island and Central Island on the map, one of the necessary routes from South Island to Central Island. Once the Chuanwu organization shifts troops from the South Base to the Central Island tonight, you will immediately use falling rocks from both sides of the rocky hills to snipe them. Remember, your mission is to block them from reaching Central Island, not to engage them in a deadly battle. If you can't hold them off, retreat immediately to the territory of the Sun Clan. Ling Yu said this, and Ironhead asked curiously, Boss, why retreat to the Sun Clan's territory? Ling Yu raised his lips slightly. The art of war says to confuse the enemy with both real and false moves so they can't predict your intentions. Now, where the Sun Clan is deserted, they definitely won't guess where you're hiding, avoiding their pursuit. After reaching the Sun Clan, wait for further orders. Waters, boss. Is it my turn? Please give me the order. Waters couldn't wait, as she didn't belong to Bear's camp or G's camp, and she was afraid of not being able to help. You excel in logistics usually, so I appoint you as the Chief of Communications. Find 50 resourceful, ordinary people and have them in charge of message delivery. Understood, boss. After Waters agreed, she proudly said, Boss, you found the right person. I'm very familiar with many lower-level people and can definitely find 50 smart and trustworthy individuals. Good. Communication is crucial to success. You are very important, understand? Ling Yu said, and Waters almost cried. She almost caused a disaster for the entire Nightwolf tribe, yet the boss still entrusted her with such an important task, which made her grateful and touched. Boss, I understand. Waters will put her heart and soul into helping the boss and all the people on the Dark Night Island achieve victory and gain freedom. Waters clenched her fists, determined. Seeing her determined look, no one doubted her anymore. What about me? She couldn't help but ask. She had already felt the energy and abilities of this destined king and couldn't help but want to fight for him. Ji, you are the second in command of the Night Wolves, so your mission is more important, Ling Yu said, and Ji snorted, looking satisfied and full of fighting spirit. The Wine and Dust had been watching nearby and worshipped Ling Yu, finding his talent for employing people far superior to that of Zia Ama. If he were in the Coffee Three Kingdoms, he would definitely be a great marshal. First, you in 3 seconds must lead a 500-person army to ambush at the junction of the Double River in advance. If the Chunwu organization deploys troops from the east base to the central island tonight, you must either break the bridge or destroy the dam to stop them. Ling Yu gave firm orders. Ji sneered. The eastern garrison chief has two routes to support the central island. Are you so sure they will choose that one? Everyone looked curiously at Ling Yu, especially when he had let Bear choose the Rockfall route just now in the south base to the central island. However, Bear didn't ask, but now Ji did. As long as you intentionally light a fire there, the eastern garrison chief will definitely take his people on that route. Ling Yu said confidently. He had seen the eastern garrison chief last night and confirmed that he was a proud and arrogant person. Such a person could be a garrison chief, so he must have some talent. When he sees one side on fire and the other not, he will definitely choose the side on fire, believing there are no ambushes there. Although Ji saw Ling Yu's confidence, she couldn't help but ask, what if the eastern garrison chief doesn't take that route? I guarantee it with my head. Ling Yu said decisively without any extra words. Fine. If he takes that route, I will definitely snipe him and prevent him from entering the central island. Otherwise, I'll come to see you. They made it such a big deal that the surrounding Night Wolf members were astonished. Good. I trust you. With time being tight, Ling Yu didn't waste any more words and continued. Your second task is to persuade Yubing to lead the remaining Ice and Fire Alliance members to resist the northern base. Ling Yu was already planning ahead, which amazed the Night Wolf members. She also looked at Ling Yu with a higher regard. This guy was definitely very sharp in battle. Undoubtedly the destined king. Boss, we're ready to go. Ling Yu finished his arrangements, and Ironhead, Dust, 3 seconds, and others were already excited, unable to contain their emotions. Okay. Remember to follow orders and don't get carried away. Ling Yu reminded once again, even adding, the Chunwu organization mocked us as a motley crowd last night, yet we, the Night Wolf tribe, are the initiators of the entire war. We must not be underestimated. Yes, boss. The members left the room, leading their people to ambush. They were both excited and nervous because no one knew what would happen tonight. Boss. What about me? Only Wine and Dust remained in the room, pouting as she asked Ling Yu. Wine and Dust, please continue looking after Qingxuan for me. She is very important to me. Ling Yu said solemnly. I came to the Dark Night Island and initiated this war all for her. Wine and Dust was slightly stunned but then smiled, saying, it seems that I am the most important to the boss. Rest assured, I will guard the main base for you. Unless I die, I will never let anything happen to your woman. The championship competition is finally coming to a close. The final suspense will be revealed tonight. Many individuals who still maintain their freedom have gathered at the Zhongdao Martial Arena, numbering in the hundreds. Even the Qianmo clan, acting out of character, has already arrived hours before the competition. The atmosphere is heavy with everyone's expressions showing complexity. Everyone knows that tonight could potentially be the grand finale of Dark Night Island, but no one knows what their own fate will be. Lu Wuda is seated on a stone slab, legs apart, hands resting on his knees, eyes closed exuding a kingly aura. Behind and around him are representatives of the Qianmo clan, mostly from the southern islands, standing in perfect formation. In contrast, the forces from the northern islands are scarce, with hardly any representatives present, not even a single member from the Sun Clan, Ice Fire Alliance, or the Night Wolf Clan. Members of the Blood Clan, Black Demon, and Thorny Dog Clan are present, but nobody knows what the Night Wolf Clan is up to. What is the boss thinking? At this moment, representatives of the Qianmo clan have also left their seats and are quietly discussing in a corner. While they are certainly supportive of the boss defeating Ling Yu and claiming the throne of Dark Night Island, after Dark Night Queen visited the boss earlier today, they have become somewhat uncertain. Even Zhu is unsure of Lu Wudao's current mindset. If the boss truly defeats Ling Yu, perhaps he may not lead everyone in a rebellion against the Chunwu organization. Dark Night Queen has arrived. With the announcement from a Chunwu organization official, a team of armed soldiers enter the venue. Usually at the forefront, Muya can only follow behind others at this moment. Leading the group is a woman exuding beauty and a menacing aura. Dark Night Queen waves her long sleeves and takes a seat on a purple phoenix throne. Skilled members of the Chunwu organization stand on both sides, creating an unparalleled impression. Despite the presence of top experts from various factions in the audience, There is a feeling that if these people were to clash, it would not bode well for anyone. How much time until the competition starts? Dark Knight Queen inquires. Queen, there are still 15 minutes remaining. Moya responds promptly. Alright, when the time is up, any faction's representative who fails to step onto the stage will be disqualified. Yes, Queen. Although Dark Knight Queen's voice is not loud, it is clearly heard throughout the arena. This raises the tension once again, especially for Mo Shu, who sneaked into the venue with the Chanwu organization last night. After the events of last night, due to the arrival of her elder sister, Six Sisters did not do anything to him. For him, if Lingyu does not show up or loses the battle today, he could also ask the two sisters to let him leave. However, for some reason, he wishes to support Lingyu. That scoundrel. Damn. Do I have Stockholm Syndrome? Has the victim fallen for the abuser? Mo Shu cursed silently. After all, Lingyu had tricked him onto the ship. He's here. He finally arrived. Suddenly, someone shouts. The leader of the Night Wolf clan, Lingyu, finally emerges amidst the anticipation. In the next moment, everyone is astonished to see that he is the only member from the Night Wolf clan present. What's going on? What is he playing at? Where are the rest of the Night Wolf clan members? Rumors and discussions fill the air. Lingyu, seeming unaffected, scans the surroundings before slowly making his way onto the stage. Lu Wudao also rises suddenly, cloak billowing, exuding a majestic presence. She follows on to the stage. The two kings have different auras, but both are undeniably awe-inspiring. The Saintess has arrived. The final battle is about to commence, and at this moment, a Chanwu organization official announces. When everyone turns to look, many people are awestruck. Qin Mingyu, escorted by Kun Yan, arrives at the venue with a group of individuals, making a grand entrance. She is dressed in a pure white gown, dancing gracefully in the night breeze, her inherent aura captivating many. Yet, Qin Mingyu's gaze is fixed only on Lingyu. As everyone notices this, Qin Mingyu has already taken her seat next to Dark Knight Queen on the white luxurious throne. So, this is why the new Night Wolf leader wants to rebel against Dark Knight Island. His woman is a saintess. Look at the way they look at each other. I don't believe there's no illicit affair. If it were me, I'd rebel against the Chanwu organization too. I'll fight till the end. Pregnant Qin Mingyu remains an irresistible presence. Hearing the surrounding discussions, Dark Knight Queen involuntarily turns to look, smiling as she asks, Saintess, why did you come down? The outside is cold and unsuitable for you to linger. It was Kun Yan who brought me down. Qin Mingyu interrupts hastily. Dark Knight Queen's expression twitches slightly as she stares coldly at Kun Yan. However, Kun Yan remains unfazed and calmly states, in the Cutthroats Championship final, as the leader, the Saintess should be present to witness the battle. After all, everything here is for the Saintess. Dark Knight Queen's lips twitch slightly as she forces a smile without saying a word. In the next moment, Lu Wudao, who is preparing for the decisive battle, suddenly kneels reverently. I pay my respects to the Saintess. As a guardian of the Saintess, absolute loyalty to the Saintess is an unchanging tradition passed down for millennia. At this moment, seeing the menacing Chanmo clan king kneel, everyone is shocked, and many begin to speculate about his identity. You don't need to be so formal. We are all born equal. No one is nobler than the other. Qin Mingyu's words lead to a wave of whispers and discussions among the onlookers. Dark Knight Queen's eyes show increased irritation, hinting at deeper vexation. Pretending ignorance, Qin Mingyu stands up and declares solemnly, I announce that the final showdown on Dark Knight Island begins. The victor will be the ultimate ruler of the Dark Knight, and all forces must obey them. Wow. As soon as these words are spoken, the atmosphere becomes even more razzed. While the rules of the championship have been established beforehand, hearing the announcement from the highest leader of the Trisanctum organization makes it all the more significant. Even Dark Knight Queen cannot go against it. However, she is also betting on one thing. If Lu Wudao defeats Lingyu, all troubles will fade away. Lingyu, let's begin. Lu Wudao stands up, arms crossed, radiating a majestic presence. It is evident to everyone that his current state is far better than when he fought Lin Qinglong, exuding a more terrifying aura. All right. Lingyu wastes no time. Aware of Lu Wudao's character, he chooses to launch a preemptive strike. Leaping up, he seems to soar through the air, delivering a powerful punch towards Lu Wudao. Sout, with a loud bang, while nothing seems to happen. Ling Yu's fist appears to shatter a solid wall, giving the impression of a crumbling barrier. Ling Yu throws a second punch, forcing Lu Wudao to retreat, a stark contrast to his strategy in the battle with Lin Qinglan. It is clear to everyone that he is somewhat disheveled from the very start. What's going on? The boss is being suppressed. Liana looked at the situation on stage, her face full of disbelief. Ling Yu launched the attack, but Lu Wudao kept being forced to retreat. Other members of the demon clan were also shocked. In their impression, the boss always had the upper hand in any battle and could even defeat opponents effortlessly even with hands tied behind his back. How could he perform so poorly today? Teach Sheep looked towards Zhu. Zhu, however, felt that the current situation was only natural. Haha, the demon clan boss was too full of himself. Serves him right. On the Blood clan side, Sweet Blood smirked triumphantly. He was the only one present who had fought Ling Yu at his best and nearly got defeated in one move by him, leading many to believe he was weak. Now, seeing that even the demon clan boss couldn't match up to Ling Yu, doesn't that prove getting nearly defeated by Ling Yu isn't shameful? After all, Night Wolf boss's power may even surpass Lu Wudao's. Perhaps it's even higher. Kevin wants to deflect attacks with his inner energy. Is he asking for trouble? Sweet Blood's words made many people suddenly realize the inner energy wall may seem impressive, but it's of little use against opponents of the same level. It looks like the demon clan is going to lose to the Night Wolf again. Many in the audience concluded early. Zhu, however, smirked. These people were truly clueless, unaware of the depth of their boss. They really thought their boss could only rely on an inner energy wall, didn't they? Even Qin Mingyu could see that Lu Wudao wasn't so simple, silently worrying for Ling Yu. This battle would determine whether the three of them could return home to see their grandparents and parents. Ling Yu definitely couldn't afford to lose. Phew. Indeed, the next moment, Lu Wudao went all out. With a wave of his cloak, Ling Yu saw a sea of crimson before him. His fist could clearly strike Lu Wudao, yet ultimately got lost in emptiness. Lu Wudao's true form, a red ghostly figure, circled behind him, lifting his foot to strike back at Ling Yu. Ling Yu crossed his hands to block, feeling like he had been hit by a truck, no, a train, and was sent flying. Many were left in shock, some even concerned that Ling Yu might fly off the stage. The Night Queen glanced at Qin Mingyu intentionally, hoping to see her nervous. However, Qin Mingyu remained expressionless, not showing any signs of panic. Although she didn't understand martial arts, she understood Ling Yu and firmly believed her husband wouldn't easily fail. Indeed, in a surprising move, Ling Yu managed to land steadily back on the stage after being sent flying. The onlookers were left awestruck by the incredible battle between the two masters. Your shadow-shifting body technique is impressive. Ling Yu shook his arms and complimented. Lu Wudao, out of character, lowered his raised hands and praised. Your swallow backflip is equally astonishing. Between experts, words were unnecessary to understand the opponent's intentions. Ling Yu observed Lu Wudao's eyes with genuine seriousness. Lu Wudao indeed intended to defeat him. The next moment, Lu Wudao took the initiative to attack. His movements were more dominant. Tearing off his red cloak, he launched powerful internal energy, resembling a giant blood drop. Ling Yu was taken aback and countered with his northern-bound dragon palm. In the midst of retrieving his cloak, Lu Wudao kicked Ling Yu 3 times in succession. With his tall stature and powerful kicks, Ling Yu struggled to defend and was pushed back. After steadying himself, it was evident from the torn clothes that the audience only saw Lu Wudao landing 3 kicks, but only Ling Yu knew the real number of strikes received. Lu Wudao had no intention of stopping, pressing on with attacks. Many had previously assumed Lu Wudao as a brute force martial artist who relied solely on internal energy to win, lacking finesse. Even in his fierce battle against Z on the stage in the past, he seemed static, winning solely through his internal energy. However, no one expected his martial arts prowess to be so exquisite. His red cloak was his most formidable weapon. In an instant, the red cloak, akin to a fishing net from the heavens and earth, shrouded Ling Yu, appearing completely unpredictable. Zhu smirked. It had been a long time since he had seen the boss fight with full force. This was the true king of the Dark Knight Island. Haha. It's time to determine the winner. The boss unleashing his true power is genuinely extraordinary. The Night Wolf boss is also a formidable warrior, but compared to our Demon Clan boss, he's slightly inferior. Members of the Demon Clan like Peach Sheep and Leon eagerly awaited the boss to lead them to dominance on the Dark Knight Island. Unlike representatives of the Night Wolf clan, The future of others on the island had no connection to them. They only aimed to reign over the island and become a sole legend. As for whether the boss would submit to the Chuan organization after becoming the ruler or rebel against it, they would all obey. Lu Wudao never revealed his true strength. No wonder he always had that air of superiority. Members of the Blood and Demon clans marveled at this first display of Lu Wudao's true might. His overpowering strength alone was already excessive, but his shape-shifting attack method was nearly lethal, making it unbearable. If it were them receiving a single attack from Lu Wudao, they could flaunt it for a decade and roam freely on Dark Knight Island. However, Ling Yu had endured his assaults and still stood strong, leaving them astonished. Night Wolf clan, it's time for you to lose. Unexpectedly, Lu Wudao roared, his fist veiled in a sturdy demeanor punching directly at Ling Yu's face. It's over. The entire venue was stunned, those 3 words echoing in their minds. Qin Mingyu tightly gripped the chair armrest, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, her heart beating as if clutched by the devil. Yet, suddenly, Ling Yu's figure blurred. Lu Wudao's certain strike missed its target. How is that possible? Gasps resounded throughout the hall. Even Mo Chu, who was watching from a corner, was so shocked that he started pulling at his unruly hair, screaming, "Ah! Ling Yu, this bastard! How did he advance to this level? I'm left in the dust by 18 barns." Lu Wudao was also drenched in cold sweat. He knew better than anyone that Ling Yu didn't dodge his attack with speed but rather preemptively anticipated his move. This feeling was reminiscent of his battle with Z in the ruins, and if anything, Ling Yu performed even better than Z. In the next moment, Lu Wudao turned around, glaring coldly at Ling Yu's fist placed at his waist, gritting his teeth as he asked, "Why didn't you knock me down in one go?" Ling Yu sighed. "My goal is not to harm you." Lu Wudao coldly snorted, "By holding back like this, not only you won't defeat me, but you'll further enrage me. The outcome will be dire." Ling Yu sighed. He still needed Lu Wudao's help. Hurting him now and losing this key fighting force might result in a defeat in the bigger picture. Exactly. That's why I find you detestable. Ling Yu, I intend to defeat you, even kill you. By not putting your all into it, you're making me feel humiliated. Lu Wudao not only didn't appreciate Ling Yu's intentions, but instead roared furiously, launching a violent attack once again. Ling Yu's avoidance of his previous strike only fueled Lu Wudao's feelings of humiliation, akin to being scorched by fire. The power of Lu Wudao has become more ferocious. The arena was smashed into pieces by his heavy punches. Seeing this scene, the forces of Dark Knight Island fell silent. In contrast, the members of Chuanwu organization were increasingly joyful, with Mo Afei even exchanging a glance with Moya, both showing obvious smiles. If things continue like this, not to mention winning, Ling Yu is lucky if he doesn't get killed by Lu Wudao. But to defeat Lu Wudao, he must also severely injure his opponent, at least making sure the other party cannot stand up, because with Lu Wudao's strong personality, he will never admit defeat. Doom. Ling Yu once again took Lu Wudao's punch head-on, and he flew up, feeling a bit numb in his arms. As Lu Wudao's figure came attacking again, Ling Yu immediately used the 1000 changes return to ancestral secret technique, grabbing the opponent's wrist in advance to prevent him from exerting force. "Why?" Ling Yu shouted loudly in Lu Wudao's ear. "Are you trying so hard to defeat me just to conquer Dark Knight Island? To become the ruler of all clans? No." Lu Wudao sneered. "Such meaningless titles, what use are they? Being the great Lu Wudao, reigning over Dark Knight Island for so many years, he would have conquered the summit long ago." Ling Yu also understood this, so his eyes were filled with confusion as he asked, "Then what is it for, exactly?" "For redemption." Lu Wudao's eyes were resolute, not being able to protect the Saintess back then. "Letting her leave the organization was a great mistake on my part. As the Saint Guardian, it is unforgivable. Only by keeping the Saintess here to carry on the unfinished work of the previous Saintess can I fulfill my duty as the Saint Guardian." Ling Yu was immediately shocked, not understanding why Lu Wudao's thoughts had undergone such a drastic change in such a short time. If he had always thought this way, then why did he engage in conversations with Ling Yu in a different manner before? What stories unfolded between them? The Dark Knight Queen observed the expressions of the two in satisfaction. Moya also sighed in admiration. Within a day of her return, she had managed to resolve what she couldn't handle. Regardless of the outcome of this battle, it seemed unlikely that the haphazard assembly on Dark Knight Island would pose a substantial threat to the Chuanwu organization. "Ling Yu, Our identities and positions make us destined to be enemies, not friends, Lu Wudao said, then suddenly roared and used his powerful strength to shake off Ling Yu's hands. Doom. A punch struck Ling Yu's chest. Ling Yu. Qin Mingyu could no longer contain herself, standing up, her beautiful eyes showing anxiety. Her delicate body, carrying 6 lonings, trembled, arousing sympathy in the onlookers. Even though Lu Wudao's heavy punches were rapid and fierce, Ling Yu managed to block them with his hands. But Lu Wudao followed up with a side kick, knocking him down. Ling Yu's body rebounded on the ground due to the immense force. Yet, most of the members of the Chanmo clan cheered excitedly. Many from the southern island also voiced their approval, but these people, collectively, still made up only a small fraction of the island's forces, with the vast majority falling into silence. Ling Yu. You mustn't lose. Tears welled up in Qin Mingyu's eyes, suddenly streaming down from her beautiful eyes. When the saintess shed tears, all eyes were drawn to her. Her tears seemed to possess a magical power, captivating people's souls. Ling Yu felt his heart ache. He knew his wife was a woman of high caliber. Composed and strong-willed, he had never seen her cry before. It was evident how much pressure she was under at that moment. However, Qin Mingyu quickly halted her tears, replacing them with a smile to encourage her husband, saying, "Come on, both I and the children, Rain and Frost, Qingzhuan, and everyone yearning for freedom or waiting for you." Ling Yu nodded, offering her a reassuring smile, and leapt back into action. This little incident left the audience exchanging complex looks and thoughts. Ha ha. Is this a melodrama? Tao Yang burst into laughter. Ling Yu can't beat our leader, even if you shed tears like Meng Jiangnu crying over the Great Wall. Shut up. Unexpectedly, it was Han who stopped Tao Yang, his gaze sharp. Standing by Ling Yu's side, he wouldn't allow such low-level provocation and mockery to disrupt this battle of champions. As Lu Wudao's follower, he wouldn't permit anyone to spoil the atmosphere. Ling Yu's gaze firm, he slowly approached Lu Wudao once more, saying, "I understand your feelings and your duty as the Saint Guardian, but I must defeat you." Lu Wudao's eyes began to tremble slightly. How worthy is the former saintess of my respect? She had the courage to break free from the shackles for freedom, for love, and live the life she wanted. Although her final fate may not have been perfect or even tragic, I believe she lived without regrets. Her life was commendable and tear-jerking. Ling Yu finally stood before Lu Wudao, launching a soulful interrogation. Have you ever thought about whether she needed your protection? What kind of protection did she truly need from you? Could it be that you are merely a cage or shackle she wanted to escape from? Shut up. Lu Wudao wouldn't allow Ling Yu to disturb his state of mind, destroying the centuries-old glory of the Saint Guardian. Not to mention ancient times, even his master's master died protecting the saintess. His master received irreversible injuries for protecting the saintess and only passed on this title to him before his death. If you were to admit what Ling Yu said, wouldn't that be a denial of everything his master and grandmother stood for? No. Absolutely not. Doom. Lu Wudao's fists became even more explosive, failing to hit Ling Yu's body but shattered the platform into pieces. Lu Wudao, think clearly about what you are guarding. Ling Yu descended from the sky, countering Lu Wudao's attack with his own punch. Their combat skills were both exquisite, making it difficult to discern who had the upper hand. I am not wrong. I am right. Lu Wudao became increasingly frenzied. The saintess carries the dreams of hundreds of thousands in the Three Saints organization. She is their faith and should remain within the organization. Ling Yu continued to handle the situation with ease and countered. So as the Saint Guardian, are you guarding the ambitions of hundreds of thousands in the Three Saints organization? Don't you find this contradictory to the ideals and life the saintess desired? Under Ling Yu's continuous interrogation, Lu Wudao began to show signs of confusion. Sensing something amiss, the Dark Night Queen feared that Ling Yu would once again shatter the belief she had painstakingly instilled in Lu Wudao. With a single glance, Moya understood the Queen's intentions. Qiao. Moya called out to Qiao beside her, communicating urgently with her through eye signals. To discreetly trip up Ling Yu without arousing suspicions, only the Dark Night Queen or someone of similar strength like Qiao could achieve that. Ha! Seeing Moya's expression, Qian just smirked disdainfully without any response. Qin Mingyu, however, fixed her gaze on the Dark Night Queen, sensing that something was amiss with her. She absolutely could not let anyone disrupt Ling Yu and Lu Wudao's final battle. Damn it! Moya couldn't get Qian's attention, so she had no choice but to act at the opportune moment. Doom. At that moment on the stage, Ling Yu's fist landed on Lu Wudao's face, shouting loudly, "Wake up! Understand your true duties as a holy guard." Each punch, each word, shook the hearts of the people. The crowd on Dark Knight Island, who enjoyed fighting and killing, found themselves contemplating because of this battle. What is truly important in one's life? Yeah. Lu Wudao retaliated with a punch to Ling Yu's face, angrily shouting, "I'm not wrong." Since the Three Saints organization came together because of the Holy Virgin, the Lady of the Holy Virgin should be responsible for the tens of thousands of ideals. As a holy guard, I should protect her within the organization. Doom. Compared to Lu Wudao's agitation, Ling Yu's eyes remained calm and unwavering throughout, landing another punch on Lu Wudao's face. Lu Wudao hesitated a bit. Why couldn't his violent fist manage to knock down this man in front of him? Lu Wudao's confidence began to waver. Tens of thousands of ideals. So, as a holy guard, are you guarding not the Holy Virgin, but those tens of thousands of ambitious individuals? Ling Yu sneered contemptuously. Compared to those tens of thousands of people, what do they count for among the billions in this world? They want to start a war. They want to make rivers of blood flow in this world, to leave countless people homeless. And you are the most foolish holy guard. It's your foolishness that made the previous Holy Virgin choose to leave you. You're not protecting her. You're just cooperating with the executioners of the Three Saints to imprison her. Doom. Ling Yu landed another punch on Lu Wudao's face. Though not fatal, it swelled Lu Wudao's face, causing blood to fly. Each punch on Lu Wudao shook the minds of all the demon clan present. The scene suddenly became eerily quiet, every sound in the arena sounding exceptionally loud. No, I'm upholding the 1,000-year glory of the holy guards. I'm fulfilling my divine duty. Lu Wudao countered Ling Yu once more. However, Ling Yu easily dodged his fists. Lu Wudao continued to throw punches consecutively. Ling Yu seemed like flowing air. No matter how fierce or swift Lu Wudao's punches were, he just couldn't land a hit on Ling Yu. The third layer of the ever-changing master key. The null style unlocked. Doom. Ling Yu punched Lu Wudao once more. Moya couldn't hold back any longer. She drew a suppressor gun from her body and secretly aimed to shoot at Ling Yu's back. Snap. Suddenly, a lawn whip attacked Ling Yu's back. But as Ling Yu entered the null style, he miraculously dodged the attack as if his back had eyes. What's going on? The originally silent scene gradually grew restless. As the situation became clear, the representatives of various tribes on Dark Knight Island, filled with righteous indignation, stood up. Ambush. People from the Celestial Martial Organization actually ambushed the Night Wolf leader. They want to control the outcome of this showdown. The crowd began shouting. The shouts grew louder. Even the Demon Clan members felt ashamed. What's happening? Lu Wudao, who was passively taking hits, felt greatly insulted, glaring at Qian. Moya, in a panic, quickly put away the gun from her body. Although she managed to escape the scrutiny of everyone's gaze, she couldn't escape Ling Yu's eyes. Hehe, it's nothing. Please continue. Qian prepared to retract the lawn whip. Unexpectedly, Ling Yu suddenly jumped over and grabbed her Lulan black whip with one hand. Everyone then realized Qian's whip had a detonator attached to it. The whole scene descended into chaos as people stared at each other in disbelief. Lu Wudao's expression turned even more furious and ugly. Despite not having been fully defeated, in the eyes of the Celestial Martial Organization members, he had already lost to Ling Yu. Snap. Suddenly, Qin Mingyu angrily slammed her chair, her white dress billowing up, exuding an imposing aura. The Holy Virgin's fury made many people shudder. Moye, explain why you shot at Ling Yu's back. Qin Mingyu's eyes were as icy as a flash of lightning, causing Moya to tremble. Feeling the gaze of everyone in the room, Moya clenched her fists tightly, bearing immense pressure, yet remained silent. Such a thing was impossible to explain clearly and would only make matters worse, and she was well aware that for a strong individual, remaining silent could gradually calm the situation. However, she didn't expect Lu Wudao to suddenly shout, "Listen up, Demon Clan, leader, we're here." Members of the Demon Clan responded in unison. The next moment, Lu Wudao knelt towards Qin Mingyu and Ling Yu. The sound of his knee hitting the stage was not loud, but it made many cover their ears. I've lost. The Night Wolf has stepped on me to reach the peak of the Dark Night. Lu Wudao solemnly declared, according to the rules, all tribes of the Demon Clan and Dark Knight Island are now slaves to the Night Wolf and must obey only the Night Wolf's commands. The whole place fell silent. Though the demon clan found it hard to accept this result, it was the truth. I, Lu Wudao, am loyal to the Holy Virgin. Lu Wudao gritted his teeth and shouted, "From now on, our demon clan will obey the Night Wolf leader." This despicable and shameless organization was not worthy of his respect. At this moment, Lu Wudao's eyes became firm and no longer lost in confusion. Dead Yang and Yin Hun Ghost, among others, were momentarily stunned. It wasn't until Zhu followed Lu Wudao's lead shouting, "We, the demon clan, will obey the Night Wolf leader from now on," that Liana also joined in, shouting, "We, the demon clan, will obey the Night Wolf leader from now on." The entire demon clan echoed in unison, "We, the demon clan, will obey the Night Wolf leader from now on." Those who had lost to the demon clan suddenly bent down towards Ling Yu, calling out, "We all will obey the Night Wolf leader." "Good." Ling Yu nodded and, in response, his tightly clenched fists quivered with excitement. On the other hand, members of the Celestial Martial Organization began to panic. The scene they least wanted to see finally unfolded. All the powers on Dark Knight Island united under one man's control. Ling Yu turned to Qin Mingyu next. Qin Mingyu's body trembled slightly, her lips slightly pursed, nodding towards Ling Yu, showing determination. "All forces on Dark Knight Island, listen up. Raise our fists in battle." Ling Yu was the first to raise his right fist. Lu Wudao immediately followed. Then came the demon clan, the dog tribe. Slowly, all tribal warriors raised their fists, including the black demon and blood tribes. With this atmosphere, even the coldest individuals began to feel their blood boil with excitement. Freedom is the eternal pursuit of humanity. Freedom is the call deep in our souls. Freedom is the flame burning in our hearts. For freedom, we must stand and bravely face the shackles that bind us. Ling Yu looked at the Dark Knight Queen, shouting the rallying cry for war. Soon, all tribe members joined him in the chant, HMPH. Ling Yu, think carefully before you speak. Queen of the Dark Knight finally stood up and interrupted Ling Yu's progress. As the leader of the Sky Martial Organization, she could not allow the enemy's morale to continue to rise without taking action. Those people, each fighting for themselves and united, their combat power was truly incomparable. All members of the Sky Martial Organization, listen up. Queen of the Dark Knight also stood up and raised her right hand. "Your Majesty, we are here." Hundreds of people shouted in unison. Even though many of them were not powerful warriors, their momentum suppressed the group of warriors on Dark Knight Island. "Follow me and prosper. Go against me and perish." All members, prepare for battle. Queen of the Dark Knight waved her hand, and the hundreds of members of the Sky Martial Organization moved in unison, instantly surrounding the battlefield. "Follow me and prosper. Go against me and perish. Follow me and prosper. Go against me and perish." The loud slogans, that majestic military might, were unparalleled compared to the group of warriors on Dark Knight Island. Ling Yu silently smiled to himself, realizing the enemy was much stronger than imagined. "Ling Yu, and all of you, listen up." Queen of the Dark Knight's purple robe fluttered as she exuded a commanding presence, as if a true queen had descended upon the mortal realm. Now that Dark Knight Island is united, all chaotic forces divided by family units are completely ended. As the ruler of Dark Knight Island, I formally invite you to join the Sky Martial Organization. As long as you obey the arrangements of the Sky Martial Organization, you will definitely enjoy endless glory and wealth. If you do not comply with us and resist, your fate will be a dead end. With both grace and power, her strong or overwhelmed the scene like a flood. Many on Dark Knight Island trembled, hesitated, and looked uncertain. "Everyone, please do not believe her deceitful words." Ling Yu quickly shouted, "You have been on Dark Knight Island for so many years. Have you truly experienced glory and wealth? Have you left this island before? Have you tasted the flavor of freedom?" The crowd wavered, their eyes once again filled with confusion. "No." Ling Yu continued loudly. "The mother of Shui Shui from the Night Wolves is a member of the Sky Martial Organization, but she has never been able to leave the organization, always serving the organization, and ending up imprisoned in the end. Queen of the Dark Knight is simply promising you empty dreams. Whoever joins the Sky Martial Organization is just a tool to fulfill their ambitions. You will not have freedom. You will spend your whole life serving others, losing yourself. Is this the life and fate you desire?" For a moment, everyone fell silent. Both Ling Yu and Queen of the Dark Knight exuded powerful auras, unmatched eloquence and momentum, making it hard to determine who was superior. At a critical moment, a voice broke the deadlock. No, I refuse to be a puppet of the Sky Martial Organization. Chen Mingyu responded emotionally to Ling Yu's words. If I cannot be by the side of my loved one, if I cannot do what I want, if I cannot witness the wonders and beauty of this world, I would rather die fighting for freedom. Yes, for freedom. Ling Yu also raised his fist in fervor. In the next moment, Lu Wudao also joined in, roaring, for the Saints, for ourselves, for freedom. We will not hesitate to die in battle. For freedom. We will not hesitate to die in battle. The members of the Sky Demon tribe also shouted in unison, for freedom. We will not hesitate to die in battle. Almost everyone on Dark Knight Island began to shout. Ultimately, the desire for freedom is a wish of every normal person. On the other hand, the figures from the Sky Martial Organization began to feel uneasy, as they were being suppressed by the opposing side in terms of momentum. Damn it! Queen of the Dark Knight gritted her teeth and directly stared at the former Werewolf King. Ling Yu, are you sure you want a battle? Battle. Ling Yu did not hesitate in the slightest and took the lead to leap towards the Queen of the Dark Knight. As the Werewolf King, he was well aware that morale could rise and fall repeatedly. Now that morale had almost reached its peak, everyone's thoughts unify, making it the best time for him to declare war. As the commander, he needed to inspire everyone through action. Kill them. Lu Wudao also shouted. Sky Demon tribe experts immediately charged towards the enemy. Even though the Saigu tribe was weaker, they were in the front lines without any hesitation, charging into battle. More and more people joined the fight. Unconsciously clutching her stomach, Chen Mingyu watched as Ling Yu tangled with the Queen of the Dark Knight. Ling Yu's attention was divided due to the outbreak of the battle, but soon he was struck by the Queen of the Dark Knight, sending him flying out. Ling Yu. Chen Mingyu ran forward a few steps, and a burly figure blocked her path. Saints, do not panic. The new Werewolf King will not be easily defeated. Lu Wudao knelt in front of her, head held high, and declared, as long as I'm here, I will never allow anyone to harm the Saints. Suddenly feeling a great sense of security, Chen Mingyu nodded slightly. I trust you, Lulan, brave Saint Guardian. In the next moment, she regained her composure as a strong woman and shouted to Ling Yu, with the Saint Guardian here, you no longer need to worry about the safety of me and the child. Focus on the battle. Ling Yu clenched his fist, a smile of joy on his face. He nodded towards Chen Mingyu. Then after confirming with Lu Wudao through eye contact, he exerted all his strength to continue the showdown with the Queen of the Dark Knight. Darn it! On the other side, Moya battled but also retreated, feeling that the situation was not in their favor. She quickly signaled for reinforcement. In the next moment, she noticed that Qi Yan was standing still, unmoved. Chief Guardian, what are you doing? We need your strength now, Moya asked loudly. Qi Yan, however, continued to ignore her, responding indifferently. Then who should I target? The Saints and the Sky Martial Organization are currently in opposition. Should I be loyal to the Saints, or should I sell my loyalty to the Sky Martial Organization? Of course, sell your loyalty to the Sky Martial Organization, Moya roared. Qi Yan finally looked at her, with a cold smile. So, is it the Sky Martial Organization rebelling? Isn't the Three Saints organization loyal to the Saints? The Saints is the sovereign. Moya didn't expect the strongest force of the Sky Martial Organization to enter a standby mode at this critical moment, but she was currently too preoccupied to debate with her. With a sweep of her gaze, she saw that Moshu had also joined the battle, and even sided with the antagonists against the Sky Martial Organization, which infuriated her to the core. You scoundrel, Moshu, what are you doing? Moya fired at him. Luckily, Moshu's golden bell armor was impenetrable as he glared back at her. You're asking me what am I doing? You're all shooting at me, and you ask me what I'm doing. Then what are you doing? Seeing her brother glaring at her angrily, Moya felt even more uneasy and kept retreating. Fortunately, at the next moment, the Lulan steadfast long appeared, blocking Moshu for her. Both sides clashed, and the Sky Martial Organization gradually fell into a disadvantage, with more double dealers and opportunists joining the fight. This was the best opportunity in 30 years to overthrow the Sky Martial Organization. Damn it, why haven't reinforcements arrived? As the conflict of war escalated, Moya became increasingly agitated. Report. We are reinforcements from 3 bases, but we were intercepted by the rebel treachery. We are currently unable to support Zhongdao. 1000 waitings, Moya unexpectedly received such news. Seeing the situation not looking good at John Dao, Moya was at a loss for a moment, looking towards the Dark Knight Queen. The Dark Knight Queen was also distracted, unable to determine the outcome against Ling Yu. Ling Yu was also very surprised there exists such a level of power in the world. In the past, he had roamed the battlefield for many years, defeated many war gods, known as the peak of martial arts, but if he had met this woman earlier on, he would undoubtedly have been defeated. Fortunately, he learned the secret of adaptation, allowing him to stand undefeated in the short confrontation. Second sister, our reinforcements cannot enter John Dao in the short term. The terrain here is empty, extremely unfavorable for us. Please order the retreat to defend the high tower base. Moya shouted loudly, in a hurry forgetting to address the queen. The Dark Knight Queen also exerted her power, forcing Ling Yu to retreat and scanning the surroundings. Although the Chanwu organization possessed weapons, they were at a natural disadvantage against martial artists, not to mention that the morale of the Alliance army at Dark Knight Island was soaring, completely suppressing them. Damn it, the Dark Knight Queen, furious, never thought of retreating, still wanting to capture the thief before the king by taking down Ling Yu first. However, her initiative attack was anticipated by Ling Yu, and he evaded it. Queen, if we continue like this, John Dao will be captured, Moya shouted again. Though the Dark Knight Queen was somewhat irrational, being able to become the ruler of Dark Knight Island, she naturally had no problem with strategy and seeing the bigger picture, and could only take timely measures to minimize the damage. Retreat. With a wave of her hand, Moya immediately shouted, by order of the Dark Knight Queen, retreat to the high tower military base, defend against the rebels. She defined the Alliance army at Dark Knight Island as rebels, as these people had originally been their servants. In an instant, the remaining members of the Chanwu organization dispersed like a tide. Ling Yu, the Dark Knight Queen, remained calm, because she believed that no one under the sky could stop her if she wanted to retreat. Ling Yu and she locked eyes. This woman before him was definitely the most powerful woman he had ever seen. No one else. You will regret your decision tonight sooner or later. I will erase all your consciousness and make you my complete tool. The Dark Knight Queen gritted her teeth, intending to mold Ling Yu into her top assassin, but this man stirred up everyone against her, making her feel incredibly uncomfortable. I never regret my actions, especially tonight's decision, Ling Yu retorted. Given 100 choices, he would still choose to fight 100 times. For his beloved, there was no other choice. Then let's wait and see. The Dark Knight Queen waved her hand, killing several strong individuals from Dark Knight Island, then leapt away, resembling a phoenix in the sky. Mingyu. Ling Yu refrained from chasing after her, quickly rushing towards Qin Mingyu. Ling Yu. The two spouses tightly held hands, gazing into each other's eyes. All onlookers felt like they had been fed a mouthful of dog food. Even a blind person could see the love in their eyes. The public display of affection on Dark Knight Island was truly annoying. Moshu couldn't bear to watch. Night Volve King, let's not be too hasty with personal matters. Everyone is waiting for your command. Lu Wudao quickly reminded. Qin Mingyu released her hand, not wanting to hinder Ling Yu. Her husband was now the supreme commander above 10,000 people. All right, Lu. Please instruct the representatives of the demon race to stay behind and deal with the injured. Every single one must survive. No one can be left behind. Then lead a group of martial artists to the border of Jiangnan Island. Reinforce Duxian, and rally the soldiers from the southern island to join forces, repel the enemy, and return to the Night Volve tribe to regroup. Zhu. Lead a group of fighters to the border of the southeast island to support Ji. Along the way, gather all the personnel prepared for battle from the North Island. And I will head to the border of the central North Island to support Yubing. After repelling all equipped forces of the Chanwu organization, let's make a plan to regroup tomorrow morning at 7 o'clock on the Night Volve tribe's territory. Gather all the troops. Ling Yu had a comprehensive plan in mind, and made arrangements systematically. Upon hearing the words gather all the troops, those around him seemed to gain an invisible surge of immense power. But Night Volve King, did you forget about the West Island and the prisoners in the dungeons? Are you abandoning them? Liana, a straightforward Western woman, asked immediately. Mind your own business. Follow the orders of the Night Volve King. Lu Wudao had already guessed Ling Yu's full plan long ago, foreseeing the situation when Ling Yu arrived alone for the duel. But I just want to know, am I not a major general? Liana refused to give up. At the frontier between the West Island and Jeondao, there are dungeons with strong forces, and they will block the reinforcements from the West base. Let's go. The silent and reticent Zhu surprisingly informed the violent woman straightforwardly. I see. Night Wolf King is truly cool. Liana admired sincerely, never expected someone to be more formidable than the Demon Lord. Everyone quickly sprang into action. Although not as proficient as the troops in the northern territories, their execution was still admirable. On the other side, atop the high tower, the Dark Knight Queen was extremely irritable, and no one dared to approach her for a while. Second sister, finally. Moya approached her to report. Lingyu has dispersed the rebels in several directions. We should now find ways to disrupt their actions and sabotage their plans. Is it useful? The Dark Knight Queen coldly countered. Absolutely useful. Moya's mind was very clear. As the Grand Advisor, she immediately made a comprehensive analysis. On Dark Knight Island, there are over 50 tribes, with the total remaining population now around 14,250 people, of which there are 1,314 martial artists, far outnumbering our 3,000 soldiers and 520 martial artists. Currently, our worst situation is that our military forces on the island are too scattered, unable to assemble for combat, completely losing the advantage on the battlefield. We need to request external military support. As long as we delay their full gathering and the progress of the general offensive, we will survive until the reinforcements arrive. The high-level guards and personnel behind her all felt that her suggestion was very wise. However, the Dark Knight Queen sneered. Request external military support? Who allowed you to do so? Second sister, at this time, please don't act recklessly. Moya was the one who understood the Dark Knight Queen the best, knowing exactly what was on her mind now. Over all these years, she had governed Dark Knight Island very well. It was her biggest capital within the Three Saints organization, and also her top card to maintain prestige. This internal revolt on the island, and her inability to contain the urge to seek external help, if news of this gets out, not only would her reputation plummet, her face would be lost, and even her status would decline drastically. It was unknown if the Three Saints would continue to trust her then. Call me your highness, the Dark Knight Queen angrily demanded, very displeased with how Moya addressed her. I am the queen of this island. There is absolutely no one on this island who can go against me without my permission, and absolutely no one can leave this place. I said so. The Dark Queen turned a deaf ear to advice, causing the high-ranking officials of the Tenwu organization atop the tower to become extremely anxious and uneasy. They dared not say a word in front of the Queen, only venturing out of her room to advise Moya. Grand Counselor, we cannot allow the Queen to act alone. The wise fool spoke rationally. If we allow the rebel organization to grow stronger, our base will sooner or later be breached. The best solution now is to destroy the ships in the dock. This way, the rebels will be unable to leave. Moya knew that this was a foolproof plan, but the Queen was unwilling to even seek help, let alone destroy the dock herself. Who would dare to do so without authorization? She would surely execute them. Without the Queen's authorization, no one on Dark Knight Island could destroy the dock. The Queen had absolute confidence in herself, as well as the 5 bases she had personally built. She wanted to verify in real combat just how strong she and the 5-pointed star she had built were. Moya also had confidence in the defensive forces of the 5 bases, but unlike her second sister, she was well aware of the meaning of her words. Arrogance leads to downfall. Now that even the Holy Maiden had joined forces with the rebels, their strength was not to be underestimated. She feared that, in the end, if the rebels managed to open up the dock, 30 years of hard work on Dark Knight Island would be ruined in an instant. Rest assured, I will personally appeal to the headquarters of the Three Saints organization for help. Moya gritted her teeth and said seriously, even if the consequence is that I will be dealt with by the Dark Queen. Dark Knight Island is the culmination of our 30 years of hard work. We absolutely cannot risk its destruction. The wise fool also nodded. The Tenwu King has always wanted to create the world's top assassin, which is also a core plan of the Three Saints organization. Without this assassin, it is difficult to sow chaos in the world, to launch wars that will change the world order. So the Tenwu King will definitely not let this plan fail. Yes, Grand Counselor, you can rest assured. If the Dark Queen blames you, we will stand united with you. More and more people supported Moya. First and foremost, they were loyal to the Three Saints organization, not to the Dark Queen, and certainly not to the Holy Maiden. Secondly, they did not want to die. That was the key point. Alright, I'll go secretly issue a plea for help, but because the Dark Queen has not authorized it, the reinforcements will arrive slower. It will take at least 3 days for them to reach Dark Knight Island. So no matter what, we must hold on for 3 days and not allow the rebels to breach our base. Moya bolstered morale. Rest assured, we can hold on for 30 days, not just 3. The wise fool said confidently. The others felt the same way. They had thick walls and strong cannons. They would only defend, not attack. Even if the enemy had numerical superiority, they would never breach their defenses. At this moment, Lingyu and Qin Mingyu were leading a group of people rushing to the border of Central and Northern Islands to support Yubing. Yubing, we can't hold on any longer. We must retreat. A subordinate came to the stern-faced Yubing, shouting loudly. Yubing used his abilities to freeze the river surface, making it difficult for the armed personnel of the Tenwu organization to advance quickly. Then they took the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. But they were outnumbered and outgunned, suffering significant losses in a short time. If this continued, they would be wiped out. Yubing, you can retreat now. At a critical moment, Shuchui arrived with a communication soldier, shouting loudly, we have taken over the central island. You can send in the Tenwu organization's reinforcements without consequences. Really? A group of Ice Clan experts from the Ice and Fire Alliance branch showed surprised expressions. Yubing was also incredulous. He knew that tonight's showdown would surely be won by Lingyu. Retreat. Yubing gave the order decisively. He and his men quickly evacuated. Kill. Pursue at full speed. Kill all these rebels. But the Northern Defense Chief did not recall his troops to the base. Instead, he issued a pursuit order. Defense Chief, the Dark Queen has ordered. All major bases must retreat to their respective bases, wait for the rebel attack, and then defend and counterattack. We must not attack recklessly. The Northern Deputy Defense Chief hurriedly advised. Humph, we'll kill these trash first before returning. Kill. Feeling humiliated, the Northern Defense Chief was determined to chase down the rebels blocked their way. He was the highest leader of that unit, and once he gave the order, the unit had to pursue. Other people might escape, but Yubing had to use his abilities to create an icy surface to slow down the enemy's speed, allowing his brothers to escape. Little did he know that the Northern Defense Chief's martial arts skills were beyond his expectation, as he leapt behind him in a single bound. Oh no! Yubing frowned, realizing he would be held back by the Northern Defense Chief, and with the enemy troops closing in, he would surely perish there. Yubing, Shuchui, who had already escaped far away, saw Yubing fighting the Northern Defense Chief and became very anxious. Yubing was an important general. If he sacrificed himself, it would be a significant blow to them all. Quick, hurry back and save Yubing. At this moment, the Ice Clan forces also realized something was wrong and rushed back. No. Shuchui couldn't stop calling out. With this battle, this 300-strong unit would probably be wiped out. In the next moment, Yubing, who had been tangled in combat with the Northern Defense Chief, found himself facing countless gun barrels. It was over. Yubing was drenched in cold sweat, realizing he was about to sacrifice himself for the coalition army. He hadn't planned on this before, but suddenly he felt that it wasn't so bad after all. He was fighting for everyone's freedom. At a critical moment, a dragon's roar sounded. Lingyu suddenly arrived on the scene, using a single palm to send the Northern Dragon shattering palm flying. The scene stunned everyone. The aggressive Northern Defense Chief instantly recoiled. What level of power was this? Lingyu believed one palm was not enough to break the Northern Defense Chief's will, so he followed up with another palm. After the 2 strikes, the scene was littered with corpses. Retreat. Quickly retreat. The Northern Defense Chief finally came to his senses and fled the scene instantly. Good job. Chase them. Go. The 300 coalition forces instantly became high-spirited. With such a fierce leader in the coalition, why fear a mere battle? Don't chase. It's not time to launch a full attack yet. However, Lingyu stopped them. It was not wise to attack with their current strength. Yubing, are you okay? After halting everyone, Lingyu came to Yubing and extended his hand. Shuchui stood behind the 2 men, smiling and seeing the scene unfold. Their leader was truly noble and heroic. I'm fine, Elder Yu. The usually stern Yubing directly kneeled before Lingyu, visibly moved. From this day on, the Ice Clan of the Ice and Fire Alliance will serve you wholeheartedly. Seeing their leader kneel, other Ice Clan members also knelt down. The Ice Clan pledges allegiance to the Night Wolf King. The momentum was quite impressive. Indeed, Yubing had command potential. Rise. Quickly rise. Ling Yu personally helped Yubing up, patting his shoulder and saying, "From this moment on, we are all brothers fighting for freedom. Let's return to the main camp now. When the sun rises tomorrow, it will be time for our organization to launch a full attack." Yes, the Ice Warrior Yubing, at that moment, trembled slightly with excitement upon hearing Ling Yu's words. The faces of the others also showed excited smiles. Shushui watch, everyone. Tears flowing uncontrollably. Tonight was a dark and windy night, yet it seemed like a light shone on their excited faces. Ling Yu returned to the Night Wolf tribe's territory with the Ice Clan's forces. There, Ji and her troops were already waiting for them in formation. Greetings to the Night Wolf King. As soon as Ling Yu returned, the hundreds of troops immediately shouted in unison. The momentum was simply incomparable. Not only were there members of the Night Wolf tribe present, but also people from several other factions on the eastern island had followed. Although these other factions were not as powerful as the Night Wolf tribe, when gathered together, their numbers were significant. Influenced by the atmosphere, these people also began to shout in a disorderly manner. Good. Brothers and sisters, hello. Ling Yu had returned with Qin Mingyu. At this moment, watching her husband's grandeur and demeanor among thousands, Qin Mingyu couldn't help but feel emotional. Was this the same foolish gynecologist from a year ago? One had to admit, this person's adaptability was truly remarkable. Reporting to the Night Wolf King, the sniping mission in the East District was successfully completed. The enemies voluntarily retreated to their base, so I brought back some people of various clans to the Night Wolf tribe. Previously, Ji, who hadn't shown much respect to Ling Yu, was now giving him more face than anyone else. It was because she recognized Ling Yu's kingly status. Not only had he defeated Lu Wudao like Brother Z, but he had also accomplished something even Brother Z hadn't. He was unquestionably the destined king of the Dark Night Island. You've done well, good job. Ling Yu lightly patted her shoulder. Just like before in the Northern Territory, he already considered Ji and the others as his own brothers. Ha ha. Brother Yu and Ji are back. They're even faster than us. The next moment, Ironhead and Ostrich also returned. Behind them was a vast army, holding torches, giving off a scene of thousands of troops. Look, it's the leader of the demonic clan. The demonic clan has also joined the alliance. This alliance seems formidable. Many people saw Lu Wudao, and their confidence and courage continued to surge. Witnessing this scene, Water and Dust felt somewhat disgruntled. However, Ling Yu had only just arrived at the Dark Night Island, and even though he had defeated Lu Wudao in battle, his reputation had yet to fully settle. In contrast, Lu Wudao had been a king on the island since the beginning, and everyone had respected and revered him. But in the next moment, Lu Wudao actually knelt before Ling Yu. What was going on? Furthermore, Lu Wudao spoke, "I pay my respects to the Lady Saint." Exquisite courtesy. The demon generals paid their respects to the Lady Saint, a tradition passed down for centuries that would not be broken with him. This. Many people exchanged glances with bewilderment. They didn't know that Qin Mingyu was the Lady Saint. They had always thought she was Ling Yu's wife, just a beautiful pregnant woman. It was only now that they learned of her identity, leaving them momentarily at a loss. Please rise, Leader Lu. Qin Mingyu personally helped Lu Wudao up, displaying grace and dignity. Everyone, although my status as the saint was inherent, I firmly believe that life should be equal, with none more noble than the other. Today, along with Ling Yu, I unite with everyone to overthrow the Chanwu organization, to end its oppression and enslavement of all. As her words fell, a brief silence filled the scene. But as Ling Yu raised his hand and exclaimed, "For freedom, fight!" the next moment, the place erupted with shouts 10 times stronger than on Zhongdao Island. For freedom, fight! For freedom, fight! For freedom, fight! All the voices dissipated as Ling Yu clenched his fist. Brother Yu, a total of over 3,700 personnel from the 27 factions of the Southern Island have gathered and rushed here. At this time, the giant bear appeared, reporting to Ling Yu. Ha ha! Giant bear, you're slower than Ji again this time, and by more than 3 seconds. Ling Yu mocked immediately. HMPH, if the Southern Island wasn't so far from the Northern Island, I definitely have been faster than Ji. The giant bear was extremely unsatisfied. In reality, When he arrived at the southern island, the forces of these factions had long been prepared, waiting only until the demon clan called them before setting off for the northern island. Historically, the southern island forces had held the demon clan in high regard, their influence far stronger than the night wolves on the northern island. Excellent! Now all the forces of the Dark Knight Island can unite. We will achieve final victory. Ling Yu spoke passionately once again. However, the Ice Clan's representative, urgently raised a question. Night Wolf King, what about the Western Island? The Solar Clan and our Ice Fire Alliance, have you abandoned them? Everyone looked curiously at Ling Yu. This was a question many were concerned about, particularly the Night Wolf tribe, whose leader had never concerned himself with the Western Island from the start. Who would lead there? Don't worry, they should be on their way here soon. Ling Yu continued to keep everyone in suspense, as per his agreement with Brother Z, not revealing his whereabouts at the moment. Everyone was anxious, but fortunately, as Ling Yu's voice fell, a commotion erupted from the western direction. Ha ha ha, is everyone here? Is it time for the Solar Clan to make their grand entrance? Upon hearing the voice of Lin Qinglong, Ling Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Qin Mingyu was also quite eager, as it had been a while since she had seen her loyal lackey by her side. The next moment, Lin Qinglong led the Solar Clan and the Ice Fire Alliance members as they walked over together. Yan Yan, how did you break out of the dungeon? Ice immediately inquired curiously. Others also looked on with curiosity, many worshipfully gazing at Ling Yu, such as Dust, Water, and G. Their Night Wolf King had always been orchestrating the overall situation, strategizing with meticulous planning, decisively winning 1,000 miles a true hero. I don't know the specifics, but there was a powerful figure in the dungeon who opened the cell doors for us, allowing us to escape easily. Yin Yin explained straightforwardly. A powerful figure? Who was it? Ji eagerly asked. Yin Yin shook her head. He was clad in a black cloak, and the dungeon was too dark. I couldn't make out his face. Ling Yu immediately interjected. Let's not dwell on who he is for now. When he's willing to make an appearance, I'm sure he'll fight alongside us. Ling Yu's words momentarily silenced everyone. However, Ji, Luwu Dao, and the others couldn't help but think of that mysterious figure. They couldn't understand why, if it was indeed him, he hadn't shown up. Where was he heading alone by not joining the coalition now? Everyone. At this moment, Ling Yu suddenly spoke loudly, the powerful force of his voice making it clearly audible to everyone in the area. Now, I command everyone as the Night Wolf King. Will you all obey my orders? Attack the Qianwu organization. Once again, the place fell into silence, many gazes turning towards Luwu Dao. Declaratives had to come from the highest to the lowest. I obey. Luwu Dao was always straightforward, raising his hand without hesitation. Ha ha. Seeing this, Lin Qinglong also burst into laughter, running towards the direction of Qin Mingyu. He wanted to make a statement for the Solar Clan. Finally seeing the goddess, his heart was overwhelmed with excitement. Despite Qin Mingyu being heavily pregnant, he still admired her. Sunzi quickly stopped Lin Qinglong because he knew this guy too well. He must be thinking of teasing the Night Wolf King's wife. Under normal circumstances, it might be fine, but in this situation, the commander must have absolute authority. How could he let his subordinates offend him? The Sun Clan also obeys the Night Wolf King and supports him as the commander of the alliance. Sunzi quickly took the lead. Lin Qinglong was indeed frustrated. The Ice and Fire Alliance also obeys the Night Wolf King and fights for freedom. Yubing and Yanyan followed suit. In the next moment, various clans expressed their loyalty one after another, voices loud and clear, leaving Lin Qinglong with no chance to shine. Ling Yu supported Qin Mingyu and stood on a high place, listening to one force after another pledging allegiance. The couple finally waited for this moment. As long as they could lead these people to defeat the Qianwu organization, they could all escape from this place successfully, accomplishing their mission. It's quite lively here, very leisurely. A sudden arrival interrupted the proceedings. Lan 13. Why are you here? Seeing this familiar guest, Ling Yu and Qin Mingyu both felt nervous, knowing her arrival must have brought important news. Hopefully, nothing had happened to Qin Yuxuan, who was receiving treatment. I have bad news for you. Moya has requested reinforcements from the outside, and they will arrive within 3 days at most. If you don't leave the island within these 3 days, you can forget about leaving here for the rest of your life. Lan 13 didn't beat around the bush and directly delivered the message to Ling Yu before leaving. 3 days. Nervousness spread among the people around Lingyu. How could they defeat the Chanwu organization within 3 days? Everyone, listen up. Lingyu became more urgent and declared, I now appoint Lu Wudao as the main general in the southern route to lead a force to attack the southern base of the Chanwu organization. Appointing Lin Qinglong and Sunzi as the main generals and staff in the eastern route to attack the eastern base. Appointing Jian Juxian as the dual generals in the northern route to lead a force to attack the northern base. Yuping and Yanyan as the dual generals in the eastern route to attack the eastern base. Zhu as the main general in the western route to attack the western base. As soon as the orders were given, the named experts all respectfully accepted the commands. The simple appointment ceremony excited everyone present. This was a war that determined everyone's destiny, and with only 3 days, the main generals and forces had to be quickly organized and deploy. Fortunately, there were no objections to Ling Yu's appointments. Even those who thought they were stronger than the appointed leaders didn't challenge them. They all accepted the orders. Main generals, time is running out. We must hold a strategic meeting immediately to discuss the organization of each force. Remember, this is a large-scale comprehensive battle. Partial victories are meaningless to us. We must use the most suitable strategies and personnel allocations to capture the 5 main bases of the Chanwu organization. Open the docks and leave here. With Ling Yu's words, everyone immediately held a pre-battle meeting on the spot. War is not child's play. Tactics must be discussed, and personnel allocation planned. Each force needed to prepare horses, weapons, food, conduct internal terrain reconnaissance, and discuss strategies. All of this combined required at least a day of preparation. The movements of the allied forces were already known to the Chanwu organization, but the Queen of the Dark Night had not given any instructions. The leaders and high-ranking officials of the various bases could only wait in place. Inactive, the guards on the outer perimeter of the central tower suddenly exclaimed, "There's an intruder. Take him down." Immediately, a group of armed guards rushed into action. The intruder was wearing a black cloak, concealing his face. Before the guards could aim at him, his figure moved like a ghost, swiftly passing through everyone. This. The guards with experience knew that with such speed and agility, it must be that Ling Yu guy again, right? He had already taken the Saintess and Lin Qingshuan. What was he doing here alone? Get rid of him. More and more guards got involved. Even with the national-level military defense system, they couldn't stop this skilled individual. Report. A mysterious person has reached the high tower. The guards from the 3rd level quickly informed Moya. How many are there? Reporting to the great advisor Mo. Just one. Moya immediately stood up, ready to inform her sister on the top floor. If the person was Ling Yu, they would capture him to disrupt their unity. Even if the different forces on the island mobilized, they would be disorganized. Great advisor Mo, it's not Ling Yu. Lan, who had been monitoring, quickly relayed the information to Moya. Not Ling Yu. Moya hurriedly checked the surveillance. The figure was extremely agile and seemed very familiar with the tower's defense system, easily bypassing all obstacles to enter the 2nd level and was about to reach the 3rd. Is it him? Moya slightly stunned. Do we need to intercept? Long immediately inquired. Task the order. No need to intercept. It won't work anyway. Let him go up. Moya waved her hand to instruct. After the cloaked person reached the 3rd level, there was no more hindrance, and he went straight up to the 5th level. Seeing the chaos on the 5th floor, his expression showed surprise, but he then smiled faintly and swiftly dodged a sudden black lightning strike. The Lulan whip, representing the pinnacle of the tower's martial abilities, was something others wouldn't be able to dodge. But the cloaked person easily evaded it. His eyes were calm. Oh, it's you. No wonder. Princess Qian then retracted the whip, her expression complex. Long time no see, Qian. The cloaked person seemed to greet an old friend, his smile remarkably penetrating, especially towards women. It has indeed been a long time. Would have given you the last whip if I hadn't moved on already. Is that so? That's a shame. The hooded figure, now unmasked, revealing a striking face. If this were outside, his looks would make him a top-ranked heartthrob, capable of charming 1,000 times over. Yet this man, like Wu Yinju, didn't see himself as handsome and was a bit unkempt. I'm here to see the Queen of the Dark Night. Please let me pass. The cloaked figure was very polite. Hehe, I like polite people. Qiang stepped aside, saying, just a reminder, The woman upstairs isn't in a good mood right now. Be careful not to anger her to death. Thank you for the reminder. The man nodded, exuding a confident aura as he continued towards the 6th level. Watching his departure, Chiang also found him mysterious. Even she couldn't fully understand him. Between the northern Wolf King and the southern Moran, who is stronger? Chiang pondered curiously. Although she had decided to give the last whip to Lingyu, she wasn't sure if he was definitely stronger than this genius. The tower has 6 levels, and there are no more warriors left, only some maidens serving the Dark Knight Queen. Seeing Zia approaching, these maidens naturally dare not stop him. Zia is also quite a gentleman, with a smile on his face, not making things difficult for anyone. He walks straight to the door of the Queen's room and politely requests, "I would like to have a chat with the Queen. Could you all please leave?" Before these astonished maidens could respond, the voice of the Queen is heard from the room. "Since my old friend is here, all of you leave. Without my orders, no one is allowed to enter." Yes. The maidens hurriedly left one after another. Zia walked into the room, looking up at the Dark Knight Queen sitting high above and greeted her with a smile. "Aunt Mo, long time no see. You are still as young and elegant as ever. Still remember to call me Aunt Mo. Aunt Mo almost killed by you." The Dark Knight Queen seemed to be angry, her cold phoenix eyes staring at the other person, lightly biting her teeth as she called out his full name. "Moran Zia. Ha ha. Of course I remember. We siblings were all brought to Dark Knight Island by Aunt Mo." Zia laughed heartily. "Do you also remember that Aunt Mo once saved you siblings in Yanjing?" The anger of the Dark Knight Queen intensified. 10 years ago, there was a bloody incident in Yanjing. The Moran family, the #1 ancient martial arts family, a revered martial arts, was about to have a succession battle for the position of family head. The eldest brother Morong Chen faced off against the 5th brother Morong Ching. Morong Chen had always been a symbol of strength in the Moran family, but in that most important battle, he lost to his brother in front of everyone. As a consequence, he had to hand over the position of family head and also give the 3 tearless secret manuals of the Morong family to his brother. One manual was Medley Finger, another was Star's Move in Battle, and the last one was Reverse Dragon Scripture. However, Morong Chen only handed over 2 manuals. He didn't give up the last one, Reverse Dragon Scripture, claiming that he had lost it. Enraged, Morong Ching, along with other branches of the Morong family, sought to exterminate Morong Chen and his branch. The legendary grandmother Morong Chen fell, and his son and daughter were hunted down, as it was believed that he had given the final secret manual to them. Had it not been for Lady Mo who intervened to save them, and took the 2 siblings to Dark Knight Island, Morong Zia and Morongji would have surely perished at the hands of their clan members. "I remember." At this moment, Morong Zia nodded earnestly. "The life-saving grace is unforgettable. Then why are you now joining forces with those rebels to go against me?" Lady Mo asked indignantly, even slamming her chair forcefully as her purple robe fluttered in anger. Despite this, Morong Zia continued to nod. "Why?" Lady Mo looked puzzled. "I have tried my best to make you the top assassin. With your talent and physical abilities, you are definitely capable. As long as you agree to serve me sincerely, I can still preserve your will, allowing you to enjoy endless glory and wealth. Why would you refuse? Why would you rather become a prisoner under me?" "That's because ... Morong Zia paused before smiling bitterly. "I, like Lingyu, also crave freedom. Without freedom, everything is like a mirage." Heh. Lady Mo sneered, unable to comprehend the importance of freedom. Therefore, she couldn't understand the choices made by these 2 men. "Then what are you here for now?" After the sneer, Lady Mo stared at Morong Zia and asked, "I'm here to ask Aunt Mo to let us leave. As long as you agree, I will do one thing for you for free in the future, no matter what it is." Zia's expression was serious, but it was met with another cold sneer from Lady Mo. Lady Mo's smile contained a hint of disdain. She never expected the former leader of the Night Wolf clan, the absolute ruler of Dark Knight Island, to say such ridiculous things. Zia sighed because he already knew Lady Mo's answer. "Judging from your demeanor, Auntie, there's no need for you to answer, right?" Lady Mo asked coldly. Zia nodded. "Do you have anything else?" Lady Mo asked again, her eyes becoming increasingly alert and aggressive. "Yes," Zia said seriously. "I want to learn a few moves from Aunt Mo." Lady Mo smiled silently, her beautiful eyes full of wisdom. "Are you trying to exhaust my energy on behalf of Lingyu?" Zia nodded, knowing he couldn't deceive her. nor did he have a reason to lie. Learning is allowed. That auntie warns you in advance. Your life may end here. Lady Mo was also candid. Since you have decided to become an enemy of the Chanwu organization, I can only reluctantly eliminate you. Zia sighed heavily. I have no grudges with Chanwu. I have no intention of becoming your enemy. He firmly believed that the difference in their identities and values, despite leading to differing positions, was not enough to threaten life and death. Stop the nonsense. Anyone who comes here cannot be considered a comrade, but an enemy, Lady Mo said before launching a palm strike, and a violent flame engulfed Zia. Zia was greatly alarmed. He realized he may not be able to withstand this level of power. The outcome of the battle on the tall tower remained unknown to all. Even the coalition forces were unaware of the earth-shattering battle there. The Chanwu organization remained inactive, while the alliance spent a day preparing 5 forces. Ling Yu even had everyone rest for a night to replenish their strength, and the next day, they gathered to settle things once and for all with the Chanwu organization. Ling Yu, Qingjuan and I will wait for you here. Last night, Qin Mingyu snuggled in Ling Yu's arms, spending the most beautiful and brief time in the building of the Night Wolves this month. With dawn approaching and the need for separation, this strong and cold woman did not bid a tearful farewell, but instead encouraged her husband straightforwardly. Both I and our child believe in you. You will surely achieve the final victory and bring us back to Cloud City. Pausing, she smiled again, saying, fight on. Let me be proud in the future to tell our child that his father is a great hero. Ling Yu smiled, gently kissed her forehead, and prepared to go into battle. The couple was calm and composed, but the guards, Shui and Fenken, waiting outside the door, were crying profusely at their words. Fenken, I ask you to stay here, to take care of my pregnant wife and Qingjuan, who is unconscious. Ling Yu sincerely requested. Boss, rest assured, I will protect them with my life until you return safely. Fenken clenched his fists and spoke. Ling Yu nodded, then headed out with Shui from the main camp. Outside, the countless troops of Dark Knight Island were already lined up in wait for the Alliance's commander. Launch, charge. Ling Yu was equally resolute, pointing towards the tall tower at the center of the island, rallying his troops with a resounding cry. Charge! The 5 roots of the Alliance shouted in unison, rallying their spirits and marching off in different directions. The faces of all showed determination and readiness for sacrifice. Everyone was well aware that within 2 days, they must completely defeat the Chanwu organization or face catastrophic consequences. The main forces of the Allied forces in the southern route, led by Lu Wudao on horseback with more than 2,000 men, arrived at the southern base. The elite warriors around him were few, but their combined strength was the strongest. Everyone knew that breaking into the base was just the basic condition. The key was whether they could break into the special room with the control panel to open the gate of the shipyard by pressing the button and coordinating with others to press buttons in other areas. The southern route was the most trusted route by Ling Yu. If even the southern route failed, the other routes had almost no hope of success. Lu Wudao was also very clear that he was the role model for all the Allied forces, so he wanted to capture the southern base in the shortest time possible to motivate his other teammates. Boss, I see the shipyard. Suddenly, Lena spoke from behind. Lu Wudao and others followed her gaze, looking at the tightly closed gate of the shipyard, blocking their hope of escaping Dark Knight Island. Next to the shipyard was a strict military base. There were no guards outside the base, but on the fortress walls, it seemed like there were countless eyes and gun barrels glaring at them. The threat of death made everyone feel immense pressure. Everyone listen up. Lu Wudao suddenly shouted. Just when everyone thought he was going to give the order to charge, Lu Wudao shouted, stay put. What? Everyone was shocked and looked at this main leader of the southern route. Lu Wudao remained expressionless, then suddenly leapt off his horse and charged towards the enemy base alone. Boss! Lena and the others exclaimed. But with the boss's orders, and especially since the commander had issued the decree of death for those who disobey orders yesterday, even though they were worried, no one dared to act rashly. In the next moment, countless bullets accompanied by flashes of fire shot towards Lu Wudao. Lu Wudao spun his cloak, evading the bullets and swiftly escaping the encirclement. Break it! Lu Wudao shouted loudly, slamming his fist against the gate of the base. A deafening sound rang out, as if the whole world was trembling slightly, but the gate of the base remained unharmed. Rat-tat-tat. More bullets came flying. Lu Wudao was secretly surprised and quickly waved his cloak again to block the bullets, while simultaneously instantly appearing in front of a loophole in the wall. The guard inside the loophole tried to turn his gun towards him, but upon seeing Lu Wudao's eyes, which seemed like those of a demon king from hell, he turned pale, his movement slowed. Break it! Lu Wudao delivered another fierce punch, shattering the hole. Monster! It's a monster! The guard inside the loophole paled in fear and fled. Doom! Lu Wudao continued to relentlessly hit the wall of the loophole, smashing it to pieces. The aligned members behind him were all more and more shocked. Each one worshipped him. With a commander like him, what were they afraid of? Their morale soared. Kill! Lu Wudao said tersely with just one word, that the more than 2,000 people behind him were all filled with fiery blood, roaring in anger. Kill! Lina and the other members of the demon clan had long wanted to kill the members of the Chanwu organization. They were supposed to be the kings of Dark Knight Island, but in reality, they were often enslaved and bullied by the Chanwu organization. Today was the time to avenge their shame. Even these self-proclaimed kings harbored resentment towards the Chanwu organization, let alone the others. Lu Wudao led the way, high-level warriors provided support, and ordinary people served as the main force. The Southern Route Allied forces successfully broke through the gate of the southern base. Quick! Spread the news to other places. After killing another leader of a small squad from the Chanwu organization, Lina excitedly ordered, yes, Yin Soul, Li Ghost, and the other two warriors of the demon clan, for members responsible for communication in the southern route, immediately mounted their horses to deliver the message themselves. When they set off, Lu Wudao had already taken the lead and attacked the third level of the base, the commanding headquarters of the southern region base. Achieving such results in less than 2 hours was truly exhilarating. Doom! Lu Wudao entered the third level, and members of the Chanwu organization retreated, their eyes filled with fear. Fear caused their morale to collapse, making them reluctant to fight. Luckily, Lu Wudao disliked killing useless people, so their lives were temporarily spared. However, as time passed, more and more people gathered behind Lu Wudao, and in conventional combat terms, this meant victory was within their grasp. Worthless, retreat. At this moment, a bone-chilling voice rang out. Lu Wudao, who was previously calm with his hands behind his back, suddenly trembled because this voice wasn't what he had expected. When did the guardian of the southern regional headquarters change? Lu Balian, why is it you? Lina stared at Lu Balian, who was now wearing the battle attire of the Chanwu organization, her eyes filled with astonishment. In their impression, this woman was a rookie who managed to stay in the demon clan of the southern island solely because she shared the last name Lu with the boss. Never would they have imagined that this woman, who had infiltrated the demon clan for 10 years, would suddenly transform into the guardian deity of the southern region of the Chanwu organization. Who could have imagined such a scenario? It's none of your business. Shut up. Normally reticent and hardworking in the demon clan, this woman was currently openly disrespecting Lina, one of the 3 giants of the demon clan. Nonsense! Lina couldn't tolerate such provocation, and immediately rushed towards her. Her speed amazed everyone behind her. She aimed to explode Lu Balian's head with her knee, especially her arrogant mouth. However, Lu Balian just stared at her, and a terrifying invisible force sent Lina flying. The whole scene was shocked. Lina fell to the ground, bleeding from 7 orifices, staring unbelievably at the woman before her. You're so powerful? She swallowed the rest of her words because not only did she discover that this woman's fighting style was almost identical to the boss's, but she seemed even superior to the boss. Lu Wudao, you wanted to open the shipyard, right? Then follow me inside. Ignoring everyone present, Lu Balian taunted Lu Wudao before walking into a room. The room had a high-tech alloy door with infrared sensors that automatically opened as someone approached. However, when Lu Wudao followed Lu Balian inside, the door had no response when the others tried to enter, attempting to forcefully reinforce Lu Wudao inside. Well, even tearing open this heavily fortified gate was impossible, much less the surrounding walls that were impenetrable. Boss, you must win, Lina shouted, regardless of whether Lu Wudao inside could hear her. The real battle had only just begun inside. These people were merely side dishes, so both sides of the forces also intuitively suspended the fight, waiting for the outcome of the battle with the main commander inside. Report to the Wolf King commander. The Southern Army has already breached the enemy's main base. Ling Yu led the Central Army into the island, and news of the Southern Messenger's success came from behind. Excellent. Water, who was following Ling Yu, excitedly exclaimed, "Boss Yu, it seems that Boss Lu has set a good example for us. We need to work harder and strive to capture the second island base." Ling Yun nodded and, taking the opportunity, raised his voice to boost morale. "Everyone, the Qianwu organization is not as strong as we imagine. The military base can also be destroyed. As long as everyone is determined and united, we can successfully destroy the island base just like the southern route did. Destroy the island. Destroy the Qianwu organization." The members of the vegetable dog tribe in the team were the loudest, and they were also the most supportive of Ling Yu's small team. The mountain cat tribe also did not want to be outdone. Their admiration for the commander far surpassed the others. Amid the roar of the crowd, the gates of the tall tower suddenly opened, and a woman walked out. "What's going on? It's Blue 13 again." Ling Yu quickly raised his hand to stop the troops, resisting the urge to lead an attack even when the enemy had opened the gates. A rare opportunity. 13. What news do you have this time? Ling Yu dismounted and approached Blue 13 proactively. Blue 13 looked at the highly motivated team behind Ling Yu and smiled mysteriously. "Ling Yu, to things." Ling Yu nodded, indicating for her to continue. Blue 13 took out a phone and showed him a video on it. A modern-day scene of highly equipped troops setting off. Quite explosive and impressive. Dark Knight Island is critical to the future plans of the Three Saints organization. The Qianwu King cannot afford any mishaps on Dark Knight Island, so they have accelerated the dispatch of support troops, even deploying bombers. They are rushing to Dark Knight Island, probably arriving in just 12 hours. Upon hearing this bad news, Ling Yu immediately tensed up, his fists clenched tightly. Based on this information, the enemy reinforcements would arrive a day early, expected to reach tonight at 8 o'clock. To escape their aircraft pursuit, they must leave the island 2 hours before their arrival, sailing into the vast ocean. Doing the math, they only had 10 hours at most to unlock the dock. The second thing, Blue 13 continued without regard for what Ling Yu was thinking. The holy nun has been revived by Black Chet, despite not fully awakening yet. She is very weak, completely paralyzed in the lower body, and only one hand can move on the upper body. I hope you can take her out of here. You must not show favoritism, and forget about her. The last sentence carried a clear warning tone. Don't worry, I will definitely bring Yu Xuan back and find a way to cure her. Ling Yu's determination grew stronger, the joints of his clenched fist visible. If necessary, kill without mercy, prioritize self-preservation. After Blue 13 finished speaking, she turned and returned to the base. Ling Yu couldn't predict the fate of the figure in the tall tower. He could, however, guarantee that the Dark Knight allied forces would not kill her, even if she belonged to the Qianwu organization. Water, issue orders immediately. Ling Yu didn't dare delay a moment, immediately jumping back onto his horse, shouting loudly, "The enemy reinforcements will arrive in half a day. We must capture 5 major bases within 10 hours. At 6 p.m. today, simultaneously press the buttons in the 5 major bases, open the docks." The 2,000 troops behind him were shocked and lost color at the sudden change in plans. The shortened time frame brought about a strong sense of urgency, it made their heartbeats accelerate and palms sweat nervously. "Yes, boss." Water immediately hurried to pass on this vital information to other units along with Ostrich, Ironhead, and others. "Attack." Ling Yu wasted no time, pointing angrily towards the ivory tower, and led the charge ahead. Click, click, click. As soon as he entered firing range, the flashes of bullets on the walls of the tall tower were like a continuous display of fireworks. In similar plight were several other allied forces from different bases. While Ling Yu could strategically maneuver and lead the assault, the situation for the northern base's allies was dire. Jian and Giant Bear were not experienced military tacticians, but most crucially, they lacked the decisive personal combat strength of Lu Wuda and Ling Yu. Though they led the largest number of soldiers, they suffered heavy losses under the gunfire of the northern base fortress. Forced to retreat, Jian and Giant Bear could only lead their men back, temporarily at a loss for what to do. Giant Bear, the boss has sent us a message. In their most challenging moment, Water rode in on a horse from the island. Seeing the devastation around them, Water couldn't find the words to convey the message. How could the situation here be so difficult? Bodies lay everywhere, blood flowing like a river. "Water, what's the message?" Giant Bear, seeing Water's hesitation, grew increasingly impatient and roared loudly, Yes, Water knew the bigger picture was at stake, and there was no room for sentimentality. The boss has received news that the Chuanwu organization's reinforcements have boarded planes and are rushing here. They will arrive in about 11 hours, and we have at most 9 hours left. By 6 p.m. today, we must press 5 buttons simultaneously. Open the docks, she relayed in a single breath. It took her an hour to rush here from the island, and the northern base was not only in the most difficult situation, but also the farthest from the docks. It would take at least 2 hours to reach there. So, considering the time, they practically had less than 9 hours. Capture the base before 6 o'clock, hey. She couldn't help but laugh. Seeing her smile, Water felt a pang in her heart but held back her tears, trying to motivate them. Come on, everyone. The Southern Root allies captured the southern base 2 hours ago. We, the Night Wolf tribe, absolutely cannot lose to the Demon tribe. After saying this, she regretted it. She and Giant Bear were both proud individuals and couldn't stand to fall short. But even more explosive was San, who immediately stood up and yelled, "Damn it, we cannot lose to the Demon tribe. Follow me, and I will buy you an extra 3 seconds of attack time to take down those bastards hiding in the fortress shooting at us." She promptly frowned and asked, "How will you create 3 seconds for us?" "Just trust my Taoist skills." "Gee, please give the order, and had the team follow us." San knew time was of the essence and was not one to explain much, speaking directly. All right. She had pledged allegiance to Ling Yu, and she wouldn't falter, especially as the potential lone failure among the 5 allied forces. She immediately ordered, "Prepare. Launch a full-scale charge at the enemy base again in 20 minutes. The original troop of over 3,000 had now reduced to just over 2,000. They had just failed to breach the enemy base, so would they be successful now? The warriors' eyes were filled with confusion and doubt. Yanyan, rushing to the front line, within 3 seconds, specifically sought out Yanyan from the Ice and Fire Alliance. Both of them were skilled in using fire, but their techniques were different from each other, and of course, different from the intense fire of the Dark Night Queen. What's wrong? Yanyan was also adjusting her equipment, preparing to confront the Chuanwu organization shortly. "I'll ask for your help later. When I charge to the enemy base gate, quickly give me a burst of fire." 3 seconds said with a smile. However, his expression was somewhat solemn, and he didn't use his usual catchphrase, 3 seconds. "Heh. Don't you also know how to use fire?" Yanyan humorously replied. "Haha, your fire is more intense. Let me borrow it. It's just a small favor for you." 3 seconds. "It's effortless for you." 3 seconds finally returned to his usual self. "All right, I'll follow your lead. When you need fire, just let me know." Yanyan agreed. After all, they were comrades. "Thank you." "Thank you for what?" "Everyone is fighting for freedom." "Haha. Yes, everyone is fighting for freedom. For the beliefs in our hearts." 3 seconds sigh. Feeling unusually heavy-hearted, normally upbeat and talkative, encountering such situations always made him more sorrowful than anyone else, a sharp contrast in his demeanor. Next moment, 3 seconds sat alone on the ground, took out clusters of brownish-yellow things from his body, gritted his teeth, and started eating. 3 seconds. "What are you eating?" Shushui suddenly appeared behind him, feeling puzzled that while everyone else was preparing for battle, he was voraciously eating. "Haha. I was hungry. Needed to replenish energy. I have to be at the forefront in a while, need to have a full stomach to have the strength to kill enemies. Otherwise, 3 seconds will be weak, and that's not acceptable." 3 seconds tried to cover up with a big smile. Shushui did not joke with him as she used to but instead patted his shoulder, and suddenly became serious. 3 seconds, promise me, don't be too reckless. Freedom is important, but so is preserving your life. Hey. Why are you getting all emotional all of a sudden? Jeez. 3 seconds almost felt like crying but laughed and pushed Shushui's hand away. Facing these ordinary soldiers of the Chuanwu organization, I can take out a large group in seconds. Why sacrifice my life? Are you kidding me? Heh. Fair point. Good luck. After giving him a boost, Shushui walked away. Assemble. At this moment, the giant bear shouted with all his might, getting the remaining 2,000 troops to quickly line up. 3 seconds swiftly swallowed the last cluster of brownish-yellow substance in his hand, then hurried to join the formation. 3 seconds, are you ready? She also asked solemnly. She didn't know what method 3 seconds had to breach the enemy's base, but if he said so, she believed him. Anyone could deceive her, but this man who had been with her for years would never deceive her. Ha ha. I just finished repairing. 3 seconds smiled at G, his eyes refusing to leave her. To him, this cool and tough woman always shone brightly and stood out from the rest. Living on Dark Knight Island with different mindsets than others, he didn't long to leave. He only longed to live with G forever. But since G had decided to leave, he would risk his life to assist the Alliance. Then let's go. G didn't pay attention to the details of 3 seconds' appearance, but having learned some marching and combat skills from Ling Yu, when the two forces faced off and began firing at each other, kindness, compassion, and mercy shouldn't exist. Instead, killing and courage were what the army needed. Kill, kill, kill. The 2,000 troops also began shouting along, kill them. As the vanguard, 3 seconds suddenly rode a horse, leading the charge towards the northern base gate. Clack, clack, clack. When they approached the range of fire, the flashes from the shots emerged once again. With his martial arts skill almost at S level and relying on the strange motion technique, he dodged the first round of shots, now just 200 meters away from the gate. 180 meters. 160 meters. Closer. Even closer. But no one knew what he was planning to do. Inside the base, the Chuanwu organization members didn't take him seriously. After all, the gate structure was the same as the one in the south, where even Lu Wudao couldn't blast it open fully. Let alone these people. 100 meters. 80 meters. In 3 seconds' eyes, only the gate remained. Sout. His body was finally hit by a bullet. Blood splattered like a blooming red flower. Yet, instead of falling, he cried out with teary eyes, Yanyan, fire at me. What? The crowd was stunned. Even Yanyan behind him was shocked. Quickly. Success depends on this move. 3 seconds yelled once more, with 2 more bloodstains on his body, but both hands still performing motion techniques. His eyes reddened. He directed the flames towards his own mouth. This scene was extremely tragic. Yanyan finally erupted, realizing 3 seconds' intention. He had attracted the enemy's attention to create a fire by sacrificing himself. Heh. Good. Very good. The horse 3 seconds rode fell dead, allowing the burning 3 seconds to be thrown into the air, soaring towards the gate. Gee, I love you. With the last 3 seconds of his life, he uttered the words he had always wanted to confess loudly. Limited space, intense flames, using sulfur, his body, and unique motion techniques. He created a massive explosive on the spot. At the next moment, his body exploded in flames. Motion technique. Little devil explosive. The sturdy gate started burning instantly, becoming rickety. The fire spread more fiercely. Incredibly, the metallic gate that touched 3 seconds' body and blood caught fire and burned brightly. What's happening? What kind of sorcery is this? The guards of the Chuanwu organization started panicking. The unfolding scene rendered them speechless. 3 seconds. 3 seconds. Calls for 3 seconds echoed back and forth. The tragic scene struck everyone's hearts hard. 3 seconds. Xu Shui also let out a heart-rending cry, tears streaming down her face. She finally understood now what 3 seconds had been needing. Sulfur. His motion technique ignited flames using sulfur. He had never revealed this secret to her before, but now that she knew, she only wished she didn't. Kill. Avenge 3 seconds. Even the stern G was filled with grief at the moment, her killing intent fierce and her mind on fire as she rushed towards the enemy gate. After the explosion and burning of the gate, G and the giant bear together finally blasted it open. Kill them. Inspired by 3 seconds' heroic sacrifice, the Alliance troops fearlessly charged towards the enemy positions. In this atmosphere, even the Dark Magic Clan and Blood Clan joined the fight. The bullets of the Chuanwu organization guards ran out, faced with the reckless charge of the Alliance, shook and losing their will to resist. In an instant, inside and outside the base was a mixture of blood and scorched smells. The Alliance suffered heavy losses, but finally managed to breach the base. Qi and the giant bear, along with skilled fighters like Yubing, Yanyan, and Bixuation, fought their way to the 3rd level. However, once on the 3rd level, they faced a situation almost identical to the one the Southern Alliance encountered. The guards of the Chuanwu organization did not shoot at them but retreated voluntarily. A long-haired, sinister man sat on a luxurious chair, looking at these martial artists like they were mere ants. Ants, after all your hard work, you finally made it here, haven't you? So, Who will come to face me in a final battle? Hehe. As soon as the man spoke, Bixuation panicked and retreated. Ah. It's you. So? It's you. Bixu Sweet. Who is he after all? Seeing Bixu Sweet's terrified expression, other experts were puzzled, especially G. She always felt a sense of familiarity with the man in front of her, but couldn't recall who he was. You guys don't even recognize him? Bixu Sweet looked at the expression of the Nightwolf clan experts, even more astonished. After a while, he exclaimed loudly, he was the former leader of your Nightwolf clan. It was after he left that you, Z, came to take over the Nightwolf clan. What? Everyone was shocked. Ji and Juxian couldn't help but exchange a glance. No wonder this man seemed familiar, perhaps described by others before. Shushui was surprised as she continued. So it's him. Z-Boss mentioned him to me. He seems to be called Night Fox, the absolute king of Dark Night Island back then, with an incomprehensible strength. And also, as she spoke further, she shuddered involuntarily. And what? Yanyan and Yubing became curious, and couldn't help but inquire. They were also not clear about these ancient big shots of Dark Night Island. In this Devil's Island, many people die every year, and many newcomers surge in. Those who can live on Dark Night Island for more than 10 years are all possessing extraordinary strength, or naturally tough, such as Bixu Sweet. Even Yubing and Yanyan had just reached 10 years. Feeling everyone's gaze, including Night Fox staring at himself with a smile that wasn't a smile, Shushui quickly said, moreover, he is quite evil, even rumored to be a bit perverted, unpredictable in his actions, quite evil, quite perverted. In fact, without Shushui's words, everyone could sense the evil aura emanating from the man in front of them. I'll challenge you. Just as everyone was still in confusion and panic, Ji took the lead and walked out fearlessly, drawing his sword against Night Fox. Yubing was surprised. It had been a long time since he saw Ji draw his sword. Even more surprised were Juxian and Shushui. After all, Ji had stopped using a sword many years ago. Even when she contended for the position of the former leader with Lingyu, she only condensed a sword with snow and wind. Now she was directly drawing the sword against Night Fox, indicating that she knew he was a formidable opponent. No. Night Fox, on the other hand, crossed his legs and waved his hand towards Ji, grinning. I won't enter that room with the limited number of people. You don't have to challenge me alone. Let everyone come at once. Ha ha. Give me more fun. Arrogant. Too arrogant. A single sentence angered many fighters present. No need. I'm not familiar with the Nightwolf clan of your time, but the current Nightwolf clan has long prohibited outnumbering the enemy. Ji said coldly. Shushui whispered to Juxian, Brother Juxian, there should be no one in the room controlling the switch. So when Ji and Night Fox battle, you guys should seize the opportunity to enter. Once they both go in, he won't be able to enter. Juxian, however, raised his hand, apparently reluctant to do so. Shushui knew his temperament and turned to Yubing instead. Yubing nodded. Now that the two sides faced off, deception was no concern. As long as they could liberate Dark Night Island and restore everyone's freedom, let him bear this humiliation. Hehe, you want to come and be humiliated one by one? Feel free to. The sinister gaze of Night Fox contained a hint of arrogance. This person was ingrained with the three words, loves showing off. Defeating one by one wouldn't showcase his overwhelming strength, so he had decided to slowly humiliate Ji and force everyone to come at him together. Indeed, Ji's swordsmanship seemed exquisite in the eyes of others, but in front of Night Fox, it was full of loopholes. Too slow. Night Fox kicked away the sword in Ji's hand. Extending his claw, he could have directly pierced Ji's heart, but he deliberately held back, just tearing Ji's clothes. Plap. The elasticity of the woman's chest instantly attracted everyone's attention. They had always known Ji to be emotionally indifferent. Who would have thought her figure was so amazing? Yubing, a gentleman, chose to look away, but more men couldn't take their eyes off her, as it was a rare glimpse of the graceful body of the cold Nightwolf woman. Ha ha. Next time I should tear your pants. Night Fox shamelessly taunted and insulted Ji. Clenching her silver teeth, Ji's facial muscles twitched slightly, quickly wrapping her chest with the cloak. The next moment, she exerted all her strength, her dual fingers condensing into a sword, attacking Night Fox again. Juxian. Ji is not his match. Go together. Shushui couldn't help but shout. Ji had been so humiliated, What was the point of talking about dogmatic principles? Fortunately, Juxiang was not a stubborn person adhering to rules, so he quickly rushed over. Hehe, the two of you want to take me on. The Night Wolves Juniors are so naive and cute. Night Fox's figure was elusive, sidestepping Juxiang before he could reach him, kicking Juxiang in the abdomen, simultaneously dodging Ji's sword hand. He suddenly smirked, reaching out his right hand. Slap. He slapped Ji's buttocks, and even before Ji could push him away, he rubbed it. The damage was minimal, but the humiliation was extremely strong. Damn it. Ji's eyes were bloodshot, clearly furious to the extreme, but she knew very well that her strength was inadequate. No matter how loud she roared, she was merely impotent. Heh. Night Wolves Juniors, is this all the strength you've got? Aren't you already the highest fighting force in the Night Wolf now? Night Fox even sniffed his hand, sneering. You're weak, you've disgraced the name of my Night Wolf. Shushui seethed in anger. If the current Night Wolf leader were present, could he tolerate such arrogance and showmanship here? Together, Yubing could no longer bear it. Though he wasn't as infatuated with Ji as Sese, they had similar personalities. They were close friends who couldn't stand by and watch her being humiliated. Then let's do it. Our Ice and Fire Alliance is not as outdated as the Night Wolf clan. Yanyan chimed in. Other fighters all join in. On the other hand, the remaining guards of the Chuanwu organization remained indifferent, standing back and watching the show. Since Shushui could think of raiding their main base, they naturally knew they were guarding that entrance, not letting anyone in. As for them, they wouldn't dare enter without permission because it was a restricted area. Whoever dared to intrude would meet their doom. Smack. The melee began. The allied forces were well aware they had little time left. They had to defeat Night Fox, a SS-class expert, as quickly as possible to escape this ghostly place. However, the gap in strength was too great. Even with a huge advantage in numbers, they couldn't defeat Night Fox. On the contrary, Night Fox could take down each of them one by one. And being someone who loves showing off, the more people there were, the more excited he became, his malicious laughter never stopping. What should we do? Shushui looked on, at a loss. Even if she reported back to Elder Yu now, she wouldn't make it in time to save the situation here. Moreover, Zhongdao was the core, where the Dark Night Queen was even more powerful than Night Fox. Elder Yu couldn't possibly come to the North District. Bixu Sweet, go up too. Aren't you an S+ expert? Hurry, Shushui urged desperately. To her surprise, it backfired, and Bixu Sweet turned around and acted as a deserter. He was just a profiteer on the battlefield, ready to help whoever wins. Not helping Night Fox was already the extent of his duty. Nakajima Kaudu. Ling Yu is very familiar with this military tower. If he went in alone, he would have absolute confidence, but today he is not here to challenge the tower. He is here to eliminate the enemies and take control of this tower. Crack. The sound of countless bullets being fired made the over 2,000 soldiers still guarding the perimeter of the tower a bit nervous. They were really worried about what kind of damage their leader would suffer. Fortunately, Ling Yu lived up to everyone's expectations and successfully infiltrated the first floor of the tower through the windows. Doom. It didn't take long before the bodies of the tower guards were thrown out of the doors. Ling Yu directly opened the door from the inside and shouted to his brothers outside. Charge. Crack. Before the words were finished, he quickly left the original spot, and where he had just stood now had multiple smoking bullet holes. Only the combat Wolf King in an unmatched state could have such skill. Even if Lu Wudao came to attack the tower, he definitely couldn't achieve this level and would have been injured already. Attack. The over 2,000 soldiers outside all charged, instantly relieving the pressure on the commander leading the charge inside the tower. However, a tragic scene was beginning to unfold. As the allied forces charged into range, many ordinary people were mercilessly shot down. Blood instantly permeated the entire area, stimulating the nerves of the allied forces, making them even more determined to charge forward. They wanted to annihilate the Chuanwu group that had enslaved them for so many years, bring out the Dark Night Queen, crucify her, and burn her to ashes to vent their anger. Ling Yu also ended the lives of the Chuanwu guards, seized their weapons, and handed them to his comrades. Seeing the tragic scene of the outer perimeter charging the tower, he was filled with sorrow and anger. He knew that this alliance army was not a regular army, but their strong will to fight proved that they also deeply desired freedom. If it were the people who had enjoyed peace for many years outside, they would definitely have fled at this moment. Attack! Ling Yu continued to cover his comrades as they charged in. More and more defenses were being broken, weapons were being seized. On the third floor of the tower, Muya also watched the progress of the battle and could no longer sit still. At this rate, the tower would definitely be captured. They were at a significant numerical disadvantage, and with a combat Wolf King assaulting from all sides, it was becoming too difficult for them. Someone must stop Ling Yu from becoming too powerful, Muya angrily said. Although she was surrounded by many skilled individuals, there was none of Ling Yu's caliber among them. The difference was like the situation in the North District, where the Night Fox could not be stopped by anyone. This difference was not like an adult fighting a child, but more like an adult fighting an infant. Just then, Qian descended from the upper levels and passed by them. Great! Qian is going to make a move. She will use the Lulan Tawu whip to entangle Ling Yu, making the Alliance army less arrogant. The crowd cheered with joy. Soon enough, Qian really appeared on the lower level, facing Ling Yu. Unexpectedly, Qian didn't attack him, but asked, "Where is the Saintess?" Ling Yu couldn't figure out this woman's intentions and didn't want to reveal Qin Mingyu's whereabouts to her. "Without the Saintess, you will not be able to take down the tower," Qian said frankly to him. "This battle has nothing to do with the Saintess. Do not try to protect her and keep her hiding in the rear." Ling Yu frowned, looking a bit puzzled. Qian coldly smiled. "This is the Dark Knight Queen's main territory. Only the Saintess's bloodline can suppress the Queen. Otherwise, even if all of you go up, it will be futile." Ling Yu was even more confused. "How can the Dark Knight Queen allow you to reveal these secrets to me?" Qian chuckled. "You are underestimating the Queen. She is not an ordinary woman." Ling Yu, of course, knew that the Dark Knight Queen was no ordinary woman. They had even fought to a draw before. But after hearing Qian's words, he suddenly felt uneasy. If the previous competition in the arena was considered neutral ground, this place was definitely the opponent's home ground. After saying what she needed to, Qian left the tower with her whip. The soldiers of the Alliance army, mistaking Qian for an enemy, launched an attack upon her once they saw her. No, Ling Yu wanted to stop them, but those soldiers had already been brutally beaten by Qian's whip, their flesh torn apart. Damn it! Ling Yu wanted to hold Qian back, but she didn't want to stay and left ahead of him. As the commander, Ling Yu couldn't chase after an enemy leaving the battlefield and could only clench his fists and stay. That woman is the biggest variable in the whole battle. Ling Yu's inner thoughts were spoken by Muya from the third floor. Not just Ling Yu, but all of them were clueless about Qian's intentions. They were even more clueless about what the Queen was thinking, allowing Qian to act recklessly. Charge! Charge to the tower! Take over the central hub of the Chanwu organization. Ling Yu once again gave the order and led the charge, storming towards the second floor. The defenses were quickly broken, and the Alliance army had more and more weapons in their hands. Full of high spirits and confidence, Ling Yu continued to charge towards the third floor. However, what he didn't expect was that this time, the defense systems were fully activated, and bullets were coming at him from all directions. Ling Yu quickly retreated, yet the screams around him did not stop. He could dodge the mechanisms, but the others didn't have his ability, and suddenly his comrades around him were falling dead. "Everyone, retreat!" Ling Yu wanted to fall back. At that moment, a female warrior from the Mountain Cat tribe gritted her teeth, shouted loudly, "Commander, charge forward with everyone! Long live freedom!" With those words, she rushed towards one of the gun barrels and blocked the gunfire with her body. Ling Yu's eyes widened in shock. This tragic scene shook his soul and triggered every nerve in his body. Mao Mao. The other members of the Mountain Cat tribe were shocked and burst into tears. They knew better than anyone else that after Ling Yu single-handedly defeated the Blood Clan and liberated the Mountain Cat tribe, Mao Mao had developed a strong personal aberration for Ling Yu. In this mission, she insisted on joining the middle route, just to fight alongside her idol, the Night Wolf King. Although she was a woman with deep-seated insecurities, she had always wanted to assist Ling Yu in any way she could, even if it was just a little, just to be remembered by him. As she faced the final moments of her life, Mao Mao looked at Ling Yu, saw the gaze of her idol fixed on her, smiled contentedly, and closed her eyes satisfied. "Ah, Mao Mao, wait for me." Next moment, another warrior from the Mountain Cat tribe embraced another machine gun barrel with his body. Bullets constantly penetrating his body made his comrades on the third floor as well as the personnel of the Chuanwu organization, fall into silent shock. Attack. Ling Yu quickly used the Northern Region Dragon Slayer technique to shatter the two machine guns, launching another charge. Meanwhile, Qin Mingyu, who was still in the Nightwolf tribe's territory, suddenly felt uneasy and stood up. Saintess, please do not wander around. Fun Chen, tasked with protecting Qin Mingyu, hurriedly tried to persuade her not to move freely. Before leaving, Ling Yu had ordered the Nightwolf tribe's building to be sealed off, fearing that Chuanwu organization members would take advantage to try and take away Qin Mingyu and Lin Qingshuan. So, Fun Chen couldn't allow her to move around freely. I suddenly have a very worried feeling, Qin Mingyu said to Fenken. I felt several earthquakes, shouts coming from different directions at times, and I seemed to see everyone lying in a pool of blood in my mind. It's really difficult to bear. Fenken also sighed. She was just a minor warlord's concubine and didn't have the kind of aura that Qin Mingyu had. In fact, she was even more worried than Qin Mingyu, but her status was humble, and no one cared about her feelings. She was also very clear about her position. If life were a novel, the saint would definitely be the protagonist and she would at most be a minor character. So, she didn't know what lines to say now. I want to go out for some fresh air. It's really stuffy in here, Qin Mingyu said, holding her chest, her gaze inadvertently falling on Lin Qingshuan, stirring a mix of emotions in her heart. Lady Saint, Fenken wanted to advise, but then suddenly, they heard a voice coming from outside. Qian had ridden a blood-red steed to the Nightwolf clan territory. Lady Saint, I know you're inside. If you want Ling Yu to lead the allied forces to win this battle, come out quickly. Upon hearing Qian's words, Qin Mingyu, who was already restless, could no longer contain herself. I can easily destroy this building, but I don't need to do that. I'll leave in 10 minutes, Qian continued. With the 10-minute deadline approaching, just as she was about to turn away, the stone gate timely opened. Qin Mingyu shouted, not addressing her by her title as she did in the high tower. Lady Saint. Qin looked back, a smile on her face. What did you mean by what you just said? Qin Mingyu knew that every minute counted for the allied forces now, and there was no time for idle chatter. How did the Dark Knight Queen obtain her power? I believe you know very well. You've even reached the 5th level of the high tower, where the device can continuously release the power of the Sun Heart. Qian explained concisely. In truth, as a talented martial artist, Qian didn't think much of the Dark Knight Queen's power. It was just the power of technology. Back in the day, she was merely Lu Wudao's junior sister, lacking both talent and strength compared to Lu Wudao. I understand. Qin Mingyu made up her mind. Please take me to Zhongdao. Lady Saint, this is... Fenken was still trying to advise, but Qin Mingyu shot her a glance, wearing a determined smile. It's okay. I trust Qian. As the female CEO of Chiag Gang Group, she had exceptional insight and knew how to win people over. Qian was a proud lone eagle with her own ideas, not loyal to anyone, including this Lady Saint. But this kind of woman didn't play games. Her words could be trusted, even though Qin Mingyu wasn't entirely clear on why she was helping the allied forces. Let's go. Lady Saint. Qian cracked the whip, pulled Qin Mingyu onto the horse, and immediately galloped away. Fenken could only silently pray. Oh God, protect Big Brother Yu and the Dark Knight Alliance. Hey, that woman. Before her prayer could fade, Qian's voice came again. Regardless of the situation, by 6 o'clock this afternoon, you must take the others to the shipyard. Fenken, slightly startled, quickly checked the time. There were less than 6 hours until 6 o'clock. She felt inexplicably nervous. At this moment, the Eastern Route Allied forces were also in distress. Although Lin Qingshuan had the same level of strength as Ling Yu and Lu Wudao, he couldn't get close to the eastern base due to his lack of speed. As for Sun Zi, even if he could rush to the door, he had no way to break through the base's gate. It was a desperate situation, compounded by a message from the Central Route messenger. By no later than 6 in the evening, the base must be breached and the shipyard button pressed. There's less than 6 hours left. We'll be sitting ducks if we stay here. Lin Qingshuan couldn't contain his frustration. Sun Zi, who had originally planned to strategize, also began to feel anxious. Charge. Lin Qingshuan said directly. Death in battle is better than sitting idly. We have 3,000 troops. All right, then let's charge. Sun Zi also stood up and said, Brothers of the Sun Clan, each lead a small squad and charge, attracting firepower for Brother Qingshuan. Yes. The brothers of the Sun clan immediately showed determination to fight to the death. Despite the difficulty in communicating, they learned about the situations in other battle zones through messengers, leaving only the eastern and western regions not yet breached. As proud men, they didn't want to be left behind. Brother Kinglon, yes. Lin Kinglon changed his usual demeanor, showing how the weight of responsibility and pressure had weighed on his once carefree heart. You're crucial. Adapt as necessary. Push to the base gate with all your might and blast it to pieces. Exactly what I was thinking. Lin Kinglon's eyes were burning, his fighting spirit high. Charge. Sun Zi finally gave the order, and the 3,000 troops suddenly split into 6 small squads. Sun Zi personally fought alongside Lin Kinglon, assisting him in breaking through the base gate. At the same time, the Western region received a message from the Central Route General. As the general of the Western Route, Zhu had strong martial skills and top-notch stealth ability, but when it came to leading troops in battle, he wasn't competent. His staff were prominent figures from the Nandao, providing him with countless suggestions, but Zhu was indecisive. Charge. Less than 6 hours left, Zhu said a final word and rushed out alone. The more than 3,000 troops behind him were dumbfounded. This general was really not qualified. Only Tao Yang smirked, knowing Shu's personality best. He must have been thinking that he could infiltrate the enemy base, control the button to open the dock, and call it a day. The Western Route General is very unreliable. The warrior heroism of the Daojo nation is not suitable for warfare. Charge. Stop talking nonsense and stirring up military morale. The Western Route Allied forces were the most scattered in morale, lacking any tactical discipline. Ling Yu had already anticipated this, hence providing them with the strongest martial artists and the most troops, hoping to capture the Western base through sheer numbers. However, the Western Route was in a dire state. Once the over 3,000 troops entered the enemy's range, many were gunned down outside the base, littering the area with bodies in an instant. Zhu paid no attention to it, his eyes still cold and ruthless. Unlike other generals, he had no compassion. As a ninja, he prioritized completing the mission, and fallen comrades were not worth a second glance. Swish. Relying on his stealth ability, Zhu miraculously infiltrated the airtight base. As for the ninjutsu he used, the peripheral forces were completely unaware. Using his sword, Zhu went on a killing spree within the enemy base, trying to help the outer forces break in. However, he was soon surrounded and had to cease the killing. His goal was clear: as long as he could infiltrate and control the room with the shipyard, it would be enough. After all, the final battle would be a one-on-one showdown, so he decided to abandon helping the Allied forces break in and continue with his solo infiltration mission. Zhang Dao, Ling Yu has led the team to the 3rd floor. They are different from the other teams, as they have captured many guns along the way and are now armed to the teeth. Mo Ye and the others are hiding in a secret room, afraid to confront Ling Yu directly. The outer perimeter of the 3rd floor is already occupied by the Allied forces. Commander, the battle here will last a long time. You should go up to the higher floors first and take control of the control room. The Deputy General of the Mountain Cat tribe suggested. The Deputy Generals of other tribes also echoed. That's right. We have already taken control of the 3rd floor. We will definitely prevail against the others. Okay, I'm counting on you. Ling Yu is not one to hesitate. Time is running out, and he must go find the Dark Night Queen immediately to defeat her and completely control the central tower. As he reached the 4th floor, there was no resistance. Ling Yu did not want to waste any time and proceeded directly to the 5th floor. Unexpectedly, a Daojo national dressed in white was already waiting there for him. Lord Wolf King, I've been waiting for you. Dr. He. Seeing the Daojo national, Ling Yu's expression showed a hint of excitement as he asked, "How is Yu Shuang now? Shall I take you to see her?" He said. Yes. Despite being pressed for time, Ling Yu still made time to see his younger sister-in-law, as he carried her meridians. Seeing Qin Yu Shuang lying on the bed, seemingly asleep like a vegetable, Ling Yu couldn't help but feel a deep sadness. Lord Wolf King, I'm sure you already know her condition. He said behind him. She needs some stimulation to wake up. Even if she does, she can only move one hand. Yu Shuang. Without responding to He, Ling Yu grasped Qin Yu Shuang's right hand and sincerely said, "Wait for me a little longer. Once I defeat the Dark Night Queen, I will come back to take you away from here." After closing his eyes and praying silently for her, Ling Yu stood up again. Commander. When he turned around, Soldiers from the Allied forces were already aiming guns at him. Chen, others automatically raised their hands in surrender. Lord Wolf King, we are willing to surrender to you. If you leave, please take us with you. Ling Yu still did not respond. At that moment, he had no time to consider such matters. Stay here on the 5th floor and destroy all these laboratories. As Ling Yu remembered Red Yan's words, he ordered his subordinates. Yes, Commander. His subordinates agreed. Ling Yu then turned around and charged towards the final floor. Doom. As he was about to enter the 6th floor, a golden flame fiercely attacked him. Ling Yu quickly unleashed his internal energy to defend himself, and with a swift movement, he entered the 6th floor. He possessed such capabilities that others did not. The soldiers who tried to follow him into the 6th floor were instantly burned by the intense flames, letting out cries of agony. Don't come up here. I'll handle this. Focus on controlling the lower 5 levels. After giving instructions, Ling Yu continued forward alone. He arrived at a familiar large room, and indeed, the Dark Knight Queen was waiting for him there. You have finally arrived. The Queen smiled, and a strong pressure emanated from her open phoenix eyes. Except for Ling Yu, there was no one else on Dark Knight Island who could withstand it calmly. So, this is your stronghold after all, Ling Yu said with a wry smile, as he could feel the immense power and aura of the Dark Knight Queen now, which was incomparable to before. Let's see then. The Dark Knight Queen calmly pressed a button, activating the display screen in the room, showing battle scenes from various war zones. In the south, a ceasefire was in place, awaiting the outcome of the battle between Lu Wuda and Lu Bailian. In the north, Night Fox was overwhelmingly victorious, standing on a giant bear with no one able to compete. In the west, the Allied forces were still struggling to occupy, with countless casualties. The absence of their main commander was conspicuous. In the east, the situation was also bleak, as Lin Qinglong was relentlessly attacking the gate under the cover of his soldiers' bodies and blood. It was uncertain if they could break through even if the gate was breached. Except in the southern region, you have no chance of winning anywhere, the Queen taunted confidently. Ling Yu closed his eyes, took a deep breath, then exhaled before suddenly opening his eyes, filled with determination. For freedom, we have no choice but to proceed. Even if it's a dead end, we will use our fists. With our passion and blood, we will carve out a path. Ling Yu spoke calmly but resolutely, causing a slight tremor in the demeanor of the Dark Knight Queen. After a while, she coldly sneered, since it's a dead end, how can there be a way ahead? Your bodies, your blood, will only pile up here and become a mountain of bones, forming a lake of blood. Ling Yu smiled suddenly. Maybe so, but one never knows until they try. Even if the path ahead is full of thorns, even if there's a storm and thunder ahead, even if it's a sea of blood and hell, we will not regret it. Ridiculous. The Dark Knight Queen lost her patience, suddenly snarling, then you shall die. With a wave of her hand, a fierce flame engulfed Ling Yu. Instead of retreating, Ling Yu kicked the red carpet beneath his feet, leaping towards the Dark Knight Queen. The flame obstructed her view, allowing Ling Yu to approach fearlessly. But in the next moment, the flames split apart with the red carpet, and Ling Yu's eyes shook her soul intensely. Firm, decisive, and brimming with killing intent, such eyes would intimidate anyone. I believe in my comrades, unwavering till death. Ling Yu spoke calmly as he executed the North Realm Dragon Sealing Palm directly at the Dark Knight Queen. The Dark Knight Queen's combat skills were far inferior to Ling Yu's, and she completely lost the initiative, forced to confront him head-on. Her hands suddenly numbed. There was no one under the heavens who could compete head-on with the most fierce and brutal palm technique in the world, and the Queen was no exception. The Dark Knight Queen continuously retreated, trying to mitigate the strength of Ling Yu's palm force. However, Ling Yu followed up with another palm strike, the force rolling in waves. With gritted teeth, the Queen attempted to match Ling Yu's moves, but how could a weak woman like her be the match of the Northern Realm War God? Roar! Just as the Queen was struggling to defend, Ling Yu used his dragon capture hand to seize her, grasping her throat with one hand. The next moment, he locked her with both hands, leaving her no room to resist. Hey! The Dark Knight Queen's face slightly flushed, realizing there was no escape, and met Ling Yu's gaze coldly, taunting. Do you need to use your lethal methods against a frail woman like me? Are you a frail woman? Ling Yu sneered, then roared in anger. You enslaved thousands for decades. How many have died by your hands? How many have been imprisoned for a lifetime, losing everything? You are more brutal than a million executioners combined. The Dark Knight Queen shivered slightly before regaining her composure, proudly replying, "Thank you for the compliments." Ling Yu suppressed his temper and inquired, "As the mother of Zhao Wenjun, I'll ask you one final question. Do you have any last words?" "Ha ha. Of course there are last words, but it's not time to leave yet." The Dark Queen continued to smirk. "Should we pause and check out other battlefields?" "No need," Ling Yu firmly stated. "I believe in them. They will definitely win. If you can't even win, what's the point of whether they win or not?" The Dark Queen remained fearless, making Ling Yu frown. With a little more effort, he could easily send her west, so why did she dare to be so bold? Did she think he wouldn't dare to kill her? Meanwhile, in the southern district, after Lu Wudao entered the secret room, he found no one inside. He spent a lot of time observing the equipment around, trying to figure out which button would open the dock. Due to communication issues, he didn't know that they had to press the button to open the dock at 6 in the evening and thought they had plenty of time. Outside, Liana received a command from the central commander to press the button at 6 sharp, but they couldn't get into the special chamber, leaving them in a state of anxiety. "Don't worry, there are still over 4 hours left. Lao Dalu will surely successfully take down Lubalian early, and once he emerges, we can inform him." A warrior from the same southern island faction comforted Liana. Although Liana also thought the same, she still felt uneasy inside. "Lu Wudao, you seem quite relaxed." Suddenly, Lubalian, his sister, appeared in front of him. She couldn't wait to make the man in front of her anxious, hesitant, in pain, or even lose his life. "Dalian, why?" Lu Wudao had no intention of fighting, looking at his sister whom he had been with for over 30 years, and asked, "Didn't you always long for Lady Saint to be free? Why are you now sacrificing yourself for the Celestial Martial Organization?" Lubalian sneered. Although she was 35 this year, due to martial training, she aged slower than ordinary people and maintained herself well, looking like a woman in her mid-20s. However, her smile gradually made Lu Wudao feel disgusted, with his brows furrowing. "Lu Wudao, you are such a pitiful, despicable, and detestable man." Lubalian cursed fiercely. "I know you hate me." Lu Wudao remained calm. "Our parents passed away early, and you lacked a mother's love since childhood. Lady Saint was very kind to you back then, and I know you always respected and cherished her like a mother." Lubalian fell silent, her eyes filled with resentment, making her appear icy. "I didn't mean for her to lead the Celestial Martial Organization. Although I'm Lady Saint's guardian, her abilities far surpass mine. If she wants to leave, I can't stop her." Lu Wudao sighed. "So, are you just making excuses for yourself? The guardian of the saint?" Lubalian sneered. "Whether you believe it or not, it doesn't matter anymore." Lu Wudao quickly regained his composure, his gaze firm. "It's in the past, and I don't owe anyone an apology for it." He had accepted Ling Yu's argument that Lady Saint left to pursue her freedom, and he didn't have to feel guilty about it or apologize to anyone. "Dalian, everyone's life choices should be in their own hands, not living up to others' expectations." Lu Wudao continued. "Whether one lives happily or not, their choice should be in their heart, not dependent on others." "Shut up." Lubalian suddenly struck out. Her speed was incredible, like a streak of white light. Lu Wudao didn't react in time, and was struck in the chest, falling heavily to the ground, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. "Dalian, you've grown this far." Lu Wudao coughed twice, smiling slightly despite it all. As an older brother, he was pleased with his sister's growth. "You're not allowed to laugh," Lubalian fiercely retorted. "Do you know why I grew up so fast? It's because of resentment." Lu Wudao's smile vanished, sighing deeply. Lubalian continued to roar. "Do you even know how much suffering I've endured over these years?" Lu Wudao nodded in resignation. "Big brother knows they put you through inhuman assassin training at the Blood Spider, not to mention, no. You know." Lubalian interrupted angrily. "They turned all kinds of normal people into monsters, perverts, and even zombies, and because of the Lu family bloodline, my potential was greater than anyone else's, but the pain I bore was also greater than anyone else's. They stimulated me with various devices, shocked me. Many times, I felt life wasn't worth living and had fleeting thoughts of suicide." Lu Wudao didn't need his sister to describe it in detail. He knew what she had gone through. The piercings on her body were from the technological devices penetrating her skin. This was why he hated and detested all technologically enhanced warriors. They were all against human nature. Lu Wudao, go to hell. Lu Balian struck out another palm at Lu Wudao, her eyes filled with resentment and anger, shouting, "It's because of you and Lady Saint that my life was altered. I bore so much pain because of you. I hate you. Even more. I hate Lady Saint. I'm only alive to seek revenge. I've always held hate in my heart. Do you understand?" Smack. This time, Lu Wudao reciprocated the palm strike. Both displayed formidable strength, causing the surrounding machinery to groan and emit piercing sounds. "Dalian, I know you despise Big Brother, but that has nothing to do with anyone else," Lu Wudao said sternly. "You make others leave the Dark Knight Island. You can settle your scores with Big Brother as you please later. Dream on." Lu Balian sneered. As they spoke, they exchanged many blows. Lu Wudao then realized that his sister was a martial genius. Even though no one had taught her, her execution of ancestral techniques put her on par with him. Since that saintly bitch chose to abandon me and gave birth to a daughter with a mortal man, her daughter should bear her pain when she dies. Lu Balian shouted angrily, "One word at a time, I will absolutely not let her daughter have her freedom." Lu Wudao felt truly disappointed. His younger sister, consumed by deep-seated hatred, had completely fallen into darkness. Losing focus for a moment, he was hit by 3 strikes from his sister, causing him to cough up blood, dropping to one knee. "Ha ha! Despair." Lu Balian proudly raised her head to the sky. "You are fated to never escape the Dark Knight Island." Her voice penetrated the walls, leaving the coalition forces outside in utter hopelessness. If Lu Lao Da couldn't even take down a base guardian, victory for the other bases was simply out of the question. Northern base, 3 floors. Boring. Too boring. Night Fox single-handedly defeated all the warriors of the allied forces rushing towards him. The strong bear, covered in blood, lay motionless on the ground, its life hanging by a thread. The opportunists had fled, and the only one left standing on the scene was just Water. It wasn't that she was strong, but Night Fox knew she was weak, so she didn't bother going after her. Chu-Ji, struggling as the leader, rose once again, teeth clenched, refusing to give up even in desperation. "Yeah." She charged towards Fox once more. Chu. Chu. Those lying on the ground, including Bing, Bing Bing, and others, looked on in sadness. They all knew that Chu was like a moth to a flame. Even at his peak, he couldn't touch a hair on Fox, and now in this weakened state, it was like hitting a rock with an egg. "Heh, you're quite an interesting woman." Fox's fighting spirit was stirred even more by Chu's determination, and he slapped her face, making her feel weak, then grabbed her cloak and pulled it down. Wow. The Changwu guards hiding in the back saw her beautiful figure and became excited once again. Chu may not have the beauty of Qian Xiang or Qin Mingyu and Qin Yuxuan, but her good figure matched with her cold thighs could easily spark a conqueror's desire in men. Beast. Let go of Chu. Bing, barely alive, suddenly got up, dragging his broken body with an unyielding gaze. However, it was no use. Asterisk smack. Asterisk. Fox's slap sent him back to the ground. A group of ants. How boring. Fox was growing tired of playing, so he ruthlessly smacked Chu's butt, insulting her. "You, a woman like you, can be the leader of the Night Wolves, and serve as the Alliance's main general? The Night Wolves and Dark Knight Island are truly falling apart. People like you weaklings have no right to live in this world. You want dignity and freedom. You are nothing but crap." Fox, pointing his fingers together, wanted to pierce Chu's heart. I am not the leader of the Night Wolves." Chu's eyes showed no fear but a hint of defiance. She just couldn't accept it. "You're not?" Fox's hand stopped in front of her chest. "Heh, you should be lucky." Chu looked at him with disdain. "Compared to the 2 subsequent leaders of the Night Wolves, you are nothing but a weakling." "What?" Fox, who had always been aloof, finally showed anger in his eyes and roared. "Who is the current leader of the Night Wolves? Bring him before me. I'll kill him in front of you." "Bah." Water joined in. "You twisted freak, if Yun and you were here, you'd be nothing but a corpse already." "What did you say?" Fox's eyes turned fierce and shot over like poisonous arrows. Water was not afraid. Yum is the Alliance commander. He's dealing with the Dark Knight Queen. He wouldn't even bother with you. "You piece of..." Fox, feeling ashamed and angry, suddenly threw a hidden weapon towards Water, intending to crush her head. The whole scene was shocked. Ding and Bing Bing couldn't bear to watch Water die and turned their eyes away. But Water, standing there unflinching, awaited death with open eyes. Just like everyone else, she was prepared to sacrifice her life in this battlefield, especially after seeing the glorious sacrifice moments earlier. Death no longer frightened her. Crack! In the nick of time, a large hand caught the hidden weapon. The man who saved water looked at the shell and smiled. From this detail, he knew that the former Night Fox leader loved to pretend. This man wanted to show everyone that the shell he caught with his bare hands was 10 times more powerful than a real bullet. Leader, why is it you? Seeing the man who saved her, water trembled all over. Tears, which hadn't fallen even in the face of death just moments ago, now streamed down her face. Hearing her call him leader, Chu and Bingding were suddenly startled and quickly turned their eyes towards them. Could it be that the Alliance commander rushed from John Island to support the North Island? But when they saw this so-called leader, they were both taken aback. Especially Chu, the usually icy woman, had tears welling up in her eyes. I'm sorry, Chu. I'm late, and it's my fault you suffered. The man's eyes were dark and bitter. Seeing his sister publicly humiliated, the flames of anger in his chest were about to erupt, yet he maintained his composure as a strong leader. Chu whispered, unable to speak, but it was the severely injured bear lying on the ground that suddenly roared, as if rising from the dead. Brothers, you finally returned. Brothers, you. Ding Bing also joined in. Brothers, you. The surviving warriors of the scattered troop also shouted in excitement, their faces filled with emotion. Unexpectedly, at the last moment, the strongest king of Dark Night Island had returned. Brothers, you must defeat this former Night Fox leader. Avenge Xuan, everyone. Water also pointed angrily at Fox, teeth clenched, her eyes full of anticipation. Zhu nodded, stepping towards Fox. Hey. Not bad. Fox sneered. I sense a royal aura in you that these losers lack. Perhaps you can provide me with more fun. Like Zhu, he had once been chosen by the Dark Knight Queen as the top assassin candidate, but for various reasons, he was abandoned. Zhu was arranged to enter the Night Wolves after he was taken away from the Night Fox's territory, going through a similar experience as Lingyu when he first entered, so Fox had never seen Zhu before. However, Zhu didn't even bother to respond to Fox's words, continuing to approach step by step, emphatically saying, "Release my sister, or I'll make sure you cease to exist." This statement not only sent chills down Fox's spine but also surprised the warriors of the Alliance present. They had never seen Zhu so enraged, and it seemed that he was truly angry this time. Hehe. Boastful words. Fox once again released a series of hidden weapons. Be careful. Ding Bing and others subconsciously exclaimed. However, the few Night Wolves present stayed silent, not worrying about their leader. Worries for a king were laughable. Shu's figure changed, seeming to dodge the hidden weapons, but actually, he caught all of them with his hands and suddenly launched a counterattack. Fox had anticipated this and arrogantly used Chu's body as a shield in front of himself. But to his surprise, Chu's bullet was aimed at the Chuanwu guard behind him, eliminating an enemy with a single shell. The screams disrupted Fox's rhythm. By the time he sensed a strong presence, Zhu was already in front of him. Fingers poked out. Asterisk puff. Asterisk. Asterisk puff. Asterisk. Though Fox hadn't been physically touched by Zhu, he felt the painful sensations on his body. If not for his exceptional combat talent, he would have been struck in vital points and turned into a corpse. Go to hell, Z. A character like this actually shouted, revealing how angry he was internally. Night Fox was shocked and pale, quickly letting go of Ji and focusing all his energy on defending against Zhao's sneak attacks. But in that moment of letting go, he realized he had been deceived. Z used one hand to pull his sister back and then used a move called Zanyi Finger to repel Night Fox. In just a short exchange, Night Fox, who held the hostage, was pushed back by Z, looking embarrassed and in retreat. This move excited the injured soldiers in the coalition forces, who, under the encouragement, started standing up one after another. HMPH. Now you know how powerful Big Brother Nightwolf is, right? Shui also raised her chin and said, "Let me tell you, we have a new boss who is 10,000 times tougher than you." That's right. You are the weakest Nightwolf boss we've ever seen. No wonder you were forgotten so quickly. Everyone joined in and threw back the taunts and boasting that Night Fox had just made. It felt like releasing a pent-up frustration, and it was satisfying. On the other hand, Night Fox, full of anger and embarrassment, ordered, "Shoot, kill. Kill them all. Only then did the Qianwu guards behind him react. However, they were unable to act collectively in time, as the remnant soldiers from the coalition forces downstairs also rushed up. Seeing this scene, Ji finally understood the reason for his brother's delay and exclaimed in surprise, "Brother, you were helping down below to fight the enemies." "Ji, I'll leave this to you." Amidst the chaos on the scene, Z knew it was not the time for their sibling reunion. After covering his sister with his outer coat, he fixed his gaze on Night Fox. Night Fox shivered slightly, but did not show fear of Z. He coldly said, "Well done. You indeed have what it takes to challenge me. If you're not afraid of death, come at me." With that, he finally retreated into his special room. "Brother, you must take him down. Press the shipyard switch precisely at 6 p.m. Ji reminded loudly while fighting. "Got it." However, Z did not immediately engage but instead led everyone to clear out the scattered troops, creating an absolutely secure environment for his teammates before entering to confront Night Fox. There was still nearly 4 hours until 6 p.m., and Z knew that the battle between him and Night Fox would not take that long, regardless of the outcome. At this stage of the battle, it was quite challenging for the coalition forces. Success was not dependent on the strength of 1 point but required victories at all 5 points to achieve final victory. In contrast, the Guardians of Qianwu organization only needed to hold 1 point until reinforcements arrived to secure victory. The victory conditions were absolutely unequal. Do you see that? Mid-Island Tower, Lingyu, and the Dark Knight Queen were still at a stalemate. The Wolf King rarely killed women unless they were enemy female agents or unpardonable women, and Moafi could be considered the latter. However, seeing that Xian Zhao Wenjin almost had the same face, he had stopped momentarily after catching sight of the thrilling battle scenes from the North District on the room screen. They both silently watched Zhao's rescue scene. It was intense, exciting. It resembled the return of the great sage, fiercely facing the current. "I believe that victory will definitely belong to our coalition forces," Ling Yu said with even more conviction. "I will kill you now and find the button to open the shipyard." "Hey, do you think the North District can secure the victory easily? And do you think others can win?" The Dark Knight Queen's confidence remained in her eyes as she smirked. "Have you ever considered the possibility that this is a game I intentionally set up? Even if you're winning now, it was all planned in advance by me." Ling Yu furrowed his brows. He certainly did not believe it and was determined to strangle the Dark Knight Queen to prove her wrong. He knew he could not afford to show any mercy, but the next moment, he felt a sudden burning sensation in his hands. For an ordinary person, being burned by fire would instinctively make them let go, but Ling Yu's strong will to fight made him continue to exert force. The Dark Knight Queen suddenly placed her hands on his wrists, not only overpowering him, but also burning him. "How is this possible?" Ling Yu was shocked, realizing he could not strangle her and had to let go, desperately trying to break free. Although driving away the Wolf King, the Dark Knight Queen also choked and coughed for a while. Her eyes had already turned black, but she held on with her strong willpower. Hehe. After catching her breath, she looked up at Ling Yu and coldly chuckled. "Shouldn't Qian have told you? This is my home ground, and my power grows stronger over time." Ling Yu was surprised and glanced at a strange device in the room, curiously asking, "Is it powered by the high-tech gadget on the 5th level?" "Exactly," the Dark Knight Queen admitted frankly. "Yu Xuan should have told you." 30 years ago, the Three Saints organization had already begun experimenting with the Heart of the Sun. Ling Yu nodded. "That's right, but the Heart of the Sun should not be in your organization's hands. How are you able to draw power from it now?" "So, you know nothing about power." The Dark Knight Queen didn't rush to engage in battle, but instead mocked. "There have always been 2 pieces of the Sunstones, and the ones we've been using for experiments are all Sunstones of the Yan element." Hearing this, Ling Yu suddenly realized something and his expression became shocked. "Hehe, from the look on your face, you seem clever. Finally figured it out." The Dark Knight Queen even sat down leisurely since she could afford it. "Are you an idiot?" Ling Yu connected the dots from everything that happened before and after and gritted his teeth slightly. "So, the Qianwu organization has long known where the Qin family's Sunstone is, and even made Bichidao drop the bag at the 8 trigrams gate tomb, taking the Sunstone back long ago." "Smart," the Dark Knight Queen praised. "Otherwise, With the Three Saints organization having hundreds of thousands of members, a dozen military bases, and assets of tens of billions, would it be so difficult to snatch the Qin family's sunstone? Ling Yu understood, feeling a chill run down his spine. Everything we did before, including sending a fake scientist to Yen City to steal the heart of the sun, was just to deceive others who sought the heart of the sun. We hid the fact and no one knew that the sunstone of the yang element has always been with the Qianwu organization. The Dark Knight Queen revealed the truth openly. Ling Yu smiled bitterly, realizing he had underestimated the Three Saints organization and overestimated himself. They had the power to overthrow the world, so how could they be helpless against the Qin family, even when he was the War Wolf King at his peak strength? Now that you understand, I won't mock you anymore. After all, the Sunstone has always belonged to the Qianwu organization, so there's nothing to boast about. After speaking, she looked seriously at Ling Yu again. Now, I'll give you one last chance. Will you join the Qianwu organization and become our powerful warrior to dominate the world? Without waiting for Ling Yu to answer, the Dark Knight Queen stood up and fervently said, "Our financial and military power far surpasses many countries, and now we only need a catalyst to incite a world war, seize land, and establish a country. While continuing to develop our strength, we will gradually erode the power of the Dragon Kingdom, eventually seizing control through a coup and ruling the Dragon Kingdom. The Dragon Kingdom has existed for thousands of years, and it is the most wise and powerful nation. Once we control the Dragon Kingdom, we will soon become the masters of this world. At that time, everyone will have to submit to us, and we can openly use the power of the Sunstone to research technologies for longevity and immortality, seeking eternal life." Looking at her greedy and fanatical expression, Ling Yu knew that this woman not only wanted to stimulate his greed but also induce him to join the Qianwu organization. She was more like painting a blueprint of her own aspirations. Her eyes were shining. She truly believed that day would come. Ling Yu directly used his fists and attacked to show his intentions. He could not let the Dark Knight Queen delay any longer. The Northern Realm Dragon Breaking Palm, the 12th strike. At this moment, Ling Yu could use all 16 strikes except for the final one. The 12th strike was almost as powerful as splitting mountains and rocks. Anyone who could withstand this strike would definitely be on the level of a war god. However, the Dark Knight Queen, who had just suffered a big loss, once again chose to confront it head-on. Smack! Their palms clashed, but the outcome was completely different from before. In terms of strength, Ling Yu was completely defeated. He was even sent flying backward by the powerful counterforce, crashing through the solid wall behind him and spitting out blood. On the other hand, the Dark Knight Queen, whose physical constitution was not as strong as Ling Yu's, was merely pushed back into a chair behind her without suffering major injuries. With her hands behind her, she greedily absorbed the power of the Sunstone transmitted by the device. After adjusting, she smirked triumphantly. "Ling Yu, surprised or not? Unexpected, right?" Ling Yu remained silent, quickly regulating his breathing. He never imagined that his Northern Realm Dragon Breaking Palm could be overpowered. "Do you know why I went to such lengths to lure you here through Moya? It's because we have studied your physical qualities. You are a 1 in a million ultimate Qianwu person." Once again tempting Ling Yu, the Dark Knight Queen said, "As long as you agree to work for the Qianwu organization, I can give you the power of the Sunstone. Your strength will increase tenfold, even 100-fold from your peak. There will be nothing you can't kill in the world. No destruction beyond your means. You will be the brutal edge of our Three Saints organization, the top hero who establishes the sacred state of Tianjing, leaving a lasting legacy for generations to come." Bah! Ling Yu disdainfully interrupted the woman on the verge of madness, saying, "You speak better than you sing. Do you know how many people will die in a war? Do you know how many will be displaced because of it?" These two questions silenced the Dark Knight Queen, who gradually became angry and impatient. "Your Three Saints organization appears to keep up with the times, but in fact, you still cling to a ridiculous feudal monarchist ideology. What era is this?" Ling Yu continued to mock. "With the advent of nuclear weapons, there will no longer be winners in war. Once the contradictions are thoroughly ignited, it will only lead to mutual destruction. What do you understand?" The Dark Knight Queen angrily interjected, "Do you think nuclear weapons are so easily unleashed? With the power of the Sunstone, we can cultivate countless assassin forces that defy the heavens. Those who side with me prosper. Those who go against me perish." controlling the power of all nations in secret, destroying all technologies. Enough. Ling Yu coldly interrupted. I didn't come here to argue with you. I came to defeat you, to ruin your plans and restore freedom for all. Swish. Another deafening dragon cry. Northern Realm dragon breaking palm. The 13th strike. Even Moya couldn't help but feel a deep admiration for Ling Yu. Normally, as one is more injured, their strength diminishes. However, this man was the opposite. The more injured he was, the more terrifying his power erupted. Unfortunately, this was her home ground. If the secret laboratory on the 5th floor remained intact, she could absorb endless power. No matter how many times Ling Yu came at her, the result remained the same. Smack. Strongly clashing again. Ling Yu was once again sent flying. The fiercer his strength, the stronger the backlash he endured. Ling Yu lay on the ground, spitting out several mouthfuls of blood, his internal organs severely impacted, sustaining serious injuries. His gaze began to blur, and his eyes gradually darkened, but he held on with strong willpower, not fainting. He knew he had made a grave tactical error. Initially, the Dark Knight Queen, and he clashed purely because she wasn't a close combat fighter, lacking high combat talent. It wasn't her intention to mislead Ling Yu that time, but a mere accident that led Ling Yu to believe he could suppress her with the dragon-breaking palm. This caused Ling Yu to make subsequent tactical mistakes, and now, even if he wanted to use other tactics, it would be difficult. Ling Yu, you're finished. Even though the Dark Knight Queen's practical combat talent was average, it did not mean she lacked intelligence. Ling Yu was like a fierce tiger, and she wouldn't give him any chance to catch his breath. I will start by breaking your limbs, then modify you, and let you recover later. The existence of the Dark Knight Island was primarily to create the world's #1 assassin. As long as Ling Yu and Qin Mingyu were left behind, even if everyone else perished, the three saints would never blame her. Their achievements would even outweigh their mistakes. She wanted to personally test the limits of the Warwolf King's power and how it compared to the power of the Sunstone, so she deliberately organized the alliance. Fortunately, everything was still within her control. At this moment, except for the 3rd floor, where Moya was defending with a group of warriors, all other areas had been occupied by the alliance. Everyone was anxious because they couldn't reach the 6th floor. Ling Yu hadn't come out yet, and they didn't know the situation there. Communication channels were constantly breaking down, causing anxiety among the alliance troops and a continuous decline in morale. Moya was well aware of this, sitting in the secret room on the 3rd floor with a cold smirk, saying, "There's still over 3 hours left. Not one of those rebels will escape." Blank and Lulan, along with other skilled guards, gradually calmed down. Every passing second was in their favor. They believed Ling Yu absolutely couldn't defeat the Dark Knight Queen, especially on this high tower. "Lady Saint, this is as far as I can take you." At the entrance of the tower, Qian put Qin Mingyu down. Qin Mingyu understood Qian. While she wasn't her enemy, she wasn't an ally either. She had her own thoughts and values. She was a lone wolf, not easy to recruit for any cause. Qian had already done a lot by supporting the alliance. It was already quite rare. Watching Qian ride off into the distance, Qin Mingyu took a deep breath, her eyes resolute, stepping with her pregnant belly into the tower still engulfed in flames, as soon as Qin Mingyu entered the tower, guns were pointed at her. With casualties soaring, surprise attacks were possible at any time. The alliance was on high alert, prone to accidental discharges. Hey, don't shoot. Don't you dare shoot. At a critical moment, an ugly man appeared out of nowhere and suddenly stood in front of Qin Mingyu, hands raised in a pleading gesture, smiling with a twisted grin. "Please give me face. Look at my face. Please don't shoot. Get lost." Li Maior, a member of the Vegetable Dog clan, stepped out from the coalition army, coldly ordering the ugly man to leave, disdainfully saying, "Who's gonna give you face? Who do you think you are? Your face is ugly to death. Heh. Ugly is fine, as long as it's useful. A man's worth is in his inner quality." The ugly man chuckled. "No matter how ugly, step aside. They recognize who I am. They won't shoot." Qin Mingyu spoke up. "That's not certain. Who knows if there are any traitors?" The ugly man cautiously scanned the surroundings. He knew the importance of the holy woman. If anything happened to her, the outcome of the war would be unpredictable. "Salute to the Madam General." Next moment, Li Maior knelt down leading the others to follow suit. "Get up. What kind of outdated etiquette is this? Not allowed. Qin Mingyu was a bit amused and exasperated. She had been respected in Cloud City before, but there was never any kneeling. Just then, gunfire rang out from a hidden location. Damn it! Be careful! Luckily, the ugly man had anticipated this, shielding Qin Mingyu with his body. Ding! The bullet couldn't penetrate his protective barrier. Ah, that hurts. The ugly man wanted to pounce and take out the assailant, but due to the aftermath of his battle with Yuangsu, his leg suddenly ached, hindering his jump. He thought better of it. Dang! Li Maior, skilled in marksmanship, shot down the traitor who tried to attack the holy woman. Oops! We should have kept him alive. The ugly man limped over, regretting as he tore off the man's clothes, revealing the mark of the holy fire. Protect the Madam General. Li Maior quickly called for her trusted subordinates to surround Qin Mingyu. Qin Mingyu, breathing a sigh of relief after the scare, frowned in contemplation. Qin General, you shouldn't be in a place like this. Don't you know someone wants to take you out? The ugly man returned, his limp noticeable. Thank you. Ugly. Qin Mingyu expressed gratitude, then curiously asked, how did you know someone wanted to harm me? Hehe, some things are best kept secret. They won't succeed in killing you anyway. Ugly man didn't disclose the source of his information. In a room on the 3rd floor, the sight of a guard from the Heavenly Martial Organization infiltrating the coalition forces and even shooting at the holy woman caused a stir of anxiety among the bystanders. No one knew who orchestrated this, leaving them all in suspicion. Detecting Moya's dark expression, the others feigned panic to blend in. Senior Advisor Mo, I need to discuss something with you. The guard took Moya aside. What is it? Chief Guard Mo. Moya inquired. Did you arrange for the assassination of the Holy Lady, my lord? The guard whispered. Moya trembled slightly, rebuking. What nonsense are you talking about? The Holy Lady is crucial to us. Dare harm her, and it's treason. But I recognize the guard. The chief guard insisted. He must be one of your trusted aides. Moya denied. I don't know what you're talking about. The Holy Lady was brought in by me at great cost. How could I kill her? Don't accuse me baselessly. Previously, I wouldn't have believed you capable of such an act, but now it's a critical moment. The guard was determined, understanding Moya's concerns about Lingyu potentially leaving with everyone, including the Holy Lady. Moya fell silent. The guard continued. Senior Advisor Mo, wise and visionary, you've been keen on preventing Lingyu from reaching the top of the Dark Knight Island, uniting all forces, even resorting to extreme measures during the finals to ambush Lingyu. As the guard spoke, Moya's face darkened, but she maintained a composed demeanor. You've always wanted to stop Lingyu from ascending the Dark Knight Island, in fear he'll leave with everyone, including the Holy Lady. So you've been preparing for this. The person responsible for drugging the Sky Demon tribe Ban Nightwolf tribe must surely be you. The guard's question caused Moya to react subtly. You anticipated Scarlet bringing the Holy Lady to the tower, right? Without the Holy Lady's help, Lingyu, despite being the Northern War God, wouldn't stand a chance against the Queen. The guard spoke firmly, aware of the terrifying power of the Sun's heart, not to be underestimated by human strength. Indeed, Moya acknowledged the guard's insights. She decided not to play games. I saw through Scarlet's intentions long ago. At this point, stability will only come when the Holy Lady is no more. If she's alive, we can arrange for surprises. The more she spoke, the grim her expression became. Through gritted teeth, she concluded, Lingyu is truly capable of miracles, and everything he accomplishes is for his wife. At this point, the only solution is to eliminate her discreetly. The guard nodded, whispering, Master Advisor, rest assured, I will stand by your side. Moya was surprised at his loyalty but asked, why are you doing this? Because I want to live too. The guard responded, if Lingyu and the coalition win, we might all perish. As long as the Holy Lady doesn't reach the 5th floor, no one can defeat the Queen. Lingyu will meet his end at the summit. Moya continued to gaze at the guard, somewhat skeptical, but agreed. All right, let's work together quietly. We must not let the Holy Lady ascend to the 5th floor alive. Meanwhile, on the ground floor, Li Maior loudly commanded, everyone take off your upper garments. Anyone found with the mark of the holy fire will be executed on the spot. Report. I found the holy fire mark. Suddenly, a soldier from the coalition forces shouted. Dang bang. Almost simultaneously, gunshots rang out. The traitor from the organization was the first to open fire, intending to kill and then escape. Pop. Suddenly, An empty shell exploded his head. Lee Myor looked at Mo Shu in surprise and said, "You, this ugly man, are quite impressive." Huh. Mo Shu also looked her up and down, chuckled and said, "Your figure is quite impressive too. By the way, brother is impressive in some areas as well. Do you want to experience it? Let me show you what a date is. One day is one day." "Bah, shameless scoundrel," Lee Myor scolded. Mo Shu was not angered. In the process of helping fallen women, it was inevitable to encounter misunderstandings and even run into undercover female police officers. He was accustomed to such insults and even found them more pleasant than music. "Let's go. Please, cover me as I go up to the 5th floor after clearing out the spy," Chen Mingyu ordered Lee Myor and the others. "What?" Everyone was shocked. Lee Myor urgently advised, "Holy lady, you must not. The coalition forces do not have complete control of this tower. The enemies on the 3rd floor are still resisting. You carry the future. You cannot risk advancing." "That's right." Others join in. "Inside the Wu organization, there are those who want to kill you." "No. I must go up." Chen Mingyu's eyes were firm. "I must fight side by side with Ling Yu and secure victory in this war. Qian told me that Ling Yu needs my help. I have to go to the 5th floor." Lee Myor and the others found it difficult to dissuade her since she was the commander's wife of the coalition forces and also the Holy Lady, their superior. "Hey. Go ahead." Mo Shu smirked. "Today is the climax. It's about time for me to shine too. Otherwise, did you really think I came here just to watch the show?" Chen Mingyu smiled faintly. "Then please pave the way for me." Mo Shu was only thinking of making a final kill, not expecting to be a shield. "Thank you. After we win, I will definitely tell Ling Yu and everyone that you were a key figure in this war." Chen Mingyu knew Mo Shu's character and quickly used a soft approach. Mo Shu sighed helplessly, seeing no other choice but to be the vanguard. Chen Mingyu cautiously continued to ascend, seeing corpses and fresh blood everywhere. She couldn't help but feel sorrowful. She never dreamed she would experience such a war. Having been on the Dark Night Island for a month, it felt like a different world, almost like crossing into a parallel universe. But she knew it was still the same world, and her family outside was still anxiously waiting for her return. She had to stay strong and help Ling Yu in this battle. Crossing the 2nd floor without incident, she was finally about to enter the 3rd floor. Just as she stepped onto the 3rd floor, the Wu organization members holed up in a fortress room suddenly began firing outside. Click, click, click. Many coalition soldiers instantly fell. "Fire. Counterattack the enemy. Protect the commander's wife." In an instant, the battlefield, which had just quieted down, erupted into chaos once again. Unexpectedly, the Wu organization stopped their defensive posture and launched a collective attack. Daiichi and Long were at the forefront, quickly taking out many coalition soldiers. Clearly, their goal was to kill those attempting to ascend the tower. If they succeeded in killing the Holy Lady, they would report upwards that it was accidental. Damn it, Mo Shu knew his 6th sister best. She must be trying to stop Chen Mingyu from going upstairs, hence this bold decision. After cursing, he instructed Lee Myor, "You guys cover my sister as she goes up. I and the others will block them." As soon as he finished speaking, Beiqi's Bagua Palm had already attacked. Dang. Consecutive hits landed on Mo Shu, producing a metallic thud. Mo Shu stumbled, barely managing to regain his balance. He chuckled and sarcastically remarked, "Grandma, your Bagua Palm is much stronger than the trash from the Bagua sect." "Oh, do you know my brother, Baichi Wu, that useless guy?" Baichi was intrigued. "Haha, you didn't even mention his name. I almost forgot what he was called." Mo Shu taunted, "With a brother like that, he must not be much better, right? I don't want to embarrass you." Hurry back to his sister's side. "Unfortunately, I want to embarrass you." Daichi's words fell as he executed more Bagua Palm strikes. Mo Shu couldn't withstand them, and despite his inferior palm techniques, he launched a full-force King Kong palm to match his opponent. Slap, slap, slap. Mo Shu was hit continuously and fell hard, spitting out blood. Although Baichi also suffered, he seemed to be in a better condition than Mo Shu. Chen Mingyu, halfway up the staircase, couldn't help but worrying. "Go on. Don't worry about me." Mo Shu struggled to get up, spat out blood and said, "Damn it, this Bagua Palm, a mix of softness and strength, can't be stopped by anything. Your golden bell cover is indeed formidable. Anyone else would have been shattered by my consecutive strikes." Boichi praised sincerely. At this moment, his eyes turned deadly. However, it's a pity that no one can stop me from killing today. Not even your elder brother, the esteemed advisor Am. Whoosh. Another Bagua palm attack. Moshu, already out of breath, thought this might be the end. At a critical moment, a blue figure launched a surprise attack on Boichi, disrupting his assault. 13. Qin Mingyu breathed a sigh of relief and smiled with gratitude. In the end, Qin Yushuang's close friend sided with the coalition forces. Hurry up and go. In Laboratory 19 on the 5th floor, the Heart of the Sun is inside that mysterious instrument. 13 shouted angrily at Qin Mingyu. Only your bloodline can withstand the power of the Heart of the Sun released. Take it away. The Dark Knight Queen will be finished. Qin Mingyu nodded and gritted her teeth before hurrying upstairs. She knew the significance of the number 19. The sun's designation was 19. The Heart of the Sun must be hidden there. Commander's wife, I'll help you. Li Mayor pulled Qin Mingyu upwards, urging her on. It was a great strain on her, especially with her pregnancy, to climb stairs at such speeds. Quick! Don't let anyone disrupt the energy device of the Heart of the Sun. Moya came out of the fortress room and shouted, this victory must only be a victory. No room for failure. Any sacrifice is worth it. In an instant, the battle on the 3rd floor intensified. Although the coalition forces had numerical superiority, they were at a considerable disadvantage in terms of skill. The battle became a fight to the death, with survival left up to luck. Moya, for the first time risking her life, ran to the hallway to chase Qin Mingyu, but she was suddenly grabbed by the calf. Damn it! Moya raised her gun to shoot the assailant, but upon seeing the person's crooked teeth and intensely hostile smile, she paused. Heh. Sister 6, do a U-turn. Moshu stared down the barrel of her gun and coaxed. What's the point of forcing others to do things? This world is only meaningful when it's voluntary. Like me, I never force any woman, relying on my own skills to climb through the ranks. Quite proud of it. Though I'm ugly, I'm gentle. Is that bad? Why does the Wu organization have to force people into involuntary actions? Shut up. Moya didn't have time to waste here with him. Despite their sibling bond, he kept holding on to her tightly. Sixth sister, why don't you help the Alliance forces? After victory, we can leave this cursed place together. Stop risking your life for the Chu organization. What will you gain by sacrificing yourself in this way? If our parents were still alive, they would definitely scold you. Are you stupid? How old are you already? Still not married, busy with these useless things, wasting your youth. Do you really want to end up an old spinster for these nonsense? Isn't the most important thing for a woman to find a man that fits her well? Dang. Moya fired a shot at him, knocking out his teeth. Then, she forcefully pushed him away, her face full of anger as she said coldly, I told you to shut up. You just won't listen. All you do is talk nonsense. Meanwhile, on the 6th floor, the Dark Knight Queen was gripping Ling Yu's neck, lifting him up. Heh. Did you experience the power of the sun's heart? Impressive, isn't it? Envious, aren't you? With a smug smile, the Dark Knight Queen continued, now, beg for mercy, promise to serve the Chu organization, and I will let you go. Deal? Ling Yu, of course, wouldn't beg for mercy. He even looked disdainful. Infuriated, the Dark Knight Queen raised another hand, saying, fine then, I'll disable your limbs first. Whoosh! A palm strike towards Ling Yu's thigh bone. Unexpectedly, at the same moment, Ling Yu also struck back at her forehead. It was purely due to his advantage in height and reach. If the Dark Knight Queen insisted on crippling Ling Yu's legs, her forehead might end up splattered. In desperation, the Dark Knight Queen had to fling Ling Yu away. Ling Yu barely managed to land on his feet, as a fierce flame was already roaring towards him. The formless state once again saved his life as his preemptive dodge allowed him to evade the flames. Ling Yu, I've changed my mind. I'm going to kill you. The Dark Knight Queen fumed, launching successive attacks, unleashing a series of flames, engulfing the room in a blazing inferno. With her formidable energy, these flames couldn't harm her at all. Ling Yu, severely injured, found himself in a difficult situation, with his survival space narrowing. On the other side, Qin Mingyu, under the cover of Li Miao and other Alliance warriors, finally reached the 5th floor. There were still many Alliance forces on the 5th floor, providing temporary safety for Qin Mingyu. Quickly take the chief's wife to laboratory No. 19. Li Miao shouted loudly. But there's a protective wall there, No one can get in. Ding-li suddenly emerged, coldly responding. Take me there first. Qin Mingyu commanded. Shots rang out from behind. Moyu's voice echoed from the corridor. Even if it means killing the saintess, she must not be allowed to enter laboratory No. 19. The heat of war. Such treacherous slogans were now spoken nobly. In the next moment, White Idiot and Long Beyonce forcefully reached the 5th floor, covered in blood, a sign that they had killed a considerable number of Alliance forces on their way. Quick! Stop them! Li Miaoler yelled, rallying the other Alliance forces to confront the enemy. Qin Mingyu, bearing her pregnancy, briskly strode towards the long corridor, sweat covering her forehead and her complexion quite pale. Snap! Ding-li suddenly supported her, looking at her with a hint of complexity, and said, Chief's wife, let me lead the way for you. Qin Mingyu did not know her, simply saying, Thank you. You're welcome. Ding-li, one hand supporting her, the other holding a dagger, curiously asked, Aren't you the saintess of the Chu organization? Why are you destroying it? Qin Mingyu, focusing on her surroundings, urgently searching for laboratory No. 19, did not pay attention to the woman's inquisitive eyes. I am Ling Yu's wife. He came here to take me away. Why leave? Ding-li continued her curiosity. Aren't you in a prestigious position here, with power and authority? Even the Dark Knight Queen respects you. If I were you, I wouldn't antagonize the Chu organization. Qin Mingyu scornfully smiled. Power and position do not bring happiness and peace to people. So, what will truly make you happy and content? Ding-li's curiosity grew, her eyes revealing a desire for answers. Love, family, friendship, Qin Mingyu listed, and peace and freedom. Ding-li's gaze, as she looked at her, seemed to see Ling Yu's willingness to sacrifice himself to save others, even those with seemingly low status like Ironhead and Emu, when he was willing to be injured by her and Aberdeen. She suddenly sneered, No wonder you and Ling Yu became a couple. Both of you are fools. Qin Mingyu also laughed. Being too cunning as a person doesn't necessarily guarantee happiness. Isn't that so? She then glanced at Ding-li, noticing the hand gripping the dagger. You're right. Without warning, Ding-li waved her hand, hurling the dagger at Qin Mingyu's back, just as the White Idiot who had been chasing them quickly swatted the dagger away with his hand. Ding-li, what are you doing? Aberdeen, who had been lurking on the 5th floor, suddenly jumped out, looking surprised. This wasn't the plan he and his sister had agreed upon. Both the Black Demon Clan and the Blood Clan were opportunistic, double dealers. They privately agreed that if the Alliance had the upper hand, they would follow behind the crowd to help wave flags and cheer. Once the Alliance lost hope, they would present themselves to the Chu organization, save their lives, and possibly gain status. Many powerful individuals from the Dark Knight Island who had previously sought refuge with the Chu organization had been well received. With so many casualties this time, by joining the Chu organization, they were sure to rise to high positions, transitioning from slaves to slave masters. But at this critical moment, his sister didn't seize the opportunity to kill the saintess, nor did she deliver her to the Chu organization. Instead, she was trying to obstruct the Chu organization's expert. What was his sister thinking? Brother, I've changed my mind. Ding-li stared at the White Idiot and said, Let's block this expert together and let the saintess find the laboratory. We've never experienced freedom before. I want to see if freedom truly makes people happier than power and status. You foolish woman, Aberdeen scolded, but still raised his Wolf-Tooth club and stood shoulder to shoulder with his sister in front of the White Idiot. Ding-li looked at him, smiling. Aberdeen grumbled, For me, family and loved ones are definitely more important than power and status. Quit being sentimental. I'm getting goosebumps. Let's go. Ding-li shouted, lunging at the White Idiot alongside Aberdeen. Qin Mingyu, moved by their actions, found herself embroiled in another life-threatening situation. However, she knew it wasn't the time to hesitate now. Cradling her belly, she quickened her pace, advancing forward. Finally, she saw laboratory No. 19. Indeed, there was a strange protective wall, remnants of some peculiar debris seen on it. Qin Mingyu was inwardly surprised. By her level of knowledge, she had somewhat guessed what it was. It was a high-energy protective wall, where any object passing through would be incinerated by high temperatures. Seeing those remnants, how powerful was the invisible protective wall? At that moment, she felt a sudden pang of pain in her abdomen. The continuous strenuous movement had caused her to go into labor. Baby, behave. Mom is doing something very important. Don't make a fuss at this time. Behave. Okay. The once extremely aloof female president of Yun City, at this moment, had one hand supporting the wall while the other gently caressed her belly, patiently soothing her unborn child. Suddenly, she felt very hot, with cold sweat and heat pouring out all over her body. Even in the hottest summers in the past, it was never as hot as it is now. This heat all came from Lab 19. Madam Leader, do not get any closer. At this moment, soldiers from the coalition forces shouted from the other side of the intersection. Anyone who approaches that room is burnt to ashes. It's terrifying. If you go any further, you'll die. These people had obviously witnessed that scene, and now, even recounting it gave them lingering fear. All those people came close to that laboratory and vanished without a trace. Who wouldn't be afraid? But the next moment, these coalition soldiers were killed with one punch. Lun came from the other side, glaring at Qing Mingyu. Seeing this, Qing Mingyu, despite the pain in her belly, gritted her teeth and walked towards Lab 19. Because the energy continued to leak out, her clothes began to catch fire. Lun came closer, unable to bear it, and had to step back. Qing Mingyu quickly mustered up her courage and swiftly entered the laboratory, directly passing through the energy barrier unscathed. The next moment, she turned into the laboratory, quickly shedding the burning remnants of her clothes. She was standing there naked. After entering the laboratory, she didn't feel uncomfortable at all, and even the pain in her belly gradually disappeared. A mysterious warmth enveloped her body, as if a person who had been wandering in a cold place for years suddenly returned to the warm hometown. Qing Mingyu probably knew the principle behind this. Before, the Dark Night Queen had transferred some of the stored solar heart energy from Lin Qingxuan to her. She was the only bloodline of the Holy Maiden and could perfectly integrate with the power of the solar heart. In contrast, many others would explode and perish. The Qianwu organization had experimented with countless people, and only 1 in 1,000 could withstand this energy. Malafii was in her current position because of this special constitution. The place was full of solar heart energy, and those who couldn't bear this energy coming in would be burned to ashes. Qing Mingyu carefully observed and found several special pipelines in the laboratory. One of them led to the energy gate just now, so only those who could withstand the solar stone energy could pass through. Another one led to the 6th-floor large room, where it was likely that the Dark Night Queen was using it to absorb energy and fight Lingyu. Qing Mingyu was not a martial artist after all. Even if her body stored a lot of energy, she didn't know how to use it. Using her intelligence to analyze, she confirmed that the convergence of several special pipelines was certainly where the solar heart was stored. Found it. Qing Mingyu was a bit ecstatic. Bai Yan didn't lie to her, and the solar heart had indeed been in the hands of the Qianwu organization. They brought Lin Qingxuan over to turn her into an energy container. Evil organization. They had been focusing on this for decades, causing the death of countless test subjects, all for researching these inhuman technologies, gaining power to launch wars. She couldn't let them succeed. At this moment, the battle on the 6th floor was still ongoing. Although the Dark Night Queen had the upper hand, she still couldn't kill Lingyu. Northern War God, you're indeed formidable. The Dark Night Queen couldn't help but sincerely admire. In terms of combat ability and talent for fighting, she and this man were not on the same level at all. If it wasn't for Lingyu being misled by her, fighting to palms and receiving heavy injuries, the outcome would be hard to predict. Too bad. You will eventually die by my hands. And if you can't defeat me, how can you access the control room behind me? The Dark Night Queen deliberately teased Lingyu, pointing to the large door behind her. Lingyu was slightly stunned. See that? The buttons to control the dockyard and airport are there. The other for bases. This is just the valve for opening the door. And it doesn't have to be pressed to open the valve. Destroying the valve will have the same effect. But if the control button of the central island is not pressed, the dockyard won't be able to open at all. Understand? Hehe. The Dark Night Queen's words indeed piqued Lingyu's interest. If they had known this information earlier, it would have been useful for the other for bases. Knowing it now was a bit too late. He hoped that the leaders of those for bases could figure out how to destroy the switches, while he had to go in and press the central button. But how could he get in? Lingyu knew very well that if he didn't defeat the Dark Night Queen, even if he sneaked in, it wouldn't work. He had to wait for the gate of the for bases to be destroyed, buttons pressed, and the dockyard door opened. Even if he pressed the button now, it wouldn't help, but he could stay alive in front of the Dark Night Queen solely relying on his null state, and the Queen had endless solar heart energy, The longer the battle lasted, the more disadvantageous it would be for him. What to do? Heh. Lingyu, just accept your fate. The Dark Night Queen suddenly launched another ferocious fire attack. Lingyu dodged it again. Less than 3 hours left. Just as he was at wit's end and growing more anxious, he suddenly noticed a slight change in the queen's expression. Although her power remained the same, there was something off in her expression. Damn it! Suddenly launching 10 more attacks after failing to kill Lingyu. The Dark Night Queen, for some reason, disregarded him and wanted to leave the room. While Lingyu didn't know exactly what was going on, he somewhat felt that the queen, who had never cared about wasting energy, seemed to have weakened slightly since she was leaving. Lingyu had to break into the central control room first. Inside, there were various control instruments, and even fighting scenes from the headquarters of various bases could be seen. Everyone. Lingyu was already nervous, and now he clenched his fist, eager to arrive and help these leaders. Lu Wudao from the South Road was in a tough fight with Lu Balian. Lin Qinglong from the East Road seemed to have just entered a room for a one-on-one fight, and was clearly getting beaten up. Situation of Zhu from the West Row was also unfavorable, with injuries, healing with a sore. Listening to his words, it seemed that his opponent was the assassination target from his mission years ago. The room of the base in the North Road seems still unoccupied. Time is running out. Brothers, come on. Lingyu knew they couldn't hear his voice over there, but still shouted loudly in the control room. He then pressed the red button to open the dockyard gate. Even with his toes, he knew there would be no response. The central control could see the dockyard in the south, and indeed there was no movement at all at the dockyard gate. Lingyu wanted to figure out where the Dark Night Queen was heading at this moment. Luckily, there was a monitor here that could access surveillance from various places in the tower. He quickly pulled up the surveillance footage from the 5th floor. As soon as he saw the screen, he couldn't stand still. Clenching his fists, he rushed out of the room, muttering anxiously, "Mingyu, you must not have any accidents. Moonlight, wait for me." Lingyu was in a panic, ignoring the pain of his severe injuries. He caught sight of his wife without clothes, holding the sunstone alone at Laboratory 19, unsure whether he should come out or hide. His wife was pure and delicate. How could he let others see her body? Lingyu was a traditional man with very conservative thoughts. He had to hurry to his wife's side immediately. On the 5th floor, the Allied forces and Moya were still in a bloody battle. Moya and the others came on strong, but as more Allied forces surged up, they were in a hopeless situation. Lan had already fallen with serious injuries, looking like he was about to die. Only Moya and Idiot Dao were still stubbornly resisting, but in this situation, it was only a matter of time before they fell. Moya was frustrated. The Holy Maiden wasn't killed, and now she had risked herself instead. HMPH. Take them out. Ding Li ordered, immediately aiming a bunch of guns at the two people cornered. Moya and Idiot Dao were unaware that the Sunstone had been taken. Feeling the residual heat behind them, they dared not continue retreating, fearing they too would be burned to ashes by the Sunstone's power. At the critical moment of life and death, a flame engulfed the entire passage like a fire dragon. Oh! The Allied forces screamed in pain, instantly turning into flaming figures. Second sister, Queen. Moya and Idiot Dao exclaimed in relief. Meanwhile, the Allied forces were rolling on the ground trying to extinguish the flames, looking terrified, as if their faith was about to be destroyed by this horrific fire. Had their leader been killed by this woman? HMPH. A bunch of useless people. The Dark Queen disregarded everyone and walked straight towards Laboratory 19. Take them all out. Moya quickly instructed Idiot Dao to do away with the others, and she herself picked up the dagger that Dingli had dropped on the ground, her face becoming mad and fierce. Dark Queen, your opponent is me. Do not harm anyone else. Just as the two were about to slaughter the Allied forces, Lingyu's voice suddenly rang out. Moya and Idiot Dao, who were about to attack, were frightened and quickly fled from the intersection. The Dark Queen, who could take out the elite fighters of the Allied forces with a single move, knew that Lingyu could also easily defeat them. Unbeknownst to Lingyu, he didn't have time to care about anyone else. He was only worried about his wife's life, rushing straight to Laboratory 19. The battle was extremely fierce. After the Dark Queen made her move, there was not a single person left standing on the 5th floor. The Dark Queen passed through the energy gate of Laboratory 19, and her specially made clothes were intact, proving that the Sunstone had been taken from a specific area. Lady Holy Maiden, come out. I know you're still in this laboratory, the Dark Queen coldly ordered. Besides the Holy Maiden, no one else could enter this room. At this moment, Qin Mingyu was hiding behind the equipment in the laboratory, hugging her knees, feeling anxious. She had no idea how Lingyu was doing. If Lingyu died, she would definitely take the Sunstone and confront the Dark Queen. On the 5th floor corridor, Lan Shizhen ran up with blood all over her. Seeing the devastated 5th floor, she didn't kill or save anyone, but hurried towards the medical room. Thank goodness, you're still alive. I'll take you out of this place right away. Lan Shizhen quickly removed the equipment, preparing to push the woman lying on the bed out. However, the woman who had been unconscious for days suddenly grasped Lan Shizhen's wrist with her right hand. Lan Shizhen shuddered, and the next moment, tears welled up in her eyes. You're awake, Lingyu. Where's Lingyu? Upon hearing a woman's first words after waking up being that man's name, Lan Shizhen's heart felt a stab of pain. He's battling the Dark Queen. The final showdown has arrived. Lan Shizhen never lied to the woman. Quick, push me, even if I have to die. I want to die by his side. The woman's eyes were resolute. Such determination pierced Lan Shizhen's heart. Ignorance of the situation led to such obsession. Lan Shizhen eventually nodded, tears streaming down her face. Whatever you ask, I'll do as you say. Thank you. The woman expressed her gratitude. Inside Laboratory 19, with the Dark Queen's personality, she naturally disdained playing hide-and-seek with anyone, even if that person was the Holy Maiden. You won't come out. I'll find a way to make you come out. She raised her palms, releasing flames that ignited Laboratory 19. Although the Sunstone's energy was conveyed through the pipes, there was still residual energy from the Sunstone in the laboratory, so this kind of burning could likely cause a massive explosion. Qin Mingyu was clearly aware of this. Her power was far from a match for the Dark Queen, and she didn't know how to use internal energy to protect herself. If an explosion occurred, she would surely die here. She could die, but her child couldn't die with her. Mingyu. Fortunately, her husband's voice came just in time, causing Qin Mingyu, who was feeling lost, to perk up. Lingyu, I'm here. As soon as Qin Mingyu stepped out, Lingyu rushed in. The Dark Queen struck at Lingyu with a palm, only for him to dodge. In a moment of urgency, Lingyu took off his coat and draped it over his wife's body, then tightly held her hand. Mingyu, why did you come here? You shouldn't have come here. Lingyu, I'm sorry, but I had to come. Qian said that this battlefield needs me. Both our child and I want to fight alongside you. The two spouses exchanged heartfelt words. The Dark Queen became furious. Have you forgotten about me? The two of you. Let my flames remind you. Another fire dragon was breathed out, heading straight for the couple. Lingyu forcefully used his northern-bound dragon palm, breaking through the opponent's fire dragon using sheer strength. As a result, his palm was charred. Lingyu, take the Sunstone. Qin Mingyu quickly handed the Yan Sun Sunstone in her hand to him, saying, Qian mentioned that the equipment in this laboratory can harness its power, and specific Chanwu physics can absorb its energy. Give it a try. Qin Mingyu had no idea that Lingyu could absorb the power of the Sunstone, and now she could only try her best. Seeing how Lingyu struggled and suffered from just one blow from the Dark Queen, if they didn't come up with a solution, they were likely to lose this battle. All right. Lingyu took the Sunstone, but before he could respond, the Dark Queen was already in front of him. Startled, Lingyu, wanting to protect his wife and child, attempted to force the opponent back with a palm strike. However, the Dark Queen was fearless and went head-on, countering and sending Lingyu flying. The Sunstone in Lingyu's hand also flew up and fell to the ground. Qin Mingyu wanted to retrieve it, but her movements were as slow as a snail due to her pregnant state. Lingyu was lying on the side, coughing up blood, and shouting, Mingyu, do not move recklessly. His wife and child were more important than the Sunstone. Heh. Wolf King, you are truly a considerate man. The Dark Queen, in a triumphant stance, walked slowly towards the Sunstone, now having everything under her control. The strength of the peak Wolf King is nothing special. The Dark Night Queen became more and more triumphant, even mocking Lingyu. Or is it that the limits of human strength can only reach this level? Only the power of the Sun Heart is the strongest, the eternal. Only by obtaining this power can one transform from human to God. And I am a god who rules over all of this. Ha. She spoke excitedly, opened her arms, and provocatively challenged Lingyan. How could she not? The Werewolf King's reputation resounded throughout the battlefield, even reaching her ears. Rumor has it that he is omnipotent in the battlefield, with countless feats of valor. Countless national war gods have fallen at his hands, but this godlike man ultimately fell under her command. Only by stepping on Lingyu can she prove that she, Moefi, is the true queen. Lingyu had no choice. In fact, although he had transplanted Qin Yuxuan's meridians, he had already created a rejection reaction after continuous eruption, and had not been able to reach the true peak. Now defeated at the hands of the Dark Night Queen, he could only grit his teeth in silence, racking his brain. He would never give up so easily. Just as the Dark Night Queen was at her most inflated, a blue figure suddenly picked up the sunstone on the ground. What's going on? The laughter of the Dark Night Queen came to a sudden halt. She never expected that there would still be survivors in the fifth layer. More surprisingly, this person is also a member of the Three Saints organization. Thank you. 13. Sitting in a wheelchair, Qin Yuxuan took the sunstone handed over by the Blue 13, sneering at the Dark Night Queen. Moefi, seeing you so pleased, I'm really not happy. You, a woman, with even less martial talent and physical talent than me, how can you become the Queen of Dark Night Island? Without the power of this stone, what are you worth? Black lumps appeared on the Dark Night Queen's forehead. She used to be skilled at manipulation and politics, but since she successfully married into the Zhao family and helped a member of the Three Saints organization enter the top ranks of the Dragon Kingdom, she was rewarded for her efforts. By chance, she discovered that she could absorb the energy of the Sun Heart, soaring to become the ruler of the Dark Night Island, ranking only below the Three Saints. Since then, no one has dared to speak to her like this, especially on this island, where she is the only queen. None. Do you want to die? The Dark Night Queen threatened fiercely. Qin Yuxuan sneered. For someone like me, what's so scary about death? Also, stop calling me a nun. I am Qin Yuxuan. So, are you determined to betray the organization? The Dark Night Queen glared, her killing intent growing stronger. Lingyu, take over. Qin Yuxuan did not respond to her words. Instead, she answered with action. The Dark Night Queen sneered, reaching out with her internal force to catch the object thrown into the air. To her surprise, upon closer inspection, it was just a regular piece of stone, not the sunstone at all. At the same time, 13 took advantage of her distraction to leap over and hand the Sun Heart to Lingyu. Dream on. The Dark Night Queen slapped her hand, and powerful chest surrounded and incinerated 13 in an instant. A gruesome scene, the stench of blood deeply stimulating the nerves of all present. Lingyu's eyes were filled with anger and sadness, but he knew he must not betray 13's opportunity paid for with his life. Quickly inserting the Sun Heart into the device, indeed, he immediately felt a strange power rushing into his palm. Qin Mingyu was also surprised. Lingyu could, indeed, absorb the miraculous power of the Sun Heart just like her. Do you think I'll give you time? How ridiculous! The Dark Night Queen sneered and raised her hand. However, someone suddenly attacked her from behind. She turned around to see that it was none other than Qin Yuxuan, left with only one functioning hand, leaping towards her with all her might. Ridiculous! The Dark Night Queen disdainfully raised her hand to send her to her death, but suddenly realized that the woman held a strange thing in her hand. Momentary doubt and concern made her pause, and she decided to snatch the strange object from Qin Yuxuan. Once the object was in her hand, she immediately threw it away, realizing that she had been deceived. She thought it was a small bomb, but it turned out to be poison. The Dark Night Queen kicked the open vial away, but still felt her strength fading away. This is the lotus flower poison from the Spider Poison organization. Qin Yuxuan fell to the ground, propping herself up with one arm and sneered. Surprised. Unexpected. The Three Saints organization spent so much effort nurturing me, even giving me the most potent soft fragrance poison, but never expected that I would use it against you in the end. The Dark Night Queen was infuriated and stomped down, trying to crush her heart. Yuxuan. Qin Mingyu reacted just in time, albeit with a belly in tow, but her movements were still a few beats too slow. Dragging Qin Yuxuan away with force, she was still hit in the lower back by the Dark Night Queen. Theft. Qin Yuxuan, who had just awakened and was extremely weak, spurted blood directly onto Qin Mingyu's face. Yuxuan. Yuxuan. Qin Mingyu exclaimed, losing her rationality due to anger, and without caring about anything, she slapped the Dark Night Queen. The Dark Knight Queen was completely frightened by her reckless momentum, stepping back repeatedly until she leaned against the wall. Yu Xuan, pull yourself together. Yu Xuan. Qin Mingyu also did not continue to care about the Dark Knight Queen but gently shook her sister, whom she had fought with for 20 years. Hey. Qin Mingyu, so you also feel sorry for me? Qin Yu Xuan had lost the strength to open both eyes, so hard she tried to smile and talk to Qin Mingyu with one eye barely open. Of course, I feel sorry. You must stay alive for me. Do you hear me? Qin Mingyu shouted forcefully. Don't close your eyes, talk to me. Don't fall asleep. Talk. What do you want me to say? Qin Yu Xuan's smile became increasingly rigid. Then, I'll say it. Qin Mingyu, this time, I'll let you win. You took away the thing I love the most. In the next life, I must marry him. Crack. Qin Yu Xuan clearly wanted to say his name but had exhausted her life force and died, with one eye half open in front of Qin Mingyu. Yu Xuan. Qin Mingyu's tears flowed like a broken dam. Snot and drool mixed and poured down, completely devoid of her usual cold, goddess-like demeanor. She had never felt so heartbroken and distressed in her life. She had never expected that she would feel breathless if Qin Yu Xuan died. Even breathing became unbearably difficult for a moment. Ling Yu, who was still absorbing the power of the Sun Heart on the device, ran over. His eyes widened, flames rising, seemingly having completely lost the ability to blink. Yu Xuan. Ling Yu approached Qin Yu Xuan, only to find that his younger sister-in-law had completely lost vital signs. A mix of sadness and anger surged within him, converging into a torrential force that felt like it would burst through his body and explode outwards. His entire body was ablaze. He didn't know if this was the power of anger or the power of the Sun's heart. All he could think of was one thing. The Queen of the Dark Knight must die. She must die. Such cheap familial and romantic bonds, the Queen of the Dark Knight taunted, completely unafraid. She knew Ling Yu's condition well. An injured man might not be able to harness the power of the Sun's heart, and even if he could, how much could he absorb in such a short time? If anger and glares could kill, she would have been killed countless times over by now. Return the Sun's heart. You have no hope of winning. The Queen of the Dark Knight deliberately stood in front of the equipment, preventing Ling Yu from seizing an opportunity. However, Ling Yu had no intention of drawing more power, his eyes burning with determination, leaving himself no retreat as he fiercely struck out. I want your life. The Northern Realm's dragon-breaking palm, the 17th strike, shattered the heavens and split the earth. He struck with both palms in an instant, causing the Queen of the Dark Knight to freeze in disbelief, her eyes full of incredulity. How could this be? How could he, in his current state, unleash such power? Inconceivable. This time, she was intimidated and dared not engage in battle with Ling Yu. However, the more she hesitated, the quicker she would meet her end. In terms of techniques and combat experience, how could she, a woman with a background in politics, be a match for the Northern Realm's war god? Ling Yu spun on his heel, his force unabated, continuing to press on fiercely against her. The Queen of the Dark Knight regretted deeply. In this situation, she could not fully unleash her power, but if she retreated, she had a foreboding that Ling Yu would continue to launch attacks, giving her no chance to escape. In real combat, who in the world could be a match for the War King? Don't get too smug. Forced to act, the Queen of the Dark Knight clenched her teeth and struck out with both palms. In that instant, she still had some confidence. However, upon their collision, she suddenly felt a massive force akin to a tsunami or volcanic eruption continuously surging towards her, on the brink of overwhelming her. How is this possible? The Queen of the Dark Knight's expression was incredibly complex, unbelievable, terrifying. Was it that her power, reliant on the Sun's heart, faded too quickly, or did Ling Yu's power suddenly surge? Ling Yu, worthy of the title War God, fought with increasing courage and roars of anger. Meanwhile, the Queen of the Dark Knight, trembling in fear, struggled to hold her ground. As one might anticipate, the woman was eventually bested by the man, her body suddenly light as if floating, crashing into the equipment behind her, shattering it into pieces with sparks flying everywhere. Meanwhile, Ling Yu, blooded and surrounded by a domineering aura, resembled a burning statue as he advanced towards her step by step. Cough. The Queen of the Dark Knight coughed up loud, the once majestic island ruler now filled with fear in her eyes, struggling to stand up and even attempting to speak. But Ling Yu, consumed by grief and fury, did not give her any chance, launching another punch. The Queen of the Dark Knight raised her hands in a reflexive attempt to block, only to have her chest pierced by the terrifying aura. Her eyes widened, never closing. Even if she were to live 100 more years, she couldn't fathom why she had lost this time. Ling Yu did not stop there. He tore off her clothes and landed a punch on her cheek. The barrage continued, one punch after another. The Queen of the Dark Knight was pulverized, until Qin Mingyu's voice came from behind. Ling Yu, that's enough, she's already dead. Ling Yu, with eyes entranced like a demon, gradually began to regain his composure. It took him a moment before he picked up the Queen of the Dark Knight's ample cloak and draped it over his still unclothed wife. Then, turning back to look at Qin Yuxuan lying on the ground, he silently shed tears. Yes, she's already dead, Ling Yu murmured. Qin Yuxuan was truly gone. Unlike Lin Qingshuan before, there was no possibility of returning to life. Her meridians were still entwined with his. Ling Yu, you're the commander of the Allied forces. Now is not the time for mourning, as the war isn't over yet. Qin Mingyu quickly reminded him. Ling Yu nodded and first lifted Qin Yuxuan's body, then walked out of the laboratory with Qin Mingyu. It was almost 6 o'clock, less than 2 hours remained. Commander, the commander is coming out. That woman is the commander's wife. Did the commander win? The commander defeated the Queen of the Dark Knight. On the corridor, the wounded and remnants of the Allied forces were still moaning, but upon seeing Ling Yu and his wife, they excitedly climbed to their feet. Ling Yu smiled with a mix of grief, unable to speak yet, when Kurosaki and his assistant hurriedly approached. Lord Warvolf, how is the Holy Sister? Kurosaki asked tensely. She sacrificed herself for me, Ling Yu replied desolately. Kurosaki immediately asked, it hasn't been more than 6 minutes, has it? What do you mean? Ling Yu asked nervously. His medical skills were high, and upon hearing the mention of 6 minutes, he immediately thought of something horrifying. Lord Warvolf, we have a device for borrowing bodies to revive souls here. If death occurred within 6 minutes, as long as brain cells haven't begun to die, there is a chance to save her. Kurosaki revealed the information. Borrowing bodies to revive souls. Qin Mingyu exclaimed. It's a brain transplant. Ling Yu responded, a chill running through him upon realizing the depths of the organization's sinister medical practices. Yes, if you want her to live, I might be able to help. Time was of the essence, and Kurosaki did not beat around the bush. But it will require a life sacrifice. As he spoke, the wounded of the Allied forces around them shivered and backed away, fearing being chosen. Ling Yu hesitated. Don't say anything. Qin Mingyu's eyes brimmed with sorrow, her voice resolute as she said, life is equal. No one's life is more precious than another's, and Yuxuan wouldn't agree to it. Kurosaki was momentarily surprised. Others were intrigued as well. Wasn't she supposed to be dead? How could she still express her thoughts? Only Ling Yu understood Qin Mingyu's intention. Qin Mingyu didn't explain to anyone else either. Qin Yuxuan had always been her stand-in. Only she understood Qin Yuxuan's feelings. Qin Yuxuan had always wanted to surpass her, to prove she wasn't anyone's substitute, but a unique individual. She sacrificed her meridians for Ling Yu, and when she sacrificed herself, her eyes were content and her smile before death was without regret. She would never accept living in another's body, living with someone else's appearance and form. Would she still be Qin Yuxuan? She wouldn't be happy living like that. It would be nauseating for her. All right, I understand. Kurosaki also dared not say more. Dr. Kurosaki, could you please take care of my sister-in-law for me? I need to take her away from the Dark Knight Island and bury her properly in Cloud City. Ling Yu had other important matters to attend to and couldn't keep holding on to Qin Yuxuan. Yes, I understand. Kurosaki took over. All Allied forces listen up. Ling Yu momentarily suppressed his grief, returning to his role as the commander. Yes. Immediately join me in clearing out all enemies in the central tower, rescuing our surviving comrades, and preparing for our escape from the Dark Knight Island. Yes. At that moment, those still alive seemed to glimpse the hope of freedom. Ling Yu breathed a sigh of relief, pushing his grief down for now. Although there was no news yet from the other four bases, he firmly believed that his brothers would prevail. It's 111 minutes until 6 p.m. The battle between Wu Da and Bai Lian is intense and protracted. Hehe, Wu Dao, I never expected you to be more powerful than I imagined. Since you have this ability, why couldn't you protect the saint back then? Leon stood in front of the button device, provoking Wu Dao. Wu Dao remained calm, feeling only heartache. He knew that if he pressed the button, Leon wouldn't be able to stop him, even if he had to pay a price. However, he continued to engage with Leon in battle, hoping to communicate her inner thoughts. When he realized how much resentment Leon harbored, he felt it was impossible to reconcile with her. At least, she wouldn't accept his values until he defeated her. Force cannot hold anyone's heart, Wu Dao said firmly, so don't say it's me. Even if the three saints joined forces, they couldn't stop the saints' desire for freedom and love. Leon sneered, HMPH, a coward justifying himself. Leon, I won't explain further, nor will I hold back, if you insist on standing in my way, for the Alliance, for everyone's freedom. I must defeat you, even if it means hurting you, Wu Dao warned. Leon remained disdainful, I know all your abilities and moves, do you think you can scare me like this? Wu Dao didn't say another word, he crouched down, ready to strike. Leon frowned, she had never seen this move before. Before she could react, Wu Dao launched his attack. Guardian's inherited skill, Blood Shadow Electric Drill. Wu Dao roared as he flew into the air, concealed beneath a blood-red cloak, enveloping Leon in a furious storm. Leon was caught off guard. Even if she could escape, the equipment behind her would be destroyed. Both siblings knew pressing the button or total destruction of the device would yield the same outcome. Leon couldn't escape the whirlwind cloak. A sudden burst of energy struck her hard. Leon couldn't withstand the continuous assault. She finally flew in the air, slamming into the equipment behind her. Wu Dao either restrained himself or his previous injuries were too severe. He didn't kill Leon, but Leon couldn't continue the fight, lying on the ground in tears. It's over, Wu Dao gasped weakly. The victory over his sister had taken its toll. Wu Lao Da. Ling Yu's voice came through the device, surprising Wu Dao. He wanted to rest but looked around. I'm still in the central tower. I saw your battle. Congratulations on your victory. You defeated the Dark Queen? Yes. Despite heavy losses, we've taken the tower. What? Ling Yu's revelation shocked the four guardians in the north, south, east, and west bases. Leon had lost all faith, feeling distraught. Wu Dao smiled. You are truly remarkable. I made the right choice in trusting you. But the war is far from over. Victory is yet to be secured. The east, west, and north bases are still fighting. Maybe they need our support. Wu Dao fell silent, realizing he couldn't defeat any guardian in his current state. Go to the West Island to assist you. I will rush to the East Island to support Lin Qinglong. Zhu. Qinglong, can you hear me? Escape if you have a chance. Although there was no response from Zhu or Qinglong, they seemingly couldn't control the base rooms. What about the North Island base? Wu Dao asked, and a gentle voice from the North base rang out. Sorry for worrying you. I'll handle the North Island base. Z. Is that you? Wu Dao was excited. I knew you would come. After a brief exchange, they agreed to meet on the ship at 6 o'clock. In the North base room, Night Fox felt insulted and asked, Your name is Z, right? Z had just entered the room and overheard Ling Yu and Wu Dao's conversation. Annoyed, Night Fox forced Z out of the communication device and then destroyed it, saying it was unnecessary since they had declined reinforcements. Z smiled and nodded. Enraged and embarrassed, Night Fox tried to attack Z, who effortlessly dodged his moves, surprising Night Fox with a counterattack. Impossible. Night Fox was shocked, realizing Z had used his family's unique skill against him. Without revealing any secrets, Z remained calm. Provoking someone with baseless words was not his style. Frustrated, Night Fox admitted defeat, saying, I won't fight you anymore. Just press the button if you want. It doesn't matter to me now that the Dark Queen is dead. But Z replied, I can forgive surrender, but not from you. Night Fox killed so many people from the Alliance and publicly humiliated his sister. If we let him go like this, how can we justify it to everyone? How can we justify it to his sister? The reason he holds such high prestige among the Night Wolf clan, and even on the Dark Knight Island, is because he knows how to act with moderation, gaining people's trust. Whoever deserves to live shall live. Whoever deserves to die must die. Damn it, you're forcing me to fight you. Don't think I have no other options. Night Wolf spoke while quietly retreating. There were still sophisticated mechanisms in the room that, when used alone, might not be able to challenge Sean, a top-notch expert. However, with his own surprise attack, the probability of success was high. Sean, there can only be one leader of the Night Wolf. You go. Swish. Before he could finish speaking, Sean flashed past him. Night Fox finally saw it. He was actually using a sword. How despicable. You didn't use it before. Ah. Night Wolf let out a cry of pain as one of his arms was brutally chopped off. The Morong family's swordsmanship may not have been shown well to you. Now I'll show it to you. Sean's lips curled slightly, and after a set of exquisite and elegant sword techniques, Night Fox fell to his knees, face up, eyes frozen. Splurt. The next moment, the blood from his body sprayed out like a burst water pipe. Sean pulled out his sword and struck the control panel of the control room, causing it to shatter. After sheathing his sword, Sean turned and left gracefully, without any dragging. Sean, come out. Sean is here. We have won. Outside, the remaining soldiers of the Alliance raised their arms and cheered. Sean, did Night Fox die? G asked. Yes, I dismembered him. Avenging you, Sean said calmly. G's admiration for her elder brother deepened. The Night Fox, whom many S-level powerhouses failed to defeat, was taken out by her brother in just a few minutes. With Sean as her elder brother, how could he not become the King of Destiny without waiting for Ling Yu to arrive? Let's go. Everyone has their own style, and Sean won't inspire morale like Ling Yu. He waved his hand, exuding a charisma that made people want to follow. Sean, do we need to press the button together at 6 o'clock? Shui hurried over to ask. No need. Ling Yu has informed us that all we have to do is destroy the control panel, Sean said, then added with a wry smile. He has defeated the Dark Knight Queen Central Command, and Lu Wudao had taken down the South Island base before us. We are a bit behind. What? This news was a great morale boost for the Alliance. They had always thought that the Central Command was the most difficult to breach, especially with the Dark Knight Queen personally overseeing it. Who would have thought that their commander would be the first one to break through it? Brother Yu is really amazing. That's right. With such a formidable commander, we will definitely achieve final victory. Sean is also amazing. Night Wolf was truly unrivaled. Long live the commander. Long live Sean. The survivors from the North District supported each other in high spirits as they left the base, making their way towards the South Island. They were the farthest from the shipyard, so it was the perfect time for them to set off. In the western base, the Alliance had yet to breach the defenses. The guards of the Heavenly Martial Organization within the base were unaware of the Dark Knight Queen's death, still stubbornly resisting. Zhu, a lone warrior, utilized powerful ninja stealth techniques to infiltrate 3 layers of rooms, but against the guardians of this layer, he was merely taking a beating. Did you hear that? Your commander has called Lu Wudao to rescue you. Haha. Zhu faced a man, dressed very oddly, with wooden clogs on his feet. He was named Bei Chanbao Tai, an escaped warrior from the Dao province, who had attempted to assassinate their country's leader and failed, leading to Zhu being tasked with taking down this man and ending up on the Dark Knight Island. However, now that he was here, even if he could leave, he wouldn't, as this man was still alive. When planning the tactical assault, Lu Wudao recommended him to lead a route to attack the western base in order to create an opportunity for him to fulfill his destiny task. Despite successfully infiltrating the third layer and engaging in single combat, Zhu found himself still no match for the opponent. A ninja. Do all those fancy and clever techniques serve a purpose? In the path of martial arts, only speed can prevail. Illusory techniques are a joke in front of a true master. Bei Chanbao Tai sneered and suddenly attacked, his sword coming down like a white lightning bolt in the darkness. So fast. Zhu hurriedly hid to avoid the strike. But another blood trail appeared on the ground. While Zhu excelled in speed as a warrior on the Dark Knight Island, apart from Sean and Ling Yu, there was no one who could suppress him with speed. However, in front of Bei Chanbao Tai, he was powerless to fight back. Even though avoiding fatal blows, continuing to be injured this way was a dead end. Hide. Just keep hiding. Bei Chanbao Tai knew his tactics, trying to use the darkness to hide, but Chu's skills as a ninja would allow him to hide for several more minutes in this advantageous environment. It was not a problem. If he wanted to survive, he could quietly leave the room and wait for Lu Wudao to rescue him, but that would be a lifelong humiliation for him. His spiritual path would also shatter, stunting his progress in martial arts. De Chen Bao Tai. Listen to me. In the darkness, Shu's voice was filled with anger, his warrior's pride burning fiercely. The next move is my ultimate move. I will destroy you along with the equipment behind you, turning you into dust. Oh. Is that so? Bring it on then. De Chen Bao Tai raised his sword again, the corners of his mouth arcing upwards at an extreme angle. Swish, swish, swish. Before he finished speaking, three Zayas descended from the heavens, aiming to land on De Chen Bao Tai's head. De Chen Bao Tai sneered, his sword drawing dazzling arcs that seemed to cut these illusions into pieces. However, they turned out to be mere illusions. As the sword passed through, it didn't hit anything. Mockery. De Chen Bao Tai remained calm, as he had never lost a sword fight in his life. He was one of the 7 saints, known as the Peak 7 Saints, Mo Yin. In addition to this, he had faced thousands of opponents, never losing to anyone. But in the next moment, his eyes widened. He had fallen into a trap. After the illusion of Zhu disappeared, 3 detonation symbols suddenly appeared on the ground. Other people might not know the power of this thing, but as a person from the Daojo country, Baiken Bao Tai was well aware. The principle of these detonation symbols is to ignite the symbols through internal energy. One gate has one symbol. As for the secrets and scientific principles within these detonation symbols, Baiken Bao Tai wasn't quite sure, but he knew that cutting off the symbols on the detonation symbols early with a sword could render the detonation symbols ineffective. But the next moment, 3 more illusions appeared. Then, another 3. Baiken Bao Tai still hadn't figured out the opponent's intentions, but he could see the words written on the detonation symbols. Lin, soldiers, fight, who? Baiken Bao Tai cut off the symbols on the detonation symbols before they even fell. Zhu knew he had no way out anymore, so he could only shout loudly, explode. This was his final move, and it was a preparation he left for the person in front of him, the meaning he left on Dark Knight Island. Doom. An explosion followed, yet Shu's eyes were filled with despair. Originally planning to detonate at least 3 detonation symbols, in the end, there was only one. Hehe. After the explosion, Baiken Bao Tai's triumphant laughter came through the flames. Even the power of 9 detonation symbols can't kill me, but it can destroy the equipment. However, with just a single detonation symbol, is this person trying to set off fireworks to celebrate my victory? Zhu was not good with words and deeply influenced by the warrior's code of the Daojo country, so failure in the mission could only be salvaged through honorable death. The next moment, he raised his sword and thrust it toward his abdomen. In fact, 5 minutes ago, Lu Wudao had already rushed to the western battlefield. Leader Lu is here. We have hope. The troops within the range of the western battlefield, with dejected faces, finally showed a glimmer of hope. Lu Wudao's current condition was actually very poor. The losses from the battles against Ling Yu and Lu Balian, coupled with his injuries, made him feel pain throughout his body even while riding a horse. In this state, he had no confidence to face Sanny S-class master. However, seeing the hopeful looks in the soldier's eyes, he persisted and asked, "What's going on? The walls of this base haven't been breached yet. They can't break through. Only one person, Zhu, has entered. Time is running out, and we don't know how he's doing." The troops responded. Only Tao Yang, one of the 3 leaders of the Dark Demon, could discern that Lu Wudao's condition was not suitable and quickly approached to advise, "Leader, don't force it. If you die here, what's the point of freedom?" "No." Lu Wudao sighed. "Ling Yu has already killed the Dark Knight Queen. Anzi has captured the northern district. Now only the east and west districts remain. We, the demon race, are the rulers of Dark Knight Island. How can we hold everyone back?" "What?" The Night Wolf leader, Tao Yang, was at a loss for words for a moment. The morale of the surrounding troops suddenly soared. The leader killed the Dark Knight Queen. The Dark Knight Queen is dead. The members of the Heavenly Martial Organization, do you hear that? Your queen is dead. Why don't you surrender? The roar of the troops reached the ears of the base guards. Indeed, it caused chaos among the enemy ranks. However, the main leaders of the western base did not lead the surrender. Who dares to surrender among these people? Most importantly, everyone is well aware that behind the scenes of the dead Dark Knight Queen, there is still a Heavenly Martial King. The reinforcements from the Heavenly Martial Organization were about to arrive on the scene. As long as they could delay, they could turn the tide. "Look, the chief guard is here. Quick, open the city gates." Unexpectedly, at this critical moment, Kiranian came alone on horseback from the side. "Leader, should we launch a final attack when they open the gate to the base?" Tao Yang asked. Lu Wudao hesitated for a moment. Their mission was just to destroy the 3 levels of equipment, and with less than an hour left until 6 o'clock, launching a major offensive was meaningless. In the midst of his hesitation, Kiranian had already entered the western gate. "Chief Guard, are you here to help us defend?" "Defend?" Upon hearing the words of the leader of the Western Guard squad, Kiranian's red lips curled coldly. "What's the point of everything? Get out of here." This. The guards of the Heavenly Martial Organization were momentarily baffled by Kiranian's demeanor. Of course, Kiranian paid no attention to these ants and headed straight for the 3rd level, wielding her long whip. Swish! Just as Zhu was about to commit suicide, a black whip with flames wrapped around his body. Zhu was shocked. Baiken Baotai also narrowed his eyes, not expecting this woman to show up. What was she doing here? The door of this room was a high-tech human sensor, and if there were more than 2 people inside, the door would automatically close. Just as Zhu decided to end his life, Baiken Baotai was impatient and opened the door, wanting to kick him out in time without letting the loser's body dirty this room. However, fate had its way, and Kiranian's whip caught the only opportunity, pulling Zhu out. What are you going to do?" The cold and trembling Zhu spoke. "Humph, worthless. If you want to die, don't destroy the efforts of thousands." With one sentence, Kiranian completely shattered Zhu's heart. Worthless. He was called worthless by a woman. Kiranian had no time to bother with the failure ant. With her whip, Longlegs stepped into the room. Doom. The door closed automatically again. "Chief Guard, what are your orders?" Baiken Baotai coldly asked, tightly gripping his warrior sword. He knew very well that this woman in front of him was 10 times more dangerous than Zhu. "I'm no longer a chief guard, just feel that this war is so grand, and I've been idle and bored. Just thought of finding an opponent casually." Kiranian's words were a bit scattered. "What?" Baiken Baotai was somewhat disbelieving. "So, are you going to betray the Heavenly Martial Organization?" "Think whatever you want, but I just want to test if you can withstand my 3 lashes." With a curved smile, Kiranian said, "Why do you have to pick me as an opponent?" Baiken Baotai was a little displeased. Out of the 5 bases and 5 SS grades, why was he chosen? "No reason. I just like you." Kiranian didn't bother to explain, and her long whip beat the floor a few times, making a spine-chilling sound. "In that case, if I kill you, I won't need any explanations." Baiken Baotai's fighting spirit also rose. He was fully aware of the danger and opportunity he faced. As long as he guarded the base, he would become a great hero for the Heavenly Martial Organization. With Dark Knight Queen and Kiranian both dying in battle, the Heavenly Martial King would definitely promote him. Then come. Excitedly smiling, Kiranian performed the first move of the Lulan dance whip, entry into the holy. Just facing off against Zhu's ultimate move didn't bring him as much pressure, but now Baiken Baotai's forehead was suddenly beaded with sweat. Kiranian coldly reminded, "There's no need to guard that broken machine. The Myriad Palace has no interest in iron breaking." Baiken Baotai quickly moved his steps. He knew that if he wanted to continue guarding the machine, his fate would be death. A loud bang. The fiery first whip directly destroyed the equipment controlling the gate of the shipyard. Baiken Baotai managed to escape with his life, sweating profusely. "Truly deserving of the Grand Guard Captain. I admire your strength. Now that the machines are broken, we have no need to fight." "Stop now." Baiken Baotai wanted to sheath his sword. However, Xian sneered, "Is this the strength of the top warriors of Daoshu Kingdom?" "What do you mean?" Baiken Baotai's eyes turned angry. "Have you misunderstood something? I did not come here to help the Alliance forces. I merely came to test your strength, to find the man best suited for my 4th whip. But clearly, you are just rubbish," Qian said with a natural expression, uttering the most humiliating words. Baiken Baotai's eyes immediately turned into flames. "Qian, I'll give you 3 seconds. If you don't apologize to me, I'll make you regret your words." "Oh, is that so?" Seeing his fighting spirit aflame, Qian became even more passionate, forcefully pulling the whip in her hand. "You now have more qualifications to die under my 2nd whip." Baiken Baotai, unwilling to show weakness, held his sword horizontally in front of him, his eyes sharper and colder than the blade in his hand. "I rarely kill women with this warrior sword, especially since coming to Dark Knight Island. You will be the first woman to die by it." "Oh, is that so? Well, Then I really want to die. Hehe. Qian laughed and set the whip in her hand gradually on fire. The second whip, flame hell. The long whip instantly turned into numerous venomous snakes spitting flames, heading towards Baikan Baotai. Baikan Baotai also roared, his sword in hand transforming into cold light and thunder. This SS level warrior showdown even caused the windows and walls of the room to struggle to withstand it. Gradually, they began to shatter. Clang. Fragments fell from the heights. The entire base trembled slightly. Lu Laodao. Look. Third floor. Just as Lu Wudao was about to launch a charge, Tao Yang suddenly excitedly pointed upwards. Lu Wudao, feeling the presence of two powerful individuals, coldly smiled. It's none of our business anymore. Let's quickly reorganize and head to the Southern Island shipyard. This. Didn't you press the button yet? Can we board the ship now that we are going to the shipyard? Many people were puzzled. Tao Yang was also taken aback, then quickly urged the companion who wanted to ask further, instructing, stop wasting time. If our leader says, it's fine, then the button must have been pressed already. Let's go in peace. Consequently, there were misconceptions among some people shouting, Xiu has won. He activated the shipyard button. We've won. We can leave this place now. Lu Wudao listened to these voices, but did not correct them. Instead smiled calmly. He waited for the main army to turn and leave, staying behind to ride his horse to the only window on the third floor. Swish! There was indeed a bloody injured person there, thrown down from the window. Lu Wudao reached out to catch him. Xiu was covered in blood, clearly not in a victorious state. Leader, I have not completed the mission. I have disgraced the demon clan. Xiu looked at Lu Wudao, full of guilt. Lu Wudao sensed that something was amiss and hurried to reassure him. No, the mission is already completed. You don't need to blame yourself. The Alliance forces will definitely achieve the final victory. No. I am a failure. Xiu shook his head, already devoid of any will to survive. He had come to Dark Knight Island to complete an SS-class pursuit mission, only to spend many years here. In the end, he suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of Baikan Baotai. How could he face returning with that shame? How could he face the gaze of others? Moreover, as a key general of the Dark Knight Island Allied forces, he had no merits but led many people to die in battle. How could he face the gaze of the Allied forces generals and soldiers? Lu Wudao understood his gaze, sighed helplessly. No one understood Shu's current state better than him. Even if he prevented Xiu from committing suicide now, he would surely do it later. So, it was better to let him lead with his last dignity. Click. After landing, Xiu used a dagger to pierce his abdomen and knelt in front of the western base. Dead. Tao Yang turned back, witnessing the scene, and paid his respects with 3 kneeling bows to Xiu. Other Allied forces members also showed sorrow and regret. Let's go. Lu Wudao placed Chu's body on the horse. Even if he couldn't take him off Dark Knight Island, his final resting place should be in the Demon Clan's land. Meanwhile, in the eastern base, Ling Yu had also arrived at the scene. With the commander's arrival, the remnants of the Chanwu organization on the front 3 floors were quickly defeated, with only a few surrendering. Ling Yu also arrived at the door of the room, shouting loudly, Lin Qinglong, come out when you have the chance, or smash the window and leave the room, so I can enter. Inside, Lin Qinglong was facing an old man. He was one of the first elite fighters brought to Dark Knight Island, even before Night Fox, but due to his age rather than his skill, he did not fit the Chanwu organization's ideals. Thus, the Chanwu organization recruited him. Upon hearing the calls from outside, the old man didn't continue attacking Lin Qinglong. Instead, he stood with folded arms and said, the Dark Knight Queen is already dead, and there is no deep enmity between us. You can go out, bring in someone capable. He didn't intentionally insult Lin Qinglong. It was his true inner thoughts. I'm just waiting for a young man who can defeat me, but obviously, you're not the one. Hey, old man, you underestimate me. Lin Qinglong got up again. Although his martial arts were indeed not as good as the old man before him, he was resilient. The old man didn't kill him, and even though Lin Qinglong took a beating, he still didn't fall, albeit with torn clothes, looking quite miserable. Oh, you haven't given up yet? The old man persuasively said, there are 20 minutes left until 6 o'clock. If you don't open the shipyard by then, you won't have a chance, right? 20 minutes, not necessary. Lin Qinglong concentrated his strength in his hands, grinning, In the beginning, I didn't know that destroying that device would have the same effect, so I had no other way. But an hour ago, I found out, yet I didn't break it. Old man, do you know why? The old man was stunned. Oh, are you sure you have that ability? Of course. Ling Qinglan chuckled. I wanted to exhaust you. As the saying goes, an unskilled boxer beats his teacher to death. Give me 2 more hours, and I will surely exhaust you to death. Your weak and feeble punches can't take me down. At his words, the old man withdrew his emotions, assumed a stance, his eyes showing murderous intent. Since you are so stubborn, if the allied forces can't leave the island because of you, you will bear full responsibility. After I kill you, I won't kindly toss your body out. Li Qinglan, don't act recklessly. Come out quickly. Outside, Sun Ji's voice shouted again, clearly hearing the conversation inside and very worried. Other people also wanted to shout. This battle is not just his own. It concerns the fate of all the people in the Dark Knight Island Union Army. Everyone is fighting for freedom. So many people have died. How can you act impulsively by yourself? Ling Yu knows Ling Qinglan's personality very well, knowing that he is stubborn and won't be persuaded back. So he raised his hand to stop the people outside from influencing Ling Qinglan's determination. The commander of the East Road was appointed by me. If anything happens, I will bear full responsibility. Ling Yu spoke, and the Union army around fell silent. This man is an absolute king in their hearts, the only god. Ha ha. Inside, Li Qinglan laughed wildly. Let it be if I die. In our Dragon Kingdom, we have a saying, if I don't go to hell, who will go to hell? Who is afraid of death is not -1. Come on. Ling Qinglan looked excited, rushing toward the opponent like a bull. He is a soldier from the southern region, with a relatively basic knowledge of martial arts, mainly military combat techniques. While he may have an advantage over ordinary people outside, in front of true martial artists, his flaws become apparent. But he has no choice. A bit more complex martial arts techniques are beyond his comprehension, but his brute strength and extraordinary physical qualities compensate. Ling Qinglan charges forward without any strategies, no room for retreat, just a full-force punch. Come on. I believe in one truth. One force breaks 10. The old man indeed understood his intentions, and to protect the equipment behind him, he did not retreat, but kicked Ling Qinglan's lower abdomen, trying to kick the bull away. However, unexpectedly, Ling Qinglan didn't budge. Upon closer inspection, his legs were already sinking into the ground, and he suddenly opened his mouth, spitting out blood. Obviously, he suffered severe internal injuries. The old man was somewhat shocked by his determination. This man risked his life just to stand in front of the equipment. All right, old man, I'm going to smash the machinery. If you can stop me, then go ahead and try. Ling Qinglan roared again, smashing the machinery with full force. In combat between top experts, the saying brute force fears the young still holds true. The old man's techniques were definitely superior to Ling Qinglan's, but now that he understood the latter's motives, he dared not to stop him. If the Dark Knight Queen were still alive, he might have tried, but now, his fighting spirit had weakened. It wasn't necessary to risk his life for a piece of equipment. Doom. Ling Qinglan smashed the equipment. The old man's fist had already reached his heart. If he didn't hold back, even with Ling Qinglan's tough skin and bones, he would surely die here. Hey, old man, why don't you kill me? Ling Qinglan turned his head, grinning. Ah, the old man sighed. I have no deep enmity with you. What use would killing you serve? You've won. Just leave with your victory. Well, thank you, old man. I'm leaving. Ling Qinglan didn't waste any time. After all, it was almost time. Click. The gate opened. Everyone was surprised to see Ling Qinglan come out. Ling Yu didn't rush in immediately, but full of trust asked, "Is it done?" Hey, still can't trust your #1 rival? Of course it's done. Ling Qinglan boasted, breathing heavily, almost stumbling to the ground. Ling Yu quickly stepped forward to support him, teasing, "With this level of skill, you still want to be my #1 rival? Hey, do you want me to be your big brother-in-law instead?" Ling Qinglan grinned. Ling Yu smiled inwardly, but didn't continue their banter, and instead shouted, "Everyone, let's rush to the southern island now. The dock must be open." As the commander, he spoke with confidence. He believed in his brothers. This habit was cultivated since he was the Wolf King. Whether it was good or bad, all right. Victory. We finally get to leave this place. Long live freedom! The Union army on site cheered enthusiastically. They all believed in Lingyu. Many people, like Mao Mao, saw Lingyu as their faith. Lingyu also considered them family, leading them to the southern island, not giving up on any surviving brothers and sisters even in the face of time constraints. As for the fallen brothers, they would rest in peace on the Dark Night Island. Lingyu was actually a bit worried, afraid that upon arriving at the southern island, they would find the dock still closed. Fortunately, as he arrived at the dock on the southern island, his expression instantly lit up. Look, the gate is open. The Union army has taken control of the ships. What a large ship! Behind them, the Union army personnel were excitedly cheering. Lu Wudao approached Lingyu respectfully. Commander, I ordered the brothers from the Union army to bring the ships to the pier. There are 3 ships, 1 large and 2 small. But now there's no one on board. Who can go? Who can't go? Please make the decision. Lingyu looked at the 3 ships, estimating that at most 3,000 people could fit. Now, there were over 2,000 Union army members at the dock, with the North District forces yet to arrive. It seemed impossible to accommodate everyone. People started to panic. Lingyu hadn't made a decision yet, about to ask where Qin Mingyu was when a voice came from the road. Don't panic, everyone. The commander will not leave behind anyone from the Union army who wants to leave. Please trust him. Mingyu. Lingyu was overjoyed as Li Liaojuan and others had already escorted her to the dock safely. He quickly left Lin Qinglong and ran towards his wife. This guy has forgotten his friends in the face of beauty. Lin Qinglong complained, wanting to go along with them to be close to Qin Mingyu, but was stopped by Sun Zi. It was a reunion of husband and wife. What business did he have being there for the action? Lingyu. Qin Mingyu's eyes sparkled as she took a few steps towards Lingyu. The husband and wife held hands in excitement. If it weren't for the many people around, Lingyu really wanted to kiss his wife. Mingyu, are you okay? I'm fine. Qingjuan is here too. Over there. Qin Mingyu looked in the other direction. Fengken smiled at Lingyu. Proud. Lingyu nodded, indicating for her to continue taking care of Qingjuan. At this time, the troops from the North District had also triumphantly returned. With over 3,000 people, less than 300 remained, and besides Xiang, all of them were unkempt and disheveled. Now, there was no need to worrying about the cruise ship not being able to accommodate everyone. Xiang, thank you for your help. Lingyu hurried over, thanking him as the commander. We should thank you for coming. I knew that you must be the destined king of the Dark Night Island. Xiang also smiled deeply. Lingyu nodded, too preoccupied to exchange further pleasantries, and immediately commanded loudly. All main generals, start boarding now in the order of East, South, West, North, and Central. Don't be disorderly. We're running out of time. Those who don't cooperate will be subject to military discipline. Using a combination of benevolence and authority, the over 2,000 people at the dock quickly started lining up. At this moment, someone else arrived at the other end of the row. It turned out to be Moya and Bai Chidao, riding their horses to bring the almost dying Moshu to the front of the dock. It's the chief consultant of the Sky Marshal Organization. Get rid of them. The Allied forces hated Moya to the core. When she escaped in the central tower, everyone felt regretful, but no one expected her to willingly walk into the trap now. Lingyu, however, waved his hand, stopping these people. Since they were determined to kill Moya and Bai Chidao, he could handle it alone, with ease. Just be wary of any traps she might have. After all, this woman is full of cunning schemes. What are you here for? Lingyu asked directly. Take my brother back. He doesn't belong here, Moya said, looking at Bai Chidao. Bai Chidao helped Moshu, who was seriously injured, down from the horse. While in the central island, to protect the Holy Maiden as she ascended to the 5th floor, he suffered severe injuries. I brought him to the 3rd floor infirmary and saved him. Moya looked at Lingyu and said, there are emergency medicines on the ship. With your medical skills, as long as you don't want him to die, he will definitely survive until we return. Qin Mingyu immediately added, Lingyu, take Moshu back. Otherwise, I won't be able to explain to Wenjun, as he has helped us a lot. Lingyu nodded. Even without his wife's reminder, he would still save Moshu, but he still asked Moya, what about you? Will you continue to serve the Sky Marshal Organization? Moya nodded. After the big battle, her expression was already different from before. Her second sister had died, her brother almost died, and the decades of effort by the Sky Martial Organization had been ruined in an instant. Even with her heart of stone, she couldn't help but feel sad. "Aren't you afraid I'll kill you?" Ling Yu asked. Moya did not respond. By bringing her brother here, she was prepared to die at the hands of the Allied forces. In fact, Betrayal had advised her against it, but she still proceeded. "In exchange for saving Mo Shu's life, I won't kill you." Ling Yu was logical. Since Moya had come to save Mo Shu, it would be unjust to kill her. However, he also warned, "The Sky Martial Organization is my enemy. Next time we meet, I will kill you all. Take care of yourselves." Moya remained silent, turning to leave with Betrayal silently. "Wait." Ling Yu suddenly noticed that Dr. Heizaki had not followed them to the dock. He stopped her and asked, "Had you seen Heizaki?" Qin Mingyu was also a bit nervous. At that time, Ling Yu had entrusted Rain Nanfrost's body to him for safekeeping. Since Heizaki had some mixed motives, she couldn't read him well and was afraid of unexpected occurrences. "He's on his way here. Check if you want to wait for him," Moya said honestly. "Just a reminder, if you don't leave soon, reinforcements from Sky Martial Organization will come. Once they catch up with you, everyone will end up dead in the sea." Ling Yu was also in a dilemma. At this moment, Lu Wudao also walked over and said, "Commander, Holy Lady, the Allied forces are about to finish boarding. Please give the order to set sail." Ling Yu glanced back. The movements of the Allied forces were very quick, and in a few minutes, everyone had boarded the ship. As the commander, his priority was everyone's safety, and he couldn't let personal matters with his wife ruin the mission. "Once everyone is on board, we can set sail." Ling Yu reluctantly gave the order. Qin Mingyu tightly held his hand, understanding his inner turmoil. She was also in pain. Rain Nanfrost had made it clear before her death that she wanted to leave the Sky Martial Organization. How could they leave her alone to be buried in this place? "Commander." At this moment, Kan Yan's voice came from afar. As they looked over, Heizaki drove a strange car towards them. Ling Yu was pleasantly surprised. The man from Daojo didn't disappoint him. "Commander, due to the difficulty of taking the Lady Saint's body, I specially found a car. Forgive me for being late." Heizaki bowed to Ling Yu. "You're just in time. Hurry and board the ship." Ling Yu waved, signaling him and his assistant to board. Then, he walked over to the car and looked at Qin Yuchuan lying peacefully on it. With a sigh, his eyes reddened as he said, "Yuchuan, your brother-in-law is taking you home. I promise you, I will spend a lot of time by your grave, keeping you company." Qin Mingyu's eyes were also moist. She never expected that the two sisters would end up like this after a lifelong struggle. She held her sister's hand, which was already cold, and whispered, "Sister, let's go." "Wife." Ling Yu didn't want to stay here any longer and see his wife overwhelmed with grief. "Okay." Qin Mingyu took the initiative to hold Ling Yu's arm, and the three of them boarded the ship. "Are you sure you're not boarding the ship?" At that moment, from a hidden corner on the dock, Qian suddenly appeared, sneering at Lu Balian who had been squatting there. Lu Balian was startled. "If you're not getting on, I will." Qian cracked her whip, entwining it around the rudder of a ship. "Qian, take me with you." At the last moment, Lu Balian grabbed Qian's hand. Qian gave a cold smile and jumped on board with Lu Wudao. Lu Wudao smirked and pretended not to have noticed. Turning to leave, the ship's departure was marked by flute music. Although it was nearing nightfall, as the ship left the dark night island, it became even brighter. Excitement was written on everyone's faces. Just 2 or 3 more hours after the ship sailed into the vast ocean, they all cheered in excitement. "We are free. We finally left that ghostly place. We are going home." Ling Yu found solace in seeing everyone's excitement. So many had died for their freedom, and he wasn't sure if it was worth it. Yet, they had no other choice. The damned ones were the members of the Sky Martial Organization. "Ling Yu, considering this ship's speed, it will take at least half a month to return to the Dragon Kingdom. I wonder how everyone is doing." Ling Yu returned to his own small room, and Qin Mingyu walked up beside him to hold his hand. Although they were eagerly heading home, the ship's speed was far slower than a plane. "Yes. Let's hope all is well." Ling Yu felt uneasy. With the Three Saints organization outside, and the guild president inside, their enemies were indeed numerous. Upon returning to the Dragon Kingdom this time, they would have to accelerate their own development. They had to eliminate Tang Ning internally and the Three Saints externally. Only then could they protect their wife, important people around them and safeguard the millennial foundation of the Dragon Kingdom. Such tasks were destined to be exceptionally difficult. At the same time, on the eastern peninsula of the Dragon Kingdom, within the territory of the main kingdom, in a mysterious base, a man in strange armor walked into a room filled with screens and instruments. In the room, an elderly man with short hair stood with his hands behind his back, watching a moving tiny light on a dark screen. Sky Marshal King, why let these rebels escape? Wouldn't it be better to sink the ship directly? Our aircraft can catch up to them. The man in armor urged. One should never underestimate the North Border War God of the Dragon Kingdom. Doing so will certainly release a tiger back into the mountains, making it harder to capture him next time. The elderly man sighed softly. Both the Great Saint King and the Lady Abbess agreed to bomb the ship. They would rather have the Holy Maiden sink into the sea with the Wolf King than let them return to the Dragon Kingdom. The man continued. Once the Wolf King returns to the Dragon Kingdom, it will undoubtedly be a thorn in our organization's side. We must get rid of those politicians. We don't necessarily need invincible assassins for this. I can handle them all. The Sky Marshal King still did not order a chase to bomb the ship. He sighed again. I have two main reasons for not bombing the ship. First, the Saintess and the child in her womb are very important to us. The cost of sacrificing them to kill the Werewolf King is too high. And even if we bomb the ship, a man of the Werewolf King's strength may not necessarily die. The loss outweighs the gain. Second, Tang Ning and us are not on the same side. That person has great ambitions, and although the three saints and he have a cooperative relationship, it is best to eliminate him for our benefit. Sending Ling Yu back home could also be killing two birds with one stone. King Chuanwu analyzed in a strategic manner. The armored man fell silent too. Not only is there conflict between the Three Saints organization and Tang Ning, even the Three Saints organization is not a united front. The road to world domination is still long. In a normal villa in the Dragon Country's Yanjing, different from what Ling Yu knows, the people of Yanjing all know that the chairman of the General Chamber of Commerce, Tang Ning, is honest and lives modestly. Few know how many major industries he has in the Dragon Country and overseas, and what his true wealth is. As for the rumors of him killing his brother and taking over the Tang family head position, no one knows if it's true or false. Tonight, the man in a nightgown was standing in the backyard of the villa, watching the autumn sky full of stars. He is not tall, has a goatee, and looks dignified and imposing. What is he waiting for? Ah Ning, why aren't you sleeping yet? His wife, a few years older than him, came over and asked. She has a kind face, named Zhao Nianshu, 54 years old, looking close to her actual age. Can't sleep, Autumn sister. You go to bed first. Tang Ning smiled in response. They've been married for 28 years and show mutual respect. Well, remember to rest early. Zhao Nianshu also doesn't like to restrict him, always being like this. After his wife went to rest in her room, Tang Ning received a phone call. Chairman, the plan of the Chuanwu organization is estimated to have failed. Satellites have monitored a ship sailing out from Dark Knight Island today. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be Ling Yu and Chen Mingyu returning, said the voice of his special assistant over the phone. His two special assistants, Mr. Li handles domestic affairs, and Mr. Mi is more mysterious and less frequently seen because he deals with the chairman's overseas affairs. Let them come back. Tang Ning didn't react too much. Although Dark Knight Island belongs to the Three Saints organization and we can't investigate what happens inside, according to the bilateral investigations by me and Mr. Li, Ling Yu is highly likely to be the Werewolf King of those years. If he truly liberates Dark Knight Island this time, and gains the assistance of many talented individuals, his power will become extremely strong. By then, he will certainly pose a threat to you, Chairman. Mr. Mi reminded. I understand. Go and keep an eye on the Three Saints organization for me. The Dragon Country's national leader election is approaching, which affects the fate of all. They will definitely have major actions in the near future. Yes, Chairman. After ending the call, Tang Ning immediately dialed another number. Soon, Mr. Li's voice came over the phone. Chairman, any instructions? The Wolf King is about to return. Don't let him feel at home. Burn down his old den first. Without a base, he's just a wandering soul, posing no threat to our upcoming grand plans. After instructing Mr. Li, Tang Ning hung up the phone, his expression turning somewhat fearful. Ah Ning, still not sleeping? With a caring voice sounding, his expression instantly changed. And he laughed. Autumn's sister, I'm coming. On the other side, in the Cloud City, in the morning, Chen Ailin and Yu Tingting sat in a Rolls-Royce and arrived at the Qin family estate, where Chen Ailin and Qin Chang'an had something to discuss. After Qin Chang'an became the chairman of the Southern Business Association, he truly became the Southern overlord. With the return of the old fox Qin Chang'an to the business scene, all four of his daughters were promoted to the core of the business association, and he vigorously promoted his subordinates. After more than a month of development, the Qin family was now flourishing in the south. Even the core of the southern business field had the trend of shifting from Star City to Cloud City. With such progress, it was only a matter of time before the city switched over to Cloud City. Yu Tingting helped Chen Ailin out of the car and was surprised to see that the Qin family estate was filled with prominent figures from the parking lot onwards. They were all dressed formally, exuding an air of importance. Yu Tingting and Chen Ailin were somewhat nervous. One was a rural woman, and the other had been a kindergarten teacher just a year ago, and neither had seen much of the world. It felt as if ducklings were swimming among swans, fearing being looked down upon. Their dressing had improved somewhat, but they still paled in comparison to these distinguished figures. "Miss Yu?" Suddenly, a middle-aged man in a high-end suit and shiny leather shoes called out to Yu Tingting. "Who are you?" Yu Tingting asked subconsciously, looking somewhat scared, like a young teacher meeting a big shot. "Miss Yu has a bad memory. I'm Mr. Zhou's father, the head of the Wumei Pharmaceutical Company." The middle-aged man introduced himself excitedly. "Oh, you're Mr. Zhou's father. Yu Tingting remember, the one who used to come to the kindergarten in a top-notch Porsche Panamera." The teachers at the kindergarten had even gossiped about Mr. Zhou's father back then. Who would have thought they would meet here today? What's more, Mr. Zhou's father was so respectfully addressing her. "Miss Yu, is this your mother-in-law?" Your mother-in-law." Yu Tingting was pleasantly surprised but nodded. This was not good. Before Mr. Zhou's father could speak in a flattering manner, the other distinguished people around rushed to compliment Chen Ailin. "Oh, this is even the mother of Wu Zun, right? Nice to meet you. I am Su Niu, Vice President of Chuadani Group. Please call me Zisu. I want to give you a 10 million red packet and be friends with Mrs. Ling in the future, to help each other." These prominent figures, one more exaggerated than the other, one more humble than the other, really astonished the two women, especially Yu Tingting, who could never have dreamt of having such a position. What had she done? She had done nothing. Just married a simple man, Ling Shitang. "What are you doing? Don't crowd at the Qin family, otherwise they will kick you out. Understand?" Fortunately, at this moment, a noble woman walked out, followed by the estate's chief bodyguard, Zheng Fixiang, and two teams of imposing professional bodyguards. They dispersed the people, rescuing Chen Ailin and Yu Tingting from the overwhelming attention. "Ah, it's Mama Mingyu." Chen Ailin saw Lin Fei and warmly greeted her. The once cold Lin Fei had become more affectionate, gently linking her hand with Chen Ailin's, saying, "Mother-in-law, don't mind these people. Let them wait patiently. They're all here for networking." Lin Fei brought Chen Ailin into the villa. After coming in here, Yu Tingting felt much cleaner. It seems that the Qin family is really popular now, with merchants from the entire southern continent trying to please them, reaching such a degree. "Mother-in-law, the old master has some urgent matters to attend to, so he won't be able to come back until later. Let me entertain you first." Lin Fei's attitude towards Chen Ailin is completely different now. Before, she hadn't truly accepted Ling Yu, and Chen Mingyu had not considered her a mother. But now, things are different. She is very satisfied with this son-in-law, and Mingyu is already pregnant with Ling Yu's child, so the relationship between the two families is naturally very harmonious. Okay. Chen Ailin was also very happy, as she knew little about what was going on and had always thought that Lin Fei was Chen Mingyu's real mother, so she had been eager to communicate more with her. As for Yu Tingting, it was not convenient for her to follow along, so she could only stay in the mansion and explore around. After all, the Qin family's estate was so large that she couldn't finish exploring it in a day. The old master said that when Ling Yu and Mingyu return and the child is born, they will decide what the child's surname will be. After all, he will inherit the Qin family's future assets. Lin Fei walked with Chen Ailin in the villa, holding her hand, chatting and smiling. The two women, who were clearly similar in age, seemed to belong to different generations. Okay, but I wonder how much longer it will take for Ziyu and Mingyu to come back. Chen Ailan had always been worried about this, but Qin Chang'an had always reassured her, saying that the couple was just going abroad to have their honeymoon, so she didn't know how difficult things were for her son and daughter-in-law. Don't worry, I believe Ling Yu will be able to bring Mingyu back soon, Ling Fei said once again, following Qin Chang'an's instructions. However, after saying it for over a month, she was starting to feel a little apprehensive herself. Mother-in-law, let's talk about something else. Lin Fei took the initiative to change the subject, fearing that she might slip up sooner or later. Chen Ailan, who was physically weak, might fall apart if she knew the truth. Hehe. Sounds good. How have Mingyu's younger sisters been doing lately? You come from a wealthy family, so you probably don't need me to arrange blind dates, right? Chen Ailan was known for arranging blind dates. She had arranged blind dates for Ling Yu 18 times, as well as many times for Ling Shitang and Ling Ruoxu. Well, to be honest, I also want to arrange blind dates for Ruhan and Yushuan. Lin Fei also opened up and spoke frankly with her, saying, but Ruhan is obsessed with work like a maniac. She devotes herself wholeheartedly to the business world, and she is still young. I can't force her. As for Yushuan, Lin Fei's expression noticeably changed when she mentioned Qin Yushuan. The three daughters had no blood relationship with her, while taking care of Qin Ruhan was merely a responsibility. In Qin Yushuan's case, Lin Fei felt a deep connection. She had always been shunned by the other ass in the Qin family, and even alienated by Qin Mingyu and Qin Ruhan. It was Qin Yushuan who stood by her side. Although Lin Fei knew that her real intentions were the Sun Heart and the Nine Palaces energy map, she also felt that Qin Yushuan was a compassionate woman, sympathetic to her plight, and sometimes truly treated her like a mother. What's going on with Yushuan? Chen Ailan's face filled with sorrow, and she heard Qin Yushuan's name. Curious, she asked, I feel like I haven't seen her for a long time. Where is she? She probably went traveling abroad, but I don't know when she will be back. Lin Fei lied with a bitter smile. They had reached the room that used to belong to Qin Yushuan, and Lin Fei walked in. Chen Ailan followed her inside. The room was neatly arranged, and the most eye-catching item was an antique toy on the desk, probably a product from 20 years ago. A Barbie doll. Every time Lin Fei entered the room, she would glance at this Barbie doll. It was not from the main series at the time, nor the most popular style at the time, but it was the most meaningful toy to Qin Yushuan, and the one that Lin Fei had the most memories of. Madam Qin, you've been staring at this toy for a long time. Hehe. Chen Ailan's voice suddenly rang out, making Lin Fei aware of her rudeness, and she quickly smiled, saying, sorry. This is the only doll Yushuan has kept. Really? Chen Ailan was also curious. Miss Second grew up in such a wealthy family. How could she only have this toy? Oh, you don't understand. Lin Fei suddenly became interested as well, saying, Yushuan, since she was young, has always liked to compete with Mingyu for things, but her position in this family was not high, and she was not as clever and likable as Mingyu. So, it was difficult for her to win anything she competed for. I remember, this was the first time she won something from Mingyu. She kept it as a memento. She had been telling the story with a smile, but suddenly she remembered something, and her breath suddenly became agitated, pressing heavily on the desk. Mother-in-law, what's wrong? Chen Ailan quickly came over to support her. Nothing. I'm fine. Lin Fei shook her hand dismissively, forced out a smile, but suddenly thought of something unpleasant. Ling Yu and Qin Mingyu had gone to the Dark Night Island. What if they met Yushuan there? While others might not know, she was well aware that with Yushuan's personality, she would definitely do whatever it took to take away the most important thing from Qin Mingyu. Then, what would happen between her and Ling Yu? Yushuan, Mingyu, please don't get into trouble on that island just because of a man. Lin Fei's bad foreboding grew stronger and stronger, and suddenly she lost the enthusiasm she had earlier. Mother-in-law, are you okay? Chen Ailan also noticed Lin Fei's uneasiness. I'm fine. I just miss Yushuan too much. I've been waiting for her to come back, but I don't know when that child will return. Lin Fei's smile was full of maternal love. Qin Yushuan didn't belong to the Qin family, and she didn't belong there either, but the two of them had huddled together in this home, fostering an emotional bond deeper than that between a general mother and daughter. She missed Qin Yushuan too much. Hey, Miss Second is too willful. She hasn't even informed you of her situation after being out for so long. Chen Nailin seemed to be complaining more about her son and daughter-in-law than about Qin Yuxuan. It had been more than a month, and they had not updated her on their situation at all. She was getting really anxious. Just then, a servant from the Qin family suddenly came to the room and respectfully reported, "To madams, the old master and Sir Bai have returned." "Okay. We got it." Lin Fei dismissed the servant, then smiled at Chen Ailin, saying, "The old master is back, so why don't you go talk to him?" Chen Ailin was about to respond when suddenly the whole villa began to shake violently. Both she and Lin Fei could hardly stand still. The next moment, a deafening noise rang out. Dang! The villa shook violently again, and the two of them finally fell to the ground, their minds blank, unsure of what was happening. "What's going on? What happened?" Ling Nafei exclaimed immediately. Her personal bodyguard quickly ran over, panicking as he said, "Madam, it's not go. An organized group is attacking our Qin family villa." "What?" Lin Nafei could hardly believe it. This was Yun City, a city governed by law. How could there be such a terrifying organization? Could it be the Holy Fire Organization again? "Both madams, please follow me and leave through the side gate of the estate. The situation is very dangerous right now," the loyal bodyguard insisted. Lin Nafei hesitated momentarily. In the past, she would have left immediately, but now she had some feelings for the Qin family. "The what about you Tingting and the old master?" Chen Nailin, always a kind person, was always concerned about others beside her. As for herself, she was not worried at all. In fact, her health had been failing for many years, and she lived day by day. If it weren't for her children not yet settled, she wouldn't fear death at all. Now her son had gotten married, her daughter-in-law was pregnant, and her daughter was married. She felt most of her wishes had been fulfilled. There are large groups of mysterious assassins pouring in. If we don't leave now, we might not be able to escape later. The bodyguard analyzed the situation well. With such large-scale bombings and groups of assassins swarming in, the person behind it must have immense power, otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to plan it. Moreover, they might need powerful insiders in Yun City. Even the top tycoons in Beijing City wouldn't be able to do it without strong internal support. "Let's go." Lin Nafei finally made a decision. As the lady of the Qin family, she had to protect Chen Ailin, or she wouldn't be able to explain to Ling Yu when he returned. "No." Chen Ailin pushed away her hand and said, "Madam, you and the bodyguard leave first. I'll go find Tingting and the old master. I need to make sure they are safe before I can leave." "You." Lin Fei was angry. What could an old woman like you do? But Chen Ailin was fearless. She ran towards the hall alone. "Madam, let's go." The bodyguard forcibly pulled Lin Fei away. "Tingting, where are you?" "Father-in-law," Chen Ailin called while running, not afraid at all. "Mom." Shortly after, Yu Tingting responded to Chen Ailin in shock. She had just been idle and thought of exploring the Qin family estate when she happened to see the old master and Bai Lao coming back in a car. Just as the two elders got out of the car, she wanted to greet them, but suddenly, there was a big explosion at the gate. At the same time, many explosive devices, like grenades, rained down, instantly blowing up the Qin family villa in flames. Then a group of terrifying assassins rushed in and started killing indiscriminately. Fortunately, the Qin family's bodyguards were strong, currently engaged in a battle outside the villa. "Mom, let's leave through the side door of the building. It's too scary here." Yu Tingting also tried to pull Chen Ailin away, but Chen Ailin stopped and asked, "Have you seen the old master? The Qin family's people just said he was back." She wasn't stupid. If the old master had returned and this incident occurred, it was likely aimed at eliminating him. Although she didn't know the details, Qin's recent rise as the chairman of the South Zone Chamber of Commerce involved extensive interests and easily attracted powerful enemies. "Mom, Bai Lao is protecting the old master as they leave from the south gate. With Bai Lao and a group of bodyguards with him, he'll be fine. Let's go." Yu Tingting tried to pull Chen Ailin away. "Okay, you go ahead." At that moment, Chen Ailin saw Zheng Fuxian rushing into the villa with bodyguards and asked, "Please take my daughter-in-law Ling away." "Miss Tingting, please leave now." Zheng Fuxian had his men escort Yu Tingting away, while he personally pursued Chen Ailin. As the mother-in-law of the young mistress, her safety was crucial. Meanwhile, at the Liu family villa, Liu Yejian hurriedly found Liu Qianqi relaxing in the room with a glass of red wine. "Dad, Why did you do this? Liu Yejian asked. He looked a bit strange, not angry, nor completely understanding, just somewhat disappointed at his father's decision. Why not? I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Liu Qianqi shook his glass of wine, his eyes filled with greed. Li told me that Ling Yu can't return to the Dragon Kingdom or Yun City as long as all the Qin family members are dead. We, as the second largest shareholder of the Qiagang Group, will control the entire company. By then, our Liu family will be the chairman of the Southsong Chamber of Commerce. With the protection of the chairman, we will be the eternal commercial overlords of the Southsong. Seeing his father's greedy eyes, Li Yejian sighed softly and left. Ah Jian, where are you going? Don't mind me. Continue doing what you're supposed to do. Deep tan mysterious, Liu Yejian left the Liu family. Liu Qianqi furrowed his brows. He couldn't figure out his son. He always felt that his son wasn't devoid of ambition, nor was he a completely virtuous man. Why couldn't he support this operation? At the Qin family estate, it was already a sea of fire. Qin Chang'an was drenched in sweat as the heat engulfed him. He had long known that this day would come. 30 years ago, he had refused to join the Chamber of Commerce, steering clear of the power struggles at the top of the Dragon Kingdom, all to live a few more years and see his descendants inherit the family business. Unexpectedly, 30 years later, he found himself as the chairman of the Southsong Chamber of Commerce, attracting the assassination of top-level forces. Master, I fear it will be hard for me to protect you today. Bai Lao, who had been guarding Qin Chang'an all this while and had defeated about a dozen experts, also appeared somewhat helpless. In the glow of the fire, four cloaked figures had surrounded him, and Qin Chang'an. The figures were dressed in blue, yellow, purple, and red cloaks. Bai Lao could sense that they were all powerful, each with different auras and levels of strength. But even the weakest among them was probably of S-rank level. Qin Chang'an understood the situation and sighed, chuckling, "Haha, I didn't expect the chairman to think so highly of an old man like me." The Su family head was the chairman for 20 years and never received such treatment. I've only been in this position for a few days, and all four messengers are being sent to deal with me simultaneously. Seems like they are determined to put me in a life or death situation. Qin family old man, since you guessed our identities, you are indeed doomed today. The man in the red cloak, with a sparrow-headed mask waved his hand, and the other three experts simultaneously attacked, determined to take Qin Chang'an's life. Master, you go first. Bai Lao and Qin Chang'an have been together for decades, and they have a deep understanding of each other. As Bai Lao's bag with spiral mark appeared, Qin Chang'an immediately knew which direction to escape from. You think you can escape so easily? The Scarlet Sparrow jumped up, trying to leap over Bai Lao to chase and kill Qin Chang'an, intending to end his life with one move. Unexpectedly, Bai Lao reached out with a palm from a distance, and the bag with spiral mark turned into a black and white wall, blocking him. Damn it! The other three top experts also quickly attacked Bai Lao. Bai Lao's bag with spiral mark grew larger and larger, trapping all four top experts at once. How is this possible? This old man is actually a master of SS level. I never expected that in a small place like Yun City, there would be such top-notch experts hidden. The Southern Martial Emperor 30 years ago was indeed not just a rumor. The expressions of the four top experts were different, but the only thing in common was their amazement. A master of SS level, there aren't many in the world. With such strength, one could easily become a personal bodyguard for national-level officials, or establish a faction and become a renowned martial artist worldwide, or become one of the world's top bounty hunters. In short, wealth and glory are easily within his reach, so why would he be content to stay by an old man's side for decades? For the four of them, this was simply unimaginable. The four messengers are quite impressive as well. Bai Lao sighed in the same way. The Scarlet Sparrow messenger's strength alone could rival his own. Coupled with the other three messengers, he was no match for them. Having used his ultimate move to buy time for the old man to escape, if he were to encounter other assassins, he would be powerless. Old man, take care. Bai Lao sighed inwardly, realizing that all good things must come to an end, and his decades-long friendship with Qin Chang'an might have reached its conclusion today. Dang! The flames grew brighter, explosions resounded continuously, and buildings collapsed. The Qin family manor, once a spectacle that attracted countless people, now lay in ruins in the blink of an eye. An old man like Qin Changong would find it extremely difficult to escape even in the flames, surrounded by fallen walls and raging fires. He sighed deeply, feeling that his time had come to an end, regretting that he would not be able to see his great-grandchild's birth and feeling a sense of helplessness. Father-in-law, father-in-law. At this critical moment, Chen Ailan's voice could be heard. Seeing Qin Changong trapped in the sea of flames, Chen Ailan was grateful that she insisted on coming to find them. Otherwise, how would the old man fare on his own? Quick, find a way to save him. Chen Ailan instructed Zheng Fuxiong and the other bodyguards before bravely helping to extinguish the fire and push away the fallen walls. Clatter. After much effort, Qin Changong was finally rescued. Mother-in-law, are you okay? Take it easy. Qin Changong was deeply worried, fearing that if he failed to save her, Chen Ailan, with her frail body, might collapse first. I'm fine. Let's escape quickly. Chen Ailan gasped for breath but smiled warmly. Qin Changong nodded, acknowledging that women like Chen Ailan, who cared so much for others, were rare in his time, especially among the younger generation. Such pure-hearted and kind-hearted rural women were few and far between, sometimes even provoking disdain for being overly compassionate. Values had changed with the times, yet he and Chen Ailan were of the same generation and shared a mutual respect. Dang, dang. Suddenly, gunshots rang out behind them. Waves of pursuers, and the mastermind behind them clearly had no intention of letting any of them live. Quick, father-in-law, Mrs. Ling, head towards the side door and escape. We'll deal with them. Zheng Fuxiong and the other bodyguards had served the Qin family faithfully for many years and were devoted to protecting the two. Be careful. Chen Ailan couldn't help but worrying even for her bodyguards. Mother-in-law, please go. Qin Changong urged her to leave. The two of them, old and weak, could not move quickly in the raging fire. After finally reaching the side gate, they discovered a fallen pillar blocking the way. How could the two of them, old and infirm, move it? There was noise coming from behind them, indicating that Zheng Fuxiong and the others were unable to stop the ruthless assassins. Mother-in-law, you shouldn't have come to find me. Qin Changong sighed, missing the birth of Mingyu's child. I can bear that, but the person who should see the baby born should be you. Qin Changong saw the assassins approaching in the flames, but instead of fear, he laughed heartily. It seems we won't be able to see it. Let's go together and watch the show downstairs. Inspired by his spirit, Chen Ailan also felt less fear and smiled bitterly. Yes, let's go down together to watch with regrets. Crack. At that moment, the side door suddenly swung open from the outside. A young man, accompanied by several bodyguards, stood outside and urgently called out, Mr. Qin, please come out. Willow Leaf Sword. Qin Changong was stunned, his eyes filled with disbelief, as he never expected Willow Leaf Sword to come and rescue him. Hurry up. Willow Leaf Sword urged again. Chen Ailan quickly lowered herself and said, Father-in-law, I will support you with my body. Please circumvent this fire pillar and jump out from the outside. But what about you? Qin Changong was unwilling. I am an old woman. They might not kill me. Their target is you. Chen Ailan, although kind-hearted, was not foolish. As an ignorant rural woman, her life had little significance compared to the old man's ability to bring blessings to more people while alive. No. We'll leave together. Qin Changong couldn't leave her behind, otherwise, how could he face Ling Yu when he returned? Dang. At that moment, bullets were fired towards them, blasting around them with flickering flames. Father-in-law, I beg you, hurry up. If you don't come out, I'll run over to stop those assassins. Chen Ailan was nearly in tears with worry. Knowing Chen Ailan's determination, Qin Changong sighed deeply and quickly stepped on her body. Chen Ailan exerted all her strength to lift him up. Meanwhile, Willow Leaf Sword ordered the bodyguards to pull Qin Changong out of the fire. Ailan, it's your turn. Jumped. Qin Changong hesitated as he called out, Dang. As Chen Ailan stood up, she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her back, her face stiffened, and her life force faded in an instant. Ailan. Ailan. Qin Changong was devastated, and tears flowed down his face uncontrollably. Father-in-law, you must go. Chen Ailan smiled through tears. One of us must see Mingyu's child born. My life is expendable. It's not a pity. Remember to tell me after 100 years. Ailan. Qin Changong seemed to at age 10 years in an instant, losing his usual dominance. At that moment, he looked like an ordinary, bereaved and helpless old man. Mr. Qin, hurry up and leave. Liajian did not give Qin Tiagang any time, directly having people drag him away and personally closing the door. The major incident at the Qin family spread at an extremely fast speed, instantly alarming the entire southern continent. The second morning after the incident, in the eastern city, at the Xia family's company, Xia Zhu suddenly rushed into Xia Qian's office and cautioned, "Brother, be careful these days. I will lead a team to protect you and sister-in-law 24/7. It's best for you to leave the southern continent to avoid the limelight." Is it because of what happened to the Qin family? Xia Qia also stood up nervously, having just learned of the tragic incident at the Qin family. But Xia Zhu knew more comprehensive and official information than him. Almost all key figures of the Qin family were attacked. Qin Yuir suffered a serious car accident and died on the spot. Qin Jinzi was pushed off the 18th floor, bloodily mangled. Qin Honshu was shot and is currently receiving medical treatment, with little hope of survival. Qin Qingju fell into the sea, likely a matter of life and death. The Qin family manor was burnt to ashes, and Ling Yu's mother, Chen Ailan, is also confirmed dead. Qin Qiagang's whereabouts are unknown, highly likely to have perished in the fire and turned to ashes. Hearing her sister recount these pieces of news once again, Xia Qian's face was filled with sorrow and anger, slamming his fist hard on the table. Damn it, who did this? If Yue gets sick these days, and knowing that her mother has passed away, I don't know if she can bear such a blow. Damn it, I'm going to kill those bastards. Xia Qia was in great pain. He and Ling Ruoxu were preparing for their wedding banquet this month, and the invitations had already been sent out, but with such incidents happening, he didn't even know if the wedding could still go on. With his parents gone, Yu's mother gone, and Ling Yu not returned, who would attend the wedding? Brother, pull yourself together. Xia Zhu sighed, comforting Xia Qia. You are a man, and at this time, sister-in-law needs your support. Accompany her through this low point, just as she accompanied you through yours at the beginning. Xia Qia nodded. While we don't know who the culprits are for now, based on my analysis, it must be related to the Liu family. Xia Zhu continued. Without a doubt, the Grand Chamber of Commerce president wants to eliminate the president of the Southern Chamber of Commerce, prop up his cronies, and together, they want to wipe out the Qin family. Now, anyone associated with the Qin family is at risk. Brother, you and sister-in-law must be extremely cautious, refrain from showing yourselves, and leave to evade the limelight for now. Xia Qia nodded, realizing he couldn't afford to grieve or waste time now, and quickly said, if Yue falls ill, she has been resting at home all day yesterday and should be unaware of these events. I must protect her immediately. With that, he hurriedly wanted to go back home. Xia Zhu followed with the police, but before they could leave the company, they heard the secretary rushing in to report. Mr. Xia, your home was just attacked. It's said to be engulfed in flames. What? Xia Qian's face turned pale instantly. Too audacious. Xia Zhu immediately ordered. Quick. Hurry over. Protect my sister-in-law. And bring those thugs to justice. It was now apparent that the enemy not only wanted to destroy the Qin family, but also aimed to eradicate all close associates of the Qin family. Whoever had this capability must have overwhelming power. Few in the Dragon Country could match them. But even if they guessed who it was, what retribution could they face? On the other side, after several days at sea, Ling Yu and Qin Mingyu were still adrift in the vast ocean. Although there were food reserves on the boat, it was not enough for 3,000 people to last over 20 days. People were starving, alternated with brief moments of satiation, and many of them were becoming weaker. Despite his privilege, Ling Yu only ensured his wife was properly fed and had been hungry himself for a long time. If they didn't land soon to replenish their food supplies, the entire army might be doomed. Landaho. Suddenly, a subordinate reported. General, we see land. Please order to dock and replenish supplies. Good. Ling Yu immediately gave the command to dock. Upon landing, they found themselves on a disputed small island between the Dragon Country and a neighboring nation. If the influence was still under the control of the neighboring nation and the Dragon Country forces docked there, it could trigger sensitivity among the island's inhabitants, potentially leading to a violent expulsion. Ling Yu attempted to reason with them, but when they didn't listen, he had no choice but to command 3,000 strong men from the Dark Night Island to make them kneel down submissively. They never dreamed that the Dragon Country people were so powerful. not to mention 3,000 men. Even deploying 300 of them to deal with the island's resistance proved more than enough. Listen, this island belongs to the Dragon Country. You better leave on your own accord, or the next time we come, we will make you kneel again. Ling Yu was eager to return home, as his wife was about to give birth, so he had no time or interest in getting embroiled in major international politics. After dealing with them for 3 days, borrowing their food supplies, they set sail and continued their journey towards the Dragon Country coast. So, what should have been a half-day journey by plane turned into almost a month-long voyage by sea before they finally reached the shore. Brothers, upon disembarking at the harbor, Ling Yu gathered everyone on the spot and said loudly, "It is an honor to fight for freedom alongside you, and I am grateful for your support. Now, we have regained our freedom. We have finally set foot outside in the world. No more worrying about life and death every day. The air outside is so fresh. The sky is so blue. The sun shines brightly." The initial excitement during their departure from the Dark Night Island had faded, replaced with mixed emotions. Some were even left speechless, realizing how humble they had been living before. Ling Yu continued, "Next, I will return to Yen City in the southern continent. If any of you have no place to go and wish to join, I will ensure your livelihood and well-being. However, if you prefer to return to your hometown, feel free to do so, and I won't stop you." Almost everyone began to hesitate after his words, showing anxious expressions on their faces. Zhu and Ji, a brother-sister duo, stepped forward first and thanked Ling Yu, saying, "Brother Ling Yu, thank you for bringing us back to the Dragon Country. We want to go where we belong. If the opportunity arises, we will definitely visit you and your wife in Yun City. All right, the road is long, and we will meet again." Ling Yu didn't try to retain them further and bid farewell as he watched Zhu and Ji leave. Following them, many others departed, but the majority remained in place. This included Le Wu Dao, whose purpose in life was to protect the current saintess and cultivate the next generation's holy guardian. The next moment, someone spoke up. "General, we also want to go home, but we have no money on us. How do we return?" "Yes, I want to go home too, but I don't even know where my home is." Almost everyone faced the same dilemma. Ling Yu and Chen Mingyu were no exception. They were penniless too. The harbor was in Su City, in the Dragon Country's central region, still a considerable distance from Yun City in the southern continent. Their return journey wouldn't be easy. Just then, a voice came from behind the crowd towards the dock, asking, "Who are you? Where do you come from? Why have you docked and disembarked at our harbor?" Ling Yu, like everyone else, immediately looked towards the direction where the sound came from. 2 men in suits were walking towards them with a group of people. After knowing that Ling Yu was the big brother of these people, the 2 men also came to stand in front of Ling Yu. "I am Ziyuan, the person in charge of this port, and this is my younger brother, Zishan. May I ask who you all are and if you need any help?" Ziyuan greeted Ling Yu with a bow. He could tell that Ling Yu and his group were strong and didn't look like ordinary people. Seeing their large numbers, he was afraid they might be pirates and didn't want to offend them easily. "Oh, I am Ling Yu. We are a group of fishermen who lost our way drifting in the ocean. We happened to anchor at the Sioux City port and passing by here. Please excuse our presence." Ling Yu also understood the city's operational procedures. They had stopped without advance notice, and the other party had the right to drive them away. "Fishermen?" Ziyuan immediately frowned, with a look of disdain and contempt in his eyes. If it weren't for Ling Yu and his group appearing formidable and intimidating, Ziyuan would have driven them away for sure. "That's right, we will leave the port right away and not cause any trouble." Ling Yu also didn't want to make trouble and just wanted to leave, but with nearly 3,000 people, it wasn't so easy to move. "Wait," Ziyuan called to stop them, suspiciously asking, "You're not illegal immigrants, right? With so many people, I can't let you leave just like that." The others immediately became nervous. After being confined on Dark Night Island for so many years, not to mention some being foreigners, even if they were from Long Kingdom, their identities would be hard to verify. Ling Yu and Chen Mingyu were anxious to return home. Even if they could easily go back, many of their brothers wanted to join them, and they couldn't just leave them behind. If Ziyuan really wanted to report them to the authorities, it would become very troublesome. Chen Mingyu also understood this point, and immediately said to Ziyuan, "Hello, I am Chen Mingyu from the Qin family in southern Cloud City. These people are actually my employees, not lost fishermen. Please excuse us, and I will make it up to you after I return." Qin family from Cloud City. Upon hearing these four words, Ziyuan's expression changed, looking surprised and scrutinizing Qin Mingyu from top to bottom. Hasn't the Qin family been wiped out by the Qin clan half a month ago? How did you end up in Su City? What? Upon hearing this, Lingyu and Qin Mingyu were shocked as if struck by lightning. Qin Mingyu was about to give birth, and she couldn't handle this sudden news, almost fainting, but Lingyu supported her in time. Mr. Z, please clarify. Don't speak without evidence. Lingyu warned sternly. The Qin family was flourishing in southern Cloud City. Who could wipe them out, let alone the whole family? Hey. This matter was reported nationally, widely known. Why would I make up stories? Ziyuan coldly laughed. Looks like you guys are just making false claims. One moment you're lost fishermen, the next you're from the Qin family of Cloud City. I suspect you are illegal immigrants. None of you will leave today. Lingyu's face immediately darkened, exuding a murderous aura. Both he and Qin Mingyu were smart people and realized that Ziyuan seemed to have a dislike for the Qin family, even hostility. When he mentioned the Qin family being wiped out, he showed no sympathy, even a hint of schadenfreude. Wait. Zishan quickly called out beside him, then smiled apologetically at Lingyu. Brother Lingyu, you can go. We won't give you a hard time. Ziyuan wanted to say something, but Zishan glared at him, silencing him. Afterwards, he put on a smiling face again and said to Lingyu, if you need any help, I can also give you some money and arrange transportation. Lingyu was already eager to go back, and upon hearing this message, he was even more anxious. But Zishan's attitude was so friendly that he couldn't help but be a little cautious. Brother Zishan, how can this be? Why are you helping us? Zishan sincerely said, as the saying goes, rely on your parents at home and on friends when you're out. Brother Lingyu, you seem like someone who can accomplish big things. I, Zishan, want to be friends with you. Lingyu couldn't detect any deceit from him, but still glanced at Qin Mingyu. His wife was smarter. She would surely see through it. Qin Mingyu also wanted to go back quickly, regardless of whether Zishan's intentions were genuine. She followed suit. Thank you, Mr. Zishan. You're welcome. Zishan took out a card and handed it to Lingyu directly. There's 1 million in here. You can use it for now. Once you leave the port, I can arrange for vehicles for you. If you want to go anywhere in Long Kingdom, I can also help you out. Thanks. Lingyu didn't beat around the bush and said directly, I will definitely repay this favor in the future. No need to be polite. Zishan was evidently generous, waving his hand to have his subordinates assist. Once Lingyu and his team left with Zishan's help, Ziyuan became excited and said, Zishan, are you crazy? These are people from the Qin family. Rumor has it that they were killed by the Qin clan's leader. By helping them, you're going against the Qin clan's leader. You're bringing trouble to our Z family. Then what should I do? Zishan asked back, do you want to report to the police or inform the Qin clan's people as a way to pledge loyalty? Ziyuan nodded. Nonsense. Foolish. Zishan didn't mince words. If you do that, before the police and our people arrive, we'll all be taken care of. You really have no foresight at all. Lingyu and this large group of people might even be enough to wipe out a city. What? Ziyuan didn't believe it at all. Instead, he said, Zishan, are you out of your mind? Can 3,000 people destroy a city? Zishan didn't bother arguing with him. Since he had already committed to helping Lingyu today, under Zishan's arrangements, Lingyu and his wife successfully took a car back to Southern Cloud. As for the other personnel, apart from Sacred Guardian Lu Wudao staying behind to protect Qin Mingyu, Lingyu instructed the rest to go to the War Wolf Association headquarters first and let Yi and Due help arrange accommodations. He personally drove to the Qin family's estate. Lingyu, I'm so scared. Qin Mingyu sat in the passenger seat, gently covering her heart area with one hand, sweat glistening all over her body. She was anxious about what she might witness shortly. Mingyu, why don't you find a place to rest first, and I'll find out what's going on. Lingyu held her hand tightly, giving her courage. No. I'll be even more uneasy that way. I want to know everything right away. Qin Mingyu was determined, even though she had a new phone with her and hadn't called Z died, wanting to see the condition of the Qin family's estate first before understanding the situation in detail. Mingyu, don't worry. Everything will turn out well for everyone, especially your grandfather. He's a blessed old man. Lingyu comforted Qin Mingyu half-heartedly, partly expressing his genuine thoughts. If old Qin Qiagang didn't have good fortunes, he wouldn't have become the richest man in Southern Cloud starting from nothing. This time, he and everyone surely would survive, right? 3 people got off the car. Qin Mingyu saw the situation in front of her and almost couldn't stand steadily. Luckily Lingyu has been supporting her. Why? Who is it after all? Why so vicious? Qin Mingyu is a tough woman, but she had experienced too many heartbreaking events in the past year, with the huge blows coming one after another, making it unbearable for her, especially as a pregnant woman. Mingyu, let's go in and take a look first. Lingyu's eyes were slightly red, trying to control all emotions as he spoke. Qin Mingyu nodded, constantly reminding herself that no matter what happens, she must stay strong. She still has Lingyu and the little baby in her belly. She must live strong for her loved ones. She absolutely cannot fall down. General Qin. Sister. Just at this moment, Xia Shaodi hurriedly got off the car from behind, running over, followed by Qin Ruhan. Shaodi. Ruhan. Seeing these 2 people, pregnant Qin Mingyu almost wanted to run. The Z family said the Qin family had been wiped out. She was in extreme sorrow, thinking everyone was gone. After being separated for several days, seeing her close friends and little sister now, it felt like a world apart. Sister, brother-in-law, you've finally come back. Sob. Qin Ruhan ran over and buried her little head in her sister's arms, crying like a child. Miss Sen, be careful. Your sister's belly. Xia Shaodi's eyes also teared up, but she didn't forget to remind Qin Ruhan. Qin Ruhan then looked up, but tears still flowed. Sob. Sister, I thought you and brother-in-law wouldn't come back. I thought I became an orphan. Ruhan. Don't cry. Tell me quickly, what happened? Qin Mingyu, surprisingly, was the strongest among the 3 women. Women are originally weak, but become strong as mothers. She constantly reassured herself that she must hold on, to keep the baby safe and take care of her younger sister. 24 days ago, 3 groups of people broke into the Qin family estate together. They killed then set fires in the Qin family, causing chaos, and destroy our Qin family estate. Qin Ruhan cried and said, the police still haven't found the real culprit, only confirmed that these 3 groups of people belong to different factions. Lingyu and Qin Mingyu were a bit frustrated, as Leafzi was not at the police station now. The investigation was not very effective. Of course, they also knew that the forces involved were deeply rooted, and investigating them would definitely be extremely difficult. Or perhaps, even if the truth was out, it wouldn't be easily announced. What happened to everyone? Qin Mingyu temporarily put aside solving the case, first concerned about her family. As long as everyone was safe, the Qin family estate destruction can be dealt with later. But Qin Ruhan cried and said, almost all the people in the Qin family were attacked on the same day. Great aunt, second aunt have died. Third aunt is still unconscious till now. Only fourth aunt survived after rescue, receiving 24-hour police protection and still frightened. Sob. What? Qin Mingyu was thunderstruck upon hearing this. Fortunately, Lingyu had been her support, otherwise, she could have collapsed at any moment. Sister, I can't continue. You must be strong. You have to protect the little baby in your belly. Qin Ruhan trembled all over, unable to speak anymore. Shaodi, you continue. Qin Mingyu could only instruct Xia Shaodi. Xia Shaodi had been with her for many years, experienced more storms than Qin Ruhan. Quickly nodded and continued. Miss Sen that day left the southern continent for business discussions with Lin Fen and Shen Xiaoban, escaping a disaster. These days, relying on Leaf Z and the Volf organization's protection, she dared not show up. Only after hearing news of your return, we dared to come. The main target of the attackers should be the old master. He and Old Bai had just returned to the estate, and the attack began, clearly premeditated. Qin Mingyu nervously grabbed Xia Shaodi's hand. How is my grandfather? Xia Shaodi glanced at Lingyu before answering Qin Mingyu. The whereabouts of the old master are unknown. Not sure if he turned into ashes, but Old Bai and Lingyu's mother, what happened to them? Lingyu's body trembled abruptly. The police confirmed that they were all dead. Xia Shaodi still grit her teeth and said, Doom. Lingyu was also thunderstruck, almost blacking out. Behind him, Lu Wudao also sighed sadly. Lingyu clenched his fists, with clear knuckles, his heart filled with infinite sadness. For a moment he felt like a wooden person, looking up at the sky, holding back the tears. Lingyu, we must be strong. We must live well, to avenge our loved ones. Now it was Chen Mingyu comforting him. Chen Ailan had always been very good to her, even treating her better than her own daughter. She was also very pained and saddened. Lingyu nodded, tightly holding his wife's hand, the two of them now serving as each other's spiritual support. Let's go in and take a look. Chen Mingyu still mustered up the courage to go in and take a look at the situation. The once glorious Qin family estate was now in ruins, with debris everywhere, the fire turning all colorful things into a pitch-black mess. Everything was in ruins. Everyone's mood was very heavy. There was little conversation all the way, until Chen Mingyu walked into the burnt villa and picked up the half-burned doll. Sister, I heard Lin Fei was in this room with brother-in-law and mother-in-law before the attack on the estate. She managed to escape under the protection of bodyguards. Qin Ruhan told her. Chen Mingyu nodded slightly with some relief but then said to her, but Yushuan died. What? Qin Ruhan was slightly surprised, only shocked, not saddened. Because her relationship with Qin Yushuan wasn't good, that woman even came to the Qin family to snatch the heart of the son, so her death was just that, a death. However, she noticed her sister and brother-in-law were full of sadness and became curious about what had happened between the three of them. Outside the villa, Lu Wudao did not follow the saint in. Instead, he stood leaning on his hands, closed his eyes, guarding at the door. Suddenly, his ears twitched slightly. He opened his eyes. A strong oppressive feeling dissipated. Frowning slightly, he walked toward the depths of the estate, his gaze fixed on a ruin that suddenly suppressed all killing intent, slowly walked to the front of the ruin, ready to attack everything inside by surprise. Doom. Even though he tried to suppress it, the ruin still collapsed in advance, and a red figure jumped out from inside. Stay here. Lu Wudao still punched out, trying to hold the master hidden in the Qin family estate. He was confident. After all, he was the absolute king of the Night Island. However, his fist strength hit the opponent's cloak, was invisibly dissolved. The other person used the force to leap onto a burnt tree. Lu Wudao was amazed. This person's cloak color was similar to his cape but a bit redder. The other's strength might not be inferior to his. Who are you? The masked man in the red mask asked Lu Wudao, clearly wary of him. Lu Wudao had always respected strong opponents, and he had the qualifications to know who the opponent was. And who are you? While lurking in the Qin family estate, Lu Wudao countered, a faint killing intent surfacing. Ha ha, you're not qualified to know who I am yet. The masked man known as Red Sparrow did not show respect towards Lu Wudao, intentionally provoking him with his gaze. Then, you won't be able to leave today. Lu Wudao's eyes emitted a look of anger as he took a step forward. In this world, if I want to leave, no one can stop me. The Red Sparrow also began to exude a sense of power. In that case, I shall test you. Suddenly, Lu Wudao swung his cloak, which appeared soft but spun like a metal board, with its four corners capable of severing an opponent's body. Doom. Red Sparrow jumped down from a big tree, evading Lu Wudao's cloak, causing the tree behind him to crash down. Heh. Taste this move. Red Sparrow's cape suddenly spewed flames. Lu Wudao's eyes narrowed, surprised that this man also possessed such skills. Though the flames were not as hot as those of the Dark Knight Queen, the range was wider, and the technique was more covert. Red Sparrow, thinking he had the upper hand, found the flames unable to advance beyond half a meter in front of Lu Wudao. Such strong inner energy! Red Sparrow exclaimed. But in the next moment, a red shadow streaked down from under his cape. What? Lu Wudao was shocked as the opponent used a scorpion shedding its skin attack on him. This man before him was undoubtedly a perfect warrior, blending strength, speed, and technique seamlessly. His offensive and defensive capabilities were unmatched and definitely not as easy to deal with as the Dark Knight Queen. Faft. The front yard burned, blood spattering suddenly. Heh. Even the Saint Guardian is no match for me. Red Sparrow chuckled triumphantly. Lu Wudao, however, did not turn around but raised his hands and closed his eyes, facing away from Red Sparrow. Die. Red Sparrow prepared to strike, wanting to take out the so-called Saint Guardian first before targeting Lingyu. By doing so, he believed he could eliminate all future troubles. He didn't expect an invisible energy to strike him. If he hadn't reacted fast enough, any of his three comrades would have fallen prey to Lu Wudao and died right there. Huff crack. The invisible force was deflected, causing a burst of black flowers in the rubble behind Red Sparrow. Not bad. You are worthy of being my opponent. Red Sparrow, sweating nervously, finally acknowledged Lu Wudao's strength. Lu Wudao, however, just sneered. His red cloak seemed to have a life of its own, swirling to ambush the man behind him. Don't get too cocky. Red Sparrow's cape suddenly flapped loudly, dodging Lu Wudao's cloak and launching a full-force punch at him. Unfazed, Lu Wudao raised his fist to confront his opponent head-on. Doop. Their fists collided, momentarily evenly matched. However, the surroundings suffered as if hit by a hurricane, everything flying out of control. Theft. During the prolonged confrontation, old wounds accumulated by Lu Wudao at Dark Knight Island suddenly reopened, weakening his resolve. While such injuries might not be serious against an ordinary opponent, in a battle of high-level masters, any weakness could be fatal. You're finished. Red Sparrow's eyes gleamed menacingly, launching a surprise strike at Lu Wudao's heart. Lu Wudao was instantly drenched in cold sweat. Howl. Just as a critical moment approached, dragons were echoed from afar. The commotion of their fight had attracted Ling Yu, who used a skill to redirect Red Sparrow's attack off target. How is this possible? Red Sparrow was astonished, having investigated Ling Yu beforehand. How could his power be so overwhelming? Ignoring his thoughts, Ling Yu followed up with an attack to cripple Red Sparrow. He knew this supreme expert must be involved in the tragedy of the Qin family, and detaining him might lead to the truth. Caught off guard, Red Sparrow dodged Ling Yu's blow, but was countered with a resounding slap across his cheek. While the damage was minimal, the humiliation was profound. Seeing Red Sparrow in trouble, 3 more experts emerged to surround Ling Yu, all of them top-notch fighters who would easily make it to the top 4 in the Southern martial arts competition. Undeterred, Ling Yu confronted all 3, pushing them back single-handedly. Retreat. Quick, retreat. Red Sparrow felt a tinge of fear. He had assumed that his sole intervention would be enough to defeat the so-called Southern martial arts grandmother, but did not anticipate Lu Wudao's presence. Little did he expect Ling Yu's power to surpass his previous estimations significantly, making it difficult for even the 4 of them to take him down. Their only choice was to retreat. Thinking of leaving? Not so easy. Ling Yu exuded a murderous aura, planning to pursue the attackers, but was caught off guard by a yellow-caped expert who dispersed a toxic substance. Simultaneously, the other 2 experts hurled concealed weapons. Ling Yu had to fall back. Heh. Ling Yu. Not bad. Someday I will face you one-on-one. Red Sparrow spoke boldly but cowardly fled. Ling Yu. At this moment, Qin Mingyu's voice came from behind. Concerned that pursuing the enemies might jeopardize his loved ones at home, Ling Yu decided to forego the chase and turned back towards Qin Mingyu. Once assured of Ling Yu's safety, Qin Mingyu hurried to the injured Lu Wudao. Are you alright? She asked. Just a minor injury. Does not affect me. I am incompetent to have let the assassin escape. Please, Lady Saint, punish me. Lu Wudao adhered to the rules of the Saint Guardian without fault. As long as you're unharmed, I won't punish you, Qin Mingyu expressed with compassion. Even Xia Shaodi, who was also present, sighed in amazement at Qin's warmth and charisma blossoming more after marriage. Ling Yu, are you certain of the identity of those 3 parties? Qin Mingyu inquired. After thoroughly surveying the entire estate, Ling Yu had gathered a lot of information, to which he promptly responded. Those 4 experts we encountered just now are likely the rumored for Onwas, the president of the Chamber of Commerce. However, I didn't expect them to be such formidable martial artists. Qin Mingyu nodded in agreement. As for the 3rd faction, it should be related to the regular military forces and probably in collusion with Tang Ne. Although it's not easy for me to confirm at this moment, I can recognize the weapon model used to bomb the Qin family manor if I encounter it. Ling Yu continued. Qin Mingyu nodded again, sighing before adding, the 3rd faction may be the Liu family. Ling Yu concurred, realizing that they shouldn't have shown mercy to Liu Yejian when he sought refuge, as the sword turned out to be a traitor. At this point, Xia Shaodi interjected. Qin Mingyu, after your father and brother went missing, with no one capable of taking over the position of the president of the Southern Chamber of Commerce, it's said that Liu Qianqi has been trying to succeed in the position with the status of a major shareholder of the Qiagang Group. Ling Yu clenched his fists tightly. Everyone knows what the wicked intend to do by heart. It seems the Liu family has long been colluding with Tang Ning and always wanted to replace the Qin family. And Liu Yejian is the traitor. Qin Mingyu also shared the sentiment, having long suspected Liu Yejian, but didn't expect things to escalate to this extent. To their surprise, Xia Shaodi then revealed, after the Qing family tragedy, Li Yejian vanished, and everything is being orchestrated by Liu Qianqi and his cronies. Is that guy missing? Qin Mingyu pondered the overwhelming amount of complex information, indicating that unraveling this mystery and seeking justice would be no easy task. After contemplating for a moment, she exuded a cold determination. Lingyu, when we return, we shouldn't rush into seeking revenge. We must lay low and observe what actions Liu Qianqi takes next, lure him out, and capture him and his accomplices in one fell swoop. None of those involved in harming us will be spared. Mingyu, I understand. Lingyu quickly held her gently and gritted his teeth angrily. As the only man of the Ling family, son-in-law of the Qin family, I will definitely seek revenge for both families. Yes, I believe in you. Qin Mingyu concealed her sadness and wholeheartedly encouraged and empowered her husband. Soon after, a few people arrived at Dongxing Mountain. Initially, Lingyu promised to help guard Bixing village in Dongxing Mountain, and after half a year, he had established a new main base in this vast mountain area. With money, manpower, and territory, the Warwolf Club would continue to grow. Now, with nearly 2,000 people joining after the Shadow Island incident, the structure of the Warwolf Club personnel was unprecedentedly large. The commander is here. The commander and the commander's wife have returned. After Lingyu and Qin Mingyu appeared, cheers rang out throughout the hill. Whether in the Warwolf Club or among the forces on Shadow Island, Lingyu was their war god, their belief. The couple nodded respectfully to their brothers all the way, and Lingyu was pleased to see the iron-like discipline of the troops. It seemed that Yizi and Due did not disappoint him. They had been rigorously training the troops during these days. Qin Mingyu also saw hope. The enemy was exceptionally strong, and to avenge the Qin family, it was not enough to have wealth. They must have their own powerful weapons. Having experienced the Shadow Island and Qianwu organization, she understood even more that to protect themselves and those around them, they needed enough strength. All the rules of the game were set by those at the top of the pyramid, and she would assist Lingyu in reaching the top of that pyramid. The next moment, Yizian Due, dressed in battle attire, walked out of the camp and respectfully saluted Lingyu and his wife. Commander, greetings, the two exclaimed in unison. Lingyu was slightly surprised but then smiled. Why are you two addressing me like this? The two remained serious. Due even said, because you are the commander of the new Warwolf division. The new Warwolf division. Lingyu's expression also became solemn. That's right. The old commander said to contact him once you returned. Due still spoke formally, much like they did in the military camp. Lingyu probably already knew what was coming. When he returned to the Northern Territory, the old commander had mentioned plans to rebuild the Warwolf division. At that time, he had refused, but now, his mindset had completely changed, and the former iron-blooded spirit and momentum had returned. Good. Contact the old commander for me immediately, Lingyu ordered. Yes, commander. Due saluted respectfully, her eyes unable to hide her excitement. Yizi was the same. After 4 years of dormant passion, it seemed to rise faintly within them. The day they had been waiting for was finally approaching. Soon, Lingyu entered a modern warfare camp room, and as he curiously looked around, he sighed internally. Due truly remained his most reliable subordinate for logistical support in the war zone. The next moment, the large screen in the center of the room displayed the image of the old commander. Today's old commander of the Northern Territory had a slightly different demeanor than usual. Clad in full battle dress, his imposing aura could be felt even from afar, especially with the 7 dazzling gold stars on his shoulders, evoking awe. Old commander. Lingyu quickly stood upright and saluted. However, the old commander suddenly frowned. Why aren't you saluting properly? Too casual. Restart. Lingyu was slightly startled and quickly corrected himself, stepping in place and saluting. Hello, old commander. The old commander then smiled and nodded. Good. Lingyu. Listen to my orders. Yes. Lingyu stepped back and saluted, his expression serious, his eyes carrying a hint of anticipation, exuding an aura of natural aggression. I hereby appoint you as the new commander of the Northern Territories Warwolf Division, a 5-star honor war general, and assign you to the independent unit number 09-520. The old commander solemnly declared. Behind Lingyu, Yizi and Due's eyes shone as they watched Lingyu. Approval. The big boss must approve. Lingyu remained silent for a moment, exhaling a breath before standing upright once again to salute. Lingyu, I accept the appointment. Doom. Yi and Du's hearts landed back down to the ground, immediately saluting with excitement. I am Yi, a 3-star field war general of the Northern Territory, reporting to the commander. I am Dua, a 3-star reserve war general of the Northern Territory, reporting to the commander. Ling Yu watched the excited expressions of his two close subordinates and was also deeply moved. He nodded in return to their salutes. Then, he turned towards the old commander and inquired, "What is the new War Wolf division? I remember that it was disbanded by order of the state in the past. How can it be revived now?" The old commander sighed, his expression turning grave. "That is precisely the urgent matter I needed to discuss with you. Luckily, you returned just in time." Ling Yu sensed that something significant must have occurred from the old commander's expression. Due to his choice in the past, the Northern Territory had suffered heavy losses, causing the country's anger, resulting in a permanent ban on the War Wolf division. A year ago, the old commander had asked him to return to the Northern Territory, but even if he agreed, reinstating his former position would be challenging. However, now the old commander was openly re-establishing the War Wolf division and allowing him to regain the title of 5-star honor general. There must be significant support behind this decision. Indeed, the old commander continued, 24 days ago, the state head was attacked. Although he survived, he suffered severe injuries and is now in a vegetative state, a shock that reverberated across the world. What? Ling Yu was also profoundly shocked. Timing it back, that day happened to be the day they set sail to return to the Dragon Kingdom. Could there be a connection between these two events? Old commander, doesn't the state head have a reputed bodyguard, known as the strongest in the world? With him protecting the state head, who could possibly assassinate him? Dua was also very curious. Such information at the national level was strictly sealed off, making it challenging for her to know the details. Unlike her, the old commander was a high-ranking general in the Dragon Kingdom's military and had access to almost all classified information. Yi was similarly curious. While the Southern Moran and Northern Wolf King had been considered the most formidable in the martial world of the Dragon Kingdom for nearly a decade, the personal bodyguard of the state head was by no means beneath these rising stars in terms of reputation. The three of them had never competed, so they didn't know their actual capabilities. The state head's guard is indeed formidable, but he's aging, and in this vast world, new waves will always push old ones to shore, resulting in even the latter drowning on the beach. The old commander implied that the individual, who was once considered the Dragon Kingdom's strongest bodyguard, had passed away. The country can't be without a leader for even a day. Because of the state head's accident, the parliament has passed a resolution that within 3 months, a new state head must be elected to oversee national affairs. The 3 candidates are as follows. First, Lord Shipeng, personally appointed by the former state head, is the state minister. He is also a trusted aide of the state head, dedicating decades to the country and its people. The second candidate is Zhao Nianchu, the chief finance officer. Merely mentioning her name may not provide you with much information, but once you understand her specific background, you will know the implications behind this matter. Hearing this, Ling Yu followed up. What is her specific background? The old commander replied with a grim expression. She is a woman from the Zhao family in Yanjing and is now Tang Ning's wife. Tang Ning's wife. Ling Yu's expression changed, and he had already guessed the truth behind the assassinations of the country's leaders. Don't rush. Let's listen to the third candidate before we discuss further. The old handsome man seemed to know Ling Yu's thoughts and chuckled wryly. Who is the third candidate? Ling Yu asked. Is he related to the Three Saints organization? The old handsome man, slightly surprised, praised his clever disciple. Ha, you look naive, but you are actually quite smart. Yes, he is Mo Tiu, the Minister of Agriculture of the Agricultural Kingdom. Mo Tiu. Ling Yu was slightly startled upon hearing this name. He should have brought along Mo Shu, who was half dead. That Mo wouldn't happen to be his brother as well, would he? Exactly. According to the investigation, he should have a close relationship with Queen Noafii of Dark Knight Island, and ranks third among the siblings in the Mo family. Exactly. Ling Yu nodded, realizing he had guessed right. He never expected that Mo Shu's sister and brother would both be so powerful, making him look even more pathetic. The old handsome man continued, although the 10 siblings are not entirely united and had their own hidden agendas, his relationship with Moafii should be very strong. Malafi married into the Zhao family many years ago to help him rise within the agricultural department. After toiling for more than 20 years, they have finally reached the final step. Ling Yu gasped slightly. Although the Three Saints organization was an enemy trying to start a war with great ambitions, one couldn't help but admire their strategic foresight and influence. Facing such a mysterious and powerful organization in battle would undoubtedly be incredibly challenging. Fortunately, Ling Yu had support from the old leader of the North Territory, as well as the re-emerging wrath of the Vol force. He had the confidence to confront any powerful enemy. However, before destroying the Three Saints organization, he must definitely kill Tanning. Family vendetta, national hatred, the fresh blood of his former comrades in the Vol force. Various reasons compelled him to crush Tanning into 1,000 pieces. Only by avenging his grievances could he find peace. Ling Yu. The mission has now expanded. The day of the election for the country's leader is just 1 week after the election for the chairman of the Chamber of Commerce. Not only must you bring down Tanning, but you must also help Shi Pen win the election for the country's leader. The old leader's expression turned serious as he implored Ling Yu. I implore you, I believe you can do it. Ling Yu couldn't refuse, nor did he have room to refuse. This matter concerned not only personal grievances, but also the well-being of the nation. He must give it his all. In the next less than 3 months, he had too much to accomplish. On that day, Ling Yu established a new Wrath of the Vol force, dividing it into 3 battalions. The Blade Battalion composed of 800 warriors, the Elite Battalion consisting of well-trained professional soldiers, and the Young Wolf Battalion made up of new recruits. The captain of the Blade Battalion was temporarily Sun Zi. Yi was appointed captain of the Elite Battalion, and Due was the captain of the Young Wolf Battalion. With formal organization, weapons could be secretly supplied by the North Territory. Given time, this force would undoubtedly be able to regain its former strength as the Wrath of the Vol force, and even surpass it. After a busy day, Ling Yu returned to a villa in Baiqing village late at night. This used to be the mansion of the head of Baiqing village, but had been renovated to be more tranquil, although not as ostentatious. Ling Yu, you finally returned? Qin Mingyu had been waiting for him in the villa. Ling Yu quickly helped his wife sit down and briefly recounted the events of the day. Excellent. With this Wrath of the Vol force, we will definitely be able to eliminate Tanning and avenge your mother and everyone. Qin Mingyu clenched her fist lightly. Ling Yu then held her hand and said, leave the revenge and the restoration of the Qin family to me. You must focus on your well-being and the successful birth of the baby in your belly, which is the lifelong wish of my mother and your grandfather. Qin Mingyu nodded. I understand. I will adjust my mindset. Come over here. Ling Yu wasn't sure what Qin Mingyu wanted to do, but he allowed her to lead him to a dressing table. You haven't had a haircut since your time on Dark Knight Island. Your hair is too long and doesn't suit the image of a commander. Let me tidy it up for you. How can you do that? Ling Yu wanted to stand up excitedly. How could his pregnant wife be the one to cut his hair? Qin Mingyu smiled, then held him back. Don't you trust me? I am no longer the president of the Chamber of Commerce or the CEO of a business conglomerate. I'm pregnant, and all I want to be is a good wife. The glorious commander of the Wrath of the Vol force could only sit obediently in front of his gentle wife. As Qin Mingyu cut his hair, she mentioned, I have already contacted Lin Afi today. She will come here tomorrow to take care of me during the delivery. With her and Ruhan by my side, you can rest assured and boldly carry out your tasks. All right. Ling Yu sat still, not daring to move. Shouty has already gone to try to inform your sister and Ziatia to come back. I hope everyone can gather here, as it's too dangerous outside. Qin Mingyu continued. Ling Yu immediately asked, where are my sister and Ziatia now? After the tragedy at the Qin family, Ziazu took them away from Nanzhou to Su City in Zhangzhou to ensure their safety, but we still haven't heard from them. Qin Mingyu sighed softly. Yuding is with Lin Fei. They have confirmed that they are all alive, which is a relief. Ling Yu also sighed. This was a sense of relief amidst misfortune. Meanwhile, Qin Mingyu had given Ling Yu new hairstyle, a short back and sides. The clean and sharp hairstyle perfectly showcased Ling Yu's handsome features, making him appear even more mature and commanding. Heh, are you satisfied? Qin Mingyu rarely smiled like this but now couldn't help but smile at her own handiwork. Very satisfied. Ling Yu stood up, tightly holding her hand, and said with a smile, I never expected my wife to have such skills. What did you expect? Did you think I was dumb? Chen Mingyu leaned into his shoulder in response and sighed softly. I never expected that I would marry a commander. Looking at you now, who would ever think you were the gynecologist who failed at the blind date back then? Ling Yu chuckled, enjoying this brief moment of tenderness amidst the pain and urgency of the day. The next morning, Lin Fei and Yuding did arrive at Dongxing Mountain. Seeing Ling Yu again, Yuding couldn't help but be enraptured. Her little nephew had become even more handsome and manly than before. Unfortunately, such an outstanding man was never meant to be hers. Mingyu, you're finally back. Lin Fei saw Chen Mingyu. Her eyes welled up with tears immediately. Mon. Chen Mingyu addressed her as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Although there was no blood relationship between them, she had come to cherish this mother-daughter bond immensely. Where's Yu Xuan? Isn't she back with you? Lin Fei's concern was still primarily focused on that woman. Ling Yu and Chen Mingyu exchanged glances before telling Lin Fei, promise me you'll be strong, and then I'll tell you where Yu Xuan is. Lin Fei shuddered, a sense of impending dread washing over her. While the tragedy of the Qin family had saddened her, she could bear it. But if something happened to Yu Xuan, she couldn't guarantee her own reaction. Mingyu, just tell me. I can handle anything. Lin Fei was so anxious she was about to cry. Chen Mingyu let out a sigh. Ling Yu spoke up for her. Yu Xuan sacrificed herself on Dark Knight Island to save us. I brought her body back. After letting you see her one last time, we will take her back to my mother for burial. Chen Nailan's body had already been taken back to Hero Village by Shen Xiaopeng and Lin Fan. Ling Yu planned to finish urgent matters first, find his sister, and then return to pay respects to their mother. Lin Fei's nose immediately felt sore, trying hard to hold back her sobs. And King Xuan? Where is my King Xuan? At this moment, a sexy lady burst into the room, followed by a shy girl looking at Ling Yu, who turned out to be Lin Fei, who hadn't been seen in a while. After the incident at the Qin family, they had been in contact with Lin Fei. Hearing that Ling Yu had returned, they immediately followed Lin Fei over. Ling Yu hadn't expected two unexpected guests to come. However, even though Liu Rashui belonged to the Liu family, now that she had married into the Lin family, she couldn't be directly tied to Liu Qianqi. King Xuan is still alive, but she can't wake up for the time being. You came just in time. I'll take you to see her. Without waiting for their request, Ling Yu proactively offered to take them to see Lin King Xuan. The expressions of Liu Rashui and Lin Fei were the opposite of Lin Fei's, but tears welled up in their eyes as well. Although she wasn't Lin King Xuan's biological mother, Liu Rashui had a bond with her as if she were her own daughter. She had never expected her daughter to survive in such a condition. It was truly a huge miracle. King Xuan, Auntie misses you so much. When Liu Rashui saw Lin King Xuan, she immediately hugged her tightly. And another miraculous scene occurred. Lin King Xuan, who had been emotionless until then, trembled slightly, and tears began to well up in her eyes. King Xuan, what's wrong? Can you speak? Anxiously holding her hand, Liu Rashui kept talking to her. However, Lin King Xuan was like a doll and couldn't speak. Brother Yu, what's wrong with my sister? Lin Fei asked urgently. She was brainwashed and under deep hypnosis. I killed the person who had hypnotized her to give her commands, so now she's like a robot. After Ling Yu explained, both Liu Rashui and Lin Fei started to cry. Lin Fei also joined them in tears. If only Yu Xuan could survive like King Xuan, how good would that be? As long as she could see the people she cared about, she would be satisfied. Hey, why are you crying? King Xuan can wake up again. At this moment, Lin Qinglong marched in through the door, calling out to Liu Rashui and Lin Fei. Dig brother, you're still alive. Lin Fei wiped away her tears and smiled. Hey, what's with you again? You cry when you see your sister alive, and you laugh when you see me alive. Am I a clown? Lin Qingxuan joked self-deprecatingly. Ling Yu and Chen Mingyu were amused by him. It was the first time he had such a clear self-awareness. Don't worry, I've sent someone to Yunshan district to bring my medical book. I will find a way to release Qingxuan from the hypnosis. She will recover, but whether her memories will come back remains to be seen. Ling Yu said to Liu Rashui and others. Liu Rashui nodded. Her precious daughter had changed so much. She no longer exuded the same passionate and free spirit as before. Most importantly, Ling Yu and Chen Mingyu's love child was about to be born, and she hoped her daughter wouldn't regain her memories. Otherwise, she would have to compete with Ling Yu for his affections. Lin Qinglong teased, Auntie, Did you all hear that? My brother-in-law is quite responsible." Then he looked at Qin Mingyu and grinned. "I'll use him as the standard to treat you so well." Qin Mingyu rolled her eyes. With her big belly carrying Ling Yu's child, and Lin Qinglong still trying to flirt with her, she had had enough. "Mrs. Lin." After discussing Lin Qingshuan's situation, Ling Yu became serious. "You also have the surname Liu now. Do you know what role the Liu family played in the tragedy of the Qin family?" Liu Rushui's expression changed slightly, and she shook her head. "Ling Yu, even though I'm called Mrs. Lin now, after marrying into the Lin family, I have nothing to do with the affairs of the Liu family. Are you suspecting the Liu family's involvement in the destruction of the Qin family?" "Exactly." Ling Yu nodded directly. If even Liu Rushui said so, then it was highly likely that this speculation was accurate. "I have no part in the grudges between you and the Liu family. I have absolutely no connection to this matter." Liu Rushui quickly distanced herself, even stating, "In a few days, the Liu family will host a business banquet in Yun City. They seem to want to unite various major families in the southern continent to support him in becoming the chairman of the Southern Business Association. You can directly confront him there. What gives him the right?" Qin Mingyu's expression turned icy. "Qin Mingyu, you are not aware that without you and Mr. Qin, almost all the senior executives and shareholders of Chang'an Group have been bought over by him, supporting him to take over as chairman of the Chang'an Group. I heard that they even want to rename the group." Liu Rushui continued to provide them with information. "Qianqi is hosting this business banquet to announce to all the powers in the southern continent that all the assets of the Chang'an Group and the Qin family will be handed over to him." Qin Mingyu's brows furrowed with a hint of cold anger. Clearly, she was furious. "He won't succeed," Ling Yu immediately declared, but did not disclose his complete plan because he still didn't entirely trust Liu Rushui. Lin Qinglong teased again. "Auntie, did you all hear that? My brother-in-law is quite responsible." Then he looked at Qin Mingyu and grinned. "I'll use him as the standard to treat you so well." Qin Mingyu rolled her eyes. With her big belly carrying Ling Yu's child, and Lin Qinglong still trying to flirt with her, she had had enough. "Mrs. Lin." After discussing Lin Qingshuan's situation, Ling Yu became serious. "You also have the surname Liu now. Do you know what role the Liu family played in the tragedy of the Qin family?" Liu Rushui's expression changed slightly, and she shook her head. "Ling Yu, even though I'm called Mrs. Lin now, after marrying into the Lin family, I have nothing to do with the affairs of the Liu family. Are you suspecting the Liu family's involvement in the destruction of the Qin family?" "Exactly." Ling Yu nodded directly. If even Liu Rushui said so, then it was highly likely that this speculation was accurate. "I have no part in the grudges between you and the Liu family. I have absolutely no connection to this matter." Liu Rushui quickly distanced herself, even stating, "In a few days, the Liu family will host a business banquet in Yun City. They seem to want to unite various major families in the southern continent to support him in becoming the chairman of the Southern Business Association. You can directly confront him there. What gives him the right?" Qin Mingyu's expression turned cold as she asked. "Qin Mingyu, you don't know. With you and Elder Qin not around, most of the senior executives and shareholders of the Chang'an Group had been bought by him. They all support him in taking over the position of chairman of the Chang'an Group, and now there's talk of renaming the group." Liu Rushui continued to provide information. Liu Qianchu's purpose in hosting this business banquet is to announce to all the forces in Nanzhou that everything in the Chang'an Group and the Qin family will be taken over by him. A faint chill appeared in Qin Mingyu's eyes, clearly showing her anger. "He won't succeed," Ling Yu immediately said, but did not reveal his plan because he did not fully trust Liu Rushui yet. "Mrs. Lin, since you're here, please stay and take care of Qingshuan for the next few days." "Oh, I understand." Liu Rushui was smart. She knew that Ling Yu was doing this to prevent her from informing Liu Qianqi in advance, giving that guy a chance to escape. At the same time, she thought Ling Yu underestimated the greed of the Liu family. Since they wanted to become the dominant power in Nanzhou, they wouldn't give up easily, even if they knew Ling Yu had returned. Ling Yu didn't care what Liu Rushui thought. He was gearing up for battle, planning to crash the business banquet in 2 days, uncover the truth about the Qin family's tragedy, and eliminate Liu Qianqi and his associates in one go. That day, Yizi helped him retrieve the Shen Gu's medical records from the community. With this book in hand, Ling Yu finally felt relief. It seemed the people behind this had targeted those who killed the Qin family, knowing that he and Qin Mingyu were not in the community and hadn't touched their small marital home. Lingyu, you must find a way to bring Lin Qingshuan back. Knowing that Lingyu was about to release Lin Qingshuan from hypnosis, Qin Mingyu encouraged her. In her heart, she no longer saw Lin Qingshuan as a rival. She was a woman of her word, and if Lin Qingshuan truly recovered and still deeply loved Lingyu, she would support her. After all, this woman had sacrificed too much for Lingyu. Lingyu nodded and took Lin Qingshuan into the room alone, not allowing anyone to disturb them. Qin Mingyu, Liu Rushui, and others waited outside, each more nervous and with more complex thoughts than the other. Lingyu relied on the detailed method recorded in the medical book to release Lin Qingshuan from hypnosis. With a snap of his fingers, the blank-eyed Lin Qingshuan suddenly shivered intensely, and her eyes gradually changed. Qingzhuan, have you woken up? Qingzhuan. Lingyu could also see the changes in Lin Qingzhuan, so he immediately nervously supported her soft shoulder and asked excitedly, Who are you? Lin Qingzhuan spoke. She finally spoke. Lingyu was even more excited, his eyes slightly reddened, and a smile uncontrollably emerged. I'm sorry, can you? Lin Qingzhuan's eyes showed a hint of fear as she looked at Lingyu holding her shoulder. Memories were lost, but her personality wouldn't change. She was a shy woman. If it weren't for feeling the imposing presence of the man in front of her, seeing him hold her shoulder, she might have resisted vehemently. Okay. Don't be afraid, I'm your best friend. Lingyu quickly let go of her hand and spoke to her with a smile. My best friend? Really? Lin Qingzhuan's eyes were a little confused as she looked at the unfamiliar and handsome man in front of her. Really? The best of the best of the best friends. Lingyu repeated 3 bests in a row, his eyes slightly moist, saying emotionally, You suffered a lot because of my memory loss. For the rest of my life, I will definitely protect you well and not let you suffer any more harm. Lin Qingzhuan's smile was a bit embarrassed and stiff, but she still nodded. Thank you. She was still a bit wary of Lingyu. After all, men and women shouldn't be too close, and she couldn't remember anything, not knowing if he was telling the truth. Qingzhuan, have you woken up? The next moment, Liu Rushui and others couldn't wait to rush into the room because they heard Lin Qingzhuan's voice outside. Liu Rushui couldn't help but tightly embrace Lin Qingzhuan in tears. On the side, Lin Feifei was also crying non-stop. Sister Qingzhuan, it's so great that you've woken up. Thank heavens, you're alive again. The feeling of regaining what was lost made them feel as if they had crossed into another world. They had already accepted the fact that Lin Qingzhuan had died. Who would have thought that such a miracle could happen in this world? Hey, why are you all crying? Even your dear brother here hasn't shed a tear. Lin Qinglong also cried, but insisted shamelessly that he hadn't cried. Qin Mingyu's eyes were also moist. This ending was really wonderful. Who are all of you? By nature, Lin Qingzhuan didn't have any aversion to women, even to Liu Rushui, and she wasn't wary of Lingyu. Qingzhuan, you really don't recognize us. We are your family. Liu Rushui eagerly talked to Lin Qingzhuan, trying to trigger her memory. But unfortunately, Lin Qingzhuan just looked blank. Lingyu had other things to attend to, and Lin Qingzhuan naturally had a natural wariness towards men, so he left the room first and left Lin Qingzhuan to her closest family members. Lingyu, do you have a way to help Qingzhuan regain her memory? Qin Mingyu also came out, showing concern. I can try to stimulate her with acupuncture, but it's not guaranteed to be successful. If only I could find my wandering ghost doctor master. Lingyu sighed softly. If it weren't for having too many important things to do, he would definitely go to Bixing Mountain to find his master's whereabouts, as he had met his senior brother there last time. Well, take it slow. We still have plenty of time. Qin Mingyu comforted Lingyu, afraid that he would be overwhelmed with too many things and act hastily. Lingyu nodded and immediately immersed himself in the construction of the Wolf Warrior Battalion. 2 days later, in the downtown area of Cloud City, there was a landmark building nicknamed the Savage Waste, roughly 30 stories high with a hollow large clock at the top. Today, 2 figures stood on the clock's hands, overlooking the buildings in the center of Cloud City. With the development of the Dragon Country's economy, and the Qing family becoming the president of the Southern Business Association, Cloud City's development progressed rapidly. The city center was thriving. On the major roads, luxury cars competed with each other, eventually converging at the entrance of the International Grand Hotel. A grand business association banquet would be held there today. The man standing on the hand of the clock had short hair, wearing a specially made military uniform, draped in a windbreaker, standing tall and majestic, his sharp eyebrows and cold gaze, staring at the International Grand Hotel, wanted to see how many big shots would show up there today. Commander, according to the informant on site, a big shot will be coming to Suzhou City in the central region today. Yi, who was behind him, suddenly reported. Ling Yu nodded slightly and asked, "What's his identity?" Reassuming control of the Wolf King command, his demeanor and presence had changed drastically compared to before. No one could tell that this person had once been a gynecologist. Master Z from the second house of the Z family in Suzhou City, Z Qifeng, founder of the Independent Business Association in the central region, has great influence in Suzhou City. Yi Zi replied, the #1 figure in Suzhou City, actually coming to Cloud City. It seems Tang Ning sent him here to support Liu Qianqi, right? Ling Yu said with a cold smile. Yi Zi nodded. According to Yu's investigation, Suzhou City borders Yanjing, and the Z family has always been a supporter of the chairman of the General Business Council, that is, Tang Ning's big lackey. What a pity. Ling Yu nodded. Without any surprises, the Z brothers he met at the port belonged to this huge Z family. Suzhou Mountain must have done them some favors, but unfortunately, the Z family was their enemy. But now wasn't the time to consider the Z family. As the expected people had all arrived, Ling Yu suddenly jumped off the clock's hand. Everyone is here. Today, we will cast a net. Ling Yu's eyes were icy, filled with hatred and blood. His mindset already changed significantly with all the hatred and blood. Only the blood of their enemies could wash away the hatred between the Qin family and the Ling family. Spread the order. Let the Wolf Warrior Battalion be prepared. Yes, Commander. Yi Zi immediately nodded. He knew very well that with the commander's ability, there was no need for the Wolf Warrior Battalion to kill anyone. They only needed to block the enemy's reinforcements for him. Soon, Ling Yu and Yi Zi arrived at the International Hotel. Excuse me, do you have an invitation? The hotel security blocked the two men. The strength of the security was not to be underestimated, as there was a team of 24 people at the main entrance. This kind of lineup, Surname Liu had probably anticipated it. There would be trouble today. No, but shouldn't these faces of ours be passes everywhere in Cloud City? Yi Zi took off his sunglasses and revealed his distinctive scar. The wild beast of the Jade Face, the former captain of the Cloud City Police Headquarters, should be recognized by anyone with a little knowledge. However, the head security guard sneered. You think quite highly of yourself, don't you? Who knows you? Without an invitation? Scram, talking about passes. Without passes, even if the city lord comes, you'll have to leave. What if we insist on entering? Yi Xiao's eyes also darkened. Ling Yu had no intention of stopping him, as they had come today to cause trouble anyway. Once someone entered, unless they jumped out of the building, there was no way out. Although he didn't want to start trouble at the main entrance, these security guards were so unkind, they had to start tasting some bitterness. Then we will provide you with a full-body electric shock service. The head security guard coldly roared, reaching for the electric baton hanging on his waist. Wait. At the critical moment, the voice of the manager came from inside the hotel, and the security guard stopped just in time. Get out of the way. Even if the manager did not know Yi Zi, he must know Ling Yu. This is the husband of Miss Qin's family, and also the martial arts master of Non-Prefecture. How dare 24 security guards go against him? Are they seeking death? Mr. Ling, why didn't you inform us in advance of your arrival? The manager smiled apologetically at Ling Yu. However, the current Ling Yu was much colder than before, and he looked at the manager with a cold smile, saying, inform you in advance. Afraid that your owner would try to escape. This. The manager hesitated, obviously hit by Ling Yu's point. Don't want to die. Get out immediately. And shut your mouths. After a cold threat from Ling Yu, he directly walked in. Yi Zi saw that the boss didn't order any actions and followed inside. Manager, they are too arrogant. I want to teach them a lesson. The leading security guard gritted his teeth while looking at Ling Yu's back, seemingly eager to take action. Arrogant, what can you do? Teach them a lesson? Can you even defeat the martial arts master of Non-Prefecture? With just one sentence from the manager, the leading security guard wilted. So, this is the martial arts master of Non-Prefecture. No wonder his gaze is so sharp. Very imposing. The security guards discussed among themselves. Ling Yu didn't pay them any attention, and only when he saw the manager taking out his phone, seemingly wanting to inform someone, he said, "Easy, confiscate their communication devices, and give them a warning." "Yes, Commander." Easy had long wanted to teach these disrespectful security guards a lesson, especially the leader, who spoke worse than a dog eating feces. Doom. In the next moment, the entrance of the hotel became lively as people were thrown out constantly. Ling Yu didn't bother with these lackeys, not even turning back, and went alone to the elevator. He came today to seek vengeance, his killing intent heavy, and there were a few others who wanted to use the elevator, but none dared to ride with him. Ling Yu comfortably occupied the elevator, directly pressing the 10th floor. This building had 12 floors in total, and only the top 3 were a luxurious banquet hall, capable of hosting thousands of guests simultaneously. At that moment, at the entrance of the banquet hall on the 10th floor, a disheveled man was chasing after a seductive and glamorous woman, pleading, "Sis, can you please help me? Otherwise, I really won't be able to get married, and our Zhang family will end. I don't want 1 million, not even 800,000, just 600,000. Can you do it? Just help me get back 60,000. I need money urgently." Zhang Wu's eyes were heavy, his face pale, as he kept pestering Zhang Milan. As for Zhang Milan, her expression was dark, and she directly wanted to enter the banquet hall. "Sis, do you agree or not?" Seeing Zhang Milan about to enter the banquet hall, he quickly held his sister back, or else he wouldn't be able to go in. "I can't agree to that." Zhang Milan coldly rejected her brother. Zhang Wu was shocked. It was rare for his sister to refuse him. Immediately, he used his final move. "Fine. You won't agree, right? Then I won't get married. Let the Zhang family end. Let's see how our parents and relatives deal with you." Zhang Milan, who had remained silent and calm, finally erupted emotionally, disregarding the many others at the entrance of the banquet hall, and shouted, "All right. You go back and tell them. Say it all. Since I won't be returning to the Zhang family, I'll cut all ties with them." "What are you saying?" Zhang Wu couldn't believe his ears and started scolding. "You have the guts to say it again. Try me. Our parents raised you, wanting you to take care of me, right? Otherwise, why did they spend money raising you? They might as well have raised a bitch." Zhang Milan, gritting her teeth in anger, clenched her fists. Due to the mentality of the elders, she had been the support for her brother all these years. She used to be a supervisor, earning a salary of over 100,000 yuan a year, but after working for several years, she had not saved a single penny. She did spend a lot of money recklessly, but if she was supporting herself alone, she would definitely have saved a lot, but all of it was extorted by her mother to support her brother. She had thought about marrying a wealthy man, getting a hefty dowry, silencing her whole family, and never feeling burdened again. However, her marriage was disrupted by Ling Yu and Qin Mingyu. Her precious dowry was never received, and she became a laughingstock. Later, in her pursuit of marrying a rich second generation or a wealthy businessman, she attended various gatherings and parties, and had encounters with many rich second generations and businessmen. She had met all sorts of perverted men. Some restrained her, some hung her upside down, some forced her to crawl like a dog, and even force-fed her milk. She did everything, leaving her body covered in scars, crossing boundaries. But none of those men were willing to marry her. They all treated her as a plaything. Gradually, she realized two bloody facts. 1. Wealthy men don't lack for women. Having good looks doesn't guarantee entry into a wealthy household. 2. The more a woman gives, the less valuable she becomes. As she aged, the admirers who chased her had turned a blind eye. Even if she wanted to settle for less, no one was willing to take her in. Today, she could attend this banquet not because of her connections, but purely because she accepted her identity. That is, a compensated companion. Zhang Milan, what do you say? Zhang Wu continued to shout agitatedly. The Zhang family raised you, and now you want to cut ties with them. Do you have any shame? Do you understand filial piety? Enough. Shut up. Zhang Milan could no longer bear it and slapped her own brother harshly, which not only surprised the people inside the banquet hall, but also caught Ling Yu's slight attention on the 10th floor. He even thought he had mistaken the person, supporting her brother while harming her own brother. Has the world changed? How dare you hit me? Are you crazy? Zhang Milan. Zhang Wu yelled, showing his anger. Zhang Milan trembled slightly, not expecting to see this man again. He had changed so much, so cool and domineering, clearly a top leader. If she had known he would transform into such a big shot, she would have said yes to him during their first meeting. Now she regretted it deeply. Ling Yu. Jongwoo took quite a while to recognize him as well. This man, whether in appearance or aura, has undergone tremendous changes since before. Ling Yu had no intention of paying attention to the two men and went straight into the banquet hall. But Jongwoo continued to speak. You, this son-in-law, how dare you come here? The Chin family is gone. Your backing is gone. Are you here to schmooze other rich women? Ling Yu frowned slightly and stopped in his tracks. Ha ha, did I hit the nail on the head? Jongwoo thought that Ling Yu came to the banquet today to pick up girls with his outfit, not knowing what he had been through and what his current status was. People of his level assumed that Ling Yu would not dare to do anything to him in such a setting and continued to taunt. I advise you to be sensible. The Liu family is now the top family in Yuncheng. You, this son-in-law of the Chin family, coming here today, isn't it walking into a trap? Oh, do you know something? Ling Yu spoke with his back turned to Jongwoo. Zhang Milan saw Ling Yu's profile and felt a bit trembling, a feeling she hadn't experienced when facing Ling Yu before. She felt like her brother is seeking death. Jongwoo, however, could only see Ling Yu's back and continued to sneer. Who in Yuncheng doesn't know what's going on? The Liu family has swallowed up the Chin family. You and your wife ignored things for so long. How could an old man control the situation? The Liu family arranged for people to annihilate the Chin family, and with some business operations, took over all of the Chin family's assets. Ling Yu couldn't help but smile disdainfully. It seemed that this waste only listened to peripheral stories and actually knew nothing. By stopping to listen to him, Ling Yu had already elevated his status in Jongwoo's eyes. Ling Yu, is your wife gone too? I heard that all the members of the Chin family who deserve to die have died. Jongwoo, still ignorant of his situation, foolishly walked to Ling Yu's side, even placing a hand on his shoulder, his smile turning more and more contemptuous. Since your wife is gone, why not marry my sister? The bridal gift price has dropped to 300,000. 300,000. And you can take her. How about it? He really needed money. Not because he was eager to get married, but because he had become addicted to spending money and being broke was unbearable. With no boundaries left, he had spent all the family money and now had to find ways to squeeze out more from his sister. Get lost. Ling Yu didn't even glance at him, just coldly said, still find it expensive, don't you? My sister still has some charm. Although her turnover rate is a bit high, she can still be of use. 200,000. 200,000. Do as you please. Get lost. Ling Yu finally turned his head to look at him. A cold shout. Something shocking happened. He didn't even touch him, but Jongwoo was sent flying backwards. Bang. He hit the wall hard, leaving a terrible crack in it, before going limp, spitting blood on the corridor floor. Ah, monster. This incident occurred at the entrance of the banquet hall, and inside, many people witnessed this scene. Many were scared and began to scream. They had no idea that S-class martial artists had such swift and powerful abilities. With just a look and a forceful presence, they could send ordinary people flying. Zhang Milan was shaking against the wall, watching Ling Yu wide-eyed. Is this man the same person as the gynecologist who made 80,000 yuan a year over a year ago? Ling Yu glanced at her with indifference and walked straight into the banquet hall. Thank you. Zhang Milan thanked him, misunderstanding that Ling Yu had taught her brother a lesson. Ling Yu knew this woman was presumptuous, but also felt a slight change in her, so he turned away and said, just focus on being yourself. Don't judge people by their appearance, or money will make you lose your humanity. With that, he walked into the banquet hall without looking back. The next moment, a group of bodyguards in the banquet hall surrounded Ling Yu. Sir, you have violent tendencies, and this banquet does not welcome you. Please leave. The leading bodyguard's eyes were arrogant, showing that he was someone capable. This was the banquet of the Southern Business Association, and these people were armed. Ling Yu, however, smiled coldly. Oh, who saw me lay a finger on someone? The security guards looked at the people at the entrance of the banquet hall. Everyone shook their heads. He didn't touch anyone. How could anyone have seen him do anything? Smack, smack, smack. At this moment, applause came from the second-floor balcony of the banquet hall. Ling Yu looked up and saw another familiar face. Du Yang, you finally showed up. Impressive. One person dares to barge into this banquet. Uji's applause managed to attract everyone's attention. His words made those on the first floor curious. Who was this man, exuding such a powerful aura. Especially some young women found him cold and charming. What's the problem? Ling Yu raised a faint smile. Do you know a little more than John Woo? Do you think it's dangerous for me to come to this banquet? John Woo. Uya did not recognize John Woo. After a brief moment of doubt, he remembered the waist at the entrance and couldn't help but chuckle. Are you comparing me with that waist? Are you trying to insult me? Do you think you are worthy to be insulted by me? Ling Yu said, indifferently. His indifference made Uya feel deeply humiliated, reminding him of Ling Yu's sister. Ling Yu, I guarantee you will end up like your sister, a tragic death. Due to the loss of his roots, Huji's voice softened, usually able to control his tone when speaking, but became unearthly when agitated. It was like the sound of a dying goose, sending chills down many people's spines in the room. But more were shocked. Ling Yu. He is the Southern Martial Emperor Ling Yu, the husband of the Qin family's eldest daughter. Many people exclaimed, especially the young women, who said, where did this man come from, exuding such a powerful aura? Turns out he's the Southern Martial Emperor. The proud security guards also took a few steps back, feeling a cold chill. They knew the prowess of the Martial Emperor. If he wanted to take them out, they wouldn't even be able to draw their weapons, and they would become a corpse. So, do you know about my sister's whereabouts? Ling Yu finally raised his eyes slightly, looking at this despicable man. They had also tried to contact Xia Qiai and Ling Ruoxu, but have not been able to reach them so far. They didn't know how they were doing now. I know a little bit. I heard she went to Suzhou to evade pursuit. But it seems she can't be reached now. Uya coldly laughed. I just feel that a woman as vicious as her won't have a good ending wherever she goes. There will surely be retribution. Your answer displeases me. Ling Yu's voice was calm, but his eyes suddenly emitted a murderous intent. Others might not feel it, but Uya instantly felt like he was in an icy cellar, trembling all over. The next moment, a white light shot out like lightning. Before anyone could see clearly, they heard Uya scream, as if an invisible demon had violently pulled him towards the railing. Heart-wrenching screams. When people saw clearly, a fork from the banquet pierced half of Uji's mouth, pinning him to the railing. Uya tried to pull it out, but it was too painful, and he couldn't manage to do so. Every scream from him was a second injury to the wound. Blood dripped from the second floor, making the once lively banquet hall silent. Many people subconsciously touched their skin, feeling extremely cold.